You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This is Force 13 Live, and as you can see here on the screen, we have got Hurricane Laura, which is continuing to bedazzle everyone with its strengthening phase at the moment, with winds now we're estimating of 145 miles per hour and a pressure of 944 millibars. The storm is steamrolling towards the coast of the Gulf, of course, the US Gulf Coast, near the border with Texas and Louisiana is where we're expecting the landfall in the early hours of tomorrow morning. As of right now, though, the storm is still approaching, and it's going to be a very long 12 to 14 or 15 hours, depending on how long the storm takes until it reaches land. And now we're beginning full coverage on this storm right up until landfall, however long it takes. We will be here now for the duration, so stick right with us. We'll have you covered on this. My name's Nathan Foy. I'm joined by our team tonight, consisting of James, Preston, Dominic, Dimitri, Ryan, Orlando, and Rain. Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And evening in some areas, like here.
Yes.
Get a bit confusing with the time zones. Of course, we're also tracking Typhoon Bavi, which is making landfall in North Korea tonight. So not much to say about that one, it has to be said. That one is dying off rather quickly. But let's take a look at the latest rapid scan image. Is this the rapid scan? Yeah, pretty much. You can see there the eye of Laura looks impeccable. If you're looking on visible alone, you could be fooled for thinking this might be a Category 5. It isn't, but the intensity continues to skyrocket, and something that you can't completely rule out. So who would like to begin with us tonight? Orlando, you were piping up there.
Yes, I was. I'd just like to begin by saying that since I've woken up early in the morning today on the East Coast, it was honestly astonishing to watch Laura develop and begin to rapidly intensify. It was likely that this would occur, but nobody knew exactly what time it would end up occurring and for what duration and how quickly. And obviously Laura has proven to be the highest of each category, being able to rapidly intensify for a long period of time, and also being able to do it quickly and become strong, and it's still intensifying as we speak with its pressure still dropping.
And an amazing eye at the center of it all as well. Eye temperature is pushing 20 degrees Celsius. Cloud tops are generally in the minus 60s. There's a few minus 70s. We've seen Dorian. Dorian had less impressive cloud tops and about the same eye and was much stronger than this. So you can't rule out that this is going to get towards or even reach Category 5 status at this point. And even if it doesn't now, we are guaranteed to get, and we're already getting, ridiculous, unfathomable storm surge.
15 to 20 feet in some areas.
Yes. Well,
The NHC
We've already.
has called it unsurvivable. So if you are in that area,
They did. That's their actual verbiage. Unsurvivable is what they
I
said.
was just about to say that, but I think we were all thinking that as well.
That's
And the
ominous
storm
to say the
surge-
least.
The storm
Already
surge is
we've
Preston, go
already
ahead.
we've
Sorry.
already we've seen some very significant storm surge across areas that the storm is approaching. We've seen it throughout Louisiana. We've seen it throughout Texas. Currently, I'm looking at the Galveston port cam, and we are definitely starting to see that surge. And that's going to be the most deadly part of this storm. When it does roll through, we're going to see just catastrophic storm surge areas may be just flooded over, and there are indications that this storm surge may penetrate 30 miles inland. That is incredible, folks. That is like just incredible. Um, and that shows you how far the damage could extend as well. This could be a very catastrophic situation. We could see very significant infrastructure damage, along with the wind and with the flooding accompanied by the storm surge. So no doubt this is a very life-threatening situation, and I hope a lot of people have evacuated because this is going to be a monster.
Everything looks pretty still on the webcam there, but then again, there's not that many structures there that are, there's nothing like trees that are swaying or anything like that. It's all built-up structures, so maybe you wouldn't see much of that until the winds really got up.
If there's some good news to note is that the last resident of Holly Beach has evacuated this morning, so that town is depopulated completely, and they should all be pretty safe.
And you can
However,
see... Go ahead.
However, there was reports of chasers being trapped at Holly Beach because the storm surge had already risen to a significant inundation level, and 911 calls were made. Apparently, we don't know what has happened to them, but it just goes to show how dangerous this storm surge is already, and yet the storm isn't even inland yet.
Still some distance away, with barely tropical storm force conditions barely reaching the coast at this point, and it's only going to get worse from here on in. Rather large as far as Atlantic hurricanes go, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It does have a pretty big size. When it was coming off the coast of Cuba, it wasn't as large, but of course its wind field has expanded and its intensity has increased quite dramatically over the past 24 hours. So honestly, it's remarkable how that size change came out.
And there it is once again on the radar imagery. This is live right now, and you can see the eye wall on the northwest and northeastern sides there, looking very impressive indeed. And the storm continues to venture closer, but it still is some distance away from land. Of course, whilst we're on the air tonight, and I can still hear myself in the background there from someone. I'm not sure what's going on over there, but we'll have to try and sort that one out. But if you've got any questions for us whilst we're on the air, please send us a message. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll get on to any or all of your... Well, we'll try for all the questions. We might struggle. We'll do whatever we can. How likely is it that Laura is a Category 5 at peak is the first question that I've got here. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I'd say it's probably a coin flip at this point. The conditions are very good for intensification, but shear is definitely going to be ramping up as the night goes on. If that does happen, this storm is probably not going to get to the Category 5 status. I don't think anyone is expecting a Category 5 landfall. There is always a chance that it does pull a Lorenzo, where we have a Category 5 peak for a very short period of time. And that might happen. Now, the radar appearance is excellent right now. Cloud tops, as you say, are not incredible, but still very good for a Category 4 hurricane. So there is a chance that this does reach Category 5 status, but nonetheless, the damage, regardless of category, is going to be immense with the storm surge.
Indeed. This imagery is a little bit temperamental by the looks of things, so but you get the idea of what's going on right now. Oh, look, there's the new flash coming through. And not much has changed, obviously, but this storm proceeds towards land and looks very formidable, and even the outer bands of it are producing significant showers. We've had a few tornado warnings already, haven't we?
Yeah, I think most of them were centered in Louisiana. I know that Baton Rouge has gotten over 4 tornado warnings at the throughout today. The tornado threat also has been increased to 10% by the Storm Prediction Center. That'd be for pretty much all of Louisiana. especially southern Louisiana, there is a tornado watch for the areas of far eastern Texas and most of western Louisiana. A few tornadoes likely inside that watch polygon, and the tornado threat is going to be significant with this, as we do have good conditions for tornadic development inside Laura.
That's right. There was more questions. That was just one. We're talking about the tornado risk there. Some nice comments. That's lovely to get some nice comments from people. We do our very best here, and we try. We certainly try, and our experience certainly counts for something by this point, as long as the imagery doesn't break up like it just has. But that's just what you'd expect, isn't it, when we're talking about like that? Hey, are we surprised that Laura is a 145 mile an hour Category 4? I think it's sunken in by now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a little surprised. I knew that Laura was going to rapidly intensify. I just didn't know where it was going to end up. So I am a little surprised that it did end up to be this strong. But yeah.
Yeah, it's
Because models had
honestly,
good agreement. Models had good agreement of Category 2 or 3 generally, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and that obviously backfired because models aren't very good at anticipating rapid intensification and how much of it. Rapid intensification is very unpredictable, so it was pretty expected that the models would have a bad handling with intensity, but not necessarily a bad handling with the track.
Oh, and I imagine Recon are in there right now. Is that true?
Yes, and they recorded a pressure of 945 millibars with, I believe, 55 knot wind so far, flight level.
Some of the satellite products have gone down here, so we're trying to get them back up. So that's why we're fiddling about a lot right here, but I'll try and get something else in the meantime. But you saw it on the radar earlier, and there it is once again. You can see how it looks. And the northern... Well, you might think that the northern side is much worse looking at the radar, but that's just because it's the side that's closest to the radar site, so that is possibly misleading. But the north and south looks the best at the moment on the satellite, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's honestly impressive how the cloud tops have just continued to expand and wrap around, and the eye, of course, is very, very warm. So that's a strong indicator of a healthy cyclone and potentially even further rapid intensification as it's still in that phase.
In regards to evacuation orders and other things, the Texas emergency management officials say they will not be on the streets or answering 911 calls when the winds reach 35 miles an hour or higher, and the people will be on their own. So that it's definitely very telling that they are taking the storm very seriously. So if you are in eastern Texas and ready for Hurricane Laura, you have to be very careful because this is going to be a significant storm. 911 responders won't be responding to calls due to how dangerous it is for them to go out there and rescue people. So hopefully everyone in eastern Texas who is going to be threatened by this storm have taken precautions and have gotten ready if they decided to not evacuate.
There's some imagery of the storm again there, and you can see it's from a objective point of view a very stunning eye, and the center of it very clear indeed. It was clearing out throughout the course of today, and ever since the start of today, when it started the rapid intensification phase, was the point where we thought, well, it looks like it's gonna end up getting towards this stage. It is still a Category 4, it's not a Category 5, but there's not much difference at this point. With a 20-foot storm surge possible, it could be anything really. So, you know, the damage is, there's going to be a huge amount of damage from this once it does arrive, with storm surge that could inundate up to 30 miles inland. And also, if it did make landfall as a Category 4 in westernmost Louisiana, that would be the first one of its kind in that particular area. The closest Category 4 landfalls to that area is the two Galveston hurricanes in 1900 and 1915, and another hurricane of which I forget its name, further east over central Louisiana, that made landfall.
I think it was called the Lost Island Hurricane of
Lost
1886.
Island.
Lost
Yeah.
Island.
Is it that one?
am I-
Okay.
It's something
Yeah.
like that.
So it's not got much company. I mean, the ones we're talking about are ones that happened over 100 years ago. And the world has changed a lot since then. Let's see if we can get some questions then. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. And a lot of people telling us all kinds of things. The CDPS, a question about that. Devon, we had a chat with him earlier off air, and he said that it is definitely a stage 7 now on the CDPS, which is catastrophic. 7 out of the 10 tiered scale, so a very dangerous storm, and that doesn't even factor in the storm surge. So
One thing which is very significant and prominent is that the National Weather Service have evacuated their Lake Charles office, and now I think Brownsville is taking over their operations. So
that's right.
if the National Weather Service is evacuating, you should too, because
Yes.
yeah, they wouldn't really evacuate unless it was a last resort, and this is such a significant event. 20 feet of surge, extreme winds, as the NHC points out. It's best to just get out if you can.
All right. Well, here's me as well. I'm in the studio. Here I am. This is the latest satellite imagery, the sandwich imagery from the National Hurricane, not the National Hurricane, from College DuPage. And you can see how the storm has been evolving on the hybrid infrared and visible. And what you'll notice compared to previous streams is that it hasn't. There's no real dark areas that are well below minus 70 degrees cloud tops, but in general you've just got a very good uniform core all round, which is getting more so as time goes on there. What's more important than seeing the high cloud tops really is not seeing any kind of break in the edge of the eye there. That's really important in determining a storm's intensity, and considering that the eye in there is 20 degrees Celsius, and the cloud tops around it around minus 70 degrees Celsius, minus 60 to minus 70 generally. This is definitely a mid-range and possibly even approaching high-end Category 4 at this point. Let's see if we can go to... Well, James is showing us a bunch of things right now, currently showing satellite imagery. That's another view of how the storm has progressed in the last few hours.
The recon pass that just happened, they recorded a 118 and not flagged SFMR reading. So that is definitely very worrying that we're seeing this intensity of recon analysis, and that's very dangerous, to say the least.
It's not looking good.
Yeah.
If you wanted to take away sentence from this stream, it's not looking good. That's all. But there it is right now again on the visible imagery, and there comes a time during a storm cycle that, especially when it gets closer to landfall and it's a big event like this, that we almost become as much spectators as anyone else. But that we provide all of the information that we've got here. And the National Hurricane Center update every hour as well at the moment. They're doing hourly updates. I wouldn't expect too much changes in the interim, the 1 hourly updates away from the main advisories. But the next one is coming up at the end of this hour, so you'll definitely want to stay tuned to see what they're going to say for the next update. If I was them, I would up it to 145 miles an hour. They're currently at 140. We've got 145. I'd be a bit surprised if they didn't put it up to 145. And what's more, then they've got to put out the forecast advisory as well, so we'll find out what peak they expect, and at this point landfall will be just after the 12-hour point, so we should get a decent indication of what intensity they think it will make landfall at now.
Yeah. Something else that's worth mentioning is how I remember the National Hurricane Center hinting at one of the methods that the storm may potentially weaken would be through an eyewall replacement cycle. Based off what I've been viewing off of radar, I have not seen any indication of that unfolding quite yet, if not at all.
Nope.
Because as it seems as it's going on right now, is that it's continuing to basically organize itself and continuing its intensification phase. So right now, its eyewall on radar is really impressive and continuing to strengthen.
And even at this point, an eyewall replacement cycle would not be all good news, because during a cycle like that, the wind field usually grows in size. So even though you're going to have weaker winds, you're going to have them over a larger area. And with those larger storms, you're also going to have a larger storm surge formed from that storm. So even now at this point, even that isn't a ray of sunshine.
And you can see here the band on the northern side of the storm is delivering, you know, a kind of a long squall there extending from I-45 north of Houston all the way east to New Orleans, basically, right now. A lot of red in that zone, so looks like there's some very heavy showers in there, which will be reaching Alexandria in the not too distant future as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the water vapor imagery as well, and there are some significant green spots appearing on that line as well. So it definitely looks like there would be some showers and thunderstorms in that region.
Certainly looks that way.
We do have a lot of tornado warnings within that line as well. Tornado warning including Newton, Texas, Maryville, Louisiana, and Bon Guerre, Texas, was just issued 3 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. I
So
forgot
a
that
lot
I
of
turned
tornado-
them off before I started the stream, so there they all are. Yeah, all the tornado warnings marked in the red outlines. That's not looking great.
Yeah. Once again, the SPC did upgrade to a 10% tornado risk across areas of Louisiana. Very concerning, to say the least, that the tornado probabilities are increasing. Once again, hurricanes often do spawn tornadoes, especially within the outer bands, and it's only going to get worse as the storm approaches.
Do we think that Laura could start and complete an eyewall replacement cycle before landfall? Well, time's
Didn't
starting to
we
run
already do
out.
that today?
It would
I don't
have
think
to...
there's any time to start it, let alone finish it. Even if it did start it, then it probably crossed over land, and then by that point it would start dissipating.
Oh, I don't know.
wouldn't
Don't
have-
underestimate Laura. The way it's been going, eyewall replacement cycles can take anywhere from 5 or 6 hours up to days if the storm has trouble. So if we think that 5 or 6 hours from now it's still got time, because it's a good 12 hours, 11 or 12 hours now until the landfall. So if that was to happen, there would be plenty of time for it, but there's no indication that's happening here on radar. And we're just sat watching it once again here. The main bands of the storm are just offshore. Tropical storm force winds are probably starting to come onshore right now, and if anyone does have any observations from the area, you probably shouldn't be there, but if you do, if it is safe to do so, let us know what conditions are at your place. But the storm surge will be possibly, well, probably extreme in westernmost Louisiana.
The areas of the northern eyewall are just about 150 miles away from Louisiana. I don't know how fast it's moving. I think it's moving at 16 miles an hour at the last check. I'm not sure. Someone might have to correct me on that. So that'd put Laura into Louisiana in about 10 hours if the speed was correct there.
And it might slow down a little bit before making landfall. Not much.
Yeah.
We're not talking Harvey here. We've heard enough of those comparisons.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to debunk some of those comparisons as well. I mean, we've had all kinds in the last 24 hours being mentioned. But,
Yeah.
Rita was one.
I mean,
This
Rita is not the
least
worst analog.
At least the landfall.
It's pretty
like, the
similar to
location.
Rita. Location's
Correct.
similar. The storm surge is similar, but the main difference is that Rita made landfall with 115 mile an hour winds. They're still intense. This is expected to make landfall as a Category 4 with potential Category 5 with 145 mile an hour winds.
No,
And also, Rita was a little bit larger. It was about 205 miles in radius, and this storm is about 175 miles in radius.
Fairly close, though.
some people are saying that a better analog are like Michael and Katrina, but I really don't see that.
Katrina is definitely a no.
No, Katrina's a completely no. I mean, I don't see what you mean by
I mean,
Michael.
this would be a whole lot worse if it was. For instance, there are about 2.5 million people in a 10% chance for hurricane conditions right now. You move that a little bit further west, you've got the whole of Houston then, and you've got large parts of southern Texas, so you're talking maybe double that, maybe triple it. So it is hitting not a sparse area, but a less populated area than it could have done with Houston on the left and New Orleans on the right-hand side, but still, it is an area that is actually less susceptible to these types of cyclones as well. That bend area up the top there is quite hard to get into as a storm because there's so much other land protruding out before it, but this storm looks to be heading straight for it, and if it did strike that area, it would be the first one to do so as a Category 4 if it kept its strength.
Somebody is asking how is Bobby doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. How is Barry? Let's see if we can go on to our six panels here.
Take a look.
And, well, there's a bunch of other stuff, and mainly Laura, and there is Bavi, now occupying the center of your screen. That's not looking so good right now, but it does appear to still have a lot of power behind it. So even though there's not much structure by now, I would imagine it's still got nearly Category 2 force winds. You're probably talking a high-end Category 1 there. We're going with 90 miles per hour. But so many things to look at as we look at all these screens here. And I'm monitoring my monitor here as well with Laura.
Yep. New tornado warning has been issued for Glenmora, Louisiana, and LeCompte, Louisiana, and Woodworth, Louisiana, until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Once again, tornado threat, definitely a big one. With Laura, storm surge is definitely the biggest threat here. We're talking about 17 to 20 feet of storm surge coming in. That is just devastating. Severe infrastructure damage is possible. Especially with the storm surge, flooding is going to be the main threat. Obviously, I hope everyone heeded evacuation orders, as the National Hurricane Center themselves said ominously that this is unsurvivable storm surge. I really hope it's not, but at this point, it's looking very bad and grim.
Yeah, let's recap some of the National Hurricane Center's messages, because we haven't actually done that yet. I know the next advisory is coming up soon, but I imagine it won't change very much with regards impacts to land. Just to reiterate those warnings, A storm surge warning, it hasn't changed for a while. A storm surge warning is in effect for Freeport, Texas, to the mouth of the Mississippi River. Hurricane warning for San Luis Pass to Intracoastal City, Louisiana. Tropical storm warning for Sargent, Texas to San Luis Pass, east of Intracoastal City, Louisiana to the mouth of the Mississippi River. A storm surge watch is in effect for the mouth of the Mississippi River to Ocean Springs, Mississippi, including Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, and Lake Bourne. And a hurricane watch is in effect for east of Intracoastal City to west of Morgan City, Louisiana. So, as stated, we are expecting 15 to 20 feet of storm surge for Johnson Bayou to Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, including Calcasieu Lake. So 15 to 20 feet there. Sea Rim State Park, Texas to Johnson Bayou, Louisiana, including Sabine Lake, 10 to 15 feet. As well as Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge to Intracoastal City, up to 15 feet in those areas. And even in locations such as Morgan City, you're talking up to 7 feet of storm surge. Freeport, Texas, up to maybe 4 feet at worst. And where else here? Lake Pontchartrain as well, 2 to 4 feet, as well as Lake Maurepas there as well. In terms of rainfall, we're not expecting the largest rainfall in the world, but we are still expecting significant amounts. We could see 10 to 15 inches, isolated amounts up to 15, near the landfall zone. And of course, as you can see on the graphic right now, the tornado risk is definitely there. All those red pop-up polygons, those are tornado warnings that are issued by the National Weather Service in real time. This loop comprises probably about 6 hours of radar images. No, it's not. It's not very much at all. It's supposed to be 6 hours, but it never does that. It's about 45 minutes of radar imagery there on the screen, which is probably what we want anyway. And you can quite clearly see the storm's movement. Still quite clearly northwest, hasn't made a turn northwards. And we expect that that turn will be gradual. What I have seen, though, is that on some rapid model runs, the track has been shifting very slightly east with each run. So it could be the case that we see a landfall on the Louisiana side.
Yeah. Using FEMA tools, it looks like 27.4 million people are in the area with the highest risk of damage to infrastructure. That is nothing to take lightly. That's about at least a 12 for, yes, the U.S. population. So very significant damage possible for a large amount of people.
Well, that's an intriguing number. I didn't think it would be as many as that. Ryan, are you there? I wonder if we might speak to him for a moment.
Yep, I'm here.
Nope, no, he's there.
Yeah, you've been monitoring the storm as well, and you know, you're looking at it down in the Gulf, you're in Illinois, and any chance that it might end up your neck of the woods and some of its impacts?
Well, we are supposed to get some storms Friday, but I believe that those are not going to be associated with Laura, although Laura could, the remnants of Laura could possibly, maybe, I guess, elevate the rainfall that we could get, and, you know.
So what do you make of the storm right now and its intensity, and where do you think it'll end up?
I mean, looking at it right now, it's looking very good. Obviously, pretty scary situation for the Northwest Gulf Coast here, unfortunately. Yeah, Category 4, it looks like 140, 145 miles per hour. I don't know how strong it's going to get. It's got 10 hours to landfall, so I mean, if it wants to get to that big 5 intensity, then it has to really start to get going here, and it has. Well,
it is.
Yeah,
it's going
it would
all
have
right.
to do it. It's only got several hours left. It doesn't have a whole lot of time, but I mean, either way, if this is a Category 4, Category 5, whatever, doesn't matter. This is going to bring catastrophic storm surge into southwestern Louisiana. So my heart just goes out to all the people that are in the path of this storm. I can't imagine, 20 feet of storm surge. It just seems crazy to me. And I hope that everyone takes this storm very seriously.
It is mesmerizing. On to the key messages for those who missed it. And they are pretty dire warnings from the National Hurricane Center. Unsurvivable storm surge, they say. I've never seen them use a word like that before. With large and destructive waves, which will cause catastrophic damage from Sea Rim State Park, Texas, to Intracoastal City, Louisiana, including Calcasieu and Sabine Lakes. This surge could penetrate up to 30 miles inland from the immediate coastline. Only a few hours remain to protect life and property, and all actions should be rushed to completion. And that was as of nearly 6 hours ago, so it's pretty much out of time by now. Hurricane-force winds are expected tonight in portions of the hurricane warning area from San Luis Pass, Texas to west of Morgan City, Louisiana, with catastrophic wind damage expected where Laura's eyewall makes landfall. Hurricane-force winds and widespread damaging wind gusts will spread well inland across portions of eastern Texas and western Louisiana early on Thursday. And widespread flash flooding along small streams, urban areas, and roadways is expected to begin this afternoon, which is already underway, and into Thursday, from far eastern Texas across Louisiana and Arkansas. This will also lead to minor to isolated moderate freshwater river flooding. That was a mouthful. The heavy rainfall threat and localized flash and urban flooding potential will spread northeastward into the middle Mississippi, lower Ohio, and Tennessee valleys Friday night and Saturday. This was the latest National Hurricane Center cone. They will have an updated one in about half an hour, hopefully less. And as soon as we get the new information from the National Hurricane Center, which is due at the top of the hour, we will bring it to you live, including any changes to the warnings. I don't think there will be. They might actually cancel some of the easternmost tropical storm warnings, because it's still up to the mouth of the Mississippi. I'm not sure, because it might be, it still could be surge issues, and they might keep it in place. Oh, we've got more radar now as well. Preston showing us some radar imagery.
Yeah, this would be the radar scope, and it appears the full eye of Laura is now visible on Lake Charles, Louisiana radar. Let's get a measurement of how wide it is here. Looks like a good 32 to 34 miles wide in diameter. So that's a fairly large eye for a storm like this. Once we go to the velocity, we're going to see some very intense numbers here once it loads. Yeah, that's just very high to say the least. Remember that this is very far away, so it is shooting up into the higher areas of the storm. So this is probably not surface winds, but you can definitely see 146 miles an hour there, 148 there. So definitely some very intense velocities being picked up. Might be isolated couplets of 150 in there. But remember, this is probably shooting up into some very high cloud tops of the storm, so this is not indicative of surface winds at this point in time. But yeah, the eye pretty much has just crossed into the viewing area of the Lake Charles, Louisiana radar, and this is going to be a very long night as this storm approaches.
Tell me about it. And still those tornado warnings that are out there right now. How many are active at one time here? This is the latest. There are actually 4 in place there, look. One just west of New Orleans, one south of Alexandria, one further towards the west end, another one even further west. Shall we get a zoom in on some of these and see which areas are actually impacted, if it cooperates with me? You can see that here. So those 3 areas in particular, that's a significant line. You can see how much it's developed in just 45 minutes or so. Tornadoes possible in all of those locations in the red boxes. And panning out to go over to the one in the New Orleans area. You can see they're heading towards La Place, actually, which one of our participants is. So hopefully he's watching that really closely as well. So that's the latest one there that's just come in as well, and I'm sure our team will keep you on top of tornado warnings.
I'd just like to bring up some news. The state of Texas has sent 2 C-130 aircraft to Port Arthur to provide what the city calls a last chance evacuation ahead of the arrival of Hurricane Laura. Aircraft landed at Jack Brooks Airport to evacuate up to 80 people to Dallas.
Gosh. That's definitely last chance.
Now is your last chance to evacuate, and if we're in past of the storm, definitely take that last opportunity, because otherwise it will be too late.
Well, I'm sure. If anyone is, you know, if someone's dead set on not evacuating, I don't think you'll ever get them out.
Yeah.
I mean, in the places with the storm surge, I mean, it's getting up. I mean, the NIC, as we've said multiple times, unsurvivable storm surge. And even outside of those places, pretty much the entire coast of Louisiana has some form of storm surge, all the way up to New Orleans.
Dimitri, go ahead. We sort of cut you off before.
Sure. And speaking of evacuations, you may remember that we're in a pandemic. Things are getting a little bit more difficult to evacuate.
Just a little.
In Austin, there was a situation in which the Circuit of the Americas, or CODA, the F1 track, was a shelter. They originally thought about closing it, but after there were no hotel vouchers remaining, they had to reopen it in Austin.
That's not related to the storm, though, is it, just now?
It was related to evacuations, because
it is?
It was the last chance evacuation. So
oh, right. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. So there must be a lot of evacuations going on right now. Still in progress.
This is Nathan. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Very sorry, but we have very disturbing information from the Louisiana governor. He is saying that they expect Cameron Parish to look like the rest of the Gulf of Mexico for at least a couple of days after Laura moves through. That is truly heartbreaking, to say the least.
That's horrible. And I mean, I hate to say it, but he may not be wrong. I think they're right. It's going to look terrible.
This storm surge will cause catastrophic damage. And remember that storm surge isn't just stagnant water. It rises very quickly. It has a current, and it brings cars, trees, anything with it. It's not just water.
And I think people often still underestimate just how little water it takes to really get things out of control. You know, fast-running water, especially coming from...
Yeah, 3 feet can take a car, yeah.
And considering that this storm is not moving that slowly, it's moving at, what, 16 miles per hour, I imagine the surge is probably moving at the same speed.
Yeah.
And the Louisiana governor has said that the state has to shut down bus evacuations because conditions have already gotten too bad.
Yeah.
This is basically all setting up for basically there's very few routes left to leave the coast anymore. There's people that have been trapped. There's already reports of 911 calls. And now that basically you now have to rely on aircraft to get out of Port Arthur, and you're also going to have to rely off the buses, which are no longer operating. Well, the best people can do at this point, if they decided to stay, is ride out the storm if they can possibly do so.
Yeah.
A little note, confirmation that Tropical Storm Hernan has formed. We knew about this before we started streaming, but the National Hurricane Center confirming that at their update at what time is it locally there? I think that's 3 p.m. Mountain Time.
I wouldn't be too worried about the system, but it does look like it could make some minor impacts to Baja California.
No warnings just yet, so I suppose
good.
there's nothing to worry about for the time being. National Hurricane Center usually updates a little bit before the stated time. In this case with Laura, though, I imagine they'll be doing it right on the hour because they are doing hourly updates at this point. So I would imagine that they're going to put it right up to the end. Any news on recon planes?
Recon found, I think, 120 knot SFMR. I think they've found a bit high. Yeah, they found, yeah. And the pressure they got 945.
Okay.
That's a little lower than last
A little
update.
lower on the pressure.
That's interesting then. And looking again at this satellite imagery right next to me here on the dual hybrid, the visible with the infrared overlay, the sandwich imagery it's called. You can again see those thunderstorms which are brewing up towards a big arc on the northern side of the storm, and that's over, I'm not sure if you can make out the state outlines there, but that's over central parts of Louisiana into easternmost Texas, and yeah, maybe one little thing entering the little corner of Mississippi there as well. But it's hard to detract from the main storm feature itself, and it really is getting a donut around its eye. Of high cloud tops, significant eyewall structure. This storm definitely means business. It doesn't look perfectly round. It is still a slightly lopsided eye, actually. You can see more elongation, actually, in those latest frames, so I wonder what might be happening there.
That's interesting.
I mean, we'll need a few more frames to find out what it's truly doing. So we don't really.
We always need more frames.
So yeah, we can't really speculate what's happening without more frames.
Right, whilst we'll wait for the next National Hurricane Center update then, let's take some more questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. I imagine it might be quite difficult to get through everyone right now, but if I spot it, then I'll get it. Will it be possible to get downwinds from the upper levels to... I can hear myself. Will it be possible to get downwinds from the upper levels to mix down to the surface? There's 130 knot winds in the upper levels. If I'm being honest with you, looking at satellite imagery right now, I would say 130 knots, which is 150 miles an hour, isn't far away from ground level, and will probably be realized if the storm, you know, maintains itself for a few more hours. And to be honest with you, the satellite appearance, and this is raw satellite appearance, and it doesn't mean as much because
breaking news, we have tropical storm Isel in the eastern Pacific.
So TB14 now became so.
Another one. That's two tropical storms in the eastern Pacific now then. And I completely, oh, they threw me down there. I was thinking about the storm intensity, I think. Yes, the satellite appearance of the storm. It's not as important because recon are all around the storm and they're getting actual observations, but satellite's usually the second best thing in absence of direct observations. And the satellite suggests right now that raw satellite, so it would have to sustain for a while, that it is 155. So if we're still looking at the same thing in about 3 or 4 hours, do not be surprised that this is a borderline category 5.
Over 2,500 hotel rooms have been opened for Laura evacuees, throughout areas of San Antonio. That is definitely good news that they are increasing the amount of rooms available for evacuees.
If you are wondering about those eastern Pacific storms, don't worry, both of them are staying out at sea, at least for the moment. No warnings in effect. That is Tropical Storm Hernan and Tropical Storm Isel, which have both been named at the same time.
Can't remember the last time that happened.
2 named storms in one go.
Yeah.
However, they are both likely to be weak. Unlike what we're looking at on our screen right now, which is Hurricane Laura, which is a ferocious 140 mile an hour storm according to the National Hurricane Center, 145 according to our estimates. We'll see whether the National Hurricane Center agrees at the top of the hour when the next update comes out. It's very soon now, but we don't have it yet, so we'll be waiting up on that one. Let's see what's on the latest radar. Any changes to those tornado warnings?
I don't believe so, Nathan. We might have had a few more get issued, but I'm not really sure here. Looks like more severe thunderstorm warnings issued across areas of the United States. Obviously, there is a slight risk of severe thunderstorms across areas pretty much of the upper Great Lakes region, but we're here for Laura. Definitely a very dangerous situation. Once again, storm surge, 17 to 20 feet of storm surge.
Crazy.
Expected. That is absolutely catastrophic, folks, and I don't think we can stress enough how dangerous this situation is. Please do not try to evacuate anymore. It is too dangerous now. The storm surge is definitely going to be coming up. This is very dangerous. I can't stress it enough, and I think we're just sitting here watching and being very concerned.
It does happen that way.
A ton of people.
I'm going to try and blast through some questions here because we've been inundated, really. Yes? Is that...
The latest
Advisory.
drops on in the northeast.
Oh, I'm sorry, the advisory is out. The storm surge watch has been discontinued east of the mouth of the Mississippi River. So that's no real surprise. They are going with 145 miles an hour, a pressure of 947 millibars, and they are expecting a landfall intensity of 150 miles per hour in 12 hours' time.
Wow.
9 hours' time.
Interesting. I thought they would go higher.
Yeah, me too. I was expecting 155 at least.
And don't forget, I'm sorry just to interrupt once more, but don't forget the winds sustained in this storm are 145 miles an hour. The gusts are 175 miles per hour, and they're expecting a peak of 150 mile an hour winds with gusts of up to 185. Go ahead, Dominic, at last. We've got you.
Well, the latest drop sonde in the northeast eyewall from Air Force 307 shows 155 knot winds. That's 180 miles per hour at 900 millibars. So just above surface.
That is not good. Some more questions then I'm going to try and blast through now that we've got that update. I am in the way of the eye. Is it still going stronger, and is there a chance that it may weaken? It's not going to weaken very much, so if you're in the path of the eye near the landfall zone, then you've got real problems. And you've had real problems for a while. More questions here. How can Laura regain strength on the East Coast? Well, the National Hurricane Center still think that it's going to be post-tropical, extratropical storm after it moves off the east coast of the US. Some models suggested that maybe it would have a chance of being another tropical storm again, and even a hurricane, actually, according to one or two models. But National Hurricane Center not keen on that scenario. But it will deliver winds, that's for sure. How bad will the flooding be? Well, a lot of really bad flooding will be induced by this storm surge, which, as we've mentioned, could reach 20 feet. That's almost as much as Dorian, by the way. 20 feet of storm surge.
How much was Dorian again?
I think it was 23, wasn't it?
I remember one of the advisories said like 18 to 23. But
Yeah.
I don't know if that was ever like measured, you know.
I don't know.
It had to have been. It was 185 mile an hour storm moving through the Bahamas. Like there had to be the storm surge. There had to be.
Yeah, it sure did. how much time does Laura have left to intensify until landfall? Well, we know that landfall is going to be in
about 9 hours, I think you said.
9 hours, 9 to 10 hours. Yeah, 10 to 11 still actually. So that's how long it's got, but models and people aren't convinced that it's going to strengthen all the way up until landfall. It is becoming more likely the more that we see this right now, but we'll have to see.
Shall I read the key messages with the new advisory?
Sure.
Alright. Key messages. 1. Unsurvivable storm surge with large and destructive waves will cause catastrophic damage from Sea Rim State Park, Texas to Intercoastal City, Louisiana, including Calashaizu, I totally pronounced that wrong,
oh dear,
and Sabine Lakes. This surge could penetrate up to 40 miles inland from the immediate coastline, and flood waters will not fully recede for several days after the storm.
Calcasieu, I believe.
Yeah. 2. Hurricane-force winds are expected tonight in portions of hurricane warning area, with catastrophic wind damage expected where Laura's eyewall moves onshore. Hurricane-force winds and widespread damaging wind gusts will spread well inland into portions of extreme eastern Texas and western Louisiana early Thursday. 3. Widespread flash flooding along small streams, urban areas, and roadways is expected to begin this afternoon into Thursday from far eastern Texas into Louisiana and Arkansas. This will also lead to minor to moderate freshwater river flooding. The heavy rainfall threat and flash and urban flooding potential will spread northeastward into the middle Mississippi, lower Ohio, and Tennessee valleys Friday night and Saturday.
So there you have it. That is still from the old advisory, though, is it? No, that is the new one.
Nope.
Yeah, it's still. It's just because it still said afternoon, even though there's not much of afternoon left.
Uh-huh.
And
it's still kind of similar.
Yeah, I suppose so. 4 p.m. advisory, that is. And that has just come out from the National Hurricane Center. So that's where we're at right now. And if you've got any more comments or questions for us, well, we'll do our best. But there's so many that are coming in. What do we predict for the area of interest near the Lesser Antilles? Okay, let's go to the wide shot of the Atlantic. If it loads, there it is, starting to appear on the screen. And there's not... I'm not sure what you're referring to, actually. There's not much at all going on.
It's this wave coming up of Africa right now. It hasn't yet arrived.
Let me just make doubly sure that's up to date, which it is. I'm not sure what you're referring to near the Lesser Antilles. There's nothing there, but on the right-hand side off the coast of Africa there you can see a wave that's starting to move off the coast, and some models suggesting that there will be another and maybe 2 other systems that will be forming in next week in the Atlantic. And I've got to tell you, if you've not figured it out already, September is going to be a pretty bad month as well. All indications are showing that we will have at least 2 more major hurricane landfalls in September in the Western Atlantic. And it could be more than that, and that's probably a best case scenario. So it's looking pretty grim for the September forecast.
Yeah.
This wave off of Africa is the wave that the NHC designated. It just hasn't arrived yet. They're saying that once it gets to there, it'll meet favorable conditions that it could develop to a storm.
Yeah. More questions. How is this not a Category 5? It looks like a Category 5. Looks on everything. I was going to go on to a tangent then, but I thought it's best not to. But you can see it looks very good on the visible imagery, yes. But on satellite, it's a secondary tool. The primary tools are in the storm right now in the form of recon planes, and those are getting direct observations, the only direct observations that we can get until landfall, and they're getting the information, so we've got to stick with them as much as possible. What are they saying? Anything new?
Well, something that was mentioned earlier in response to that comment of why it's in a Category 5, even though it looks pretty good. not gonna lie. But the reason is, one reason is that there are actually Category 5 force winds that are above the surface that may be trying to make its way down in a couple of hours as the storm deepens further. And depending how much Laura decides to deepen further, and how much time it will take to mix those winds down, we may still have a shot at Category 5 intensity.
Well, that's
There is-
reassuring.
We have a confirmed tornado now.
Oh, that's not good.
To the northwest of Lake Pontchartrain, it looks like, for the cities, including Springfield, Hammond, and Ponchatoula.
my.
I can't pronounce that city either.
No, I'm seeing it here. I'm going to try and get it on the radar just now. You said a confirmed tornado?
Confirmed tornado.
That's
Warning.
moving ashore
That's been it.
off Lake Pontchartrain, and let's try and get the velocity on this. I'm just really desperately fiddling about in the background here as we get this up. There it is. So you can't really see it that well. Actually, you could see it moving in there just towards the end of that. Looks like it might be losing its shape as it's moving onshore though. But that's one of the tornado warnings, and there's another one further south there as well, possible tornado. And tornado warnings that were flashing all around Baton Rouge there as well. Anywhere in those tornado watches, the yellow outlines, you could see tornadic activity for the duration of that warning. I imagine the expiration date on that is late tonight, or, well, in a day or two maybe. Just checking the other one here, zooming in on that tornado warning expired actually, so there's nothing there on that one. I think this one is the one that's still active, yes. Doesn't look like there's much going on there, so. But still, we've got those tornado warnings, and you must assume that if you are in a tornado warning that it is for real and to take cover immediately, which isn't always the best thing in a hurricane. And there is another look again at Laura. This is live coverage of the lead up to Laura's landfall. We're certainly a hype-free zone here. We're saying it as it is. Laura is a big event. There's no doubt about that. This is a high-end or moderate to high-end Category 4 with winds of 145 miles per hour. Sustained winds, that is, with wind gusts of 175 miles per hour. If you missed the news at the top of the hour, the storm surge watch has been discontinued east of the mouth of the Mississippi River, including Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, and Lake Bourne. So those areas look like they're in the clear. So to reiterate, the storm surge warning is in effect for Freeport, Texas to the mouth of the Mississippi River, a hurricane warning for San Luis Pass, Texas to Intracoastal City, Louisiana, a tropical storm warning for Sargent, Texas to San Luis Pass and east of Intracoastal City, Louisiana to the mouth of the Mississippi River, and a hurricane watch is still in effect for east of Intracoastal City to west of Morgan City, Louisiana, which I understand is a fairly small area. Somewhat. Not hugely, actually. That's still not up to date, actually. The latest National Hurricane Center cone should be up there at any time. Let's just try and shake it a bit and see if it reloads the new one. There we go. That's the latest National Hurricane Center cone. So they're expecting that first M dot there. That's right on landfall there. That's 150 miles per hour. They're expecting the landfall intensity. And in terms of storm surge, you can see those areas there that are expecting 15 to 20 feet depicted on the map. And you can see the storm's later track there, weakening to a depression, probably over northeastern Arkansas. Anyone, any input from the team?
there are some very sobering words from the sheriff of Vermilion Parish, Louisiana, and I think it really emphasizes the severity of this situation. It says, those wishing to stay and face this very dangerous storm must understand that rescue efforts cannot and will not begin until after storm and surge has passed and it is safe to do so. Please evacuate, and if you choose to stay and we can't get to you, write your name, address, social security number, and next of kin, and put it in a Ziploc bag in your pocket.
That's about right. It is that kind of situation, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah, very sobering. Definitely a storm that you have to take seriously. This is not a joke. This is we're watching it. We're amazed by this storm and the damage that it might cause. In addition, the winds gusting up to 180 miles an hour are possible. I don't think there's much more that we can say. Just this is an extremely dangerous situation. If not mass casualty situation, unfortunately. It is sobering to see this.
If people haven't evacuated.
Terrifying. Yeah. Hopefully people have evacuated. There are numerous mandatory evacuations. Hopefully they have. Otherwise, this is no doubt a very dangerous situation.
So the yellows on the northern edge of the main part of the storm are not too far from the coast now. Rachel Williams says, this reminds me of Camille, and thanks very much for your support. And, you know, all the support that we do receive here is, we're very thankful for it. It helps us with our work, helps us make our future productions even better. We're working on it all the time. Plenty more questions, though, in the meantime as well. What do we expect for power outages? Any comment on that?
Well, I would say there are going to be a lot of power outages, especially in the places with the storm surge. I mean, if you're having a 20-foot wall of water, I don't know how you're going to have power.
Yeah, 20-foot wall of water, 150-mile-an-hour winds is probably going to bring down the power lines there.
Yeah.
In fact, there are already 6,000 power outages in Louisiana.
6,000,
really?
You say?
Yeah, 6,000 hasn't even approached, really.
Well, that number's going to get very high, I assume. Even inland, I mean, inland locations, even when this thing is a tropical storm, could easily lose power, like once it weakens.
We also do have estimations from Devon's CDPS. These are just projected. They're not official, but our projected damage estimates are saying that it could be up to $94 billion in damage. Once again, it's not official, but that's our projection. We've had a ton of work go into that system, which is very concerning. It is higher on the CDPS scale than Rita was.
Really?
I think a lot of people remember Rita in this area. They remember how bad it was, and this is very, very concerning.
I mean, yeah, isn't it like
in terms of damages? Oh, go ahead.
Isn't that like third all time or something? That has to be like, if that your projection at least has to be. I mean, like Katrina was like around 100 billion, but this is like really close to that. This is, oh my goodness.
Yes, the damage projection, if it's correct, would dwarf Rita's damages. Rita's damages was something like $18 billion, so $94 billion is an astronomical amount.
But we don't know that at this point. That's the potential.
Yes.
Two things. One is, what rating was Rita on the CDPS? And two, is it nominal or is it real?
Well, those are questions that would have to be directed towards the inventor of this scale, Devon, but you know, this is, I don't want to really put too much stock into these things because they are, it is an estimate, but really until the storm actually impacts, it's speculation. So we'll just leave it there for now. But
Devon says Risa 2005 was the CDPS stage 7.
It was a 7 as well.
Yeah.
So
This
there
thing
we
could
go.
probably get higher than 7 at some point, though, so maybe to an 8.
That would be a concern. Many questions, and we've already addressed the question before, but I understand that people come in and out at rapid pace. What are the chances of Category 5 status? And that's always a good question. Well, it is getting closer and closer as time goes on. And let me just check some more satellite imagery whilst you look at this visible loop again, which is in itself quite mesmerizing. One of the best possible loops that we can get on the air of the satellite imagery. But I'm just taking a look behind the scenes at what the infrared is showing. Now, earlier on, when we came to air, this storm had an eye temperature of 19 degrees Celsius. And I'm going to try and get another reading on that in a moment, but it looks like the whole internets are full of lots of traffic, so we'll hold off on that for just a moment. Any comment from the team?
Chief forecaster for the NHC, Eric Blake, has said that the wind velocities from the Lake Charles radar are eye-opening. At 19,000 feet, 155-mile-an-hour winds were recorded. He says that only the strongest hurricanes have values that intense so high up at that level. That is very concerning to hear from pretty much the top of the food chain, let's say, one of the most knowledgeable people probably in the world with hurricanes. Definitely not good to hear, very sobering to say the least.
And the eye temperature has now reached 20 degrees Celsius, and we go on about eye temperature in case you're not sure which way is good and which way is bad. I could tell you that a warming eye is bad news for anyone in the landfall zone, the potential landfall zone. 20 degrees Celsius, up from 19 earlier, up from 18 about 2 or 3 hours ago. And convection is coming back a little bit. Let's just see if we can try and get the convection loop up again, the infrared. Here it is. And everything is slowing down. So we'll try and get it loaded up properly. But you can see there that you can definitely see the eye is getting deeper still. And yes, generally more convection around the storm as well in those later frames. We're just still filling in the gaps right now, but that's still an intensifying storm. And it wouldn't surprise me at all to see that at 150 very soon. And even 155 miles per hour. Whether it will get to a Category 5 though, oh, it's a tough one. It's really a question of whether the wind shear or any other debilitating factors on the storm kick in before it makes landfall. If they don't, it could be a Category 5 landfall. If they do, then it will weaken some and you might be looking at a 140-mile-an-hour landfall. But realistically, I really can't see anything less than a 140-mile-an-hour landfall at this stage. Which is pretty bad, in case you were wondering on that one. Let's see what else we've got right now. I think Isaac is actually with us providing some webcam footage somewhere. Were we looking at here?
That'd be from... I think he said that's coming from Lake Charles out Louisiana, so very close to the storm landfall location, likely.
Camera's a little bit wobbly, but you can't see too much going on there. Obviously, the cloud cover there is all associated with the outer bands of the storm, and you can see on the horizon there, I assume it's looking out to sea. Is that the sea? Looks like it. Looks like some more significant cloud in the distance. That will be the start of the storm's eyewall. And unfortunately, another thing that complicates things is it's going to be another nighttime landfall, so it makes the whole thing even more scary that, you know, if power goes out, you can't see a thing with the storm blowing through.
A lot of people might be sleeping, so I don't know. I mean, in this situation, I don't know what people are
I'm
doing.
not sure you'd be able to sleep through it, honestly.
Something worth noting is that I've noticed that more top-ranking meteorologists in the United States are saying some worrying things, such as Laura having the potential to intensify up till landfall.
I could see that.
Not good, not good. Immortal Beloved thanks us. A very cute little graphic there. Very good indeed. Thank you for thanking us, I suppose. I mean, this is what we always do. You know, we're not jumping on any bandwagon with this storm. It's what we do day in, day out. And it is another storm landfall that we're covering. I don't think that many people know that there are, on average, 92 storms per year around the world, and any one of them could do this. And that's why we cover them so closely. This storm is insane. That's a comment there. 2 hours ago, visibility was 0 on that webcam, says David. Is that true? One post, Jimmy says, one post that I saw from a meteorologist was Laura almost has the power of Michael at landfall, but it's almost the size of Katrina. That is not far from the mark. People asking more about recon as well, if you've got any info on that.
There is a NOAA 2 mission in flight from Florida that's heading into Laura right now. It's in progress. So we should have new recon data coming in about an hour or so.
An hour?
Yeah.
Alright. That's a little while. And I've seen pictures and such, but could anyone describe a little bit more to us what we're seeing on the ground? Some surge already starting to creep in, yeah?
Yeah, I've seen reports along the Louisiana coast that already 4 feet of storm surge has already arrived. And more flooding is continuing, of course. There are already reports of people being trapped, so that's a bad indicator. Some, including reports of their vehicles being stalled in the water. So that means the storm surge is already high enough to make travel by car near impossible in some locations.
And we're looking at Isaac's screen once again here as well. Where's that? Do we know where that is? I'm not sure I can see it all. Oh, no, I'm not able to see it there. But that's, I imagine, in the area, and it looks like the storm surge there is really creeping up. So that's what we're watching right now. Major situation, but let's take a look now at everything that's going on. You can see it here. The main feature there, the storm, and then you can see Bavy there, which looks like it's made landfall. Let's try and get, just for a short moment here, to try and get Typhoon Bavy, I'm losing my threads already. Typhoon Bavy onto the screen, and you can see it here. This, we've got to give it at least a mention, a typhoon that's made landfall in North Korea of all places. Not very many do that. Category 1 at landfall, winds of at least 90 miles per hour. And that's moving inland now, so that's not going to be a good day over there. And we all know about North Korea and how difficult life is there, and it will be for many people during this storm as well. It passed by South Korea as a Category 3. They got away with quite something, actually. It could have been a Category 3 landfall, but that was the double threat, which one of these threats is just about to extinguish now in the form of Bavy. The other one is still obviously ever present in the form of Laura. And I literally could just sit and watch that imagery all the way through here, because it's just doesn't seem to be slowing down in its intensification.
The latest raw SATID has Laura at 155 miles per hour.
Yep. And just a note that because I've not looked at the discussion, but someone pointed it out. Thank you very much for that. That on the key messages, the surge could penetrate now up to 40 miles inland, not 30 anymore.
Yeah.
You did read that earlier when I was trying to mess about with the imagery, but it bears underlining 40 miles inland the storm surge could go. That's a hell of a long way. Let me read out some notes from the rest of the discussion then whilst I'm here. Laura has continued to rapidly strengthen today, with recent visible satellite imagery revealing a very distinct 25 nautical mile wide eye embedded in a symmetric central dense overcast. Not good. This upper level outflow has also become well established in all quadrants. The upper level outflow. An Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft that's still investigating the hurricane has reported peak 700 millibar flight level winds of 136 knots and SFMR winds of 121 knots in the northeast eyewall, which supports 125 knots. That, by the way, is an increase of 65 miles per hour in the storm's strength over the last 24 hours. Which is quite serious. And is currently moving northwestward at about 13 knots. That's 15 miles per hour, nearing the western extent of a mid-level ridge that's located over the southeastern United States. The hurricane should turn north-northwestward this evening and northward on Thursday between the ridge and a weak trough over the south-central United States. By Friday, the cyclone should turn northeastward and then east-northeastward as it becomes embedded in the mid-latitude westerlies. The track model guidance continues to be in good agreement through 3 days. There are some forward speed differences thereafter. So, not many changes. Laura is a large hurricane and everyone is reminded to not focus on the precise track forecast since wind, storm surge and rainfall hazards extend far from the center. And to show you again the National Hurricane Center's forecast track there, you can see it on the screen. That's what they're saying, and as you can see, the wind field, the yellow zone around the storm center is enormous compared to the cone of uncertainty. Let's see if we've got some more questions then in the meantime. Rachel Williams once again says the shallow water shelf in the Gulf and rapid forward movement along with the tide is the worst case scenario for surge, isn't it? It's a pretty bad scenario.
Yeah, at this point there is no good situation out of this storm, regardless of what ends up happening. Even if it intensifies further, it's just going to be more insult to injury, if anything. The effects of storm surge are already extreme. The winds are already extreme. The rainfall will also be extreme. You're basically expecting a worse situation in this area than any other storm has brought in basically records, pretty much. So just like in the area of the Florida Panhandle where Michael's struck, this area has never seen something intense.
Well, there's the radar once again, but I want to just move on over back to my webcam here showing the latest infrared imagery, the sandwich imagery, infrared overlaid on the visible. And I commented earlier in the last hour that the eye was a little bit lopsided for a moment, but now it looks like it was a very temporary measure because now it has really circled itself once again. Looks like there was a little area there moving through, blowing up on the western side of the eye, which made it look lopsided at first. But now as you get on towards the later frames, there it is moving through, and there those last frames there showing a much more circular eye once again. So this could be another stage that's now in progress, because it did actually look a little bit weak for a moment, but now it is looking a lot more solid when you look at this satellite imagery.
That was unfortunately, I guess you can say that unfortunately was wishful thinking. And well, we're stuck here for a ride just like everybody else is, and it's only going to be worse from here.
It's really looking something on the radar imagery. Although, let's just go back to that. Nope, not on me. On this, you can see it there. It's doing a lot of bobbling about, actually. Makes you wonder just when that turn to the north is going to happen, and small deviations are going to mean enormous things to places like Beaumont and Lake Charles.
Yeah, it's something that's very common
Port
about
Arthur.
Strong storms, especially ones that are going under rapid intensification. They have this very strong tendency to wobble around, and so areas like, as you mentioned, Port Arthur and also Cameron and Holly Beach and portions around the coast and from Lafayette as well. These wobbles basically make the difference from which area is going to experience the most extreme conditions.
Is there a chance it does not turn? At this point, it wouldn't make much difference. Well, it would a little bit, but you know, it would steam right into Beaumont, Texas there if it didn't turn.
It's looking like it is starting to turn more north-northwest now.
It's possible. I'm not quite going to say that yet because it's too short of a trend, but it could be.
Yeah, it's another thing that's also being noted even more is that on satellite there is more lightning occurring around the eyewall, which is another indicator of further intensification.
There's always been lightning around the eyewall, though, from what I've seen.
It seems as though, for what I've been looking at, it seems more clustered than prior. So that's why I'm highlighting it now.
Yeah, there's always been lightning in the Isle, but it's been intense 24 hours.
Laura is stronger than any Eastern Pacific hurricane so far, which is crazy, according to Team 1055. Nah, not really. I mean, Eastern Pacific, it's quite hard to get a Category 5, actually, in that basin. I'm not saying Laura is a Category 5, but it's getting closer every hour. Will there be another recon going into Hurricane Laura soon? I mean, what you usually see around about this point is you quite often have two missions in at the same time up until landfall. What do we know anything about the schedule?
I'm fairly sure the next one is supposed to get in there by 7 p.m. CDT. I'm not sure about that. I thought I saw that out of the corner of my eye from a tweet that I'm pretty sure would be at 7. I don't know how many we have in there at the moment. I really haven't been looking at recon, but I'd assume that for the situation we would have 2 points in there, like you said, but I don't know if that's the case.
Cis Emilio says, from 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. EDT, Laura's wind speed increased by 5 miles an hour, and if you extrapolate that, doing the math, it's a Category 5 right before landfall. Very aware of that, and yes, it would mean a Category 5 at landfall if it kept going at the same pace. The National Hurricane Center and company are still holding on hope that wind shear gets in the way before it makes landfall, and that's why they're not calling for a Category 5 at all at the moment, and certainly not at landfall. But either way, it's a high-end Category 4 storm surge here. It's almost, you could say it's a Category 5 storm surge, I suppose. 20 feet.
I just wanted to hop on a call here for audio here for a second. I know you were talking about where the camera is situated at, and the location for this camera that you're seeing, or that I have on my screen share rather, it's from West Lake, Louisiana, which is just to the northwest of downtown Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Let's just get that on the screen again. There it is. Now, it's hard to tell, but it looks to me like there's areas flooded there that shouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, of course, I'm not from Louisiana, but it looks like there is some coastal flooding already in the works here, from the looks of it. Um, and of course, unfortunately, I'm seeing a lot of cars still passing over the bridge there. Hopefully, they're doing that to evacuate and not to stay around, because the more and more they stay in this area, the more and more they're going to risk their life with this situation at hand here. But yeah, this camera's from Westlake, Louisiana, which, like I said, is just across to the northwest of downtown Lake Charles, Louisiana.
And looks
That's all
like
for
it's
me.
getting breezy there as well. The camera going up and down. I mean, still lorries going on that high bridge as well. That might be a little bit dangerous at this point. High-sided vehicles in areas that are about to get tropical storm force winds on the ground. I don't think that's the best idea.
It's certainly very dangerous.
In any case, this is the latest picture, and let's just zoom out a little bit more on this one again so that you can see the wider area. And you can see on the northern side you've got that line of storms, which looks like it's detached a little bit now on the western side into Texas there. So there's a distinct little feature there moving up I-45, and then you've got in Louisiana just over the border, along I-49 actually near Alexandria now, looking like it's moving through a significant band of showers. No tornadic threat in that just now, but probably some very heavy rainfall, could even be some flash flooding issues. And then further east towards New Orleans, you've got those areas that are still tornadic. 3 warnings out there just now. Near Baton Rouge by the looks of things there, yeah. Just north of there, and they'll be moving on over into maybe slightly into the southwestern part of Mississippi. But of course the main feature is the hurricane itself. It's all part of the same thing, of course, but the main event is about to reach land once you start to see those yellows and oranges move over land in association with the bands of this storm, the eyewall, etc. And you really get to appreciate the structure of a hurricane and how it all works when you see it on radar as well as on the ground. You've got those precursor bands that are moving through, and then you've got the main bands which are on the edges of the eye wall, and it gets steadily worse typically. Of course all storms are different and they can have different structures, but then of course usually in almost all cases the one closest to the eye is the part closest to the eye is the strongest, and you can see on those colors on the radar imagery, the reds getting to dark reds even on the northern side of the eye. That's very serious conditions in that, and anyone who gets hit by that will be in very serious trouble. Let's see if we've got anything else. Preston, what are you showing us at this point?
Well, that'd be the camera from Galveston, Texas on the beach. Definitely some very choppy waters there. I do believe they're under a tropical storm watch. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know, honestly. But definitely, you can definitely see some water coming up to that, and concerning amount of traffic also. Definitely looks like the waves are a bit rough. Clouds look like they're starting to stream in. But,
they're under a hurricane watch, yeah.
Hurricane watch, yeah. Definitely feeling the impacts there, but it definitely looks like a lot of people aren't heeding those warnings. A lot of traffic in the last couple of streams. So.
Oh, are they under a warning? Did someone say they were under a warning?
He said it was under a watch.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
There'd be a bit of a problem if
well,
under a warning
obviously.
there.
Yeah, you need to be heeding watches and warnings.
No, they are, aren't they? Hold on.
Yeah, they're under a warning.
They're under a warning, so that people shouldn't be out there right now. What's going on?
Yeah, well, here's a prime example of what you do not want to do. Obviously, 2 people right there, near the side of the beach. A lot of cars on the road. This is not what you want to be doing. You want to be in a safe place. If you have evacuated Very good. Good job. If you're not,
Do we know which way this is pointing?
please brace for impact. This would be pointing to the east, I'd assume.
Yeah, we'd assume, but there's of course the bay and the inlet there, because it's just
Yeah, that's true.
there's not much cloud there, and it's just a little bit. I'm not sure.
Well, you've brought this up before. Apparently, hurricanes attract people to the beaches because they want to see all the waves and all that stuff. But
They do.
that's not what you. I don't know why they like to do that. I mean, they should be getting in their houses, wherever they're going.
It's curiosity, of course.
Yeah, it's all curiosity, but sometimes curiosity can kill you. So.
Yes. As I said before, people do underestimate surge. The surge can rise very, very. I've watched it in real time. With Michael, you could see it rise very, very quickly, and people just really underestimate that. How fast the water can rise and completely inundate whole cities.
Could there be even more catastrophic storm surge because of something like a tunneling effect at some parts of the coastline? Asks Jumbo Ortiz. I think I know what you mean. A kind of maybe not so much a tunneling, but a funneling through the inlets there. I'm not sure how that fully works. Does anyone have any comment on that? And it was dead silence in the room. But I would imagine that there'd be, where there's, how do I explain this? You've got the inlet there, so water's coming out and more water coming in through the surge. I would imagine that it would just overtop the whole thing, really. In this instance.
Somebody asked if storm surge can go beyond would go beyond 23 feet in this storm.
Ooh.
I mean, at this point in time, what's forecast is only 20, but I don't know.
That would probably require either an expansion of its wind field or a greater intensity.
Yeah, I would probably say for now 20 is the highest, but 20 is still beyond belief a lot of water. It's just a huge wall of it.
Especially because
that can just flatten entire beaches.
2 stories.
Road.
Yeah. Especially because the area it's impacting, it's projected, I believe, from the National Hurricane Center to go up to 40 feet. Not 40 feet. 40 miles.
40 miles.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not 40 feet. 40 miles inland.
Yeah, 40 feet would have been very, very good for everyone.
But there it is again, the latest satellite imagery. This is the visible on Laura right now. It's still moving northwestward, according to the National Hurricane Center. On this imagery, it might appear that it's moving more north, but this is directly from the satellite, so there's no correction in the mapping. So it actually looks like it's going north when it's moving northwest because the satellite is looking out towards a little bit to the left as it looks at the Earth. So if you're still with me on that, looking down on the sphere, looks like it's going north, but it's northwest.
All right.
If you've got any more questions for us, please start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll get on to responding to that. Jimmy S picks up on something that we were talking about before we went on the air tonight, and how 2 storm chasers may be trapped in Holly Beach. Is there any information on that? I'm sure you've all heard of it.
No, I don't have any information on that.
Those are the ones that made the 911 calls, right?
I think so. Didn't we talk about? We talked about it earlier, didn't we?
Yes, we did. We talked about them. We haven't heard anything else. But the surge has probably already in.
Not a good sign. All right, more questions then. We'll take as many as possible, and a lot of the same ones, it has to be said, but we'll keep on answering them. Is it possible that Laura will become a Category 5? Of course, anything is possible. I would give it a 40% chance, honestly. 40% chance,
I would probably give it a 50.
Wow.
I would probably give it I would honestly give it a 50-50 considering conditions, because one thing could happen and the other thing could happen. Like, they're both very likely, so that's why I'm just giving it 50-50 for right now.
What city will feel the worst impact? Well, you zoom in
Lake
here.
Charles. Lake Charles,
No, not the worst.
Oh,
It's either going to be, I don't know what you would call a city or not, but Cameron's right there. Port Arthur is really right there, and that's in on an inlet there. I'm not sure how bad things might get surge-wise there. And then you've got a few other locations as well, but obviously Beaumont and Lake Charles are the bigger locations. One of them is going to cop something pretty bad from this storm by the looks of things. It could go right in between the two, and if that happened, then you would probably get hurricane conditions on both sides, but not the worst. So I don't know how you want to interpret that one. More comments as well. Commenting about gaps in the radar. Sometimes it just goes a bit glitchy. You think it would be stronger than Wilma if it was half the speed? I think that's saying if it wasn't going so fast, would it be stronger than Wilma? Probably not, considering it's the northern Gulf of Mexico by this point. If it was still in the Western Caribbean, I'd say yes. A typhoon hit North Korea. Yes, we have noted that on some occasions. Typhoon Bavi struck the North Korean coastline. Made landfall about an hour ago. And that's now moving inland as a Category 1 typhoon. So not so good over there either right now. Why does this year suck so much? That's another question that you should direct to me, honestly. Because I didn't invent it. What's the miles per hour now for Laura? Yep, from the latest National Hurricane Center, it is 145 mile-an-hour winds and a pressure of... What pressure did they go with? 948?
We went with 947.
947 millibars. Does it look like it's slowing down?
Not really. I mean,
No.
maybe a
It
tiny
has been
bit.
confirmed that it has been confirmed that Highway 82 of Holly Beach, Louisiana, has been overtaken by surge.
Okay.
Yeah, that's...
So
No
those
surprise,
chasers-
but you see that
No,
already.
no surprise.
And we've not even seen the main part of the storm yet.
That's the scary part.
Does we have that one, sorry. What should one do if they can't evacuate?
Ride it out.
To a interior building away from windows for the wind. Hopefully the water does not flood your house, but definitely get into an interior room away from windows. Make sure you have first aid kits ready, water. That's going to be very important. Remember, you have to go to higher ground if flooding starts. If you have a two-story house, get to the top of your house as far as to the top as you can get. You want to be away from windows, like I just said. Very important that you're away from windows. Hopefully you have water. You've boarded up your windows, and just hope for the best, really. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has anything else to say about
I'm
that.
just wondering what kind of reasons you would have for not being able to evacuate. But
I mean, like, yeah.
I digress on that one. Wasn't there a Discord, says Juno Bright? We do have a community Discord server that you can communicate and chat with, well, a large community now. It's growing all the time. Discord.gg/Force13. The link's there on the bottom of our picture here. So those inclined can get involved that way as well. Will Houston feel anything?
Well, I believe the Houston metro area, especially around the shore, is likely to experience some surge. Of course, not as high as 15 or 20 feet.
No.
but still
2 to 4 feet, I think.
Yeah, still
2 to
around
4
it
feet.
in Galveston, especially. That's
Go-
still minor flooding, I'd imagine. Well, 2 to 4
We've-
feet is still decent, but it's not the worst.
We have some breaking news
And-
about a
Go ahead.
tornado warning for East Louisiana, Livingston, St. Helena, and I can't pronounce these names.
This is east of Baton Rouge. Is that the one?
So yes, until one of our members just posted it in the Discord.
And you can see it on our map here as well. The tornado warning sweeping through on the eastern tail of that band now. What will the category of the hurricane be when it makes landfall? Most likely 4. There is a small chance it could be a 5. Not that it makes much difference, because I would call this a category 5 storm surge, really.
Yeah. Once again, the storm surge that we're expecting, almost 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. That is just ridiculous. Across areas of Johnson Bayou, Louisiana, and Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, including Calacasio County, probably butchered that 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. Sea Rim State Park, Texas, to Johnson Bayou, Louisiana, including Sabine Lake, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. These numbers are something you cannot take lightly. This is incredible storm surge. We're talking this is going to cause some serious infrastructure damage. Areas may be flooded for several days. Please take everything seriously that we are saying, because this is a very dangerous situation.
Speaking of storm surge, I found a live camera just north of Galveston at Blue Water Beach, Texas, and you could see the waves right on the sand dunes right there already, and the storm hasn't even fully made it on towards land yet right now. So it's really a sign of things to come for parts of Texas and parts of Louisiana here. The storm surge is already up to the sand dunes. Nathan.
So there it is on the screen. Eric says, I've been to Holly Beach. It is south of Hackberry, Louisiana. There is only one road in and one road out. So that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Get out as soon as you can. Get out as you can. Mexico will completely overtake that area very soon.
More tornado warnings? One of our members, Nelson, posting a bunch of tornado warnings in the chat there. Have we already covered those? Looks like it. I don't see any new ones on the screen.
Yeah.
Let's see some more questions. Is it safe to surf? Well.
Oh, that should be an absolute no. That is just really irresponsible. If you're going to do that, please do not go surfing. It is just terrible if you were to do that.
No, yeah.
Well.
So I have some news. A St. George Island first responder drowned while trying to rescue a swimmer caught in rough surf.
Just repeat that for me.
A St. George Island first responder drowned while trying to rescue a swimmer caught in rough surf.
That's not good.
This is why we're so serious on staying inside, because you're not only putting yourself at risk, but people are trying to help you, and they're putting themselves at risk, and that's a perfect example right there.
So where is where is that drowning that you just reported on?
I imagine it must be in Louisiana somewhere.
St. George, so Louisiana or...
I'll take some more questions in the meantime. Why does this storm keep becoming stronger than expected? Well, the forecast intensity always gets nudged up. I think people are... once it started rapidly intensifying, I think people started expecting it just a little bit more, but still, even so, it has intensified much more quickly than expected. And that's the only reason why it's a Category 4 and not a Category 2 or 3, which it ought to have been if it followed the forecast. But Laura, of course, has a mind of its own.
Oh, and by the way, since you asked where St. George Island is, it's around Apalachicola, which is basically
Florida. Oh,
yeah, outer influence, rough surf, of course, from
I
Laura.
mean, yeah, the rough surf
You look
from,
on,
you know, go ahead.
yeah, saying if you look on satellite imagery, the storm is just completely overwhelming the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can still see thunderstorms off the coast of Florida being pulled into the storm and rotating around it. It's just so large and powerful.
It is an insane storm. The radar doesn't do as much justice as looking at the wider shot, in my opinion. Let's take a look at the Gulf of Mexico. Hopefully this loads. And there is the full influence of Hurricane Laura. And this is imagery that's just racking up right now, trying to get it to load into a loop here. But you can see as it tries to load, yes, cloud coverage extending all the way over to Florida. On the southern side, almost extending to the Yucatan still.
Looking from the Galveston webcam, the surf is definitely getting, the waves are getting a lot choppier in the recent frames. Might be getting some impacts on the actual coast now. Definitely still a lot of people walking and enjoying the day. Yeah, there's a hurricane warning in effect. I don't think you should probably be out and just enjoying the day. Very significant storm surge in areas of Louisiana. I messed up there. I fixed it. And definitely the waves are getting a little higher in areas of Galveston.
Isaac, are you seeing the same thing there? I'm not sure if he was able to speak or not, but there's another view that we're looking at, and you can see the waves.
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but
this
camera is from Sunrise Beach, Texas, if you're wondering.
Sunrise Beach. So, still lapping up towards the sand dunes there. And the surge is only going to increase from here on in, and we've not really seen much from the potential landfall zone. There aren't actually that many cameras there, are there? But we've got plenty of perspective from Galveston, at least.
Well, I mean, when you mention cameras, I would like to say that I have been watching cameras that were put up by Mark Studeth. He, if you know what he does, he puts up remote cameras and then, you know, to document the storms. And he has a lot of cameras out there. Unfortunately, I don't think that I'm allowed to show it because I had to pay to see it. But let me just find them right here, and I can tell you what's going on. Wrong thing here. So, yeah, he has cameras in Grand Isle, Cameron, Holly Beach, Johnson's Bayou, and then 2 cameras in Port Arthur, Texas, and then 1 in Lake Charles. And so far, nothing really notable. It's just, I mean, you just see like Cameron and, you know, that's the one that I've been watching here, and it's just, it looks like a ghost town. It's kind of unsettling, to say the least.
Absolutely. As we continue to look at this webcam here, more comments. Hackberry, a town with roughly 1,300 people, is expected to be completely submerged under 9 feet of water. Alex says, when do you think hourly updates will begin on the storm? Well, it actually started at 2 p.m. Central Time from the National Hurricane Center. So they are doing hourly updates right now, and the next one will be here very soon. Our Future Gaming says, if you notice the last 30 minutes, the direction of Laura looks more north-northwest, which would put Holly Beach or Cameron right into the worst part. And thanks very much for your support. Do you agree with that, guys?
Yeah, looking at the satellite imagery, it is looking to be turning more.
Ooh, yes, it does look like it could very soon. It could be more than a jog if it keeps going like that.
Good to say the least.
Yeah, is it still intensifying? Another question there. My best guess right now would be yes. National Hurricane Center will have another hourly update shortly. I wouldn't expect intensity changes in an hourly update because they are doing it every hour, and usually it's only the big ones that they change the information.
Yeah, usually hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center are mostly position updates. Sometimes they'll adjust the intensity if they have recon to support it.
Yep, so an update from 5 p.m. Central Time will be out from the National Hurricane Center pretty soon, probably exactly on the hour. In the meantime, we're still looking at Laura on the visible imagery, and that eye again, it's just... you can't not look at it. Let's see if we've got some more questions before we take a short break at the end of this hour, because we've got to gather our thoughts and take a little breather. And Isel, of course, is active, as well as Hernan. That happened in the last hour as well. Paul Roman says, have you heard the term survivable storm surge used before? Good work. That's a good point. They are using the word unsurvivable at this point, but yeah, not much storm surge is survivable, but I think they're just really hammering the point home that it's a very dangerous, life-threatening storm surge. I think this, well, you know, it used to be the case that life-threatening was the buzzword that people thought, hey, this is really bad. Now it looks like National Hurricane Center have gone for unsurvivable, which is just pulls no punches. Chances of it moving west towards Galveston? Unlikely for it to move due west.
Yeah, I think the furthest extent it could possibly wobble is maybe up towards south of Beaumont, but outside of that, I think it is pretty sealed to be around Cameron and Port Arthur.
Well, we're going to take a short break and relax our voices just for a minute before we come back to air. We'll be back shortly. We certainly won't be abandoning you during the whole coverage of Laura. We will be here until landfall right here on Force 13 Live. Stay tuned. We'll have another hour of coverage after this. Live coverage will continue in a moment. During this major worldwide tropical cyclone event, the Force 13 US channel will be showcasing live satellite and radar imagery of Hurricane Laura. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Tropical storm and hurricane impacts are imminent along the Gulf Coast of the United States in western Louisiana and far eastern Texas, where Hurricane Laura is prowling as a mid-range Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale, winds of 145 miles per hour and a pressure of 944 millibars is what we've given it. National Hurricane Center slightly higher at 9:47. Our third hour of continuous coverage tonight, or today, of course, still over there, here from the UK, currently at 11 p.m. 10 p.m. on the UTC clock, and of course 5 p.m. Central Time. The storm edges nearer to the coast, and we're still thinking about the possibility that maybe it's moving a little bit more north in the last few minutes. Unfortunately, this imagery isn't loading as good as I'd like it to, so let's go and fade the music down and bring us over to the radar imagery and see whether it's moving further towards the north still at this point. It's hard to tell. But let me introduce my team. My name is Nathan Foy for this third hour of coverage, which will continue up until landfall. I'm joined by Isaac, who's showing us some imagery with sporadic speeches. James, Preston, Ryan, Orlando, Rain, and now Strat is here.
Good evening.
Good evening to you
evening.
as well.
Hello. Good evening.
So the storm proceeding towards land, and still we're probably in the next hour or two we're going to see those yellow areas start to encroach upon Louisiana.
Yeah, it's. I believe I saw someone make an estimate. It was about 40 miles. The very outer fringes of the main banding is about 40 miles off the coast of Cameron. So that'll be something to watch.
And we've got a live view here from the coast, which I think is it was Sunrise Beach, but I'm not fully sure where that is, not being totally familiar with the local geography. I imagine that's along the coast of Texas, somewhere in the Galveston area, but I'm not fully sure on that. If you've got any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, please do send them in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up big and bright for us. We will do our best to get through as many as we can, but appreciate that might not be particularly easy during this hour and subsequent hours. But you can certainly try. Hurricane warning in effect from San Luis Pass, Texas to Intracoastal City, Louisiana. Storm surge warnings also in effect for a large area where up to 20 feet of storm surge could inundate areas near Cameron, Louisiana. Will the levees around Port Arthur potentially be overtopped by storm surge like in New Orleans during Katrina? Now, I'm not fully read up on that, so I don't know if anyone else has an answer to that question.
Well, the particular thing to note right now with Laura is that Port Arthur is likely to be west of the landfall location. Of course, that means inundation will be less than on the eastern side. So if this thing right now is moving a bit north and east of old expectations, that would of course lessen the odds of such an event occurring. But still, even into Texas, closer to that area, they're still expecting 10 to 15 feet of storm surge right now, which is of course incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, so there might be a little bit of silver lining there, but not good. Do you think that Laura will be the only Category 4 this year in the Atlantic, I assume? And my answer to you is probably not. Could Laura wobble west? It could wobble anywhere. Let's get that right. It could wobble anywhere, but at the moment it's wobbling north. How severe will Houston be affected, in your opinion, rainfall and wind-wise? In terms of wind speed, you're probably looking at... you're probably looking at lower tropical storm force winds, 40s, maybe some 50-mile-an-hour winds. And for rainfall, I can't imagine it'll be huge, but I've not seen the actual number. Maybe 4 inches. That's just a guess on my part, though.
We do have other information. Obviously, if you've been following our stream since the beginning, you do know that we have had reports of stranded storm chasers, and unfortunately, we do have confirmation that a storm chaser has been trapped almost in the pretty much the direct area on the highway between let me see here. I believe areas just to the southwest of Lake Charles. Excuse me. Not good to say the least. He is stranded right now. He's been stranded there at least since 441. This would be to the southeast of Beaumont, Texas, and to the almost southwest of Lake Charles at this point, just to the west of Cameron. Not a good situation, to say the least there.
Wow, how do we know about that?
I have had confirmation throughout the weather Twitter that is coming from reliable sources that he is unfortunately stuck there. And we also do have him on spotter mapping that we've seen that he hasn't been able to get out since 441, and he did try to get out, but unfortunately it looks like that hasn't happened.
Certainly not
And
where
how high
you
is
want to be right now.
How high is the surge there right now?
I wouldn't know.
I'd imagine several feet, given the fact that there was reports of 4 feet
and
already.
still, of course, up to 20 feet potential with this storm. There's a graphic right now that, Preston, I don't know if you can pull up. It's posted in our chat, showing the storm surge threat in terms of inundation from the Lake Charles Forecast Office. Very significantly far inland, they're expecting
which is now closed
for over 9 feet of inundation.
Lake Charles Forecast Office, which is now closed. Yeah, they've evacuated.
They had to evacuate, if I'm not mistaken. But as soon as that's up, you'll be able to see it. They're expecting 9+ feet of inundation well inland, and upwards of 6 feet of inundation above ground. Even further in, and even 3 feet of inundation, of course, as has been discussed in post by the National Hurricane Center and National Weather Service, could go up to 40 miles inland right now.
I'm hearing 2 strats. What? Why did that happen? I briefly heard 2 strats. That was really weird. Oh, there's me as well. Now I'm confused. Anyway, you can see this graphic showing the storm surge threat for the coastline there. It's quite hard to see what's on it, but is it the pink area is 9 feet, is it? It is. So
it's 3 feet above ground, and you can just see Port Arthur, Cameron, Pecan Island are just going to get hammered by this storm surge. Definitely no joke. These are entire towns that could be swamped or covered in water. You talk about 9 feet, that's higher than a 1-story building most of the time. So just catastrophic storm surge is what we're looking at here.
I don't know where that feedback came from. It was whilst we were looking at your screen there. It's gone again now. Really strange. Anyway, you might be forgiven for thinking that the southern side of the eyewall here doesn't look very good. There it is again. What on earth is going on? Well, I guess I will let you guys talk about the radar for a little bit longer and everything else about the storm that you want to talk about just for the moment.
Well, it does look like we have record storm surge already being reported from the Calcasieu. I don't know how to pronounce it, but we're just assuming Calcasieu River at Sam Houston Jones State Park already has reached Calcasieu, thank you.
I think we lost him for a second.
Now we've lost everyone.
But something else.
Plagued by technical difficulties.
On top of general massive storm surge potential is the rainfall threat as well. That could even just compound things much worse. The actual rainfall forecast with the storm was actually upped at the last full advisor, they're now expecting 10 to 15 inches of rainfall a bit further inland than old expectations, which were saying just potentially right at the landfall spot. So the total rainfall forecast has been upped and moving further inland as well. And also the flash flooding risk threat has been risen from moderate to high along the landfall expected area. So that's an at least 50% chance of flash flooding in those locations. So a very significant threat ongoing right now.
Yeah, it's progressively getting worse. I believe in Lake Charles, the tide record is projected to be broken, and it's projected to crest around near 16 feet. And the old record, I believe, was around 13 feet, and that was back in 1913.
And we've got those tornado warnings that are in effect there northwest of Hammond, Louisiana, and you can see them there. That is, let's just try and see if we can get a closer view on that one. Where's the nearest radar point? I've lost it. Alright, this one. Here we go. Let's see if we can get the velocity on this and see what's going on with that tornado warn zone. Can't see much on the radar imagery actually, but well, if you are in a tornado warning, you got to assume that there is an actual tornado on the ground, because it could happen at any time, even when it's just radar indicated and not confirmed. It could even be on the ground at that point. So if you're in the warning, you got to take it seriously. They make their polygons as small as possible with their confidence. But that could be a tornado, and you better take shelter in that area right now.
Yeah, I know. We've been talking a lot about the storm surge and rainfall, but of course, tornado activity onshore of this system is also going to be a quite significant risk as it makes landfall and continues to move inland, especially if you're seeing this many tornadoes right now without the rest of the core of the storm on land. We're still, surprisingly, it doesn't feel like it's that far away, but we're still closer to 8 to 10 hours or so from landfall right now per expectations. It feels like an agonizingly long time still that we're going to have to watch the storm potentially get even stronger before coming on shore. It's 145 miles an hour sustained right now. National Hurricane Center is expecting a 150 mile an hour landfall, and there is some indications from radar that the storm is still deepening alongside just the general satellite appearance of it. So that recon plane, which is going to get a northeast pass through the strongest eyewall, likely within the next hour or so, is going to be very vital in getting everyone some more information on how strong this storm is and how quickly it's continuing to intensify right now.
Yeah, still looking at radar velocities, looking out towards the storm's eye. Pretty high, but not as high as I was expecting to see, actually. So I'm just wondering whether maybe it's just too far out or what. Go ahead, whoever was about to speak.
I was going to say, yeah, so far we do have, from a few hours ago, we do have one tornado report of a tornado touchdown near Payne Courtville about 2 hours ago. No damage was reported from it. I don't know how long it was. It just says a tornado touchdown on it.
See if there's any more comments and questions for us. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Apparently there's a live feed on Facebook and YouTube from Holly with a drone and drive-through footage, which might be the person that's trapped. Should I buy gas since the oil refineries won't be up and running for weeks? Is another question.
It's really depending on your location.
The priorities and all.
Of course, your first priority right now should be safety from the storm. I'm not really sure where the person's located exactly, so make sure you're, of course, taking the proper precautions to match the warnings that are over you right now, and the potential strength and damage that this storm can bring. I mean, after that, really, there's certainly the potential for at least near-term shortages of gas, as can happen when you have storms this strong come on shore and really disrupt refinery processes. So, I mean, that's really up to your personal preference and if you have a generator and need certain supplies and such. But I would keep in mind that once the storm is cleared off, not only is there going to be potential inundation for several days, but you're also going to have to deal with the potential threat of some supply shortages as well.
Now, looking back on Isaac's webcam there, just a note here, you can see how fast those clouds are moving on the imagery. So it must be along the coast there somewhere, maybe even in Louisiana that.
He pointed that out a little bit ago. It's in Sunrise, Texas, so it's a bit northeast of Galveston if he's still on the same
okay.
cam as then. So that's pointing out towards the sea. I think that's pointing...
That'll be looking east then, yeah.
Northeastward, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, northeastward or eastward, if it would be my guess, based on the current positioning.
So that's looking right towards the storm there in the distance. You'll see, you know, it's sort of a cloak really of greys and dark colours. That's obviously the storm itself in the distance.
I was looking here on Discord and somebody posted that for Sabine Pass, Texas, that's near Port Arthur, landfall is going to occur right at high tide. That's going to add 1 to 3 feet more surge onto the storm surge there.
It's not good.
Definitely something that's going to have to be kept out for. You know, the experimental graphic that gives those storm surges 20 feet does note that it typically should be around.
My stream is also breaking up as well, if you can still hear me, so I'm not sure what's going on here.
Verifying out towards that 20 feet end, if the current intensity trend really holds.
There we go. We're having some problems here right now, actually, so I'm not sure how much longer this might hold out for. We're getting a bit glitchy. So there again is the current view from near Galveston. Those clouds will be circling around the northwest of the storm, and they'll be filtering down towards the south and southwest. So I should also point out, and this is really something. So we've seen this surge already in the northwestern Gulf Coast, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And the last hour was actually low tide.
It's obviously not a good thing that you want to see right now with some of these locations.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
That's why there's so much concern about
the storm
this.
really moves on land at low tide.
There's so much concern about this because this is what low tide is looking like right now.
Even this location is pretty far away from, at least comparatively, where you'd expect the strongest surge to be. This one on the map here, because this is a bit northeast of Galveston. You're going to be expecting the highest surge to occur at least 50 miles away from this location, if not more. So the fact that the potential is here right now for such significant impacts with storm surge this early on, not to mention what we could be seeing in 6 to 12 hours or so, you really don't even want to think about that.
And the eyewall continues to look better there as it barrels closer towards land, and you gotta say at this point that is a pronounced northwestward movement now.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see.
At least at the moment.
It's gonna be interesting to see if the National Hurricane Center picks that up at their hourly position update and says instead of moving northwest, it's going north-northwest now.
If it keeps going that way, that will bring landfall much sooner.
Yeah, I mean, instead of looking at a 4 to 5 a.m. Central Time, if we get unlucky and that's the latest, we could be seeing something at least a few hours earlier. Which of course, if you're talking about the storm trying to intensify further, would mean that it's going to have potentially less time over open water to do so. So if there's any solace in that, it would be that the fact that it's going to have less time over the current conditions that it has.
Yeah, that's true.
To be honest, though, it's really semantics at this point, because a difference between 145 to 150 mile an hour storm, we're waiting for the recon flight to pass through center. It could be up a bit stronger than that if trends continue. The difference between that and anything really further above is really just talking points and semantics to really emphasize how strong the system is. regardless of the exact wind speed when this thing comes on shore, it's extraordinarily dangerous. A storm to hit this particular area at this intensity, very arguably can say once in a generation event. And that really highlights the danger that's posed by this. So extremely serious situation here right now.
If you live in Cameron, Louisiana, or Port Arthur, Texas, then you have got, if this makes landfall as a Category 4 in those locations, that's never happened before in 160, 170 years of record keeping. Formal record keeping.
Very rare, and I guess you could say probably overdue. Event for some of these regions that are going to be impacted by this very rare event. And the storm surge already at low tide is incredible. I think it's disturbing to see, and that's not even in the greatest threat area. You're talking about, we probably have already significant storm surge in areas like Cameron, to be honest.
Well, we heard before not much is going on in those locations, according to Ryan just now.
Yeah, someone's saying, I think this is a good thing to go over really quick. Would anyone say this is annular right now? I think the simple answer is no, just because it's still got those banding features, especially on the eastern and southern side.
No.
If there was much less banding activity and just the core CDO, then you can make that argument. But
some way away from that just yet.
Yeah. And it probably wouldn't have the proper time left to go and become an annular storm and time period has left before making landfall.
And interestingly, latest model run from the HRRR is now suggesting that that Laura will make landfall more towards 2:30 in the morning now, rather than what we were talking about earlier, maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock. So it's still trending later, but I'm not sure how that tallies with this apparent more northerly movement in the last few minutes. I wonder how it's going to play out. Is the storm going to slow down because it's moving further north? Because that model solution also has north-northwest from here on in.
I mean, if you want to find the consolation as to why I would say that, it's probably assuming that because it's turning this ridge maybe a little bit faster than old models were saying, because it's been much stronger than anticipated, that it reaching that periphery and starting to push in will, of course, slow down its forward motion a bit before it really starts to steer around it more, move inland, and then get picked up by the trough that's going to rapidly kick it out to the east and then northeast once it gets off the shore of the mid-Atlantic states over the weekend.
It's really coming in now, though. You can see the yellow areas just about to reach the coastline of Louisiana, so the main event here is about to begin, and Cameron there not too far from it either, and you're going to start to really see the effects there soon. This would also be extremely bad news for Lake Charles. If it goes in this direction now, that looks like it's making a beeline.
Well, in regards to the movement more northerly, we'll definitely have to pay attention and watch for the next hour or so if it keeps on progressing in this way. But it's still possible that it'll continue to wobble as it keeps on moving up north in a generally north direction, but how east and how west is still yet to be determined.
And you have that area of water to the south of Lake Charles, I believe, and if that gets pushed into Lake Charles, I mean, Lake Charles is right there, excuse me, I wasn't thinking, but Lake Charles there, you're going to have that really just batter Lake Charles. This is going to be a very dangerous situation if you are in Lake Charles. Very concerning, to say the least. I don't think we can put any other way that this is going to be a life-threatening situation here.
And this is honestly where, a lot of the time in the past 36 hours to 2 days, we've been saying, if you're under a hurricane watch, hurricane warning, prepare. If you're going to get hit by a very strong major hurricane, it's always better to over-prepare than under-prepare. That's what everyone's been saying for the broad region. But now we're coming down to the point where the exact location where this system makes landfall is really going to matter a lot because of the fact that, if it wobbles a bit to west of expectations or a bit east of expectations, or, it tries to go more northwest again, or it continues to move north-northwest, the exact location where it makes landfall, the strongest storm surge will be very close to the east of that. So, a few miles could make major differences for entire townships, parishes, towns, whatever you want to call them, just places where people live. So everyone needs to be watching this very closely because that is obviously going to potentially play a major role for the fates of certain communities as we head into the overnight hours.
Extrapolating the storm's current movement, it would appear that landfall would be in about 8 or 9 hours.
The storm center is currently located about 95 miles from the center of the storm. So if we're projecting where the landfall would be, that's about 96 miles, 95 miles out, and 8 or 9 hours. That's put maybe about 9 or 10 miles an hour movement here. So this thing is going to be brunting, pretty much just trashing a lot of the areas of Lake Charles. This is a very dangerous situation. We have storm surge. That's going to be a lot. I mean, I'm basically at a loss of words. I keep repeating the same things, but it's going to be a devastating situation. The storm surge is going to be absolutely very high, ridiculous storm surge that we're going to see, and we're going to see a lot of, I don't know, I'm just at a loss for words, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it really drives the point that the expectations for potential damages and, loss of property and even potentially life when the National Hurricane Center is using terms such as unsurvivable to describe some of the conditions that are expected, including the storm surge. And when you hear, the governor of the state saying they expect certain parishes, for example, specifically Cameron Parish, to look like the rest of the Gulf of Mexico for at least a couple days, that literally drives the point of how dangerous this situation is right now. That 15 to 20 feet of storm surge possible with the storm, 10 to 15 inches of rainfall near the landfall location, high risk of flash flooding now. Of course, the major hurricane force sustained winds that will likely occur on land, with damaging winds extending much further out from the center than just that. This is really, for this region, a historic occasion.
And looking at the Galveston live cam, I can definitely tell you that it has gotten a lot more cloudier in the last hour or two, and still a lot of people outside, a lot of people not heeding the hurricane warnings that are in effect. It's just it's mesmerizing to see how fast it got so cloudy there. And I mean, you have the hurricane warning in effect there, and that's going to be the effects of Hurricane Laura are going to be felt there likely in the next couple of hours into the next day.
Yeah, we saw this not long ago. How long ago did we look at this imagery of yours? About last hour at some point, and it was sunny, and you can really see it there. And looking at the cloud movement, it would appear that it is looking out towards the east there, I think.
It would be. That'd be from Galveston, and you can definitely see that it is getting cloudier. Waves have really increased, I'd say, from the last time we looked at it. But definitely something you need to keep a close eye on if you are in Galveston. Although you might not be under where the hurricane is actually going, you're still going to feel those effects. Once again, the main threat from this storm will be storm surge, and that's going to be very crucial in areas of Louisiana where we are expecting to see the worst storm surge at this point. Definitely a very scary situation if you are in Louisiana. Even if you're in Texas, you might feel like, oh, it's not going to make landfall by me. Well, yeah, but you're still going to feel some of the dangerous effects that we're going to be seeing. Waves are already getting very rough, to say the least.
Cool.
So, dangerous situation. I can't stress it enough. If you are in areas of Louisiana and
people
eastern
going
Texas,
out on that
please, please be prepared. Don't do what these people are doing right now. It is just ridiculous. It's a hurricane warning. You have waves up to it, just incredible. And you're standing outside. If you're in Louisiana, please don't be doing this. This is the most dangerous activity you could possibly be doing under a hurricane warning.
We were fretting over people, driving during Tropical Storm Faye during the worst of the conditions there. This is a whole different ball game right now. Just because conditions in some places, in terms of the actual, hurricane force winds and worst rainfall and flash flooding and, risk of power outages and debris and storm surge isn't there yet, does not mean you should be gallivanting around outdoors. That's one of the worst things you could probably do right now. People should be heeding orders and information from their local officials and local weather office regarding, conditions expected for their regions and properly preparing for that and evacuating if they're told to do so, rather than deciding that this is a time to go out to the beach.
Question from Matthew Lloyd. For reference and context for the viewers and for me, he says, what kind of storm surge did we have in New Orleans for Katrina?
I want to say in New Orleans, I mean, it was still high, but it wasn't as high as the highest storm surge. The highest storm surge occurred in Mississippi. They got 28, peaked at 34 feet in some areas there.
Wow.
Yeah.
But in New Orleans, I want to say it was around 20 feet there. It wasn't as high as Mississippi.
Yeah, I guess the difference is really when you're talking about Katrina and the surge in New Orleans compared to Laura right now, potential storm surge east of its landfall spot, is really, New Orleans had those levees that had built up water and then completely broken. Of course, New Orleans is more bowl-shaped. A good portion of it's under sea level, of course. So a bit of a different situation than this, but regardless, still very flat terrain here, which is allowing the potential threat of inundation to go up to 40 miles inland and relate to storm surge per the latest update from the National Hurricane Center National Weather Service. So, not really the best comparison because of, different geography and stuff, but both of them highlight extreme risk situations.
I really hate to bring some bad news to you who's asked the question, but is there a chance that Laura dissipates before landfall? No. There is no chance that Laura will dissipate before landfall.
Unfortunately not. We wish it could, but it won't.
Yeah, someone's asking a question as well, and we're going to get a lot of answers soon, really, if the pressure's still dropping with the storm. It's entirely possible. I mean, the satellite appearance looks spectacular for the storm, but we haven't had recon in the storm for about almost an hour and a half now, really. But one is entering the periphery of the storm right now, and already getting tropical storm force sustained SFMR readings. That will probably have its first center pass in the next 40 to 50 minutes or so. So we'll get some more direct information to see if the pressure is still dropping. The last drop zone that was in the storm was at 947 millibars, just as a reference point right now.
We're looking again at Isaac's screen
incredible.
Here. Isaac.
This imagery, this camera is from Sunrise Beach, Texas, which is just across Galveston, Texas. So this is a little bit north of Galveston, and you can see, as you've been seeing in the past few times, you've looked at this camera, the water up to the sand dunes right there. Thankfully, I'm not seeing anybody out on the water right now, which is, of course, great news to see. That may be a different story over in Galveston because it's more populated.
We saw Galveston. That looks like a quiet area, though, it has to be said.
Yeah, it's a really nice beach. I don't know if it's a public or private one, but I know it's for a fact it's to the northeast of Galveston. So this is to look off of there, and you get to see the wave action currently going on there. And this just shows how dangerous the storm is, even though it hasn't even made landfall yet. The waves have been this high for I've been looking at this camera for about maybe 2 hours, almost 2 hours now, and the waves have been this high for about 2 hours now, and the storm hasn't even made landfall. And this isn't even the worst side of the storm as well too. This is off of the northwestern part of the eye. When the eye does make landfall.
And this is still very close to low tide.
Exactly. We have. Go ahead.
We have breaking news. Thankfully, it's in great circumstances that the chaser that got stuck has gotten out of the situation, and that is why you should never stay in the position for too long if you are storm chasing. Don't go storm chasing if you're not trained. Staying too long, he could have easily died there. That's why we do not want anyone to be storm chasing right now. This is a serious situation. If you're not trained, do not mess with this thing, because obviously it could have been a much worse outcome there. But please heed all warnings and do not do anything that would put your life in danger.
I mean, just at least on the Texas side of things, I don't know how it is in Louisiana. I'm assuming it's probably near the same thing. But for Texas here, once the winds reach tropical storm force, the emergency management officials are going to be out of the area. They're not going to answer to your 911 calls. They're not going to go over there and answer them. They're not going to help you out because at that point they'll deem it unsafe for their emergency management crews to go out there and help you. And they don't want to be losing any of their crews trying to save you. So you're on your own when these winds reach tropical storm force. And I think if they're not right now, they're like right on the cusp of reaching tropical storm force on the coastline, I would imagine here.
So your time is really running out here, especially
Yep.
in Louisiana.
Yep, absolutely. The National Hurricane Center will have another update at the end of the hour, as they do at every hour. And that means we'll be 3 hours into our coverage, and at that point I'll be transferring over to Strat. He'll be running the stream from what time will it be? 5? No, I got it wrong. 6
p.m.
6
Central.
till 9 Central time zones. And we'll have Tim after that, 9 till midnight, and I'll be back here at midnight Central Time to cover the landfall of Hurricane Laura. So we've got live streaming all evening here on Force 13 Live, and it doesn't go to any strange other links either. It stays right here on hopefully you're watching on our YouTube page, but who knows where else it might have been embedded somewhere. Anyway, if
we're
you got
simulcasting on Facebook as well.
we are.
Stuff.
Oh well, there is that. That's not a creepy place by any means. That's another great outlet on our Facebook channel. If you've got any comments or questions, do send them in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and that will be operational all evening. We'll take your questions.
Yeah, and actually, a question from Facebook earlier. I did
okay.
put it back in the chat earlier, so I don't know if it was answered specifically to that person. But for people wondering the size of the eye, per the latest forecast discussion, it's about 25 nautical miles or so. So not the smallest eye ever. This is pretty. I wouldn't. This it's about average size, really, for a storm. Not really the smallest ones. Sometimes you see them way down at 10 miles or 5 miles. We're not in that range, but we're not also at Hurricane Hannah's range earlier this year when it was over 40 miles wide.
Yeah.
And 25 nautical miles is 28 miles, or 46 kilometers.
So when will we get news about recon then? How long is this going to take?
They took a bit of a northwest cut around the periphery right now, so they're just off the south central Louisiana coast. They're about to likely do a northeast to southwest pass. So we're gonna get the peak eyewall right now, the strongest part of the storm, and I'm sure Elliot, who's beginning to join us next hour, who's going to be covering a lot of the recon data, is going to be all over that.
He's very good with it.
In
Tune
20
in.
minutes or so when we come in, yeah.
If it was high tide at impact, would the storm surge have doubled like Sandy? It will be high tide at impact. At landfall, it will be high tide. It is low tide right now, and it's already looks like a high tide, right?
It's really going to depend on the exact timing. This is where that's going to matter too, because if it makes landfall closer to 2 to 3 a.m. Central Time, then the tide's going to be much more neutral based. But if it makes landfall closer to midnight Central to 1 a.m. Central, then you're going to see the tide closer to high tide, if not near high tide, for some of the locations there, and that's of course going to create an even more dangerous situation. The storm surge graphic, the peak surge expectation, is based on if it was high tide when it occurs. So that 15 to 20 feet of inundation, definitely probable at this point in time, based on the timing of the system's landfall.
Indeed, and with regards when the landfall's going to be, it looks like that it's going to be in about 9 or 10 hours. It depends. It's hard to tell at the moment. But even if it moves on that due north heading, still looks like it won't really change the outcome of the landfall time.
We do have information here coming from people that are actually in the area. We have reports that only about 50 to 60% of people inland in areas of the mandatory evacuation have only really evacuated about 50 to 60% of the time. So definitely, it does look like some people may have stayed there, but obviously they are further inland, but still the effects could still be fairly significant over there. So, nothing to take lightly here. Let me see if I have anything else coming from Twitter here. It does look like AT&T is also getting ready to provide unlimited talk, text, and data for anyone, even the prepaid customers. In regards to Hurricane Laura, obviously communication is definitely a must between family members and other people here to make sure safety is across. And speaking of which, you can definitely share our live stream to family and friends that may be impacted by Hurricane Laura. That'd be a huge help to them and to us as we try to provide information to save lives here at Force 13.
When
Nathan?
is the earliest chance for it to move east? Is another question there. Well, it'll be after landfall.
I don't know if you can pull up the cone really quick. It's going to be up for quite some time, in about 20 minutes or so when we really switch over the coverage a bit to a different setup. But it's really rounding this ridge of high pressure right now. The Bermuda High is extended very far and strongly into the Gulf of Mexico. It's rounding the periphery of that right now, and then on about the beginning of Friday, rounding the edge of that towards the northern side, which will push it more eastward in general, alongside a trough that's going to be coming through the United States. It's going to pick it up and move it much more quickly due eastward over much of the Appalachia regions until it exits off the mid-Atlantic coastline. And from there, you can actually see the storm re-intensify to tropical storm strength as a post-tropical system, though, and potentially bring some inclement conditions to parts of southern New England and Atlantic Canada.
One of the main questions that people are asking at the moment is whether it will be a Category 5. Seems to be on everyone's mind at the moment.
I think we've been stalling a lot on that for the hour just because there hasn't been a recon in the storm. You know?
Well, yes, but it doesn't really matter at this stage, if we're being brutally honest. It doesn't really matter. It's already a mid-range Category 4 with a potential for a Category 5 grade storm surge. So it wouldn't make much difference. Looking at the satellite imagery, though, there's definitely a slot there on the western side that's got a bit of a problem. So maybe we're starting to see, and I say this cautiously, but maybe we're starting to see a leveling off in intensity and maybe weakening starting soon.
Someone said there might be a dry spot trying to fight in. I think that's what they were talking about, maybe.
I say it very cautiously.
Yeah, hopefully that holds and you see a lot more disintegration in the next several hours. But of course, you know, this storm has been resilient through harsh conditions in the past, including passages over Hispaniola and Cuba without too much impact. You know, hopefully this time's different. And, you know, that combined with the potential uptick in shear in the last several hours before landfall could weaken it slightly. You know, but like Nathan, you said very accurately, the difference between the mid-range Category 4 and Category 5 just for winds is going to end up being more semantics when we're talking about the potential devastation that this can bring to certain land areas.
Everyone's into that, though. It's so much symbolic, isn't it? So much more symbolic.
We currently we do have a tornado warning now for Centerville, Mississippi, and Norwood, Louisiana, until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I do believe that's the first tornado warning of the day for Mississippi.
Yeah, it's
from Laura.
One that started in Louisiana that's continuing over now into a small area of Mississippi. You can see it here, the latest polygon, and it's still radar indicated. So moving northwestwards, still part of that same band. And it, you know, all the stuff that passed before, some of that had tornado warnings involved, but all of that's gone non-tornadic by the looks of things. So it's just the band that's extending out from the New Orleans area up towards Baton Rouge, just north of there and beyond. And we could see some more tornado warnings in parts of south central Louisiana.
Yeah, you know, just because the storm is making landfall, you know, very likely in far western Louisiana, doesn't discount even regions further north and east that aren't under, you know, tropical storm or hurricane warnings or watches right now. Just because of the odds that you're going to see this system, as it moves inland, have these bands extend further away and go further inland that are going to create those potential flash flooding and tornado threats. You know, We talked about it last night, and I'm sure it's been mentioned tonight as well, along in video updates. Heavy rainfall from the storm is expected to extend very far inland. Even when this is inland, it's expected to maintain tropical storm intensity right now until midday on Friday. So tropical storm conditions are possible through much of Arkansas, and even into Missouri, based on that, although it will try to hold a lot of those stronger winds along the coastal areas, which means you could see some lingering wind gusts along the coastal areas near where the storm makes landfall, unfortunately. But the rain threat, flash flooding threat, and tornado threat with this system do extend significantly far inland. Even all the way towards Appalachia and Kentucky and West Virginia, they're expecting the potential for even 2 to 4 inches of rainfall with Laura right now.
Oh, we're having all kinds of issues here right now.
Recon just updated, and now they're taking that jog down southwest to investigate the center now.
Yeah, and notably, hurricane force flight level winds near the coast right now, the SFMR readings for those were about 40 knots. So tropical storm force winds are trying to nudge on shore right now. We're nearing that time frame where a lot of conditions in western coastal Louisiana will deteriorate quite rapidly.
And once again, a look at that. Well, just had that imagery there. There's the infrared once again, and there is the visible imagery. Still showing a very impressive looking eye, maybe even more impressive than it previously looked, and it does get more so as the sun angle changes, and obviously getting late in the day now. You can see the shadow creeping across the eye. The western side is the weaker side at the moment, a little dry slot by the looks of things, but not that visible on the visible imagery. But cloud cover associated with the storm now well over coastal Louisiana and pretty much up to Galveston, Texas now, as we saw previously on the webcams.
Something I've been thinking about as Recon is heading in is the fact of the matter is Laura is still not in, I believe diurnal maximum has still not occurred yet. So basically there is the possibility that more stronger convection can still fire later on in the evening as the storm makes its closest approach. So that may raise even more concerns than we already had of Laura not only maintaining its intensity, but also intensifying even further up towards landfall.
And now you can see some of the yellows and creeping into the oranges now moving ashore as well. So the main part of the storm is now reaching the shoreline. I do believe those areas are fairly sparsely populated. Obviously got Cameron a little bit further up, which is just about to start to get hit by some of that rainfall. And then up towards Port Arthur eventually in about maybe a couple of hours. They'll really start feeling some significant rainfall. The National Hurricane Center will update another hourly update in about 12 minutes, probably less than that. If you've just joined us, the current wind speed of Laura is 145 miles per hour. That's 230 kilometers per hour. And its minimum central pressure is 947 millibars according to them. We've got it slightly lower at 944. Moving northwest at 15 miles per hour, and latest radar view suggests it's at least taken a jog to the north, but I've got to tell you guys, looking at the very latest there, looks like it's just gone back northwest.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to matter a lot right now, and of course it's looking like it's trying to jog back to the northwest again. All these wobbles are going to matter a lot because the strongest storm surge expectation, of course, is going to be just east of the center. And, again, for people that have just joined us, that's going to matter a lot when you have a storm that's expected to bring 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. A 5-mile difference in the landfall location can mean the difference between an entire community being potentially inundated or having less surge that may end up sparing parts of that area that might have otherwise been much more damaged. So, while everyone should be preparing or should have already prepared or evacuated in preparation for a potential storm stronger than what we're seeing right now, for people trying to come back in the next couple days, that's going to end up mattering a lot.
Let's see if we've got some more questions at this point. Why was Laura so unpredictable, like more than usual, is a question.
I'm sure other people can talk about this as well, but its complex land interactions to Hispaniola played a very large role in it, and Cuba as well.
Yeah, it's mainly just it was mainly just the storm path of the storm, and how at the beginning we were saying it could interact with Haiti. It was mainly just the Greater Antilles was going to react with that, and if it did, well, it's going to be weaker. If it didn't, then, well, we're going to have a stronger storm. And trying to think, and also mainly when would it start turning northward in the Gulf of Mexico? It kept moving west, and the real thing that kept making it unpredictable was how it kept having these center relocations in it, which kept dodging the mountains in the Greater Antilles, which was a very big shock for me and like a lot of other people that had that many, which helped strengthen the storm as well and throw off the course that NHC said it would have.
The National Hurricane Center have had a bit of a time with this particular storm, that's for sure.
Yeah, being a forecaster for a storm like this, definitely not an enviable one, especially because not only was it, traversing over very mountainous terrains that have forced those center relocations and made the future of it very uncertain, both track and intensity. There was also very large questions about potential interactions with, tropical storm or Hurricane Marco.
Mm-hmm.
As it was, seeming that there was the odds initially that Laura would move into the Gulf, sooner and have a potential landfall sooner further east in the Panhandle was one of the first forecasts. It would have been up in the Gulf a much closer time period to Marco, and that would have led to, much different potential interactions that they needed to keep track of. So, it's been a very rough storm to forecast so far, but fortunately, we've had about 48 hours ahead time, really pinning down the Texas-Louisiana border region as a potential landfall location, and hopefully people there have been taking all the precautions given by local officials to really prepare for the storm ahead of time and evacuate if need be.
Speaking of the difficulties in forecasting with the NHC, Nelson's been pointing out to us that they have had so many difficult choices to make. They were talking about issuing a tropical storm warning east of the current area. However, they didn't want to give the feeling that the tropical storm, the Laura, was going more to the east. So that's why they likely held off on a tropical storm warning there. Also, there are a lot of difficult decisions, and I think people don't give enough credit to the actual forecasters who have to make these very difficult decisions. And, it's just, don't criticize them for what they do. They are the experts. They're the ones that are keeping everyone safe along with us. So they have a lot of tough decisions to make. So
you should see the National Hurricane Center's Twitter replies half the time.
Yeah.
I just want to note that a new recon plane is also heading out. This is an Air Force plane. AF-300 is now leaving to head into Laura now. So now we have two planes heading into the storm.
Yep, and breaking news, looks like the National Weather Service in Shreveport has a radar outage, and that is not good. That is definitely in Louisiana. That's going to really, hopefully it comes back, but if that's going down for the next couple of hours, it's going to be very hard to issue warnings and stuff when it actually does make landfall. Lake Charles obviously is going to be in the path of this storm, so we might get a radar outage from there as well, and that'd not be good at all.
6 p.m. position update. Sustained tropical storm force winds and steady heavy rains beginning to spread onshore the central Louisiana coast. Sustained winds of 39 miles per hour were recently reported at Caillou Lake, Louisiana, and at Cypremort Point on Vermilion Bay, Louisiana. At 6 p.m., it's at 28.2 north, 92.9 degrees west, 130 miles south of Lake Charles, 130 miles south-southeast of Port Arthur. Maximum sustained winds remain at 145 miles per hour, moving northwest at 15, and a minimum central pressure of 947. Obviously no changes on that hourly update, and they'll have an intermediate advisory in an hour's time.
And that intermediate advisory is going to have a recon pass through the strongest sector of the storm. So we're going to see if the storm's deepen more in its pressure with the eyewall pass. It's going to give us information through the drop zone that they're going to put in. We're going to see the SFMR and flight level winds giving us an indication that the actual winds have picked up more than this as well. A very important hour coming up with this storm right now and the information that we're going to get.
And even though it's not looking quite as good on satellite, in my opinion, on radar it does continue to improve. That might just be because it's coming closer into range, but we'll keep watching that. You can tell this is a severe hurricane as it barrels towards the coast there, dark reds around the eye.
Yep. Again, it's important to reiterate how potentially devastating this situation may be for certain communities. The fact that the National Hurricane Center is using terms such as unsurvivable at times to explain some of the conditions that might occur. The fact that the governor of the state saying that Cameron Parish may, look like part of the Gulf of Mexico for several days really emphasizes that the officials and the experts to the highest degree are really not just using terms like life-threatening, which a storm like this would be on any circumstance, but emphasizing, to a very high degree the specific dangers that are likely to occur within the next several hours now.
And to be blunt, we're talking about storm surge here as high as 2-story buildings coming through. Imagine what damage that could do. If you haven't evacuated, you could be easily killed if you're seeing a wall of water about 2 stories high. That's just ridiculous. So I really hope everyone evacuated before, because if you didn't evacuate, it's going to be a very rough time tonight as the storm surge really makes its presence known.
Recon updated for the NOAA mission, getting closer to the eyewall. So far, the highest SFMR I'm seeing, and not in the eyewall, I must say, is 54 knots unflagged. That's the highest so far. And again, I must note that they're not in the eyewall yet, so this is just the outer reaches of the storm right now still.
Yep, tropical storm force winds moving over land now, so as the emergency services said, when it gets to what did they say, 35 miles an hour, they won't respond to 911 calls.
Yep. In Texas, at least, I don't know, it might be the same or maybe nearly the same in Louisiana, but in Texas, once the winds reach 35 miles per hour or higher, they're going to pull all their emergency management officials out of the area, and they're not going to respond to any 911 calls at all or be in the area in general during that time. So you're going to be on your own if you unfortunately decided to stay around in the mandatory evacuation areas.
And 54 knots is what they recorded. That would be 62 miles an hour and 100 kilometers per hour.
Yeah. Before we do a full handoff or anything, I just want to ask some people really quick, because there's a question asked in chat, if anyone was really surprised by some of the developments we've seen to get to an intensity this extreme. I can say I'm sure some are, considering, models had actually leveled off a bit in their intensity expectations heading into last night. A lot of the models were saying, that it could potentially still be a Category 2 at landfall or borderline Category 3. And at that point, we're emphasizing, people should prepare as if this would be a Category 4 storm. Because it's better to over-prepare than under-prepare.
It's a very fine.
Yeah, expectations, at least for the models, got completely blown out. It took extreme advantage of the favorable conditions in front of it.
It absolutely has.
Took it up to the next level.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked by it, because before I was already predicting that it would be a major hurricane at landfall, Category 3, and I got to bed that night, and I believe it was a borderline Category 2. It was just about to reach there. I was like, okay, tomorrow morning it'll probably be Category 2, weak Category 3. I wake up, and the first thing I see is Category 4 at landfall, and the storm was at 130 miles an hour, and that totally shocked me. When I woke up, I was not expecting it to rapidly intensify that fast.
Radar indicating this is again about 15,000 feet up in the air right now. But the Lake Charles radar is indicating wind speeds up to about 174 miles per hour in a hurricane.
Wow, and this is a parting infrared shot from me at least, because I'm heading off for the time being. But our team will remain in place. We've got several teams that are covering this event overnight tonight. The live streaming will be continuous. I will be back on the air at midnight Central Time, just before the storm makes landfall, so we'll be all over that. So, Strat, are we ready to do that right now?
Yeah, we're just about ready. I'm not quite sure how this works.
Strat presses a button, and then you'll see Strat's output, and I can stop pressing my button. Something
I'm
like
not
that.
sure if it'll, show mine immediately, or if yours is going to have to be, overlapped and then stop. But
Well, just press the button, Strat.
I pressed the button.
He's pressed the button.
We're going to have to wait a second and see if it immediately transfers it over, or if it's going to have to be cut off on your end as well. But it's streaming to the same key. We should be good to go.
Well, that was painless.
Oh, did it work already? That's wonderful.
I've got no idea. But in case it hasn't, we are still looking at Hurricane Laura, which is barreling towards the coast of Louisiana whilst we get that confirmed. But in the meantime, if you've got
one moment, actually, I have to change the resolution very quickly.
Oh dear. If you do have any comments or questions for us during the whole stream, you can start your message with Force 13 all in text. Strat clearly hasn't pressed his button yet.
Yeah, I got to change the output resolution very quick for it. It wants me to do something a little bit different for it.
But make no mistake, this is a pretty bad situation that we're going to be going into as the evening hours draw on.
I think we should be good to go just about now.
All right. Well, it would be a good idea if that actually.
My input's in at the right resolution now, so we should be able to swap over.
What is the percentage chance that we'll get 150 miles an hour? I would say very high, actually. It's probably about to happen,
I'd say it's probably gonna happen. Maybe the next past due recon is probably gonna be confirmed.
I'm turning my button off now, Strat. If this stream goes down in flames, it's your fault.
I changed the output resolution to 1920 and 1080. It really
okay, here goes. Here goes nothing. You can go to the 24/7 stream if it breaks down.
If it breaks down, this will probably be back up momentarily anyway.
Yeah, okay. All right, get on with it.
Breaking news, recon found an SFMR not flagged of 133 knots.
Oof.
53 miles an hour.
Yep. Extremely dangerous. You said unflagged 133 SFMR, not just flight level, right?
SFMR, yes.
Oh, so that is definitely a bad sign. And hey, it looks like it's worked seamlessly. The stream has transitioned over. Wow. That is wonderful to see. So that's always a bright sign. Despite technical difficulties that we do incur occasionally, this has worked out fine. I got to switch rooms actually right now to move over to the next live team. But thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
It's a right old kerfuffle, but it's the only way we can stay on the air through the whole event.
Yeah, it is what it is. We'll be continuing live coverage for the foreseeable future right now. And we're moving over into this other room right now. We got multiple people here ready to go to give us coverage right now as we head in. Hey guys, good evening. How are we doing?
One more.
That would probably be equivalent to 150, 155 miles an hour.
Hey, how are we doing? We are up right now covering the storm. Yep. Sorry for the lack of lead time. We're just already rolling right now.
Oh, are we rolling?
All right. Yeah, we're live right now. The transition's been completed and we're good to go.
Oh.
All right.
Hello.
So, how's everyone doing tonight? I know we've all been tracking this potentially extremely dangerous storm right now.
This is
wow.
I was just saying earlier that on radar scope, I picked up on one small area that had 178 mile per hour winds. I don't know what elevation it was at though.
Yeah, I mean, if it was on radar, it probably wasn't at the surface.
I saw a reading of a 174 about 14,000 plus feet up in the air off radar.
The eye is a perfect circle right now.
Yeah, what was the minimum flight level pressure? Oh wait, they haven't even done a full center pass, but flight level wind is up to around, I think that's about 140 knots with SFMR readings there. I'm pretty sure, like Isaac said right before he switched over, around 133 knots, right?
Yeah, 133 knot, non-suspect SFMR in the eyewall.
Yeah, so they might, I don't know if they'll do a special update regarding this, but that does mean there's the potential, especially once you get a pressure reading, that this storm has continued to intensify quite rapidly. That would probably be indicative of a storm closer to either, 150 miles an hour, or even if they want to go for a stretch, if they have enough supporting data for it, 155 miles an hour. So this thing is extraordinarily strong and life-threatening. Everyone that's in the potential landfall zone that's been under a hurricane warning for about 2 days or so now needs to be preparing or have already rushed their preparations to completion. Evacuation orders need to have been heeded as well. I know we're just switching over right now. There's a lot of people that are probably new to stream right now. So does anyone want to go over the watches and warnings that are in place right now with the system?
Actually, and speaking of, while we were transitioning between teams, a new one was just issued for northeastern East Feliciana, I believe that's pronounced, parish in southeastern Louisiana until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:03 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was located 7 miles northeast of Pride or 10 miles southeast of Clinton, moving northwest at 25 miles.
Also just a heads up that there also encountered 138 knot flight level winds as well through the NOA 2.
Yeah,
there is now surface winds according to recon of 150 to 155 mile per hour on the northeastern eyewall. It is very close to Category 5 intensity.
Yeah, I mean
it's not even an eye. It's not even an eye. Just to point it out.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be the strongest part of the storm right there.
That's the northeastern eyewall.
So they had 2 barbs of Category 5 flight level winds around 140 knots, and the peak SFMR reading around 133 knots there. So this storm is definitely likely continue to intensify, at least in winds. We're going to get the pressure, the latest on that when the recon plane passes through the center of the storm to see if the pressure continues to drop, which I presume it has considering that data.
Yes, in the eyewall, they were recording a pressure about 948 millibars, and that was before they've even gotten into the eye.
Yeah, I mean, the last pass we had that had a 947 millibar drop zone was about an hour and a half ago, almost 2 hours. So this is going to come down to the wire, really, and it's going to be extremely important to see what's happening.
Yeah.
And, I'm showing the, screen that shows a wider shot right now of what the storm's done through the day. We have, of course, the cone that shows the warnings in place and the intensity interpolated models in the bottom right. Throughout most of the day, the interpolated models have been anticipating weakening with the storm, but despite that, it's just continued to go higher and higher, almost with every passing minute, it seems. They've been really struggling to catch up to the potential that it has had in front of it, that it's really been living up to, really to the best of its expectations right now, as we're really approaching the final threshold before this comes on shore.
Yeah, and this is also really scary because, obviously, with all this said and done, this storm has been easily one of the scariest storms that I've probably ever done. And I was here for Dorian, and I mean Dorian was just a monster. This isn't quite Dorian's strength, but it for the area that's impacting, it's definitely, in my opinion, more damaging than Dorian.
This is the strongest. I must note, this is the strongest storm in the Gulf of Mexico since Hurricane Michael 2018. Just to put that into perspective.
Yep. So I mean, it definitely is, incredibly strong. And someone's asking for reiteration. Some of the breaking news that's come in is that the flight level winds are 140 knots at peak right now, and SFMR readings, which are the extrapolated surface pressures, all the way down towards or up to 133 knots sustained, which would indicate a storm on the cusp of Category 5 status. So for anyone asking questions if it'll be a Category 5, I know a lot of the last hour spent kind of delaying on giving full details on that because we were waiting for more data as we switched over to this live cam a bit northeast of Galveston. But now with this new data coming in, we're really on the verge of something that's incredibly unfortunate to see.
Yeah, and the new center pass should be imminent as well, so we'll get a better idea for pressure on the storm once that does happen. And I'll come back to you guys in a couple of minutes with that.
Yep. While we're waiting for that, does anyone want to go over the watches and warnings currently in place with Laura right now? Because I know it's a bit of an extensive list, at least the pure hurricane-related ones, and I know on top of that, of course, there's a plethora of other watches and warnings related to the storm with, severe thunderstorm watches, hurricane watches, or not hurricane watches, tornado watches and warnings. You name it, it's going to be there right now.
Yeah, I can get those up really quick.
That would be spectacular to show, and I'll actually pull up a little bit of a zoomed-in graphic real quick, a bit of a breakaway from Isaac's screen, giving a highlight to that and what's ongoing right now. You want to go for it?
Yeah. These were last updated at 2100 UTC, which would be, I believe, 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So these ones, it's a bit old, and I think at 8 p.m. they'll update them again. But currently, the summary of watches and warnings in effect, a storm surge warning is in effect for Freeport, Texas, to the mouth of the Mississippi River. That's still the same as this morning. A hurricane warning is in effect for San Luis Pass, Texas, to Intracoastal City, Louisiana, also same as this morning. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Sargent, Texas, to San Luis Pass on the west side. And on the east side of that hurricane warning, a tropical storm warning is in effect for east of Intracoastal City, Louisiana, to the mouth of the Mississippi River. And a hurricane watch is in effect for east of Intracoastal City to west of Morgan City, Louisiana. Let's see what else. And that is it for the hurricane warnings issued by the National Hurricane Center. There's also 2 tornado warnings that were issued a while ago that are about to expire. Yeah. And then there was the one
for East Flish.
Recon just did an update on the storm right now, and the minimum pressure that they've recorded so far is 937.4 millibars.
So
937.4 millibars in 3 different readings on the storm.
So this storm is continuing to rapidly deepen in pressure still. 937.4 millibars flight level would be indicative of a pressure at the surface closer to 940 millibars. That means compared to the last drop zone data that got us 947 millibars, that's a drop of over almost 7 millibars in pressure if that verifies, potentially 8 if it goes a bit lower.
And this may not be in the actual center because there's some wind associated in the reading, so this may not be the actual center, so it could perhaps be slightly deeper than that.
Yeah,
I just want to mention really quick, I'm picking up even stronger winds than before on the radar, like swaths of 166 is and a bunch of 170s too.
Yeah, I mean that would be indicative of the 140 knot flight level winds that are trying to come in as of the recent data. Of course, those don't go all the way down to the surface, but SMR readings 133 knots at peak. That might be enough for them to try to put this up to 150 or 155 miles an hour, which would bring it on the cusp of Category 5 intensity. As it nears landfall, the intensification clearly has not stopped despite that potential look of a bit of a dry slot on the western side. We've still seen the storm potentially drop almost another 10 millibars in pressure in under 2 hours, something absolutely extraordinary to see unfold. If you have any questions you want answered specifically right now, start your message with Force 13 in text. It'll light up in a nice bright orange for us, and I'm sure multiple people here watching the chat right now to answer that. Someone's saying, is this the last chance to leave right now? I'm not sure if I'm right. I think the simplest answer, and I'm sure most people here will concur with this, is of course listen to everything coming in from your local officials, but like Isaac has said numerous times tonight so far, once those sustained winds reach 35 miles an hour, emergency responders stop responding because they can't put themselves at too much risk as well. So the time for evacuation preparation really should have already been complete. And we're just watching this potentially historic storm bear down right now, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you have not evacuated and you know you're in an area, a low-lying area that's expected to get a ton of storm surge, just at this point, your best hope is just to try to get as high as possible.
Can't get out, get high.
Yep.
Yeah, can't get out, get high.
You know, we've talked about it as well. You know, not just the potential for historic storm surge for the region of, you know, up to 20 feet, and you know, if the landfall occurs higher than that, they might try to nudge that up a bit more if everything really, really goes badly. But the inundation depth, so how far this is going to be pushing inland, is going to be quite significant as well. You know, National Weather Service is saying inundation related to Laura could push up to 40 miles inland right now. You know, that's something you really, really hardly ever see with the storm. That's in part due to the geography where it's making landfall. You know, a lot of low-lying areas that are going to allow that water to pile in and just push incredibly far inland. So extremely dangerous in that regard. A lot of people asking how close is this to Category 5 or if it'll become one. I think, and I'm sure a lot of people have commentary on this. Based on the current readings, it'd be on the cusp of trying to reach such an intensity.
Yeah, remember, a Category 5 force storm is when the storm reaches 156 mile winds or greater. Is when it's 157 actually. 157 or greater is Cat 5. And if these current readings are verified with the National Hurricane Center, it's possible, in my opinion at least, for them to upgrade it to 150 or 155 in the next update.
Yeah, and that's really going to come with the full intermediate advisory. But I also think everyone here has some comments and can agree with the fact that really the difference right now between its current intensity and the small jog up to 160 miles an hour, if it were to try to do that, doesn't really mean much here. That's more semantics and a bit more, you know, symbolic when we're looking back on this in the history books, really, right, guys?
Yeah, I mean, the main problem with this storm right now is the storm surge that is going to happen, especially because of the area impacting is known to be prone to these kinds of effects. So if the people who are there should have already evacuated. It's not about if it's a Cat 4, Cat 5. Like Cat 3s can even have quite bad storm surge, but that doesn't matter at this stage. What matters is if you are in a low-lying area, to leave. If you are in a place that is not safe or you don't think is safe, then leave.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately though, it really seems like based on how close the storm is to shore that the time for that's really run out. You know, we said it a lot last night on stream. We mentioned it in videos and such, and of course in the Discord community, that everything should have been completed really by the end of this morning local time. You know, really at the start of the time frame where conditions are just going to deteriorate very rapidly and become untenable for people to really move around. So if you're there and watching this right now, you have to do everything to make sure that you're in the exact safest location where you are if it's not safe enough for you to really get out anymore. And be please listening to local officials through either radio, television, whatever source you have to see what they're saying about your exact location, what kind of emergency services could potentially be available to you and when, in case you really need them. Although, like Isaac said, once the winds reach a certain threshold, it'll be hard-pressed for them to send people in.
Yeah, that's the case for Texas at least. Again, once the winds reach, in Texas at least, it may be similar, about the same for Louisiana. But in Texas, once the winds reach 35 miles per hour or above, they're going to pull all of their emergency management officials out of the area. They're not going to respond to any 911 calls anymore. And virtually, you pretty much be on your own from there on out because they don't want to risk their own people to save your life because you made a bad decision to stay around.
Yeah, you know, and that's really the best way to put it. It emphasizes, you know, the danger that this storm really brings, that, you know, at that threshold, which for some areas is already there, that they may consider not sending people anymore. I pulled up a recon data chart because some people in the chat were asking for it. You know, 939.4 measured in like the exact eye, or at least where the wind was the weakest. But 937.4 millibars measured with flight level winds of above 55 knots. So that's really telling for what the potential pressure could be. If they decide to use that and potential drop zone data, you could easily see a 937 millibar system just based on continuity with you know, wind and pressure correlations. So really just an untenable situation, and extremely bad to see that this system has continued to try to rapidly intensify over the past 2 hours, really, since we last had a recon plane in. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that would be probably one of its fastest drops to date so far. 10 millibars almost in 2 hours.
Yeah, it's just a really, really bad situation that we're seeing play out. Because all day it's been rapidly intensifying, and this is some of the most significant intensification that we've actually seen in this region on record. And it's like, it's a Category 4 hurricane. It could be a Category 5 soon, and it's bearing down on Louisiana. So it's just going to be very significant for all areas that it's going to impact, honestly. And I just don't see this weakening much before landfall, honestly, if at all.
It's really not a good situation. It's probably not going to weaken unless something remarkable happens, which unfortunately we can't be praying for miracles right now. We have to just be trying to save lives.
Yeah, well, I will say there is the anticipation that storm surge will increase in the very last couple hours. That, combined with some land interaction, could try to weaken it slightly down before it makes landfall fully. But that doesn't really take away from the potential danger that this storm is bringing at all. You know, the latest National Hurricane Center full forecast was expecting a landfall near 150 miles an hour. That's extraordinarily powerful.
And speaking of potential danger, breaking news, the National Weather Service in New Orleans, Louisiana has issued another tornado warning, this one until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for western St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, which was already under one, and northeastern East Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana. 6:19, a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles west of Montpelier, or 11 miles southwest of Greensburg, moving northwest at about 30 miles per hour.
Yeah, and this graphic in particular from the National Weather Service hasn't fully updated yet. Its last updates as of 6:16 p.m. Central Time. But, you know, it really emphasized the region. There was already a tornado warning there, so the fact that this is really just continuing to come on despite that, not a good sign for tornado activities that are even occurring outside of where you'd expect some of the worst conditions in terms of wind and storm surge to really be happening with the system. So overall, just really bad situations coming in right now. You know, of course, back to this particular graphic, you can see the maximum expected storm surge right now, 15 to 20 feet. You know, they're expecting inundation up to 40 miles inland in some places. And the rainfall expectations near the landfall spot, also 10 to 15 inches. And guys, expecting 4 to 6 inches of rainfall to extend well into Arkansas as well.
Yeah, keep in mind that flooding is actually the most common cause of deaths related to tropical cyclones, and you really need to take it seriously. So, whether it be storm surge or rainfall, you just really need to have a plan to get to higher ground for flooding impacts.
Something unfortunate is to be occurring is it's starting to enter water that is half a degree, if warmer than what it's already sitting on, right up to the coast. At least from the data that I saw yesterday.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, the
that
waters are
patch near
boiling.
the coast is
The waters are-
30.7 Celsius.
Yeah, they're extremely warm towards the coast, unfortunately. The only real storm that's been able to tap into some of that would be Hannah farther south, but this is a lot more north than Hannah ever was. So pretty much untapped water we're talking about here for the storm to tap into until landfall, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the only real things that could slow this down right now are that uptick in shear and some land interaction, and maybe an eyewall replacement cycle. But again, those are really hard to see happening until they really begin to occur. There was questions about that earlier, if we could see one potentially occur, and it's possible that one tries to begin before landfall occurs, but it wouldn't really have time to create massive upheaval and disruption at this point, considering the storm is really about 9 hours at most from landfall at this point in time. You know, the cycle would have to really be indicated to be beginning and actually be in force before we'd see too much other impacts related to those start to really come to fruition at this point in time, at least. obviously, overall, not something that we'd want to see that even at this point. We wouldn't see too much dampening in the maximum wind field.
Yeah, I also, it's like this thing, it's like the sea surface temperature is great in the eyewall replacement cycle could happen, but what the thing is with it is it has no signs of happening. There's no like even preparations from the system to do an eyewall replacement cycle, so it doesn't look likely.
Yeah, and Isaac, you have a new webcam up right now. I think, I forget the exact location that you were talking about it earlier. Do you know where this one's from? Because I do want to show this. I think it's in Louisiana, right?
Yeah, this one that I'm showing right now is from Louisiana, from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Here, don't know exactly where this is facing because I'm not, familiar with Louisiana, but you could see, the cloud coverage the clouds are looking really ominous here, and perhaps already some flooding occurring along the coastline here. You could better see it a little bit on this one. This is the West Lake, Louisiana, which is just to the northwest of downtown Lake Charles, Louisiana. And you could see, hope you're able to see that, but some minor coastal flooding already starting to occur around that area. I don't know if you could see the water right there in my
Yeah, we
my
can
mouth
see some
curve.
inundation there coming in right now on that thing that you're showing. And this is really just kind of a taste of what could be expected later on. We were talking about how, for at least piers and stuff, 6 feet of storm surge with Hurricane Hannah was doing, significant harm. Imagine that, but try to multiply that up to potentially 3 times and then push it much further inland due to the terrain style. Obviously a very bad situation to unfold. I don't know if anyone can get this for us right now, but someone's asking what the temperature in the eye is on satellite imagery. That's going to be indicative of whether or not the storm is still getting stronger again. Of course, we have data to confirm that it has so far, but it'll be nice to see, just to really give another emphasis to what's going on. Of course, the latest pass-through on recon had pressures down in the 937s at flight level, with SFMR readings around 133 knots or so. So they could upgrade this at the intermediate advisory to either 150 or 155 miles an hour. And to really answer the question if it's going to become a Category 5, based on the intensification trend, that's 10 millibars dropping in pressure in 2 hours. It's entirely possible that such a thing can occur, especially when it only really needs to go a little bit further to cross that threshold, right, guys?
Yeah, remember Category 5, like I said, is from 157 to above. So it's on the cusp of reaching that status really soon here. And it's going to be really crucial over the next coming hours here what these 2 reconnaissance planes start to record as the storm nears landfall.
Yeah, it just looks startlingly impressive on the mesoscale imagery, which is kind of the rapid scan almost. You see the tight spin, the very clear eye, strong thunderstorm activity all around the center, banding features off to the east and south of it, bringing in more moisture from the Gulf of Mexico into the storm. Even some of those stronger thunderstorm activities occurring over land near where those tornado warnings are in place are visible here. So a lot of potential damage is ongoing right now in association with this, and of probably one of the best storms we've seen in the Gulf of Mexico since Hurricane Michael, right, guys?
Yep.
Yeah, the strongest storm in the Gulf of Mexico since Michael 2018.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. Like, I know you just said that, Jack. It really genuinely does look impressive. Like, it just does look like the classic Category 4, or, like, it's just there. You can just see the strength it has.
Yeah, and someone's asking a question. I think this is going to be nice to touch a little bit. Why is Cat 5 157 instead of 155? That's just the scale that was created by Safran and Simpson to determine, what is completely untenable for any location that the worst winds would come across. Although, to be honest, when we're covering a storm like this, the difference between 155 and 160 miles an hour doesn't really mean too much. It's still obviously a catastrophic storm with the potential to be absolutely devastating for the areas that it has the worst impacts on.
Now, Elliot, I was wondering, do you have any new recon data do you have drops on data that came in, or not yet?
Checking.
I don't think I have any drops on data at the moment.
Yeah, right now we want to, hold up. Right now we are waiting on, I believe, the drop zone in the eye and this will honestly determine if it has reached Category 5 strength or not.
Well,
for
I
those
mean,
who
the drop zone alone probably won't do that, just because we already have the data from the past, and that's indicative of a storm in between potentially 150 and 155 miles an hour. But it will tell us the trend that's ongoing. I'm not sure if anyone's been seeing Twitter and some of the meteorologists talking, but some of the pressures there with 937.4 millibars in flight level winds of closer to 60 knots, indicative potentially of a 937 millibar storm.
Which is honestly, that's very, scary, talking about Louisiana because of how low their coastlines are and how close they are to sea level, makes it very dangerous.
Yeah,
definitely.
We've mentioned it a few times again, but for new people that are just joining us, the potential inundation from the storm could go up to 40 miles inland in the worst low-lying areas. And really to get perspective on the danger that brings so easily is that, if you're driving, if you drive at all, you'll know how...
Mile an hour.
Wait. I thought that was... Never mind.
Hold on a second. It looks like the stream's having some issues. It's not coming in on my end very easily. It should be okay now. Apologies for that slight issue that we had there for a second. But we're just talking again, reiterating some of the reconnaissance data that's come in so far. That 140 knot flight level reading, just about, always indicative of something extremely dangerous. And again, apologies for that brief interruption that just occurred. Sometimes things like that are a bit out of our control, really.
Oh, by the way, a second recon has taken off.
Okay.
Yeah, that took off about 30 minutes ago.
Yep. Someone asked, what's the difference between wind speed, general wind speed, and also gusts? And I think, other people here can really give a great descriptor of that. It's sometimes based on the type of the world that you're in, because some use, different designations to give sustained winds and gusts, right, Isaac?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. The Japan Meteorological Agency goes off of 10-minute sustained winds. The National Hurricane Center goes off of 1 minute sustained winds, and then the meteorological agency in India goes off of 3 minute sustained winds officially. So it really depends by each respective agency for their respective basins. But for our basin, at least, they go off of 1 minute sustained winds to classify categories of a hurricane or a storm.
Yeah, and the barrier between sustained winds and gusts really is, in terms of sustained winds, that's going to be, at least for a hurricane like this, the National Hurricane Center does 1 minute sustained winds. Those gusts are really, things that happen higher but only last for a few seconds, really. So, if you're outside and you get hit by a gust of strong wind on a casual day, that lasts for like a few seconds, really. That's really what they consider a gust. That can be more isolated. Those, of course, can occur within mesovorticities that aren't really related to the broader cyclone, of course. And then sustained winds are those longer course systems.
Apparently, I'm not sure how true this is, but there are rumors that the recon has indeed reported 155 mile per hour winds, and that the NHG is most likely going to update with that.
Yeah, I mean, we've discussed that a bit as well, but the SFMR readings, the peak was about 135 knots, which would be indicative potentially of a storm up to 155 miles an hour peak. The drop zone came in, Elliot, I think, right now, if you want to give a brief discussion on that, too.
Yeah, the drop zone, it looks like they got it pretty well into the eye, and the minimum pressure that they record is 942 millibars, and that is with an 18-knot surface wind reading. So that would, when adjusted, equate to around 940 millibars. So yeah, this thing is deepened quite a bit, honestly.
Yeah, and interestingly, when talking about that too, I'm sure other people can comment on this, the lowest pressure was, indicated in areas where the flight level winds were pretty high, right?
Yeah, and that's just something that's really impressive. Just it might indicate that the storm's slightly tilted as well, but it also might indicate that the pressure might even be a little lower than 940 millibars, honestly.
Yeah, because I don't know if you can click on the reading there at the bottom left, but I noticed earlier that it was showing peak lowest levels in pressure at 937.4 millibars about but the flight level winds at that time were still above 55 knots.
Yeah, and that's just really impressive, honestly, because with higher winds that actually adjust to a lower pressure. So just something that you want to keep in mind, that this could still very well be a little lower than 940 millibars. So, and I'm expecting this thing to keep deepening, honestly, because there's no reason for it not to be given today's trends.
Yeah, and someone's asking about the temperature in the eye. Well, based on the recon plane's data there, it's showing at about 2,650 meters that the eye temperature is about 20 degrees Celsius there. So definitely a very clear and warm eye, unfortunately. I don't know if anyone can get the satellite estimates on the cold, on the warmest levels in the eye on those readings, but extremely intense storm right now, irrespective of what the exact temperature reading is there in that particular situation. If you have any other questions that you want us to answer right now, we're going right now for another almost 2.5 hours before we do a handoff, and at that point we'll have another 3 hours before it goes back to Nathan, before really we get towards the landfall time of this system in the wee hours of the morning Central Time. So start your messages, Force 13, all in text, lights up in a nice bright orange for us, allows us to answer what you might be curious about specifically. I think this is a good one to really start it off, really. It's a bit more opinion-based, but it's a lot about, expectations. When this was a tropical storm, about 2 days ago, did anyone really foresee something like this ending up from this system?
Oh, God, no.
Nothing of this magnitude or intensity. Even just yesterday, I was in a chat room with some people talking about the system, and, I think the highest estimate I saw was around 130. In terms of miles per hour for a peak.
Yeah, me and some of the other meteorology majors at my college have actually been discussing this quite a bit, and the general consensus was that this would bottom out in mid-940s in terms of pressure, and it's already surpassed that, so it's just going to be really interesting. It's already broken our predictions, so, and it's not really clear whether this thing is done strengthening, so it's just really going to be something that we're going to watch through the night.
Yeah, and we're going to be on for the entire time, so if you feel like this is something that you need to watch, we're going to be here.
Okay, Laura is likely, according to one of our friends, Laura is likely 940 millibars with winds of 150 to 155 miles per hour at the moment. Now, I definitely we could definitely see this intensify to a Cat 5 right before landfall, because I don't see the sheer weakening the storm before it hits landfall.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be hard to say, really, because, there was initially, at least as the 5 p.m. discussion, some weakening expected to occur before landfall. In general, at least a halting and intensification. But right now, we're seeing completely unabated strengthening from this storm. And I don't know if someone can throw out the radar velocities ongoing with this to really give us a better view of some of the radar-indicated winds, because that kind of helps give a good view of what's going on. Someone in the chat said as well that they think that might be helpful for them too.
Elliot might be able to do that, but on my end, on my phone here, looking at radar reflectivity, I'm seeing winds up to 178 miles per hour, about 14,000 feet up in the air from the Lake Charles radar.
Yeah, I'll try and pull that up just right here really quick.
And that's pretty reflective of what we're seeing with those Category 5 flight level winds. The question now is whether the storm continues to strengthen to the point where those can mix down to the surface. A question from chat: do we know the expected storm surge of Ableville, Louisiana? Someone actually came and asked that earlier today. For the person that's asking that, there is the expectation that they could get up to 9 to 11 feet of storm surge in that location. But again, that's for just the general area as a whole. For your exact location, that might obviously be different based on where exactly you are in that area. So please stay up to date with your local officials and the local weather office for really specifics on that location. Elliot, do you have this up yet?
Yeah, I think I pulled it up, and we're just seeing a really impressive swath. Like a lot of values over 170, some approaching like almost 180 miles an hour in this side of the eyewall, and that just really goes to show just how powerful the system is and just how far into the atmosphere upwards it's extending.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note while we're going through this really quick as well that these aren't the surface winds. These are, winds up to 2 miles up from the surface. So take these with a grain of salt, and they don't actually mean what the full intensity of the storm at the ground is, which is what's used to say current intensities for storms. They're just, indicative of what's happening a couple miles up. Those filter down, of course, to being mid to high end Category 4 sustained winds at the surface, of course. And also, Elliot, I think the drop zone is in if you want to get that up too.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's the same one that I discussed earlier, but I will look into that.
Yeah, it's always good to reiterate some of the things that are ongoing, though, because, of course, we have new people coming in and out of the discussion all the time, asking new questions, seeing new information. So I know sometimes it might feel a bit mundane repeating some things, but always new people that are hearing it for the first time. Someone's saying, can you explain what wind shear is, and why does lower pressure mean a more intense storm as well? I don't know if someone else wants to handle the the pressure part. But wind shear itself is what occurs when the upper level winds are not aligned with the movement and general direction of the storm. So that means, if the storm's moving northwest and the upper level winds, or even mid levels, are coming out of the southeast per se, that's going to try to push convection and thunderstorm activity away from the center and displace it. When that happens, of course, you have a weaker storm. Elliot, I think you actually have the drop zone back on screen right now, right?
Yeah, and this is in the northeast eyewall, which is the strongest part of the storm at the moment. And this is just going to show that the flight level winds that we were seeing earlier are in fact mixing down to the surface quite well. And it's really impressive because at 937 millibars, which is pretty much on not even 100 meters up from the surface, we're seeing flight level winds of Category 5 status. And if those mix down to the surface, then this thing is going to get upgraded to Cat 5 pretty soon.
I have some breaking news. The National Hurricane Center has released their 7 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Intermediate Advisory. They have upgraded Laura to 150 miles per hour with a minimum pressure of 940 millibars.
Well,
they are also mentioning that winds are increasing as extremely dangerous hurricane Laura takes aim at the northwest Gulf Coast, catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding expected along the northwest Gulf Coast tonight.
And actually, they changed the direction out a little bit, so we're now going north-northwest at 15 miles an hour. It was before just northwest, so a change in that regard that will be significant. They're indicating that that more northerly turn is really beginning right now with the system.
And there are no changes with watches or warnings on this advisory.
Yep. So this is the intermediate advisory. Did they mention any specific land recorded data at any points of the update right now? Because I know they do that in their intermediate advisories with the 1 hour position updates at times. So I don't know if they do that specifically with these ones at the time being.
The only reports I see on here are from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, and they specifically state Laura is an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Some additional strengthening is possible tonight before Laura reaches the northwest Gulf Coast overnight.
They do say in our intermediate update, because their public advisory came out, they say hurricane force winds extend outward up to 60 miles, 95 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 205 miles, 235 kilometers away from the center. A sustained wind of 48 miles per hour, 78 kilometers an hour, was recently reported at the Supermont Point, Louisiana, on Vermilion Bay. And they're saying that the minimum central pressure estimated from the NOAA reconnaissance craft is 940 millibars, or 27.78 inches.
Yeah, and, using the wind radius graph from the National Hurricane Center, they're really expecting these tropical storm conditions are really pushing onshore right now. So, the time to really prepare for this is over. It's a lot of watching the latest developments come in, answering questions that everyone in the chat may have relating to the system as well. As we head, honestly, into the final stretch, we're seeing the storm get very close to landfall now. It's a few hours off, of course, but we're going to be sticking with you guys throughout it all, of course.
Yeah, and the storm that this reminds me of is Hurricane Audrey of 1957. I think it's worth bringing that up because Audrey was also a very large storm that impacted a similar area as a major hurricane. And the storm surge that it brought was pretty significant. And I feel like we could also see some sort of almost similar impacts from Laura that we did from Audrey. And I just thought that would be good to bring that up.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to try to draw comparisons where we can, you know. Of course, we're seeing differences right now, though, unfortunately, in terms of trying to get the best analogs because, you know, a type of storm of this strength hitting this particular area is extremely rare. You hardly see something like this at this exact location. And, of course, you know, developments that have occurred in the area, changing, you know, the infrastructure and stuff since then, of course, make potential damages a bit harder to see outright. Isaac, we have the 7 p.m. cone update on your screen right now, right?
Yes, this is the 7 p.m. 3-day cone.
Anything you want to share specifically about it right now?
Well, the cone itself, they don't change that usually on intermediate advisories. They change that with full advisories. We're going to get one in a few hours from now, I believe. I think it's at 10 or 11 p.m. Central Time is the next full update here. But it's the intermediate update here, and of course you could see, as of this update, the center is located at 28.4 degrees north, 92.9 degrees west, with maximum sustained 1-minute winds at 150 miles per hour, so about 7 miles away from reaching Category 5 status there. Moving to the northwest at 15 miles per hour with the 7 p.m. the 7 p.m. Central Standard Time Intermediate Advisory 28A. Strat?
Yep. And with that up, we'll actually flip back to the main screen because I also have the updated come up now. Does anyone want to reiterate the watches and warnings currently in place with the storm? Because I know there's always new people coming in and out of the stream that may not have heard them before, so it's always nice to get an update on the active watches and warnings.
Yeah, I have them pulled up right now.
All right, great.
So there are quite a lot for Laura, as expected. A storm surge warning is in effect for Freeport, Texas, to the mouth of the Mississippi River. A hurricane warning is in effect for San Luis Pass, Texas, to Intracoastal City, Louisiana. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Sargent, Texas, to San Luis Pass, as well as east of Intracoastal City, Louisiana, to the mouth of the Mississippi River. And a hurricane watch is in effect for east of Intracoastal City to west of Morgan City. And in terms of tornado warnings, I actually don't think there's any active right now. The last one just expired, although there will most likely be several more as we continue on into the night.
Well, that's a bit of a reprieve if we can get anything briefly, to be honest. You know, of course, on top of all the other main hurricane-based threats, we have the threat of tornadoes that have been occurring for some time earlier today, so nice to see at least a little bit of a break from that. Isaac, we have the radar up on your screen right now, if I'm not mistaken.
This is courtesy of Mark Nissenbaum, and this is the radar out of Lake Charles. Past 3 hours here, and you can see how the eye has been well defined here. The reason why you don't see the southern side as much is because of some radar attenuation. You got to keep in mind this is a high-end Category 4 hurricane we're talking about here, so the radar can't look at the entire other side, the entire southern side of the storm here, so that's why the northern side appears to be the strongest part. Looking at radar here, but you can see the storm is progressing over time here.
I just want to break some news to you guys. So there were reports of 146 knots, 200 meters above the surface.
From Recon or?
From Recon.
Okay.
Oh, and we're joined by Devin now, actually. Devin, how are you doing tonight?
Oh, I could be doing a lot better right now. I can tell you what, Laura's really tested me these last couple of days, and
oh yeah, sure.
Doesn't look like she's gonna stop testing me anytime soon.
Really driving our patience.
Well, I'm sure you've been watching some of the latest developments today. What are some of the keynotes that you've been really seeing in terms of the development of the hurricane during the day today?
I've seen a lot of people say that the rapid intensification caught them off guard. I was just saying this is why, people need to really hit home when a storm's likely to rapidly intensify, such as this one. Like, we've been knowing for quite a while that we know that this thing's going to be at least a Cat 3 for a landfall. We've been going with this for about 2.5 days now. The question was just how fast was it going to rapidly intensify? and the HWRF and HMON, unfortunately, were the ones that were right. So, key messages, well, it's too late to evacuate at this point. It's definitely unsafe. You've got gale force conditions coming ashore. You've got storm surge already coming ashore, so if you haven't gotten out yet, it's safer to stay in your house than try to leave right now.
Yes, and I do have an update as well in terms of the movement speed. It has slowed down even more. It's moving now at 13 miles per hour.
Wonderful.
Not good.
The latest 7 p.m. update still is at 15 miles an hour. You might be meaning 13
Yeah,
knots.
no, it's through someone who has had a conversation with the NHC.
I mean, their latest position update, the intermediate advisory, is still saying 15 miles an hour. They might slow it down more, though, because it is expected to at least slow down a bit more in forward speed as it gets close to land, but no stalling expected from it, fortunately.
Yes, no stalling.
Yeah, you know, even though it may slow down a bit in forward motion, there's still very well-set steering currents ahead of it for the next 5 days. This thing isn't gonna, just completely break down and sit in one location for several days.
Yep. Luckily, the track of this storm hasn't been too difficult to figure out, to say the least. The track of this storm's been pretty cut and dry as to where this storm's going, and we've pretty much known where this storm's gonna go for 8 or 9 days now. So models have done a great job at least forecasting the track of this thing. And honestly, they haven't done that bad of a job with the intensity either. So
WRF hasn't.
Yo, I will say, it's been interesting to see some of the interpolated models try to catch up to this today, because they keep saying, oh, this is going to be the general peak that we're expecting with the storm, and then, it gets another 15 miles an hour stronger, and they're saying, okay, here at 125, this is the highest we're saying it's going to go, and it's just kept legging further up and up, up to 150 miles an hour.
Well, it was the same thing with Michael.
That's true,
That's the way that you have to forecast these things, though, because you never know when the rapid intensification is going to stop, and you can't just arbitrarily say, "Oh, it's going to go all the way up to Cat 5." You can't say that to any reasonable degree of accuracy. So, unfortunately, that's how you have to forecast these systems.
I believe this is on the verge of becoming Cat 5, because we are now seeing on radar scope the app I was talking about before, winds of 187 miles per hour through the elevation.
Well, you have to realize that's significantly high up, and that's radar, so it's not the most exact thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we have the most exact source available right now. That's recon data directly from the aircraft, giving those flight level wind readings and the SFMR readings along with the pressures. So, latest pressures.
I wouldn't buy too hard into the wind estimation from radar. You can barely buy into that for tornadoes, much hurricanes.
Yeah, and I mean, we can talk about, of course, some of the radar reflectivities, but we do have aircraft in the storm right now. That's going to give us the best exact indication of the intensity.
Of course.
And latest pass confirmed 150 mile an hour sustained winds, pressure down to 940 millibars. Category 5 flight level winds.
Yes, this is actually something that I really wanted to get off my chest as soon as I got on here, because I've noticed this quite a bit in the chat that I've been looking at on the Force 13 Weather Discord, which if you're not part of, link is below. Please join us. What I really want to hit home here is that SFMR data exaggerates intensities above 145 miles an hour.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably one of the reasons, even though there was 133 knot one SFMR reading, that they didn't actually go up and say, oh, this is 155 miles an hour. There was more data.
Yeah, that's the reason why they didn't say 155 miles an hour. It's because once you get above 145, SFMR typically exaggerates. So it exaggerates by 5-10 miles an hour, maybe, once you get above 145. And once you get above 175, it usually is a good 15 miles an hour on average.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, regardless right now, at least, I'm sure everyone here agrees to that, extremely powerful, near upper end Category 4 storm. And the difference right now between its current strength and moving up maybe even a small bit more towards Category 5 isn't going to mean much, other than just how this is written down for people to look back at in a couple years. It's still a potentially catastrophic storm for those in harm's way. We talked about before the potential for up to 20 feet of inundation with storm surge, and that storm surge in total can try to penetrate up to 40 miles inland. Just an incredibly dangerous situation unfolding right now.
And I just want to note that apparently the drop zone in the northeastern eyewall apparently got blown all the way down to the west-northwestern part of the eyewall, which is kind of crazy.
I mean, that would probably make sense as to why it got 942 millibars rather than the 940 that's expected to be the central pressure right now with the storm. It was probably facing some heavier winds when they first dropped it out, I presume. Definitely put it off course a little bit. Something interesting to note right now, too, and this is going to be vital as we're coming in towards the landfall, is that the National Hurricane Center has said now that the storm's moving north-northwest now, starting to make that more northerly turn. Before it was just straight northwest for almost the whole day. And, again, that's really going to matter a lot when we come down to the last seconds here. We've talked about it before, and I'm sure, Devin, you can elaborate on this as well. But even though we've been saying the whole area under a hurricane warning should be preparing for a very powerful Category 4 storm potentially, for a couple days, when we actually get down to the exact landfall spot, a wobble of a couple miles is going to mean a lot for what particular areas might get, completely swamped by that 15, 20 feet storm surge, and what areas might get slightly less that could spare them from more severe damage.
Yeah. It's honestly just a situation of pure disaster right now. Wherever this thing is going to make landfall, it's going to be a disaster to a high degree. Absolutely.
Recon is going to be going through a south to north pass as well for the eye.
Yeah, it looks like, and I'm not sure, Elliot, if you have this up really quick, I'd love to show it, and whenever you have it, that they've mapped out the tropical storm force wind extent really on the southwestern quadrant of the storm. They cut around a bit to get the southern extent, and now that they're going up for a pass on the eye, if you're ready to show that.
Yep.
Yeah, I have that right now, and as expected, the tropical storm force wind extent is still very large for tropical cyclone in the Atlantic.
The tropical storm force wind extent is actually small for a Gulf of Mexico storm.
Yeah.
The hurricane force wind field is big, but actually, comparatively, when you take a look at other major hurricanes in the Gulf, the tropical storm force wind field is small.
Yeah. Notably, though, a much weaker tropical storm force wind extent on the southwestern quadrant than the northeastern side. Again, near.
That's typical.
It's typical.
That's typical. That's what you would actually expect, considering how the storm's traveling.
Yeah, but
As the National Hurricane Center, they say that the tropical storm force winds extend out about 205 miles away from the center, and then hurricane force 60 miles.
Wow.
Yeah, and those hurricane.
Yeah,
forces,
so the hurricane. You would expect an average tropical storm in the average major hurricane in the Gulf to have a hurricane force wind field of about 45-50 miles and a tropical storm force wind field between 150 and 175 miles. So the 130, 140 miles is low, but the 50 to 60 mile hurricane force wind field, that's above average.
Yep, and again, 60 miles. Hurricane force winds extend out 60 miles away from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend out 205 miles away from the center, as with the intermediate National Hurricane Center update is what they say.
I'll say, regardless of anything, though, generally a much more uniform storm than even a day and a half ago when this was first really emerging over the far southeastern Gulf of Mexico. At that point, much of the western side was devoid of thunderstorm and convection activity. There was barely any tropical storm force winds, if any, at that time on the southwestern quadrant. So, obviously, the storm is just rapidly improved in appearance.
Well,
It's much stronger.
yeah, this storm bombed out pretty impressively, I've got to say.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying, yesterday morning that even though it's forecast to be a Category 3 at landfall, that, people in the zone should be preparing for a Category 4 storm just in case, because it's always better to be prepared. But, I mean, this thing is really blown out of the water.
Yeah, it's a little bit, hard to say prepare for the worst, but honestly, in these kinds of situations, it's the best you can really do.
Yes, and I do want to this is just a little sidetrack, but there is a new tropical area of interest in the Atlantic. 20% area of interest.
We can talk about that later. We've kind of got a $90 billion storm coming up on Louisiana.
Yeah, and
I
what
wanted
about
to just give that mention though, just because.
Then we can worry about that next week. But right now we've got a more important thing to worry about.
Yeah, and what about some of the damage potentials? Because I know, Devin, of course, you're the one that's made the cyclone damage potential scale, a really unique algorithm. You were posting some things about it earlier today. What's it really saying right now in terms of some of the things?
So that's great. Right. So right now the storm is rated a 42.5.
Considered to be a stage 7 on the CDPS, which is an absolutely terrifying.
I'm sorry, Devin. We've kind of lost you for a second here. I think you're really barely audible.
5 or above, you're talking about a catastrophic storm. When you're talking about a 7
Can you hear
above,
us?
I'm not sure, Devin. We can't hear you right now. You're really quiet for the time being right here.
No different.
I don't know what happened exactly with your microphone. I can hear you, but you're just really quiet.
Rita?
You're back now. You're back to normal. You're really quiet for a second.
Okay.
Can you just reiterate the start?
Yep. So this storm right now is scoring 2.5 points higher than Rita did. Rita was a stage 7 at landfall, got a rating of 40.1. This one's at 42.5. So it's significantly higher than Rita right now, and you can expect it to do a significant amount more damage. Now, when you go ahead and take Rita's damage, you account for the wealth increase of the region, inflation, and the population increase of the region, plus the fact that this storm's going to cause more damage than Rita. You're looking at a projected $94 billion storm here. I'm not mincing words either, and I don't think that that's an underestimate, especially considering Isaias did $4 billion while being a nuisance storm compared to this thing. So, yeah, an absolutely terrifying scenario unfolding right now. And this is, by the way, this is assuming a landfall intensity of 150 miles an hour. If it landfalls higher than that, that damage goes up big time, real quick.
Yeah, it really just emphasizes again, the extreme levels of danger that are ongoing when you have, the National Hurricane Center specifically using words such as, unsurvivable conditions related to storm surge.
Yeah.
And, the governor
Well,
of the
they're
state,
not.
even the governor is saying,
Like I said last night, they're not wrong. You're not going to survive a 20-foot wall of water coming at your house. You're just not. Your house is going to be gone, and you are going to die either via drowning or via hypothermia.
Or debris.
That might seem a little bit harsh, but it's true. This is a situation.
I mean, that's the unfortunate fact. Well, even if you let's go ahead and say that you're able to find a piece of debris. Well, it's still raining out. You're still going to be wet and cold, and the wind's going to be blowing at God knows how strong. So you're still going to have severe hypothermia, even if you get on a piece of debris.
Yeah, when we're in conditions where people aren't, first responders aren't potentially going to be able to come for significant periods of time just because of how dangerous conditions are.
911's not coming to save you in this storm.
Yeah, because at that point, if you're calling for help, and honestly, great on AT&T and Verizon for giving completely free unlimited service for the next week or so. allowing people, potentially in the path to have much easier connection. But, 911 and a lot of emergency response units can't really put their own people at such significant risk just for people that haven't taken the proper evacuation measures ahead of time. We've really implored for the past 2 days really to listen to your local officials specifically, for information on your exact location. If you were given an evacuation order ahead of time, to really heed it and get the heck out of there, because this storm was expected to be, Category 3, and some people were saying Category 4 then, but it's really blown everything out of the water.
Like I said earlier this morning, based on
I'm sorry, Devin, you're buffering right now. Isaac, what were you saying there real quick?
I was going to say, like I said earlier this morning, at least on the Texas side, I'm sure it's probably similar or maybe the same thing on the Louisiana side of things. But on the terms of the Texas side of things, they say that once the winds reach 35 miles per hour and plus, they're going to take all their emergency management officials out of the area. They're not going to respond to any more 911 calls because they're not going to put their own hardworking men in the path for this storm to risk their lives to save their lives for making the massive mistake of staying around for this storm.
I just want to give a heads up. There is new convection in the North Eyewall.
Yeah, I think something that's being indicative on that radar that's Isaac's showing on screen right now, and, I'm not sure if anyone can pull up some of the mesoscale imagery or just a bit broader shots, satellite imagery as well, to give us really a bit of a wider time period shot of that. But definitely wouldn't be surprised to see some new thunderstorm activity blowing up. There was some potential waning earlier today that some people were trying to say was a dry slot some time ago, but it looks like it's definitely trying to come back in full force and then some. Cloud tops.
Yeah, that dry slot from yesterday is gone.
There's actually talks of some earlier today because it looked like there was a bit of waning in some of the cloud tops and a bit of like a tongue shape. Some people were trying to rumor that there could have been some dry air trying to fight into it. But based on what we're seeing right now,
it's just a boundary at that point. When you got a storm as developed of a CDO as what we've got here, I mean, it's not perfectly annular, but at that point, it's just a boundary, and the storm's not going to care.
Yeah, and Isaac's got that mesoscale imagery up right now. You want to describe this really quick? Definitely looks like strong new convective activity there on the northwestern side of the last few frames.
Yeah, as we approach nighttime here, I believe, and I'm sure Devin can correct me if I'm wrong here, because he's really, of course, he's the hurricane expert this hour. As we approach, I believe, diurnal maximum right now, we're going to start to see perhaps some more deeper convection trying to fire around the eyewall here. As you can see on the last few frames of that the imagery, this is a sandwich imagery, so this is a snapshot of both infrared and visible imagery combined into one image, so they call it the sandwich imagery. This is mesoscale imagery as well, so this updates every minute. And you can see, like you were saying earlier, and Strat, how that there's a big burst of convection, well, not a big burst of convection, but a burst of convection trying to fire off on a northern CDO right now.
We have some breaking news from the National Weather Service in New Orleans, Louisiana. A tornado warning has been issued for southern, I'm going to butcher this, Tangipahoa, I believe, parish in southeastern Louisiana. And that is until the top of the next hour at 8 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:07, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Madisonville, or 10 miles southwest of Covington, moving northwest at about 20 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Robert around 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ponchatoula around 7:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then at Hammond and Natalbany around 8 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Tickfaw.
Yeah, so they're expecting this track, and you're saying, they're expecting it near a certain location closer to 8 p.m. Central Time. They're expecting this to be a potentially longer tracking system then, based on that, because that's almost an hour from now.
Well, whenever you have outer bands coming ashore, you're going to get tornado warnings with these things, and this storm's no different. Obviously, it's not going to be as significant of a severe threat as this is. We don't have a 120-knot sting jet coming out of God knows where. to go ahead and enhance tornado activity. So this would be more of a run-of-the-mill, couple spin-ups here and there, but the eyewall winds are going to be significantly more devastating.
And yeah, so far everything's really been radar indicated. I don't think there's been an actual observed tornado as of this time.
There's always a possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado in these things.
Yeah, and that's why they're warning out, of course. A question right now, it's always good to go over a little bit. And if you have any more questions that you want to ask, start the message with @Force13 in text or just Force13 in text. Lights the message bright orange for us. They're asking, what does it mean when the eyewall is that perfectly round? I think the simplest way to really explain that, especially when you have strong thunderstorm activity and high cloud top surrounding almost the whole eyewall, is that's just an indication of an extremely powerful storm that's unfortunately right now threatening land.
Yep, that is a signature of a very mature hurricane that's been able to fully develop to what its conditions are allowing. A fully circular eye, especially with the circular CDO around it, is terrifying. And this storm is absolutely no different to that list. So, Category 4, 150 mile an hour winds. Wow.
I think it's risen.
No, I think it's also risen as well.
We're going to get more information soon, so it's a bit speculative.
It's radar, though, but the radar app shows 187 on
but we
right
talked about it
quadrant.
before, especially with storms like this. It's not really the best description. Especially when we
I've
have
already
recon.
discussed not using radar for that. I mean, it's an okay estimate, but it's not something to take at face value. There's usually a good plus or minus 10% in an error.
Yeah, especially when we have the recon planes in the storm right now, I hate to say patience is a virtue when we want as much information as fast as we can, but, when these things are going to give us the direct, most accurate, and best information for a storm, always relying on them for the data is going to be the easiest thing we can do. We're about to get a pass to the center right now from recon. I'm sure Elliot's going to get us up to date as soon as that happens, and we'll be able to see if the pressure's deepened a bit more already.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but another tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service of New Orleans, Louisiana, and for several areas, including northeastern West Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, central East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern East Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana, and south central Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi. That is until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:10, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Watson, or 8 miles northeast of Denham Springs, moving northwest at about 30 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Pride at around 7:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Zachary around 7:40, Slaughter around 7:45, Jackson and Wilson around 8 o'clock, Spillman around 8:10, and Wakefield around 8:15.
Yeah, and that hasn't fully updated. Again, you get those really early. The last update to the full-on graphic on the National Weather Service's site is as of about 5 minutes ago. It does highlight that first tornado warning, of course, for the first set of parishes, but based on what you're saying, there's another one that's a bit further to the east of that.
Recon just went and made another pass into the eye, and in this new pass, they recorded a minimum flight level pressure down to 935.9 millibars.
Oh my god.
Well, she won't stop. Laura is not going to stop at all.
It's going to keep going.
Yeah.
Well, 909. So we've got what's the winds? What's the minimum winds on that pass, Isaac?
For the minimum pressure, I can't tell you right now. There's a little bit of winds on it. About 10 knots of wind estimated on knots? That 937.5 reading. No, actually, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Actually, there's actually a reading of 936.3. 936.3. No, I'm actually more wrong than that. Actually, the actual low pressure that I'm seeing right now, the lowest pressure is 935.9 millibars with about 10 knots of wind in it.
Oh my god.
935.9 with 10 knots of wind. So basically, those two observations are going to cancel each other out. So you can say, pretty safely say with that, 936 millibars with that pass.
That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, I'm sure Elliot's going to have that up in a second as well. I know some of the websites take a minute or two longer to update, just based on the types of graphics that they're using, but we'll get a more graphicized form of that up in just a second, so you can really see where that stuff is occurring. But, I mean, just another indication that this system is not stopping at all in intensification right now. For reference, the eye was having only pressures around 940 millibars in the last pass, which was less than an hour ago even.
I do want to point out that that, in my opinion, this is honestly really close to the pressure that the HWRF is expecting, because the HWRF was expecting 928 millibars at landfall.
Right now, it's right over that pocket of hot water that is right up till the coast of 30 to 31 Celsius, 30.5 to 31 Celsius.
But you also have to consider that there's going to be shear increasing right along the coast. So the final 6 hours, it should start weakening.
It's agonizing that we have to say it like that, though, because, and I think it's really important to reiterate to everyone watching right now that the exact landfall intensity, whether or not this storm gets to a Category 5 in the first place, the National Hurricane is saying it should happen at around 150 miles an hour. Regardless if that's, 5 or 10 miles an hour above or below, you're still dealing with a potentially extremely catastrophic storm making landfall. So don't pay too much attention to the exact intensity. Pay attention to the broader impacts that have been expected with the storm. I think we've reiterated them quite a bit throughout this.
Pretty much the difference there. When we're talking about the difference in winds, we're talking about the difference between $50 billion in damage and $100 billion in damage.
The radar has.
They're talking about a catastrophic storm that weighs to everything in its path, or an extremely catastrophic storm that lays waste to everything in its path.
Okay. Before anything else, I do want to mention that the radar has shown winds of 203 miles per hour.
Euxinator, again, we really don't want to use the radar like that because it's not at the surface.
I know.
And,
I just want to point it out. It's probably a gust or something.
Yeah, but, it's not really the best source to use, especially when you have the, planes in the storm right now. It's always best to stick with what we got directly available to us right now. Radar is usually a couple miles up. It's not indicative of what's going on at the surface necessarily at all. But, again, the fact that radars are trying to indicate such velocities just really a hint at how strong the system is.
Let's stop using the radar.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Breaking news, once again, out of the National Weather Service in New Orleans, another tornado warning has been issued for central St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, north central Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, and southwestern Emmett County in southern Mississippi. That is until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Montpelier, or 9 miles southwest of Emmett, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. Locations impacted include Clinton, Greensburg, Wilson, Norwood, Montpelier, Phelps, and Darlington.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, it's always great to have this a couple minutes ahead of time because the National Weather Service graphic updates, every 5 to 10 minutes or so. So it doesn't have that third one in it yet, but it does show the second one, and now we'll probably get the third one soon. This is just, an update around the New Orleans area. I'm assuming this one's also in southeastern Louisiana and potentially trying to reach closer to Mississippi, right?
Or outlet in the garage.
Regardless, though, just the outer bands really producing tornado activity on shore here. Unfortunately, or at least potential tornadoes. I'm pretty sure that would also be radar indicated, correct, Ryan?
I'm sorry.
I was just saying, I'm assuming that one's also potentially radar indicated rather than confirmed on the ground. It's just really an emphasis.
Yes, that is radar indicated.
Yep, so if you're in either of those areas that have a warning in place right now and watching this, you probably got an emergency alert on your phone. Make sure you're taking shelter in the safest place in your house possible, sturdy place that can survive a potential tornado impact. Even if you aren't actually going to end up getting hit by one, it's always better to be there until the warning expires. It's better to be safe than sorry, a bit anecdotal, but during Isaias up here in the Northeast, I was under a tornado warning as an example, and we'd never actually had a tornado on the ground here before, so I know some people probably didn't take it seriously, but it did turn out that in my town we had our first ever recorded tornado in over 100 years in that warning. So even if you don't think it could happen in your area, it's better to follow the instructions given out in potential warnings anyways than to really just say, it's probably not going to happen, let's not do anything. Because by the time you realize something might be wrong, it's likely going to be too late in that scenario.
I think we should start answering some questions in the chat. Does anyone have a question? Just tag Force 13 by doing @Force 13 in chat, and you will be able to see the message. So does anyone have a question?
Yep.
I haven't seen any come in as of the past.
I just saw someone ask, "Is it CD8 PS8?" I think you would be best to answer that, Devin.
Oh, Devin's not here at the moment. Actually, I think he just left for a little bit. But
it's a stage 7. I think.
Last we have is a 7 still. So keep that in mind right now. At least, still potentially catastrophic. Anyways, a lot of people asking, what are the odds of Category 5 now? I think the best answer to that is it's certainly a possibility. At this trend, it could potentially be more of a probability than a possibility. But again, for people that are in harm's way at this, that's really going to be more of a footnote in history rather than the potential havoc that this is set to bring onto land. I don't know if anyone could pull up the last full advisory's key messages, because I think those are going to be really important to read out and give a bit of a description.
I can get those up really quick.
That would be wonderful. Tell me whenever you're ready to read them. I'll actually pull up the graphic for them
have
as
them
well.
up right now, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, Isaac, do you want to go? Oh, do you have them shown in? Oh, perfect, you do. Ryan, you want to read them whenever you're ready?
Yeah, I got them up. The first key message, and it's been saying it all day, it's been all over social media, is unsurvivable storm surge. And I know a lot of people, the last time we were talking about the unsurvivable storm surge about 30 minutes ago, a lot of people were saying that we were being really, bullish by saying that, but that's just simply true. I mean, you're going to have 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. Like, that's unsurvivable. Like,
and it's actually changed now from 30 miles inland to 40 miles inland.
But anyways, unsurvivable storm surge with large and destructive waves will cause catastrophic damage from Sea Rim State Park, Texas, to Intracoastal City, Louisiana, including, I'm going to butcher this, Calcasieu and Sabine Lakes. This surge could penetrate up to 40 miles inland from the immediate coastline, and floodwaters will not fully recede for several days after the storm. 2. Hurricane force winds are expected tonight in portions of the hurricane warning area, with catastrophic wind damage expected where Laura's eyewall moves onshore. Hurricane force winds and widespread damaging wind gusts will spread well inland into portions of extreme eastern Texas and western Louisiana early Thursday. And 3. Widespread flash flooding along small streams, urban areas, and roadways is expected to begin this afternoon into Thursday from far eastern Texas into Louisiana and Arkansas. This will also lead to minor and to moderate freshwater river flooding. The heavy rainfall threat and flash and urban flooding potential will spread northeastward into the middle Mississippi, lower Ohio, and Tennessee valleys Friday night and Saturday as the system recurves towards the northeast.
And those are really all the key messages right now, just emphasizing, a lot of the potential dangers. There's been a lot of questions coming in. If anyone finds a particularly good one that they want to bring up to us, feel free to do so at any time. A good one that I want to go over first, though, is the odds of an eyewall replacement cycle. And, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure we have pretty stick agreement here. It's really hard to say when one will happen until it really is indicated through either satellite appearance or radar that it's beginning to occur. It could technically try to start one before it makes landfall. Unfortunately, that probably wouldn't have too significant of an impact anymore, right, guys?
And I'd like to tell you that there's been a new update for recon now, and they found another reading of 939.5 millibars with about 34 knots of estimated flight level winds. So far, the highest SFMR in this northern quadrant that I'm seeing is 107 knots.
And I'm assuming that isn't all the way out yet, so it isn't really at the strongest winds yet, correct?
Let's see here. Oh no, that was as of 11Z. The new one is 21 Zulu. So my apologies. It hasn't updated yet for the northern quadrant. But in terms of flight level, that has updated. And like I said, they found another pressure rating down to 939.5 millibars here, with the minimum being that if I remember correctly, I think the minimum so far has been 935.7 millibars. I believe it was on the last pass.
Yep, and that's really about accurate. Someone's asking about storm surge. Does anyone want to go over the storm surge risk with this real quick?
Recon just did an update now, and they found 2 flagged readings. One of them being a flagged reading of 137 SFMR knot reading, and the other reading is a 133 knot SFMR. Both of them are flagged. Again, 137 knot SFMR reading that has been flagged. Then below that, another one of 133 knots, which has also been flagged.
Yeah, I think to emphasize really quick, when we say flagged, it means that it's flagged as suspect and not really properly usable, right, man?
And the highest non-suspect or flagged reading that I've seen right now, and this new pass is 128 knots.
Yep. So regardless, still indicative of an incredibly powerful storm. Regardless, did they do a north or south to north pass, or did they try to recurve back into the northeastern eyewall in that?
What? I'm sorry, you cut out at my end.
I was just asking you really quick. Did they do a pass from cutting into the northeastern eyewall, or is that just the northern eyewall right now?
Just do north eyewall right now.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up really quick. This is the latest recon. You can see the plains right there. That's not the northeastern eyewall, so you'd probably see at least a little bit stronger winds there. So it's going to be vital to see what happens on the next pass they get. And that second recon plane also heading towards the storm right now, right, Elliot?
Yeah, and it looks like the highest unflagged SFMR is actually 133 knots, which...
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that would match earlier.
Oh, wow.
Which was, the northeastern eyewall pass there. I'll actually pull up your screen really quick because you have the more data sheets available. Do you want to just describe what's on this screen?
Yeah.
Definitely. Basically, what we're seeing is definitely a huge spike right here. And there's a Category 5 force SFMR, but that's, of course, flagged, and they're going to discard that anyway. But the highest reliable SFMR reading right now is 133 knots, which could be indicative of 150 to 155 miles an hour at the surface level. And I think they're going to lean towards 150 at this point, because they just don't have enough for 155 quite yet.
133 knots is closer to 155, though.
Yeah, but because it's only one, and it's one, and there's nothing directly near it that's unflagged, they have to usually go down a little bit, especially because when you get up to these intensities, SFMR can be slightly off, going a bit to the high side. But notably, though, that the pressure has dropped again in the center of the storm. We were talking in the eye 940 millibars last time, but flight level passes this time lower than that again, right, Elliot?
Yeah, and we're just waiting at this point for the drop zone to come through, and it's likely, I imagine, it's going to be at least 1 or 2 millibars deeper than it was in the previous pass.
Yep, so no sign of intensification slowing down right now, unfortunately. And something to bring up, because some people are asking about this, it is looking like the storm is definitely taking a much sharper north-northwest to north turn now. No more real indication of a pure western movement. I have the larger loop up right now, showing the latest information as of hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center. You guys can take a look at this as well, and I'm pretty sure you're seeing the same thing right now. Really a stronger cut towards the north-northwest, and maybe even some more motions closer to the north in the last couple hours.
Yeah, I think it's going just due north now.
It looks like it's going a bit west of north, but definitely a stronger motion towards the north direction now. And since the storm's been stronger than expected, that can happen. Despite the extreme strength of the Bermuda High right now, which has brought this far west in the first place, the fact that it's gone so much stronger than any model expectation has really had for it at this point, at least the mean global models, means that it's able to try to push against that a bit more, which can allow it to potentially move a bit further east of indications would have otherwise. Regardless, though, this turn towards landfall is going to be very significant to what areas get the exact worst impact from the storm. So if you're watching this is going to matter really a lot. And we also have the radar up from Isaac right now, if you want to describe what you're showing right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing on radar pretty much near almost due north heading, maybe just slightly west of north. By the looks of it on this long loop radar. I don't know what your thoughts about that are strats there, but yeah, it's really interesting to see here just how the storm's progressed over time here, and it's really going to be crucial to what the storm decides to do wobble-wise, because of course now, since this is a still intensifying storm, at this point in time at least, the storm is prone to wobbles. So the storm could wobble a little bit more northeast. It could wobble a little bit more northwest. It's going to be really crucial to see what the storm decides to do here. But as you can see on this radar loop, it's moving. Still looks to be moving about northwest here. Looking at the long range radar, you can see. Hopefully, you can see the latitude and longitude lines below the eye of the storm there, and you can see how it's still moving at a northwest heading, unlike what I previously said there. I just looked at that and I realized now that it's still moving to the northwest, looking at radar by the looks of it.
Yeah, so it's not really moving full north yet, but it is looking like in the past couple hours the average has changed from northwest to north-northwest, and that's what's been indicated in the National Hurricane Center's intermediate advisory as well. Someone asking a pretty valid question about what's the most populated kind of area near where the center of the storm can make landfall. And there's a few answers for that, really. Of course, in Louisiana, the nearest any significant population centers would be Cameron Parish and Lake Charles Parish in Louisiana. Those are, of course, likely to get, or very likely, almost certain, to get hurricane winds, potentially major hurricane force sustained winds as well. If you're talking Texas, Beaumont and Port Arthur are going to be the closest, largest cities near the border. I think we can say with at least some solace, though, if there's any silver lining to this at all, that the particular landfall location right now is forecast to be about in actually the lowest population density county region along the entire northwest Gulf Coast. It really isn't much, but at least in terms of the amount of people at immediate risk, this thing isn't just slamming straight into Galveston or Houston right now.
Yeah, they really dodged the bullet with this one here. Earlier, we were thinking it was going to go really close to there, maybe do something similar to an Ike, where it missed downtown Houston to its east, but now it's looking more and more likely it's going to be an extreme southwestern Louisiana landfall, unless it does a wobble to the northwest here, which is possible. I'm not going to completely rule that out here. It definitely is possible, but at this point in time, it looks really likely that it's going to be an extreme southwest Louisiana landfall here. And of course, the big cities that are going to be affected by this, the main ones that are going to be in the path of this, actually, I should say, are going to be Lake Charles and then maybe Beaumont or Port Arthur, Texas here, if the storm wobbles a little bit more to the northwest here with time. Which, like I said, it is possible for it to wobble more to the northwest and northeast with time here, since it is a still intensifying storm.
Yeah, and of course we're going to have to watch every really development with that closely, because normally when a storm's out to sea like this at this intensity and it makes a little bit of a wobble, it doesn't have as, too much immediate consequence. But when we're at this point in time, and a little wobble can really mean the difference on what locations get exactly the worst impacts. It matters really a lot more and has a lot more weight behind it than it really would otherwise. If you have any other questions you want us to answer, start your message with Force 13 in text or at Force 13. Lights up the message in a nice orange for us. Allow us to continue the conversation.
Are we in intermission?
Not right now, unfortunately. We'll get one near the end of the hour. We'll get about a 1 or 2 minute break or so in for everyone. We'll get a little bit of a recharge as well. But if you have any other questions right now, feel free to send them in. Lights everything up for us. Go for it.
Quickly
earlier, I saw a question about what the difference between. It was really asking what was the difference between the 30 miles inland and the 40 miles inland update for the storm surge around 8 p.m. Just in general, for storm surge, all of Cameron Parish is going to be seeing at least, at bare minimum, 9 feet of storm surge, and that actually continues well into Calcasieu Parish. Most of Lake Charles getting at least 6 to 9, possibly more. Really surrounding areas, and actually goes all the way, following those rivers, all the way up to even into Allen Parish near LeBlanc and Reeves, still experiencing at least 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. And it really just varies around Calcasieu Parish. Sulphur getting around 6 feet, Westlake getting around 6 to 9, Prian getting 9 in some spots, Carlisle also getting 9 in some spots. And that's where really the brink of it's going to be going.
Yeah.
In further east as well, into Jefferson Davis Parish.
Yeah, and Ami, you had an update as well?
I want to update on the AF300 mission. It has just entered the Gulf of Mexico, so pretty soon it will be entering the storm. And it looks like the NOAA 2 mission, they're going to go for a northwest to southeast pass this time.
Yep, so...
Apparently...
Oh, go for it.
We have readings of max SFMR of 137 knots.
That one was flagged,
that
if I'm
was
not mistaken.
flagged.
So that one's tossed for the time being.
That 137 knots was flagged. So don't go with that.
Yeah, the highest
from what I'm seeing here on the latest recon pass, we've got a flight level wind of about 143 knots. We've got an SFMR of right around, yet again, 133 knots in that region again. So I see no reason to upgrade this to 155 at this time.
Yeah, we're really going to have to wait and see the next northeastern pass, see if this has gone up even more in winds. But for now, at least, the pressure seemingly continues to fall.
I will say that the pressure going down to around 935 is pretty good, but the wind speed is not. I'm pretty sure we already talked about that while I was on the ride over here, that the pressure is likely in the mid 930s at this point, like 936, 937, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, it's really indicative.
So the pressure is still falling. The storm is still intensifying.
Yep.
Not good news.
No, not
Pull
at all.
up. And we go ahead and pull up shortwave imagery. This thing looks absolutely nothing short of ridiculous right now.
Yeah, and someone's trying to say maybe the southern eyewall's looking a bit weaker. Once I get this
reloaded back up.
In the latest frames. I
just
do want
pulling
to note,
up
though,
slider imagery here. And by the way, slider is absolutely great. If you haven't used slider before, just go ahead and check out the RAM imagery here. It's seriously phenomenal. And this is one of my more favorite infrared imagery loops here, because basically what shortwave is it's basically a nighttime visible. So what you can see here is, I think you can actually see it really clearly, that the eye is actually shrinking as it's moving towards the coast. Now, it can be a sign of multiple things, but here in this case, it can't be a sign of anything good. That's a sign that the core is tightening up further and that intensification is still going on in this storm.
Yeah, I mean, some people are trying to say in the stream chat that maybe the southern eyewall's looking a bit weaker in the latest frames. I'm pretty
Isaac,
sure,
you're going
though...
to say something?
No, I was just saying that the southern eyewall, some people are trying to say in the chat, looks a little bit weaker in the latest frames. But I think it's important to note that a lot of the southern eyewall is not really all the way present right now in radar view. So just because it looks like that right now doesn't necessarily mean that that's really the full verification of what's happening right now. Soon enough, though, we'll have a much better radar view of the full southern eyewall, better grasp with that. Isaac, you got the radar imagery on screen right now. What are you seeing with it?
Well, I'm seeing that on the radar at least, and again, this could be due to some radar attenuation currently going on, because keep in mind, this is a high-end, near high-end Category 4 we're talking about here, so the radar can't see entirely the southern part of the storm here, so that could be what's happening here. If not, this may be a good trend starting to occur here with this southern eyewall not looking as good as the northern eyewall does on this radar out of Lake Charles.
Yeah, definitely not positive right now to see this happening. Yeah. Overall, though, I mean, not a positive thing going on right now with the storm. Pressure's still dropping at a pretty nice pace. Down to 937s and potentially at the next hourly update based on recon data that we're seeing. If you have any questions that you want us to answer, we're going to take a quick couple-minute break at near the top of the hour, but you'll be able to hear us again at the top of the next hour. Start your messages at Force13 in text, or just Force13 in text. Lights the message up in a nice bright orange for us. That seems what it's going to be right now, though, for the time being. Probably still 150 mile an hour storm based on the recon data. Pressure likely still dropping, though, at this point in time. A question, and anyone here can really take the floor on this. Could it be like Michael and have a designation afterwards as a Category 5, even if in force it isn't looked like that? If they don't officially call it a Cat 5, could they go after redesignation? I think the best answer for that is, if the proper evidence is there for it afterwards, that they would do something like that. But again, it's really semantics right now. It's the full designation. It's more just looking at a potentially catastrophic storm as night begins to fall over it. In this particular frame, you can see the last frames, the infrared on the sandwich switching over to the night mode, really, as we get going in. A question here is, does anyone know this one in particular? Someone's asking the ACE for the storm right now.
I believe the last I saw for it was around 8.6, around 8.6, 8.7. It might be.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw in the chat earlier, as of course, as we continue on, that's probably going to go up a bit more as we get towards the landfall time and the next few 6-hour marks come in. The reason, and you'd see a storm at the upper end Category 4, you'd be like, well, why does this only have under 10 ACE? Is most of its life, it was a tropical storm. It wasn't a hurricane-strength storm most of its lifespan. And because of that, then you can have a situation where the ACE can be a bit suppressed, even though this storm is pretty close to Category 5 strength. A lot of questions coming in as well right now. Let's see. Will Laura spawn tornadoes? And I think, Ryan, you've been tracking these a lot tonight. You have the very clear-cut answer for that.
And yeah, I mean, Laura definitely does have the potential to spawn tornadoes. Definitely won't be as bad as we saw with Isaias earlier this month, but there is tornado potential, and there in fact have been several tornado warnings issued. There are 3 that are currently active, although they were all issued quite a while ago. And just as I said that, a 4th one literally just came in as I was talking.
And where's that one located exactly?
And that one is for Central St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southeastern Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi, and southwestern Amet County in southern Mississippi. That is until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:41, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Greensburg, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. Locations impacted include Centerville, Gloucester, Phelps, and Darlington.
Elliot has a recon update for us.
Oh, that'd be great to hear, Elliot. What's up with that?
So, new drop zone just came in for the eye, and it looks like pressure is probably down to 937 based off of the minimum pressure from the drop zone being 940 millibars with a 30-knot wind. So
with a 30-knot wind, so yeah, that pretty much backs up the 936, 937 pressure that we saw from the flight level estimates. So that makes sense.
Yep.
Definitely.
And
still deepening.
And someone asked, when's the next update for Laura coming? And this really goes to it. The next, they're doing hourly position updates right now. They're, of course, going to do adjustments to intensity, pressure, and speed if need be. So you'll probably see at the next update that pressure get lowered again based on drop zone data and other reconnaissance aircraft data that we've seen so far. Still obviously a storm that's just deepening almost nonstop, really, for the past 24 hours now. I think one of the most unbelievable things about this is, I was making a video update for this at around 10 p.m. Central Time, so about 22 hours from now, and the pressure back then was 978 millibars or so, and that's almost a 40 millibar drop in 22 hours, actually over that, if it verifies out. So just incredible to see happen.
Well, let's go ahead and extrapolate a little bit this out, because I know that it was 969 millibars today at 6 o'clock. So we're 15 hours from that now. So that's 969. We're currently at
29 millibars
let's say
down.
937, fair estimate. So that's
32 millibars down.
Yep, that's a 32 millibar drop. 15 hours, give or take. And we're talking about an intensification that it's pretty much kept over the past 36 hours of about 2.1, 2.2 millibars per hour. So it's been keeping at this rapid clip. And I should note right now that the threshold for rapid intensification is 1 millibar per hour. And this thing's been doing twice that and holding it for at least 15 hours now, and probably it was doing that more overnight. I just don't know further back than that. So for the entire day, it's averaged 2 millibars per hour, over 2 millibars per hour of strengthening, which is remarkable to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen. Isaac's got some cams that I want to show in just a second, but someone's asking a question about Mount Bellevue, Texas. That's under hurricane and storm surge warning right now, so I'm not sure about the exact geography there, your exact location. Make sure you're staying up to date with your local officials and the local weather office to get the latest updates regarding that specific location. Hurricane conditions are expected there, though, right now. That's why a hurricane warning is in place, so please make sure that you're already prepared for that. Isaac, you got some webcams up right now, right?
Sorry, I had myself on mute by accident there. This one is from Lake Charles right now. Looking at downtown Lake Charles there, and you can see the sun starting to set here as the camera starts to rocking. Camera is starting to rock back and forth a little bit more now. Let's go ahead and see if I could go to this one. This one is from Sabine Pass, Texas, and you can see storm surge starting to come on up in this guy's property right now. And that's in Sabine Pass.
I mean, that's definitely some damage ongoing several hours before the worst inundation is going to occur in terms of just water actually overwhelming. It looks like some preset channels to try to have some protection.
And then here's from the place to the northwest of Lake Charles here. I already forgot the name of it already. I think it's, what is it? Westlake. This is Westlake, Louisiana. This is just to the northwest of downtown Lake Charles right now. And you could see before that camera went away for a second that there's rain falling on the camera, and the camera's starting to shake a little bit more so than it did earlier in the stream, as you could tell.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people might try to think, looking at this, that conditions aren't there that bad right now, but it's really important to note that for many of these areas, they're already feeling some tropical storm force winds from reports, and that conditions are really just expected to deteriorate very rapidly in the next about 3 to 4 hours, so as the core of the storm starts to move on shore. Not the largest tropical storm force wind field, but an extremely powerful storm nonetheless that has the potential to bring catastrophic storm surge. And we've said it a couple times. It really goes to show how dangerous a storm may be when the National Hurricane Center is using terms such as unsurvivable, and the governor saying, potential low-lying areas such as, Cameron might look like parts of the Gulf of Mexico for several days. That goes to really show the potential danger that's anticipated in some locations right now.
And heck, even the National Weather Service in Lake Charles had to evacuate too due to storm surge concerns.
Yep. No doubt about it. I mean, you're talking about an extremely low-lying area along a river delta that's going to be experiencing 20 feet worth of storm surge in areas that really aren't that high or much higher than 20 feet. And all that water is going to be coming in. So definitely a scary scenario, to say the least, with this storm coming in with a 20-foot storm surge. And that's, that's on the high end for right now. This thing gets up to, this thing keeps on intensifying upon landfall. We could be talking about even higher than that. So 20 feet of storm surge is absolutely terrifying. We're talking...
Especially for an area...
Yeah, it's similar to the storm surge that Ike produced. Very similar.
Yeah, Ike was,
I think Ike was 22, 23 feet.
22 feet was Ike, and
20
that was
yeah,
that was a huge Category 2 hurricane, high-end Category 2 hurricane at landfall. This is a Cat 4.
Yeah, Ike is actually rated higher on the CDPS than this storm, so that's something that should be put down. That Ike's actually rated higher, so you'd think that the storm surge for Ike would actually be slightly higher than this one. So that makes sense that Ike was 22 feet and this one's 20. Fair enough. But even then, this is exactly what I think anybody in the weather business would call a particularly dangerous situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, extraordinary situation developing, and I think this really fits a narrative that someone really put in. Who would have thought that the HWRF would actually be 100% accurate, because it was showing the worst case scenario the whole time, really. Even yesterday, I'm sure most people weren't expecting a storm, 24, even just 18 hours ago even, to try to get up to the intensity that's at close to borderline Category 5 strength, really.
Well, we are at borderline Category 5 strength. I mean, 150 miles an hour is definitely on that border.
Last night around, 0Z, the interpolated models, and even the full model runs had gone down a bit on their, intensity guidance expectations for the storm. And it's still looking like, of course, it's going to be a very major threat for land nonetheless. And we'd encourage people for about 2 days now to be preparing as if this would be a Category 4 landfall, even though the forecasts at that time were showing a Cat 2 landfall. But yep. I can say with a pretty high amount of certainty that expectations have been just completely blown away with the rate of intensification that this storm has had.
I just wanted to clarify for a second. I know a lot of people in the chat are popping in and out here. The camera that you're seeing in front of your screen right now is from Sabine Pass, Texas, right now. So the extreme southeast part of Texas here, between the Louisiana-Texas border. This camera is from Sabine Pass, Texas, for those of you guys who are wanting to know here. And you can see, of course, storm surge picking up here as the evening progresses into night here.
Yeah. We have some breaking news. National Weather Service in New Orleans, Louisiana, has issued a tornado warning for northeastern St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana, and southeastern Amet County in southern Mississippi. So a lot of these same areas getting hit again from these outer bands. This is until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:50, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Independence or near Amet, moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. Locations impacted include Greensburg, Amet, Amet City, Independence, Roseland, Gillsburg, Easleyville, and Tangipahoa, Louisiana.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the 5th separate active tornado warning right now in southeastern Louisiana, northeast of Baton Rouge, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Because I have the current one up and it shows 4, but I'm pretty certain it doesn't show the newest one that's just come into play, because sometimes it takes a couple minutes for these graphics to update.
It would be, that would be the 5th active tornado warning at this time, although one of them is going to expire in about 7 minutes.
Have any of them been confirmed yet? Are they all just radar indicated right now?
I don't think you're not going to get a radar. You're not going to get a radar confirmed tornado. Wild.
Yeah, there have been.
Yeah,
all of them have
been
been
radar
indicated
rotation
as of right
now.
Yeah,
there was actually one radar confirmed one earlier, though.
Radar confirmed.
Yeah,
there was one radar confirmed one earlier.
Yeah, someone's asking a question. I think this is a pretty easy one to answer. If drop zones confirmed Category 5 winds at the surface, would they upgrade it due to that being very accurate? I can tell you it's a very high degree of certainty. If the recon aircraft and the drop zone were saying it was Category 5 strength, they'd upgrade it to Category 5 strength. No matter how grim that is, they have to report the facts of the situation, which they have been doing spectacularly throughout all of this. If that were to unfortunately happen, they'd really have to go with that.
I measured out how far we are from the middle of the eye coming ashore. I measured about 80 miles, so assuming it's still moving about 15 miles per hour north-northeast or north-northwest, we're about 5 to 5.5 hours out from landfall here.
Yeah, it's just
not good.
sometimes it feels like it gets a bit slow because, we're repeating a lot of the same things and stuff, but, there's always new people flying in and out of this chat right now, so we gotta sometimes, repeat some things, even if it feels a bit slow. It does feel kind of agonizing, though, when there's really nothing you can do other than just give coverage and can't really, do anything to potentially help people out there, but we're doing the best we can right now to keep coverage up. We're going to take a quick break, just about a 2 to 3 minute one, near the top of the hour, just to gather our thoughts real quick, and we'll be back for another 1 hour of live commentary before a handoff. We're going to have continuous live coverage up until landfall for this storm right now, so you might see at least another 7 hours of live commentary on the channel, and we really do appreciate sincerely all the support that we've been getting right now through this. We're actually very close to 50,000 subscribers on the channel right now, which of course is a milestone. So thank you everyone for supporting us.
We have
subscribing to the channel through all this, and of course, obviously the most important thing is people that may be in harm's way right now. Please make sure you're doing everything you can to stay up to date and informed about the situation right now, because an absolute monster out here in the northwestern.
Breaking news: we got the update statement from the National Hurricane Center.
Yes.
They have the storm at 150 mile-an-hour winds, moving at 15 miles per hour to the north-northwest with a minimum pressure of 937 millibars.
Yep.
So that's the pressure.
So it has dropped.
Another 3 millibars in 1 hour.
That's not surprising considering what this storm's been doing.
Yeah, so this is an extremely powerful Category 4 storm right now. 937 millibars of pressure.
Yeah, so that 937 millibar estimate from that drop zone, pretty spot on. Good job.
Yeah.
That eye is so perfectly round at the latest update.
It's
so
honestly,
scary.
It's honestly not the most perfectly round eye that I've ever seen.
I mean, it's still looking incredibly impressive, though.
There.
And cold
Oh
cloud
yeah,
tops
it's
getting all the way
impressive,
around.
but when you compare it to like Haiyan, Dorian, or Monica, it's not even comparable.
Yeah.
Those are extreme examples.
Yeah, and someone's asking, how far off are we from landfall right now? I think you just said it's about 80 miles offshore, so if it continues at this pace, we'll probably see it within the next 6 to 7 hours or so. We're really counting down the time frame here, and that second recon plane, of course, is going to be entering the storm soon, and we're going to be getting even more frequent updates on the exact intensity of it as we head into the final hours before landfall. Yeah, do we have a position update on either of the recon planes before we go on our short break, Elliot?
NOAA 2 is getting closer to the storm, and NOAA 2 is going in for another center pass fairly soon. And the Air Force plane seems to be entering the Gulf of Mexico, so...
Yep, so we'll probably get more full information now within the next hour or so. We're going to have 2 full planes in the storm giving constant coverage on the latest information regarding the hurricane. We'll be right back in just a couple moments at the top of the hour. Thank you so much for watching and supporting us through this all, everyone. Sincerely hope everyone's taking the proper precautions that they're potentially in harm's way, and please stay up to date with the latest information that's ongoing. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. And welcome back to live coverage right now on Hurricane Laura. Potentially catastrophic, strong Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 150 miles an hour and a minimum pressure of 937 millibars as the latest 1-hour update by the National Hurricane Center. This storm has really blown a lot of expectations out of the water, and we're going to do our best to keep you up to date with live coverage up until landfall. So please make sure to share the stream if you want to get us to more information. And also, something very significant just happened. I'm sure everyone here is going to be very thankful for it. Thank you for helping us just past 50,000 subscribers. Really means the world to all of us here working with the project. I'm here with still the same team I've been working with for much of the night. Welcome all of you guys again. We have Codemo, Elliot, Isaac, Ami, Devin, Ryan, and Euxinator to help us through the next hour before we have our next handoff. How are we all doing this evening?
Very well.
Good, but quite the storm.
Very well and very flustered.
I get that. It's been a long day of live coverage. We have a live cam up from Isaac right now, showing a particular area. I'm pretty sure this is far northeastern Texas, right, Isaac?
No, south. This is southeast. This is in Sabine Pass between the border of Texas and Louisiana.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm at the northeast coast. My bad. I apologize.
Apparently, actually.
Yeah. What are we seeing here though right now, though, Isaac? 'Cause I noticed it's just the cam's just switched to like night mode, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's just switched to infrared right now, and the storm surge has progressively gotten higher and higher. Earlier when I was looking at it, the storm surge was just barely, not even reaching that top part of that hexagon, I guess, or that surface right there that you see there. It was barely reaching it, and now it's getting farther and farther closer to the camera here. And you can see the waves going over this little miniature, I guess you could say, seawall here, or buffer between the land and the sea there on this camera. And again, this is from Sabine Pass, Texas. This is between the border of Louisiana and Texas here, and you can see the storm surge increasing here with time as the night draws on. So a really serious and dangerous situation unfolding right now. Strat?
Yep, and we're still about 3.5 hours or so from high tide, and at that point the storm's going to be much closer to land. This location, fortunately, probably won't get the worst storm surge with the storm just because the landfall location is expected east of there. The west side, obviously, won't get as bad inundation as the eastern side just because, counterclockwise rotation means the airflow is going to not be as favorable to push water as far inland west of the center. But east of the center, again, expected to potentially get up to 20 feet of storm surge. Conditions explained by the National Hurricane Center as potentially unsurvivable. And the governor of the state is saying that parts of Cameron may look more like parts of the Gulf of Mexico for several days after the storm. What are some of the latest indications that you guys have been seeing in terms of intensification trends? Because this thing really hasn't looked like it's been stopping.
It hasn't been stopping.
In fact, actually, we got a new recon pass in from the NOAA plane just now, and they recorded a minimum pressure. Let me just look at it really quick here. The lowest pressure that I'm seeing right now is a pressure of 934.9 millibars on the newest pass.
Wow.
934.9 millibars, and then the peak SFMR that I'm seeing right now is a flagged one of 131 knots and a non-flagged one of 133 knots.
When was this?
Just now. This pass just happened now.
Pass just happened now. I'm not seeing it.
It'll probably come in a couple minutes. Some sites move in.
Tropical Tidbits is having some issues because of heavy traffic, so you may not be able to see it for a while.
Yeah, usually I get it like 5 minutes late, and I'm not going to go to cyclonic weather because their servers are even worse.
They've actually been doing a pretty good job, at least from what I've seen it, getting pretty quick updates comparatively.
I'm going to them.
If you have any question you want us to answer in this hour before we do our next handoff of live coverage, please start your message with Force13 all in text or at Force13. Lights up your message in bright orange. When some of us are going at this for closer to 6 hours now, it really helps keep the conversation flowing and lets us see what you guys that are listening potentially near the path of the storm may need to know. So start your message with Force13 in text. Lights it up in a bright orange for us is Laura. Really has just continued to strengthen, mostly unabated through all of today. Very rapid intensification. I mean, of course, the first set of questions coming in right now. A lot of people asking us through the night. And I guess it makes sense that people are asking it just because tons of people are always flowing in and out of the chat. Whether or not this storm might get up towards Category 5 intensity. Does anyone want to take a nab at that real quick?
Nope. Nope, not going to touch it.
Neither am I.
I mean, it's possible. I think it might just get the 155, or could reach the 160, or could get 155 and then upgraded later on in the future.
Yeah,
Don't
I
know,
think
though.
the very important message, though, to send to anyone watching this that's either, generally just tracking storms or maybe potentially out there in harm's way, is that the difference between right now for if you're in harm's way on a 150 mile an hour storm and a 160 mile an hour storm should not impact your thinking at all. It's still an incredibly life-threatening storm that the National Hurricane Center has described some of the impacts as unsurvivable. So it really shouldn't be changing how you're thinking about the storm, regardless of the exact intensity that this storm may reach in the near future, if it does so. So please don't really think of it too much in that way. It's much more really semantics at this point. Actually, an interesting question as well, because I know a lot of people aren't necessarily just in the landfall area, so I guess it's nice to touch on this really quick, because it is within 5 days, asking about potential impacts in the northeastern United States in association with the storm. I guess the brief synopsis of it, before we get back to, of course, main coverage the storm bears down on land, is that it's expected to turn post-tropical over the United States, over Virginia actually, in the 3-day forecast, but that it, while merging with the frontal boundary, could re-intensify up to tropical storm strength winds while moving offshore the eastern seaboard. Even though it's not expected to be a tropical cyclone, that means that parts of southern New England and mid-Atlantic could get some rain and gusty winds from it, but nothing really compared to what we're seeing potentially down in Louisiana and Texas right now. Let's see. A question here, really, and I think, Devin, you've been keeping track on the intensity, so you can get a good grab on this. Why were most of the model intensity forecasts wrong with this?
They weren't. just pretty simple. Models don't really have... The thing that surprised me is that the ships really downplayed this, and usually ships is really aggressive and really good at picking up on rapid intensification. And the reason why a ship's kind of wasn't doing that is because it was picking up on this shear that's supposed to be coming anytime now, please. That it was going to greatly affect the storm, and it was going to make sure that it doesn't rapidly intensify. But ships definitely swung and missed in that one because, yeah, the storm's definitely still intensifying. It did keep, I think, a 30% chance of 65 knots in 72 hours for quite a while. This storm's definitely far exceeded that at this point. But yeah, if you take a look at the HWRF or HMON, they've pretty much been spot on with this thing. They've been saying that there's going to be a Category 4 or 5 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico in and around this area, and they've been saying that for about 4 to 5 days now. Like, they nailed this storm, to say the least.
So apparently there was a 133 knot unflagged on the weakest side.
That's not the weakest side.
Which side is... Which, when you say weakest, which
North,
side do you mean?
Northwestern side.
Is the southwestern side going to be the softest one right now?
Yeah, the southwestern side will be the weakest. The northwestern side is going to be just as strong as the northeastern side.
And I mean, that pressure fall still potentially ongoing. 934.9 millibars measured in flight level winds around 30 knots. So, I mean, still very intense and deepening storm. Someone's saying that they think cloud tops are waning in the most recent frames. I think actually you might beg to differ a little bit. They're not all the way around full negative 70s, closer to negative 80s right now on the very northeastern edge fully. But there's been more blow up on the northern side in the past hour or so, and the southwestern and southern sides have been doing a really good job at maintaining deep convection. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with that for the time being. Of course, we'd really hope that something like that would occur immediately at the storm would immediately begin a weakening trend. It just hasn't happened so far, very sadly. Let's see, someone's saying, I mean, this is a really semantics one again, just to get out of the way. You know, it's kind of good to clear up the mentality of how some people are thinking of it. Someone's asking if this could be the strongest storm of the season. I guess the best way to really explain it is, you know, it's technically possible, but we don't really know. And when we're in a storm like this, the most important thing is to focus on what are its potential imminent impacts to land, which of course could be quite extreme, rather than just saying, oh, will something else come along later this year to top it.
Yeah, so what
the
we're
most
looking at
important
right
right
now
now.
is that we need to make sure that we keep everything, straight ahead. We've got a storm that, you take a look at its CDPS rating. We're talking about a storm that's going to cause between 60 and 120 billion dollars worth of damage, with the most likely damage being somewhere in the 90 to 100 billion dollar range at this point. That's absolutely terrifying. Hopefully that doesn't pan out. Hopefully that prediction is wrong and it misses well to the south of that. But I don't see any reason for that prediction to go wrong here. And when you're talking about that much damage, you're talking about this much water coming ashore, you're talking about this high of a wind speed coming along here, you're talking about legitimate devastation on all scales. Basically, any type of non-well-built structure is going to be pretty well leveled. Mobile homes, forget about it. And this is just talking about the winds, of course. This isn't talking about the 2-story high wall of water coming up to your front doorstep and taking your house and depositing it in the Gulf of Mexico at the mouth of the Mississippi.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. The fact that officials at the National Hurricane Center are using such extreme language such as unsurvivable to describe that potential surge, and the governor of the state saying that the location near landfall could be, considered much more part of the Gulf of Mexico for several days, emphasizes that danger.
We've got police chiefs that are out there asking people that don't evacuate to identify marks on their bodies so they can go ahead and identify them quicker once they are recovered.
Yeah, and that it's just dark, but that's just the reality of the situation. This is really a potentially catastrophic, and it's not potentially life-threatening. It is life-threatening. Those impacts are starting to come onshore right now. I think something good to do really quick.
A Category 1 hurricane is life-threatening. This is a lot more than life-threatening.
Yeah, I think something good to do really quick, though, because there's always new people coming in and out, is to go over the currently active watches and warnings, as well as the key messages. I don't know if anyone can do screen share really quick, but I know, Ryan, you're really quick to get to those watches and warnings, if you could pull those up really quick as well.
Yeah.
Go over the watches and warnings really quick, and then someone pull up the key messages to really talk about as well. I have the cone showing the warnings on screen right now.
For watches and warnings, there have been no changes since the last rotation of live team at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The current summary of watches and warnings in effect: there is a storm surge warning from Freeport, Texas to the mouth of the Mississippi River, a hurricane warning from San Luis Pass, Texas to Intracoastal City, Louisiana. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Sargent, Texas to San Luis Pass and east of Intracoastal City, Louisiana to the mouth of the Mississippi River. And a hurricane watch is in effect east of Intracoastal City to west of Morgan City, Louisiana. There are also several tornado warnings in effect across southeastern Louisiana.
Yeah, I actually have this on screen right now. The threat for tornadoes has been there with the storm with the outer bands, and right now there's still 3 active tornado warnings in southeastern Louisiana, some of them moving into far southwestern Mississippi as well, all of them just a bit northeast of Baton Rouge, where tornado warnings were put in place for large parts of Louisiana earlier today. I'm going to bring the key messages up right now as well, if you want to go over those very quickly too, because they are extremely important right now.
Absolutely. Unsurvivable storm surge with large and destructive waves will cause catastrophic damage from Searim State Park, Texas to Intracoastal City, Louisiana, including Calcasieu and Sabine Lakes. This surge can penetrate up to 40 miles inland. That's into Lake Charles and even all the way up into Allen Parish, which is well inland. From the immediate coastline, and floodwaters will not fully recede for several days after the storm. 2. Hurricane force winds are expected tonight in portions of the hurricane warning area that is from San Luis Pass to, I believe, Intracoastal City, with catastrophic wind damage expected where Laura's eyewall moves onshore. Hurricane force winds and widespread damaging wind gusts will spread well inland into portions of extreme eastern Texas and western Louisiana early Thursday. And 3, widespread flash flooding along small streams, urban areas, and roadways is expected to begin this afternoon, and in fact, it has already begun. And that's going to continue well into Thursday from far eastern Texas into Louisiana and Arkansas. And this will also lead to moderate freshwater river flooding. And then this heavy rainfall threat heading into Friday and Saturday and flash and urban flooding potential will spread northeastward into the middle Mississippi, lower Ohio, and Tennessee valleys Friday night and Saturday.
Yeah, I think that's also an important point to go over. We've been talking a lot about the near land impacts, and of course, over the next almost 6 hours, you'll hear a lot more about those as well. But once the storm moves inland, the threat from it isn't over. There's a wide swath of 2 to 4 inches of rain expected from the landfall location up through Texas, parts of far extreme southeastern Oklahoma, through Arkansas, and then all the way through portions of Tennessee, Missouri, Illinois, even stretching into Indiana a little bit, and all the way into Kentucky, and areas even really as far north as West Virginia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania may see 2 to 4 inches of rainfall associated with the storm. So even after this moves inland and is no longer a direct threat to the areas that it's going to undoubtedly wreak havoc on tonight, it will still be a threat for significant population centers well inland, where you really, based on what we're talking about right now about the one location, wouldn't be looking at directly.
Got a question from the chat. In the last frames of the IR animation, we can see the western outflow boundaries dying off slightly. Does this mean that Laura is being sheared, and could this possibly cause slight weakening?
Go for it.
Yeah, in regards to this, so yeah, the shear is starting to pick up a little bit for the storm. We are hoping that this shear will at least stop intensification right here at 150 miles an hour. It's not, if it's going to weaken the storm, it's not going to weaken it very significantly, maybe 5-10 miles an hour before landfall tops. This storm's not going to go away, unfortunately, guys. We're pretty much stuck here in the long run, but we could just hope, cross our fingers and hope that the storm is weakening.
As I said previously, it's not about, will it weaken at this point? It's about the storm surge and how it's going to affect you if you're living in the area. So if it weakens a little bit, that's really not the main focus at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that really is the accurate way to put it. We talked a lot about the storm surge threat, but there is a lot of different threats with this storm, which were gone over more specifically in the key messages segment. So thank you for that. It really shines a light more on some of the specific worst conditions that may be anticipated with the storm in the next few hours, really, as it makes its final approach to land. And unfortunately, at least for the landfall area too, the rainfall forecast was actually upped this afternoon compared to last night and this morning. So that 10 to 15 inches of rainfall zone is expected to extend further inland than forecasts were indicating yesterday. So again, really yet another sign that you don't want to see with the storm at all right now. If you have any...
And actually...
Oh, go for it.
Actually, I believe at the 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time update, the amount of rainfall, some areas were forecast up to around 13 to 15 inches isolated. That's now going up to at least 18 inches of rain in isolated areas.
Yeah, I mean, that really doesn't surprise me considering what we're seeing right now in the general uptrend in forecasts. Even though the broader area is expected 10 to 15 inches, you can obviously see isolated amounts higher than that occur. That's not surprising to really see them potentially indicate right now. If you have any questions that you want us to answer in the next about 40 minutes or so before our handoff, start your message with Force13 all in text or at Force13. Lights up the message in a nice bright orange for us. Makes it very easy for us to see what you're asking. Allows us to get a better flow on the conversation right now as well. Someone's saying, when's the shear supposed to kick in? I think the answer there, that's going to be a key question. Everyone's saying, well, it really should start to kick in now, and I think we went over briefly.
It is kicking in right now.
If we want to go into a bit more detail, that western outflow, you can kind of see some more flaky effects that are, and it's bit visible in mesoscale right now even, although I'm sure some IR longer loops showed it better. The western side's looking a bit more flaky at the outflow, which is indicative of some shear trying to occur.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there was a new recon pass that just happened, and it looks as though they're still finding very strong winds. Let me post this. It's from Tropical Tidbits. The central pressure estimate fell slightly again compared to the previous measurement. Lawrence intensification is still not over. Now 75 miles from landfall, or around.
Yeah, I mean, it's still moving around 15 miles or so the hour's going to tick down. If it's moving exactly 15 miles an hour and, it's 75 miles from shore, you'd expect that to be about, 6 hours or so from right now. If they were to hold that exact forward speed, if it slows down a little bit in forward speed, it might take a bit longer before we really get to that point. If it goes a little bit faster, that could happen a little bit sooner as well. So really keep that up, just in mind.
We're pretty much just waiting for the drop to come in from that pass. That pass happened quite a while ago at this point.
Yeah. Two good questions in right now. I think it's important to cover them both as well. Is shear going to prevent Laura from becoming a Category 5? I think the clearest answer is we certainly hope so.
That's my fingers crossed. If this shear wasn't there, it would be a slam dunk Cat 5 right now.
The negative right now.
The fact that it is there right now is why it's 150 miles an hour and not 180 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So
unfortunately, though, it's really only starting to be more indicative on the western periphery of the storm on the very edge of the outflow. That could be enough, really, to stop it from becoming a Category 5 storm. But at the same time, pressure's still dropping from the latest indications. So we saw a drop of 3 millibars from 7 to 8 p.m. Central. So it's still on the table right now, unfortunately. But again, that doesn't. The difference between 150 to 160 miles an hour for the exact location you're going to get hit the hardest isn't going to matter too much for you when you're also dealing with 20 feet of storm surge, 10 to 15 inches of rainfall, all these other potential threats associated with the hurricane. Don't pay too much attention to that in particular.
Yeah, so pretty much exactly everything that Strat said. Obviously, whether if this is 140, 150, 160, 175 at landfall, doesn't really matter. The storm's going to provide widespread destruction and devastation, especially in the immediate landfall area. You'd say 50 miles to either side of that eye where the hurricane force winds are. You're talking about extreme devastation in that strip. So 100-mile wide strip. You're basically talking about 100-mile wide strip that's going to be deluged by a 20-foot tall storm surge and with winds that are strong enough to blow a house down.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking at here. I don't have really any other better words to say. You've got this 100-mile wide swath that's going to be completely devastated. And then you've got the outer fringes, like you've got the tornado outbreak that's currently going on in southeastern Louisiana. You've got the storm surge in central Louisiana that's supposed to get up to 10 to 15 feet, despite being absolutely nowhere near the center of this thing. You've got Houston and Galveston over to the west end. We're expecting surge to be coming up and pushing on the other side of Galveston Island because of the way that the storm's coming through.
Yeah, it's just really obscene.
Yeah.
And a good question to talk about as well, and we did mention this kind of as like, if there's any saving grace, it's that the population density in the area where it's going to make landfall is actually the lowest along the whole northwestern Gulf of Mexico. But they're asking, since Cameron Parish is a parish that isn't heavily populated, does this affect the final cost and damages to infrastructure in the end? I think the simplest answer is yes, to somewhat. Of course, it's still going to cause extreme damage and very costly. But if you had a storm like this moving into Houston, of course, with the same level of surge, making landfall a bit west of Houston, it'd obviously be a bit of a worst case in terms of actual damages.
I would be using Ike to compare the storm rather than Rita if it was moving directly over Houston, which models were pointing towards that happening for
I'm not sure. Hold up. I'm not sure if this is going to be legit or not, but there are highly rumored that there have been there has been a reading non-flagged of 137 mile.
I don't see that right now. There's been no indication of that yet.
I think.
137 miles an hour sounds about right.
Oh, 137 miles an hour. Okay, I thought you said knots for a
Yeah,
second.
137 mile an hour. That sounds about right for the southeastern side.
Yep, that wouldn't surprise me at all. But, you know, I guess to finish off the question that person is asking about the population density and potential infrastructure, even though it's making landfall there, inundation from storm surge is expected by the National Weather Service to extend up to 40 miles inland in southwestern Louisiana. So you could be seeing property damage and infrastructure damage occur very far inland right now. So, you know, even though you could say there's kind of a saving grace that the exact landfall location isn't just west or on top of, you know, the most populated area, the extent the damage could go inland just from storm surge, not to mention flash flooding risks, heavy rainfall, still tropical storm force winds are expected up into Arkansas right now, is still very significant.
So something I'd like to comment on right now is that we've got the new drop zone coming out here. We've got 938 millibar surface pressure with a wind northeast at 11 knots. So that suggests that drops probably somewhere around 936 millibars, which would be in line with what we got with the surface extrapolated pressure once you add on the 1.6 millibar for adjustment. So the good news here is that it only, and I use air quotes on this one, only dropped 1 millibar from the last pass, which is progress.
That's definitely better than what 5 millibars between the.
Yeah, we don't want to drop in 4 or 5 millibars every pass. Good God, no.
Yeah, we actually have some nice. I know Isaac might be a bit AFK right now, so he might not be able to directly talk. But we do have this live cam up in the far northeastern coast of Texas, so along very far southeastern Texas, near the Louisiana border. That's showing some of the impacts with storm surge right now beginning to come ashore. I don't know if anyone wants to see this and just talk about it really quick, but it definitely looks like, especially since we've had this cam for almost 2 hours now, that the surge is starting to come in at a much quicker pace and is coming over these little barriers way easier than before. Inundation definitely occurring. You know, these little hexagonal shapes are starting to get washed over a little bit. The palm tree and the sign further out, along with the flagpole, definitely, you know, under some water right now. Honestly, the area to probably watch the most is going to be that little tiki hut and other land area a bit out to the right side and near the top of the screen, because if that really starts to get inundated, that's going to be a sign of a much stronger wall of just pure ocean from the Gulf of Mexico pouring inland in this region, rather than it trying to funnel through that smaller area for the time being, at least. And this is an important question to clear up as well. Just because the storm's making landfall east of Houston doesn't mean they're not getting impacts. Because someone's asking if they'll get any impacts at all. You know, you're still under a tropical storm warning, and you know, as the latest graphic, still expected to potentially get 2 to 4 feet of storm surge up into parts of Houston. So just because the exact landfall location isn't on top of you does not mean impacts aren't there. So make sure you're staying prepared if you're in Houston. You might not lose power necessarily, but you could still get tropical storm conditions. Make sure you're staying up to date with your local officials and your local weather office for the latest for your specific location there as well. I heard someone ask if there's a tornado right now. Ryan, do you want to go over some of the severe weather again really quickly? Because I'm not sure if there's been any new warnings that have come into place over the last few minutes.
There have not been any new warnings in almost 40 minutes.
Well, that's a plus, at least, if we have anything to say.
Yeah, there is at least one active across. That is for northeastern St. Helena, northwestern Tangipahoa, and southeastern Amet counties. That's in Louisiana, and Mississippi. That's going on for another 15 minutes until 8:45 p.m. And then what about the other ones? Oh, yeah, and there's another one also going for central St. Helena, northeastern East Feliciana, southeastern Wilkinson County, and then southwestern Emmett County. First two of those in Louisiana, the latter two of those in Mississippi. That one's also until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then the rest of them looks like they've expired. So there are 2 active tornado warnings. Both of them are still radar indicated and not radar confirmed. There was a water spout that moved ashore earlier well earlier, a few hours ago. But other than that, there has been no active tornadoes or water spouts except for some radar-indicated tornado warnings.
And I mean, that really goes to show that even the areas that aren't getting the strongest winds directly related to the broader circulation of the storm can still get adverse impacts as a hurricane comes on shore. You know, these are areas that don't specifically have tropical storm warnings on them right now, but they're still getting these severe thunderstorms from the outer bands of the storm that are producing these potential tornadoes or prompting tornado warnings at least. So always important to heed those. If you're ever in a tornado warning and watching this right now, just as some advice, even if you don't think that you might get impacted by one and you feel like your location hasn't really seen a tornado in a very long time, you wouldn't expect it, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't take the proper precautions and listen to instructions to get the safest part of your own house. It's obviously important to do that. I can give a bit of an anecdote for people that may be under tornado warnings or maybe in the future. I was under one during Hurricane Isaias up here in New England, but we had never had a recorded tornado in our town for over 100 years. Lo and behold, we have our first tornado touchdown confirmed in over a century. So always heed those warnings when they come into place. If you get a blaring text message from your phone from the EAS system saying, hey, you got a tornado warning, please take cover, make sure you're listening to it. We actually have Isaac back now, too. And I know you have this cam up showing the storm surge potentially ongoing right now. Do you want to give us some discussion on it real quick?
Well, I've noticed significantly over the past hour, actually, the storm surge has been rising at a considerable pace. I know you see on the bottom right of your screen a little shape right there. The water was barely touching the back side of that. Now it's fully covering it from all sides now and getting closer and closer to where this live camera is stationed at. And again, this camera is stationed at the extreme southeast coastline between the border of Louisiana and Texas at Sabine Pass, Texas. These are the current conditions here. And keep in mind, this isn't where the worst of the storm surge is going to be. The worst of the storm surge is going to be in Louisiana, not in Texas. So keep that in mind when you see this live video coming out of Sabine Pass. This isn't the worst. This isn't going to be the worst of the storm surge here. The worst is going to be in Louisiana, like I said. So just really keep that in mind. Don't just look at this and think, oh, that's really going to be about it for this hurricane. No. If we go to Louisiana, you could see they predict the National Hurricane Center predict storm surge heights up to 20 feet in some places of Louisiana here. So definitely not a storm to take lightly at all here. Threat.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have any questions that you want answered in the next 30 minutes before our handoff, this particular segment of a team is going to come to a close because we have a whole setup ready to keep you guys covered through landfall with this hurricane. Please send them in right now by starting your message with Force 13, all in text or at Force 13. Lights up the message in a bright orange for us. Makes it easier for us to respond to what people actually listening to us right now might have as questions that they want answered. I know we've been talking a lot about severe thunderstorm activity, tornado warnings and watches, storm surge and such. Always important to hear what you guys want to hear as well. And also, I'm just wondering really quick, do we have any recon updates as well while we wait for those to filter in? Just because I know there's 2 planes near the storm now, right?
Hey, the Air Force plane is now in Laura, and looking at the NOAA 2 plane, I think I haven't gotten the latest update yet, but I imagine they're going to go through the northeast to southwest quadrant again.
Yeah, I see what you're looking at there. I'll actually pull this up really quick on the screen just to give a bit of an emphasis. This is the NOAA plane that Ami's talking about there. Just did the cut from the northwest to the southeast. What it's probably going to do is cut towards the north to sample the extent of the wind field on the east of the center of the storm to get the full extent there of either hurricane force, flight level, or tropical storm force, and then it's probably going to do another cut from the northeast to southwest to get the latest peak intensity in terms of winds and get us another pressure look at the exact center of the storm. So that's going to be very vital to see as we head through the next about an hour or so is when we should really get the full data coming on that.
It looks like we unfortunately lost the live camera feed from Sabine Pass here, but there's the last image right here on your on my screen. That's the last image before the stream went down. I don't know if that's a Wi-Fi issue, if the power went out in general there, but that's the last image that
it's probably going to see for a while from Sabine past Texas. And keep in mind, this is not where the worst of the storm surge is going to be at all.
Yep. So I'm going to ask you a question. I think it's important to clarify right now the exact intensity and information. It's still a Category 4 storm, an extremely powerful one at that, with maximum winds of 150 miles an hour and a minimum pressure of 937 millibars, as of the latest 1-hour position update from the National Hurricane Center about 35 minutes ago, moving north-northwest at 15 miles an hour. So it's not a Category 5 at this time, even though there are flight-level winds at that strength. That doesn't correlate to the surface strength necessarily of the storm. Regardless, still an extreme threat to land right now. Someone's saying, are we expecting a high tide near the landfall time? I know for some locations along Louisiana, I'm sure if you guys have any other questions you want to have picked up.
Nelson said several times that the landfall is expected to be intra-tide, so in between low and high.
Yeah. High tide is in about 3 hours from now for several locations, 3 to 4 hours, for several locations along the northwestern Gulf Coast. And the storm is actually expected to make landfall around 6 to 7 hours from now. So it should be much more around mid-tide, fortunately, for plenty of these locations. We might not see it make landfall at high tide and have the ending storm surge result be even worse. I think someone else was trying to cut in to say something there as well. Yep.
It doesn't matter if it's 150 or 150 hour, or if it's Cat 4, Cat 5 at this stage. It's just going to be utterly devastating. There's almost been no distinguishable distance. So if anyone is in the way of the storm, just get out or get high, stay and survive.
When we say get high, that means go up in elevation.
Yeah, to avoid the surge, it's like, it's 10, 15, or even 20 feet. Could even be more in certain areas. We don't know yet.
So when you're talking about a 20-foot high storm surge, you got to be 20 feet above sea level in order to not get inundated by that. So if you're not 20 feet above sea level, or there's not something between you and the ocean that is at least 20 feet above sea level, you are going to get inundated with storm surge.
Yeah.
That simple.
And another question real quick. Someone asking about Montgomery County in Texas. That's just north of the Houston metro. I'm not 100% sure if they're under tropical storm warning right now, but I presume that some impacts related to rainfall and stronger winds are probable in that area, but you didn't give us...
I'll pull that up right now for
really
you,
as much of a zoom location. I would encourage you, regardless, though, to stay up to date with the latest information from your local weather office and local officials for that location, because that's a bit more inland, so you wouldn't be really worrying as much about the storm surge. But there is the potential impact for some rain and potentially tropical storm force winds closer to that. So stay tuned and informed for that stuff.
You said that it's the county north of Houston?
Yeah, it's Montgomery County. It's just north of Houston.
Yeah, they're underneath a tropical storm warning.
Yeah, so that means that they are expecting tropical storm conditions to occur in your location generally. The potential impacts are going to vary based on where you are.
But it should be noted that the hurricane warning is literally the next county to your right. So just be prepared for hurricane force gusts. Of course, if you're in a low-lying area, you should have gotten out of there already. It's likely too late to get out of there now. Basically, anything else should have already been rushed to completion, and just stay safe. I wouldn't expect too significant of impacts in that particular county, but I would definitely expect the power to be out for a couple of days. And yeah, definitely.
We've got the Sabine Pass camera back online now. So I guess there was a little power flicker there, but now it's back up online now, so I'm able to...
I'll show it again really quickly, because this is an important look at storm surge, and notably, this is west of where the center is expected to make landfall. So storm surge will likely be much worse east of where the landfall occurs. Keep that in mind when you're looking at this.
And this is the extreme southeast border between Louisiana and Texas we're talking about here, and it's on the northwestern side of the storm. So like you said, Strat, this is not where the highest storm surge is going to be. The highest storm surge is going to be in Louisiana here, not Texas. So keep that in mind when you're looking at this video here off of Sabine Pass, Texas. And even still, you can see the storm surge rising quite quickly here within the past hour.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something to keep an eye out on. I said earlier while you were away, something I'm looking at particularly keenly is that little landmass up in the close to the top right corner, because that's a bit further away from where this kind of funnel is to try to flow some water through. And if that really starts to get inundated a lot, you're obviously going to be able to tell that there's a much larger problem ongoing. A question, just to clarify quickly, and anyone could really take this, because obviously not everyone that's watching maybe fully knowledgeable about hurricanes, because they're really just here to get information and learn. What does it mean when a landfall occurs? Just for someone to explain that really quickly.
All right. Well, landfall is pretty simple. It's when the center of the storm moves over land. That's all it is. That's all it means. It means that half the storm is past you. That's it.
Yep, pretty much.
That's all. That's
guys,
literally all that it means.
Yep.
Guys. I have news about So the ladies vortex ladies VM supports
You're cutting in and out a little bit there.
I was getting lag as soon as I was talking.
We'll get back to you in a second. Right now.
I just want to say this right now before you go ahead and blurt it out. No, the Vortex data message does not support Cat 5.
Yeah.
I know, but it does support 137 mile per hour.
No,
mile per hour not. I'm sorry.
137 knots would be further up. That's it. We got much better sources right now than anything like that. It's always important to use the best sources available, which are recon data and ground observations. Right now we have 2 planes, in the storm that are going to give us the best information. So we don't really need to use stuff like that right now, especially.
VDM is derived from the recon data. I just don't know where they got the 137 knots from, because that reading was flagged.
Yeah, something interesting that I really want to keep an eye out on, though, is the eye is looking a bit less symmetrical in latest frames. So wind shear may be trying to do something to it, along with just general structural troubles. I'm not sure if you guys can either see that through the mesoscale that's on the stream right now, or in just general IR imagery that you might have up. I'll pull up the longer loop just so you can kind of see the last frame, really indicative. A less round shape than we were seeing as the sun went down right now, as the storm makes its last few hours approach to land. You guys seeing that?
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing that as well. And just fingers crossed and hoping for the best here, pretty much.
I do have some breaking news from the National Weather Service of Lake Charles, Louisiana. And they have issued a tornado warning for southeastern Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana and southwestern Vermilion Parish and southwestern Louisiana until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a lot closer to the landfall location.
Yeah, I have the map up here real quick.
At 8:39, a band of thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes was located 10 miles south of Freshwater City, moving northwest at 65 miles per hour. These dangerous storms will be near Freshwater City around 8:45, Pecan Island around 8:55, and Rockefeller Wildlife Range around 9:10.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for this graphic to update so I can show it fully. There it is right now. It's always great that you can actually get those sometimes before the map updates, but that's along a lot of the coastal areas in between Cameron and Ableville is where that tornado warning's in place. So that's one of the first tornado warnings that we've seen, at least today, if I recall correctly. That's really much closer to where the landfall location is expected, rather than much more associated with some of the outer bands further out to the north and east of the center. So
that would be correct.
While we've been talking a lot about the storm surge threat, the rainfall threat, the wind threat, of course, as well. Tornado threats are also there, near where the storm's expected to make landfall. So please make sure you're keeping up to date with those. Honestly, everyone in this area should have already been evacuated. But if you're somehow still there and able to listen to this, you need to be doing everything you can to really stay safe right now. This is, to say this is life-threatening would be an understatement, really. Terms that the government is using to describe this storm. The National Hurricane Center is using language such as unsurvivable to describe the storm surge that's ongoing. And we're not really saying that to try to doomcast or fearmonger or anything like that. That's what the top-of-the-line officials are saying right now in terms of potential damage expectations with this. So it is extremely, extremely dangerous and life-threatening. The governor of Louisiana is saying that parts of Cameron Parish could look more like the Gulf of Mexico for several days. It really highlights the danger that we're seeing right now. So please make sure that you're staying extra safe right now. If you're somehow still there, you really shouldn't be, any preparations should already have been completed this morning in regards to that. If you have any questions that you want us to answer in the last 15 minutes or so before we do our handoff to Team 4 for the next 3-hour set of live commentary, start your message with Force 13 and text her at Force 13. Lights the message up in a nice bright orange for us. Makes it easier for skiing, keeps the conversation flowing. You know, I know things can feel like they're getting a bit stale at times, but a lot of us have been at this, you know, in terms of either doing commentary or giving information in to go on or promoting things for almost 6 hours straight now. It can definitely get a bit exhausting when we're dealing with a situation like this. So your input really helps keep the conversation flow. So please feel free to send in those questions as we head towards the handoff now in about 15 minutes or so right now.
Boy, well, it looks like that both of the planes are going to go through the center at roughly the same time. AF-300 is now over the CDO of the storm.
Very interesting. Yeah, because what is it? The NOAA plane's around the southeastern corner right now, and the Air Force plane's around the northeastern corner. So it's gonna be
it's pretty close to that northeastern corner there. So, yeah.
So I think we should clear this up right now as well, because questions are starting to flow in. Fortunately, asking if this could get to 170 miles an hour based on the potential shear impacts that are starting to come into play. And not
170 miles an hour doesn't exist.
That too. But
no, it's not going to be 170 miles an hour.
Yeah, but based on the shear tick up, when it's starting to become noticeable, even on the mesoscale, and not as symmetrical of an eye, it's, you know, saying it can get to Cat 5 is still obviously on the table right now, but it'd be probably a bit harder to do it now than it would have been if there was less shear around it right now.
This is the saving grace right now. Is this wind shear hopefully just barely halts the intensification of this thing?
Although I don't think it's going to make much way of difference.
It's not going to make a significant difference, but any weakening is welcomed.
Okay, so it looks like actually, unfortunately, I don't know if it's weakening because we have crazy microwave imagery.
Yeah, I see this right now. I'm going to pull it up on stream really quick. I think, though, that some of this is about almost 2 hours old now, so it might not be the most up-to-date in the world. You know, there's obviously a lot of developments that are ongoing imminently with it. See if I'm going to pull it up on stream really quick, and if someone could screen share it, of course, that'd be greatly appreciated, too. It isn't really loading for me right now, so if someone could pull it up, it'd be good just to show the ongoing eyewall structure as of about 2 hours ago. A question: what time is high tide? I think, you know, that's obviously a great question because it really goes into a lot of the potential storm surge threats. Right now, high tide is expected along much of the northwestern Gulf of Mexico, in between around 12:30 a.m. local time. So when the storm makes landfall closer to 2 to 3 to 4 a.m. Central Time is the current expectations, the actual tide will be much more leveled off towards middle tide. It won't really be favoring higher low tide at that particular point in time. A lot of questions at Houston still. Does anyone want to go over the general Houston region? Because we have a lot of questions about that. It's obviously a major city pretty close to the center of the storm right now.
Tropical storm warning. They're currently underneath. Storm surge. Let me go ahead and get over to
2 to 4 feet right now. Expectations for
2 to
the Bay
4
Area there.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet, and you have to consider that the water is going to be pushed towards Galveston. It's not going to be pushed inwards. It's going to be pushed. So that's a good thing, to say the least.
For Houston, at least, not really for Galveston as much.
Well, yeah, it's not a good thing for Galveston, but a good thing for Houston. Galveston, of course, the water is going to be coming in from the opposite side. But I would imagine if you guys were in the Houston-Galveston area at the same time as Hurricane Rita, I would expect similar impacts from this storm, honestly. The two storms are really comparable, except for like in the immediate landfall area where this storm will be a lot worse. But yeah, if you're on the fringe, if you're underneath the tropical storm warning, if you remember what happened during Rita of 2005, expect something similar to go down during this storm.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah.
And someone's asking about tropical storm conditions on land if they're already occurring. Right now,
yes, they are.
Yeah,
They've been occurring for over 6 hours.
Yeah, it's been noted that some of these conditions have been occurring in the hourly updates since about 2 p.m. Central Time. So it's been several hours of some tropical storm conditions with sustained winds being onshore. So in general, conditions are already occurring onshore and have been for several hours, and those in areas closer to the landfall zone that haven't really seen conditions rapidly deteriorate yet will see that happen imminently. Quite unfortunate to have such an occurrence occur. We're also waiting on the 9 p.m. Central Time position update from the National Hurricane Center to see if they update the pressure at all as well. That's going to be coming in pretty soon. We'll have that to you likely right before the handoff occurs.
We need recon to update the pressure. This latest pass, like I said, maybe it went down a millibar.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, though, based on some of the satellite appearance, and I'm not sure if you guys are either looking at the stream and seeing some of the longer-term trend or have your own imagery up. It does look like it's struggling a bit more in recent frames with some shear on the western side, and I'll pull the mesoscale as well, and the eye looking less circular than it was an hour and a half to 2 hours ago when we really started some of our coverage here. So
NOAA 2 is about to get in position for the northeast to southwest pass, and it looks like the Air Force plane is about to get ready for maybe a northeast to southwest pass as well.
Yep, so it's almost certain right now, well, not almost certain, it is certain that by the time the next full advisory comes, in about an hour or so, you will have a full update on the intensity, because the northeastern side's the strongest for winds. That's where both planes are passing. They're going to give us the best intensity update possible. And we're going to see if the storm's deepened a bit more, or really if it's potentially tried to stall off in its intensification trend as it gets very dangerously close to landfall here.
That's all that I want to. That's all I honestly want to hear right now is that the storms stopped intensifying. If we can get that trend, just say the storm stopped intensifying, just be like, all right, it's at least not going to get any worse from here. We know what we're dealing with. We don't have to wildly speculate about this storm going off to Cat 5. We don't have to worry about any of that anymore. We just focus on, all right, we've got a really bad storm coming ashore. Here's what you got to know.
I feel like people always like focusing on like wind speed because it's one of the easier ways that we've become accustomed to categorizing these storms. But that's not what most of these storms are retired for.
There's three significantly correlated ways that you need to look at in analyzing these storms. The first one's obviously the wind speed. Higher the winds, the more damage there's going to be. I think everybody can usually wrap their mind around that. Rainfall, obviously. More rainfall, more flooding. Again, people, that's not too abstract of a concept. But then there's the third factor, which I think becomes a little abstract, is the size of the storm. And the size of the storm, not just the tropical storm force wind radii, but the hurricane force wind radii. They have to be weighted differently. In fact, the hurricane force wind radii need to be weighted 4 times as much because the hurricane force winds are 4 times as strong force-wise than tropical storm force wind. So when you take a look at the size, you have to realize, okay, so here's how large this storm is. Now, larger storm size almost directly correlates, much better than wind speed, mind you. The size of the storm directly correlates to what the surge is going to be. So when you take a look at Hurricane Ike, its storm surge is actually higher right now than what Laura is predicted to have, despite being a Category 2 at landfall. However, you take a look at its CDPS rating, you see that Ike's rating is actually higher than Laura. So you would actually expect a higher surge out of Ike. And then you see the size estimate of Ike, you're like, oh, now I can definitely see why there's a much higher surge there. So, yeah, you've got to take those three main things.
Yeah, and sorry to cut in as well really quick, but we do have the 9 p.m. position update from the National Hurricane Center. Still 150 mile an hour maximum sustained winds, and a minimum pressure of 937 millibars. Still north-northwest at 15 miles an hour. Their latest position update notes that a sustained wind of 45 miles an hour was recently reported at Sippermort Point, Louisiana, on Vermilion Bay. So tropical storm conditions are already occurring onshore, and hurricane conditions will come onshore in the near future right now. Obviously, potentially catastrophic situation ongoing. We've laid out the risk before. 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, 10 to 15 inches of rainfall, isolated amounts up to 18 inches. Obviously, catastrophic, powerful Category 4 force winds at the center where it makes landfall, and hurricane force winds extending further out from that. And, of course, damaging tropical storm force winds extending even further out from that as well. Further inland, flash flooding is going to be a risk well up into the interior of the country as well. With the potential for 2 to 4 inches of rainfall extending all the way into Kentucky right now in association with this system. Right now, though, it's getting very close to a landfall, and of course, we're just watching it tick by right now. Hopefully, this potential look of a bit less of a symmetrical eyewall is indicative of some potential ending of intensification, but it is too early to say right now. We will have recon planes coming through in the near future to give a full update on that.
I want to note, I was looking at the Sabine Pass camera when you were talking about that, and the power flickered off for about a second here, and we lost the camera, but we got it back on now. So power is starting to flicker in Sabine Pass, Texas right now.
Yeah, I do see that right now. I just want to pull it up really quick. You can't really see much anymore. It is indicative, of conditions even west of the center where, we're expecting the worst to occur east. Definitely heading downhill pretty quickly right now in association with the storm. So definitely make sure to stay on guard for that. We're about to do our handoff in just a couple minutes here. So whenever you guys, we're about to head off. So if you have any last questions, start your message with Force 13 all in text. Lights the message up in a nice bright orange for us. It makes it very easy for us to see. Allows us to answer what some of you may be curious about as we're about to head offline. We probably have enough time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. So make sure to send them in pretty quickly.
I've got a quick update on recon. NOAA 2 is going for a east to west pass, and Air Force is going for a northeast to southwest pass.
Yep. So we'll probably get that quite soon. That's definitely going to happen in the next hour. And we're about to do our handoff right now, though. So last question, really, before we go off. How long till landfall? It's looking around 4 to 6 hours right now, because we move 15 miles right now. And it's 15 miles an hour is the movement speed, and it's about 70 so miles from land. So keep that in mind for sure for the time being. We're about to hand off to the next team right now, though, so I want to say specifically thank you so much to everyone that's been watching, supporting us. If you're in harm's way, please make sure you're staying up to date with the latest information and staying safe. We appreciate all the support that's been given over the last really day since we've really gone live with much more extensive coverage. If you want to stick around and see more, it's about to come. Make sure to subscribe to the channel to really stay up to date with all those specific updates that are ongoing with us, and really just support what we do. It really means the world to us right now. So really thank you so much for all the support, and we're about to head off and hand over to the next team. We're not going anywhere. The team's just switching off for a little bit. You're going to have a new set of people come in, a new set of fresh voices, giving you continued coverage on this hurricane as it moves closer and closer to the Louisiana coastline. That's going to wrap it up from Team 3 here tonight. Thank you so much for watching our team. Team 4 is oncoming right now, so stay tuned for that.
And since then it's evolved to become many other different things. Not only do we track storms around the world in real time, as well as the full season animations during and after the season is over, and also our team members produce many other things for different regions all around the world. Our team has grown massively over the last few years and is continuing to do so, as is our fantastic community, which keeps on getting better just as we do. And we want to help you enjoy our journey a little bit more as we reach our 8th birthday this November 30th, 2019. And you can join us by becoming an official Force 13 Ultimate Fan. Since summer 2018, our team have seen tremendous support from our patrons, and now we're bringing even more benefits through our Ultimate Fan program on YouTube.
Category 1 membership gives you access to the supporter role in our Discord server, so you can directly show off your support to all our fans.
Category 2 fans get not only that, but also access to exclusive updates on what we're doing, when, where, across the whole Force 13 network.
Category 3 members get early access to new videos, so they can see content before anyone else.
Category 4 awards you not only all of the above, but also the acknowledgement of being one of our community champions. You'll have your name on all of our Storm updates and live events, featured as one of our most valued members.
Category 5 members not only get members-only live streams where they can interact with us, they also get 50% off all Force 13 merchandise and their own individual Storm animation at the request of Nathan.
Force 13 continues to get better year on year, 2019 being yet another fantastic year for the project in multiple regards, and our support continues to increase. And no matter how you show your support, we're here for you, and we hope you can be here for us. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
This is Force 13 with our continuing coverage on Hurricane Laura. It is now 10 p.m. on the eastern coast of the United States, 9 p.m. Central Time, where Hurricane Laura is bearing down on the Louisiana coastline at this hour, as we have a bunch of warnings that are up and running. Storm surge warning in effect for Freeport, Texas to the mouth of the Mississippi River. Hurricane warning in effect from the San Luis Pass, Texas to Intercoastal City, Louisiana. A tropical storm warning in effect for Sargent, Texas to San Luis Pass, also east of Intercoastal City, Louisiana to the mouth of the Mississippi River. And a hurricane watch in effect for east of Intercoastal City to the west of Morgan City, Louisiana. You heard Strat read out, still keeping it at 150 miles per hour at this hour. Pressure of 937 millibars. My name is Timothy Ringo. I am going to be with you for the next 3 hours until about 1 a.m. Eastern Time, midnight Central Time, where Force 13 owns Nathan Foy will be taking you right up to landfall. We're going to fade our team in this hour, which consists of Ike, Isaac, James, David, Devin, Orlando, Ryan, and Uxnator. Gentlemen, good evening. I know a lot of you guys have been keeping track of this through most of the evening. What are you guys' thoughts on Laura, as she is probably less than 75 miles from a potential landfall now?
Well, before anything else, I do want to mention that there is a new tornado watch that is out. This is until 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time, and this includes parts of East Texas. Let me get the watch up. For parts of Louisiana, Far East Texas, Southwest Mississippi, and the coastal waters. And basically, the tornado watch is approximately along the 110 statute miles east to west of a line from 20 miles northeast of Natchitoches, Louisiana, just 45 miles southeast of intracoastal city Louisiana, and there's a likelihood for moderate to there's a moderate likelihood for tornadoes through this.
As soon as we get that watch box up and available, we will get that on screen for the viewers. Isaac, we're going to go to your screen, as this is that live camera that we've been looking at for most of the night. This is out of Sabine Pass, Texas.
Yes, the extreme southeast part of Texas. It's right on the border between Louisiana and Texas here. And keep in mind, they're not going to be getting the highest storm surge from this too. The highest storm surge is going to be in Louisiana, so keep that in mind. And the storm surge has been steadily rising with time now, and it's now just below the camera by the looks of it down there. The power has been flickering off and on with this live camera, so hopefully it stays on. But as you can see here, a really dangerous situation unfolding here. And again, like I said, this is not where the peak storm surge is going to be at. So just imagine what it's going to be like in parts of Louisiana here overnight here, as this dangerous Category 4 hurricane starts to make its eyewall presence known shortly.
Absolutely, Isaac. And we're going to take a look at that NHC graphic right quick. This is as of the 7 p.m. update. The next National Hurricane Center update will be within the next hour. And you can see they were running with 150 miles an hour, still holding at that pressure. I believe on the last pass was 935 or 937 millibars. And you can see pretty much major hurricane impacts, Category 4 most likely, right into near around the Port Arthur and Cameron, Louisiana areas. And we're actually going to take a quick look at the radar scope of radar right quick, just to kind of get an idea of just how close this is starting to get to the coastline. You can see Cameron there, you can see Port Arthur, and you can see just how robust that northern eyewall is going through there. I know Recon is actively in there, NOAA 2 and AF 300, both of them in there at this time. So if we have any recon data coming in, that would be greatly appreciated, as right now, as it's just kind of a perilous crawl for this storm as it makes an eventual landfall.
Yeah, we have a recon update for the NOAA plane. They're not in the eye quite yet, and not in the eye wall just yet, but so far highest SFMR is about 65 knots so far as of the latest update. And again, they're not in the eye wall or eye just yet.
You should be getting both planes simultaneously in the eye. I'll be able to have access to that. Take about with 7 minutes at this point.
Alright, that'd be great, Devin. And for you, the viewers that have transitioned over from Strat Studio Stream, again, thank you guys for sticking it out with us, as this has been an ongoing process, getting you guys the information you need to get through this storm. And for anybody that is viewing and has friends and family in the impacts, looking at this satellite loop, if you haven't got your preparations done, you're pretty much just about out of time, as this storm is getting ridiculously close to a landfall. This is the College of DuPage mesoscale sandwich imagery that we were using over on Strat Studio earlier. You can see just how well defined that eye is. A few little crinkles in the eye wall and the eye itself, but regardless, this thing is just incredible from where it was at, say, no more than 28 hours ago, when we were looking at a Category 1 at 80 miles per hour and 984. Now we're at 150 and 937. So definitely done a far cry from what we were looking at no more than 28 hours ago.
Yeah, I just saw on the on our Discord page that 100 people in Cameron Parish have refused to leave and plan to weather Laura in everything from elevated homes to recreational vehicles.
And we are getting some news coming in. Our Twitter scouts and image scouts coming in really handy right now. This just in from the Louisiana Department of Transportation, Interstate 10 north of Lafayette all the way to east of Lake Charles is now closed. Your detour routes is going to be up US 61 out of Baton Rouge and up Interstate 55 and 59 out of New Orleans. So that is just some more news coming out of the Lake Charles area, as that is one of the areas that we could be looking at a potential landfall.
Yeah, so they're sending those guys out on a massive detour. Government wants people absolutely nowhere near this storm, and quite frankly, I don't blame them.
And something that we were talking about earlier, gentlemen, and we're going to be able to really illustrate this with the radar scope radar when I get it pulled back over, is we're talking inundation 40 miles in from landfall. So just to illustrate this, let's just take this just south. Say we get a direct landfall right over Cameron. Just say hypothetically. You can see how far this goes out, 40 miles in any direction. So now you got Port Arthur up towards Lake Charles itself. That's why the National Weather Service has evacuated from there earlier. You get Hackleberry, and I'm just going to use Lake Charles as a reference point as 40 miles. So you have places like Westlake, Sulphur, Carlos, Hackleberry, Cameron itself, Iowa, Welsh, getting over towards Lake Arthur, Gooden, Morse, Esterwood, Jennings, over towards Vinton, Orange, Deweyville, Mauriceville, Vitter, maybe Beaumont, Netherland, Groves, and Port Arthur. That's about a 40-mile radius if you were to assume a direct landfall over Cameron, Louisiana. So that just gives you an idea of what we could be looking at for potential inundation that far inland.
We want to point out that is a new tornado warning that includes Cameron, Louisiana, Creole, Louisiana, and Grand Chenier, Louisiana.
Breaking news, we just got a recon update now. Looks like they're not quite in the center of the eye yet, but they definitely got the eyewall. Lowest pressure as of the AF-300 Air Force plane. Lowest pressure so far is 937.8 flight level, with about 34 knots of winds in it. SFMR wise, they haven't yet loaded for me, but flight level, they appear to be reaching 113 plus knots flight level plus.
I'm gonna be able to see that for like another 4 minutes, so please bear with me.
And that's for the Air Force plane. The NOAA plane, they probably updated as well too.
Yeah, that's only a minute behind this one, so they're gonna update.
Yeah.
Yeah, just going off like the pressure and wind profile there, Devin, would 934 sound about right off of that, or would that be just a little aggressive with it?
No, because you have to consider that the extrapolated pressure in strong storms ends up being too aggressive, usually on an average of about 1.6 millibars. So, if the extrapolated pressure is, say, 937 millibars at 30-some knots, you'd probably be talking about a central pressure around 935, 936. So
that's like 935.6.
Lower than what we've already seen.
Also, I do also want to point out, and even more not so good news, the ring around the black and gray and this ring around the eyeball has now, looks like it's closed or completed the ring. Which
Going back to recon, the SFMR is just updated. Highest SFMR I'm seeing from the Air Force plane is 117 knots flagged and 2 readings of 116 knots not flagged.
Definitely not great news coming out of the recon.
Wait a minute.
The plane has yet to update on my end.
Huh? It looks as though we...
Okay, sounds like we're having a little technical difficulty with one of our team members, so we will try to get them back. If you guys do have any questions for us, you can tag us at Force13. It'll add up really nice for myself and our team to see, and we will answer any questions you have. I know some people are asking, where's Nathan at? Nathan will be coming on to take you guys home through the landfall in about 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay. Breaking news! Breaking news! There have been 6 C5 flight level barbs of through the latest recon data.
Yep.
Unflagged?
Can confirm. That's for the Air Force
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
flight level.
Breaking news.
150 knots flight level.
Okay, we just got an update for the NOAA plane, and they went through the eye. Looks like nearly dead on here, and they recorded a pressure. Oh, it's kind of skewed there. I can't see the last reading, but 934 millibars so far.
Okay,
and they
looking
look
at...
like they went straight through the eye.
We pretty much be in line with what we were seeing.
Yeah, looking at the AF300 raw data, because I just got it pulled up, we got 143, 145 knot ones that are flagged. We do have a 142 flight level 116 SFMR not flagged. Off of the
NOAA 2 SFMR is just updated. Sorry to cut you off, but they just updated, and the highest SFMR for the NOAA 2 plane is one reading of 127 knots not flagged, and another reading of 127 knots, but that one is flagged.
We have breaking news out of the National Weather Service in Lake Charles. They have issued a tornado warning for southeastern Cameron Parish and southern Vermilion Parish, both in southwestern Louisiana around the landfall location. That is until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:12, a band of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes was located near Rockefeller Wildlife Range and Pecan Island, moving northwest at 65 miles per hour. I actually believe this is an extension of a previous warning, but these dangerous storms will be near Rockefeller Wildlife Range and Pecan Island, Louisiana.
Yeah, and there's those 2 tornado warnings you were just talking about. Now the town of Cameron right on the extreme edge there of the one tornado warning. And we're just going to take a quick little zoom out here. You can see where it is at in relation to the coastline. You can see Cameron, Louisiana, Port Arthur there, Beaumont up there just a little bit further. And this is all coming in off the Lake Charles radar. Now, the Lake Charles radar is still working, but the National Weather Service office in Lake Charles is currently closed. So all these warnings that we are getting is being relayed from Lake Charles to the Brownsville National Weather Service office. So it's Brownsville's issuing them, but they're issuing them on behalf of Lake Charles. So as you're hearing these warnings, we do want to clarify that is where those warnings are coming from.
And for clarification, the lowest pressure recorded on the NOAA 2 plane is 934.3 millibars. 934.3 millibars flight level.
Okay. That's, again, about what I would expect. But you also have to... Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, 934.3. They got the center spot on. So, yeah, so add 1.6 to that, you'd be at 935.9, so 936 millibars. And I've been saying that this thing's been a 936 millibars for the past couple of passes. So some good news here that intensification might be stalling with this thing.
Let's hope. Take a look at some of the other webcams that we do have coming in. Looks like Ike has one. Ike, do we know where this webcam is out of that you've got on your screen?
He's not with us, but I'm assuming perhaps Galveston, Texas, I'm assuming, since that there's still lights.
Okay, so that may be Galveston that we're seeing there.
I'm assuming. I can't, of course, confirm that, but I'm assuming it's around there.
Alright, looks like we're having a little bit of issues with that camera, so we will go back over here to the College of DuPage rapid scan, and we'll take a look at, go back to Isaac's here, which this is, I believe, still Sabine Pass. And looks like we're starting to see some really good wave action there coming in off of that Sabine Pass camera there, Isaac.
There's been some power flashes the past few frames here, so the camera's been up and down near consistently here. So hopefully it stays on here. But you can see the waves going over that little barrier right there in that property, and then I could faintly see what appears to be the waves trying to get into that secondary property to the far top right of your screen there.
Yeah,
trying to
that's
get
the
into that
little.
property.
Yeah, that's the little tiki hut that Strat was talking about when his team was on earlier. We're gonna have to really keep an eye on it and see if the wave action is gonna be intense enough to really start impacting that little tiki hut there, as we do go through the overnight hours.
Exactly, and keep in mind for people that may have just joined, this camera is located again in Sabine Pass. It's right on the border between Louisiana and Texas, and this is not going to be the worst side of the storm surge here. The worst of the storm surge is going to be in Louisiana. So keep in mind, this is not going to be the worst storm surge the storm has to offer from this camera, at least. From Sabine Pass, they're far enough away that they're not going to get the worst of the storm surge. Like I said, the worst of it's going to be in Louisiana at about 20 feet or more of storm surge expected.
Right. Yeah, and one of our viewers letting us know where that one camera that Ike had, that was out of Fort Charles. Thank you for that information, so we at least know where that other webcam is coming out of. But as we're getting more information in, we are going to take a look at the key messages that have come in from the National Hurricane Center. These will be updating with the next update here at about 11 o'clock. And the key messages have been really sending a very clear message of just how dangerous this situation is. And I'll be honest, I've tracked storms for 26 seasons, and I have never seen them use this kind of terminology before, gentlemen. But yeah, the first key message, it was saying life-threatening storm surge yesterday and a little bit earlier today, but unsurvivable storm surge with large and destructive waves will cause catastrophic damage from Searim State Park, Texas, to intercoastal city, Louisiana, including Calcasieu and Sabine Lakes. This surge could penetrate up to 40 miles inland. That's why we were showing on the radar that 40-mile radius from where the landfall is, because that's what they're calling for, according to the National Hurricane Center key messages. The surge could penetrate 40 miles inland from immediate coastline, and floodwaters will not fully recede for several days after the storm. Go ahead, Isaac. You want to come in?
Yeah, the AF 300 mission completed its eye passage, and they recorded a minimum pressure of 935.6. Well, no, 935.1 millibars. Excuse me. With about 20 knots of flight level winds on that pass. That's for the AF 300, and the highest SFMR that they've recorded so far in the southwestern quadrant of the storm is 111 knots, not flagged.
All right, so there you go. That's basically confirming the 936 millibars that's going to be used as a pressure estimate here.
Yes.
I don't see this being any stronger than 936.
Yeah, sounds about right. And thank you to one of our viewers, Jellybean, saying, thank you guys for covering this. It's hard to find decent coverage of the storm. Again, everyone, please stay safe, and thank you guys again. Thank you for those kind words. We tried to do our best coverage, and obviously we have limited manpower at times, so we do juggle multiple teams around to make sure we're getting the best information out to you guys and to keep everybody on top of what's going on with the storm as it does come through.
And one
here's,
thing I would like... Oh,
here's
go ahead.
Here's a good comment for you, Devin. One of our viewers, Matthew Ross, saying that the rapid development reminds him of Hurricane Matthew. What do you think on that particular statement?
Two completely different rapid intensifications here. We had one storm that went from tropical storm to Category 4 in rather quick succession. In fact, Matthew was quicker than this storm. Matthew was really quick. I think that was 80 knots in 24 hours. Something
So
ridiculous.
nowhere near
This storm
the same thing.
This storm hasn't quite gotten to that length. It's, I think, again, Matthew was around 3 millibars an hour. This one's been around 2 millibars per hour. So Matthew was definitely quicker in reaching intensity. Obviously, these two storms are pretty comparable in intensity. Right now, this storm 150 miles an hour. Of course, Matthew is 155 miles an hour.
All right, and
I do want.
we do have a couple more comments coming in. Thank you to you, Andre Yavin, for your kind support there, and also to Tropical Cyclone Tracking, who asked the big question that's really on everybody's mind at this hour: is this a Cat 4 or Cat 5? What are our thoughts? I know that's been
It's a Cat 4.
I know that's been being tossed around most of the
undoubtedly
day.
It is definitely not a Category 5 at this time.
Yeah, and I do want to mention though, however, the cloud tops are actually still deepening. And there is strong CB in northern eyewall.
Still seeing a little bit of lightning, yeah, in the northeast and eastern part of the eyewall. Not as much as I saw earlier, though, so hopefully that's a good sign.
Yeah, let's hope it is, and then we'll come back over to the radar here, or to the imagery right quick, while we're collecting our thoughts, because I know we've got a lot going on with this system. 2 recons already in there, and we're just watching how close this gets to the coastline.
Also another thing to note is that if you look at the lightning in the eyewall, there's a complete ring of negative 80 cloud tops with a new burst of deep convection, meaning this storm is still intensifying.
Would you agree with that assessment there, Devin?
Also, we have a tornado confirmed, by the way. Torsi has been confirmed.
Where's the tornado confirmed?
A couple things.
It is the one in Cameron Parish and Vermilion Parish.
Oh, that's interesting. Alrighty, so
Yes, that is an observed tornado. I should say it is radar confirmed tornado.
It's observed
according to the warning.
I'm just looking at the storm right now on shortwave, and I'm not noticing really any structural changes to the storm on shortwave IR. So,
And that's off of RAM, right?
yep, that's right off of
And
Slider. I can go ahead and
keep in mind that they usually are off with the satellite imagery by about up to 30 minutes or so, depending on what you're looking at. So maybe looking at 30-minute old imagery.
This is Slider, so I'm out of date by 4 minutes.
All right,
4
well,
minutes.
take a look back at the radar scope radar, as we do have these 2 tornado warnings. It is this this eastern warning box that is showing the radar confirmed tornado. And yeah, you can really see the couplet there. This is just off of Pecan Island, and this is moving towards the west. So as this hurricane does keep rotating around itself, we're going to see this cell maybe get over towards the Cameron area a little bit later on. It is moving at 65 miles per hour. So you project that out, and it's about an hour away. Just for some perspective.
That's also an extraordinarily long time for a spin up to last in a tropical cyclone. So that would be pretty incredible if it was able to get that far.
Let's hope it
Yeah,
doesn't.
this certain tornado is really flying. Like you said, 65 miles an hour.
Well, the storm's only got winds of 130 knots, 150 miles an hour. So the fact that the rain bands are only whipping around at 65 miles an hour, count your lucky stars.
Yeah, that's right.
A little bit earlier, there's a question that came in the chat about the potential effects on Lake Charles, and I think that it's important to note that even though Lake Charles is about 40 miles inland, storm surge is going to be pushing well up to 40 miles inland, even further. Yep. Several areas in Lake Charles are going to see over 9 feet of storm surge, and in that entire area, the National Hurricane Center graphic is showing up to 15 to 20 feet of storm surge possible along the coastline in Cameron Parish. And that storm surge is actually it's going to continue up northwards through Lake Charles and eventually get all the way as far north as following those rivers up even into Allen Parish, which is very well north of the coast. And so just because Lake Charles is, 40 miles inland, that doesn't mean that you are going to be safe because you're not directly on the coastline. You're gonna Lake Charles is
Absolutely,
definitely
like
gonna
I've got
get
it.
a lot.
Like I've got it right here for storm surge, right from the storm surge warning that Lake Charles is under. They'll even say that for potential for storm surge flooding greater than 9 feet above ground is the threat. The storm surge threat has remained nearly steady from the previous assessment. Shelter against extreme life-threatening storm surge flooding greater than 9 feet above ground. All order evacuation should be complete. Evacuees should be in shelters well away from storm surge and flooding. And of course, the action right now: remain sheltered in a safe location and do not venture outside. It is way too late to get out of the way of this storm. Move to upper floors to escape rising water if necessary.
Absolutely, Devin. As at this point, your preparation should already be done. You should already be battening down the hatches. If you're in anywhere from Port Arthur over towards Lake Charles, even towards Cameron, Louisiana. At this hour, the outer bands are starting to come into your area. If your preparations aren't done, you're pretty much out of time on getting those preparations in place.
You are out of time. You are 100% out of time. You are out of time 4 hours ago. As soon as the tropical storm force winds come ashore, you need to be in shelter. Like, you can't be venturing out in winds like this. It's not safe.
No,
and there's a reason why they're not letting emergency management officials be out and about right now. Is because of just how dangerous this storm is. Regardless of its category, this is a really dangerous storm no matter what, in terms of storm surge and winds here.
And to put in perspective for this season, I mean, this is not like a Category 1 Hannah. This is not a Category 1 Isaias. This is a Category 4, 150 miles an hour hurricane. This is not something you take lightly. And we've seen, not only myself, but the rest of his team, as we've looked through historical records, we've seen what Category 4s can do. And I'm pretty sure a few of the team can mention some classic Category 4s that were 150 that the damage was just unbelievable once we actually got to see how bad it really looked on the ground.
Yeah, there's not a lot of storms that made landfall at 150. That's for sure.
Well, we're talking about 150 stage 7 on the CDPS.
When you're talking about stage 7 on the CDPS, there's been 2 storms you can compare that to. That'll be Hurricane Ike and Hurricane Rita. Hurricane Rita being less and Hurricane Ike being more. So expect impacts somewhere in between.
And the irony is Rita is made landfall just about in this same area about 15 years ago. So there's a little historical irony there for our team and the viewers.
A little interesting tidbit information, because the vortex data message just came in from NOAA 2, and it states that the maximum observed surface wind is 137 knots.
That's what I saw earlier too.
Wait a minute.
No, it doesn't. That was a flagged reading, and that's not a peak of 137 knots. If it was a peak of 137 knots, the National Hurricane Center would have made it a Cat 5. It is not. They've got it at 150 miles an hour.
I did hear that.
Thank you for correcting me, Devin.
Yeah, I did hear, however, that there was a non-flagged reading of surface level winds of 135 knots. I'm not sure how accurate that is.
I would still wait for the AF300 vortex data message to come in, because that's going to be coming in soon, if it isn't already.
All right, we do have a lot of questions coming in, and I do want to cover those along with the rest of the key messages. One of our viewers asking, are there any warnings for Mississippi? Right now, no, there are no warnings in place for Mississippi.
Southwestern Mississippi is underneath a tornado watch.
Okay, well, tornado watch, but nothing like tropical storm or hurricane watches or warnings, nothing of that nature.
No,
at least not from what I'm
like
seeing off the graphics.
Yeah, all of them end at the mouth of the Mississippi River.
Well, yeah, that's still, I think, in Louisiana, though.
Yeah.
But, yeah, getting back to the key messages right quick, before they get to be too late. We get the 11 o'clock advisory in. Hurricane force winds are expected tonight in portions of the hurricane warning area that goes from right about Houston all the way over east of Cameron, Louisiana. With catastrophic wind damage expected where Laura's eyewall moves ashore, hurricane force winds and widespread damaging wind gusts will spread well inland into portions of extreme eastern Texas and western Louisiana early Thursday. And widespread flash flooding along small streams, urban areas, and roadways is expected to begin this afternoon into Thursday from far eastern Texas into Louisiana and Arkansas. This will also lead to minor to moderate freshwater river flooding. The heavy rainfall threat and flash and urban flooding potential will spread northeastward into middle Mississippi, lower Ohio, and Tennessee valleys Friday night and Saturday. And you can see the graphic down there in the bottom right of the rainfall forecast. Some of those areas right along the Cameron, Louisiana, and up towards the Lake Charles area. Possible 15 inches of rain over the next 3 days. So definitely rainfall definitely going to become a very big issue as we go through the overnight hours.
The previous that was a Taurus C has now been changed back to radar indicated tornado warning.
And more questions coming in, more support coming in. Thank you, Missouri Backwoods Fishing, for your nice support, urging everybody to stay safe. And we encourage that everybody try to stay safe if you're down and around these areas and even further north of the landfall area, as impacts will be coming your way going into Thursday. Some people asking why there's so many flagged readings. A lot of those flagged readings might be suspect SFMR readings that the hurricane hunters just don't feel enough confidence to relay back to the National Hurricane Center and say, hey, this is what we're finding. So they'll throw those out and they won't use those in the data collection that the NHC uses to make their forecasts and their assessments when it comes to their advisories.
Well, there's an auto detection system there with recon data that if they, because SFMR is usually really touchy, if there's a strong rain band, it's going to produce a rating that's significantly higher than what it should be. So that SFMR is going to be flagged. And also you have the issue of wave shoaling. You've also got the issue when you've got the water just being too shallow in order to get a decent SFMR rating. You got to remember that SFMR is not a reading of the winds. It is a reading of the wave patterns on the surface of the ocean and how that affects a microwave reading that the aircraft reconnaissance shoots down. So when you take that into perspective, you realize that it's actually that wind data is actually an inference and not the measurement that's being made. You realize, okay, there's this, and this reason why readings get flat.
All right, and someone asking about storm surge potential. We do have that storm surge graphic up now, 1 to 3 feet, all the way from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, all the way around to the mouth of the Mississippi River, over towards Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Maurepas. Once you get west of the mouth of the Mississippi River, you're talking 4 to 7 feet, all the way over towards Morgan City. Then 8 to 12 feet from Vermilion Bay over to Intracoastal City. 10 to 15 feet from Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge. And then the worst of it is going to be 15 to 20 feet just around Cameron, Louisiana, up towards Johnson Bayou and Calchuso Lake. And then 10 to 15 feet on the western side of Johnson's Bayou down towards Port Arthur and the Sabine Lake area. 6 to 9 feet from Seagram State Park west of Port Arthur down to Port Boulevard. And then 2 to 4 feet from Freeport and into Galveston Bay.
I do want to mention right now that the warning that was for Cameron Parish and Vermilion Parish is back to observed.
All right, and we'll see if we can pick that couplet out again on radar. And yeah, I can still see a little bit of a couplet there. it is very faint. If I'm seeing it anywhere, it is probably right there, just getting ready to exit outside of the warning box. Maybe a secondary one trying to spin up back behind it there. So that is what's prompting the radar confirmed tornadoes out of these two warnings off the outer bands of Hurricane Laura. And we're just going to take a quick look at the distance just in relation to Cameron, Louisiana, because that's about the easiest town to pinpoint down from the center. We're looking at about 58 miles from the center reaching Cameron, Louisiana. And Cameron is a couple miles inland, so probably about 55 miles to a potential landfall at this time.
Not bad. 55 miles. Let's go. I'm just going through the rounds here, taking a look at basically any angle of the storm that I find intriguing. I look at shortwave, nothing new there. I don't even know why I have model guidance up. This is useless at this point.
I know you were looking at shortwave infrared earlier, and I'll pull that up because this is about the nicest thing we have to visual during nighttime. Go ahead, Isaac.
Go ahead, Isaac.
Howard just flickered on the camera that I'm using. It was off for a few seconds and it came back on. And the camera's struggling a little bit here, and the waves are progressively getting higher and higher. And in fact, I'm starting to see them coming up on the front of this person's property here, over that little, buffer between the sea and the land there. But the camera, hopefully, it holds on a little bit longer here. But
I've got some potentially good news here, though.
Oh, what you got, Devin?
And yeah, so we've got a drop zone coming in here. We finally got a drop zone data. Let me see which plane this is from. This is from the NOAA 2 mission. And they got a drop of 940 millibars with winds of 7 knots, which would put the storm at 939 millibars. That is weak.
So also,
I got some.
There is some breaking news. There is a new tornado warning for Hayes, Louisiana, and Bell City, Louisiana. This is no regular tornado warning. It's also an observed tornado warning. So please take shelter immediately.
And just take a look back at this Sabine port, and yeah, you can definitely starting to see the breakwater now going over those barriers over into the foreground of this shot, and the wind looks like it's actually picking up there a little bit, Isaac. Now it looks like he had to mute himself for a moment, but yeah, just taking a look at that shot right quick. Go ahead, David.
I would support that comment and keeping an eye on that right sign. I'm wondering how high the tide is going to get when you use that sign, but that wind is definitely picking up there.
What I can tell you is that the drop from the Air Force plane also came in, suggesting virtually the same thing, 939 as the minimum pressure for the storm. So we are seeing, mercifully, a potential weakening trend here with the storm.
And that would be some great news. We got somebody asking how wide the eye is. Looking at it off of the radar scope of radar, we'll just take a quick look at it here. About 27 miles is what I'm getting off of this radar. And something that I've noticed, Devin, and I'm just going to play this back a little bit and you can kind of give your interpretation of it. But it does look like the northern eyewall is getting a little bit more ragged over these last few frames.
It definitely is.
Yeah, and also there is a new tornado warning that includes Jennings, Lake Arthur, and Guydan, Louisiana, till 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and it is radar indicated.
Radar.
This one's also moving a bit faster at northwest at 80 miles per hour, and it's actually also extending into now Jefferson Davis Parish. Just not seen anything yet.
So yeah, and we'll take a quick stop here. So what we do have these couple little spin up couplets coming in off the outer bands of Laura, as Laura is starting to march her way towards an eventual landfall. So we are seeing some of these couplets starting to spin up. They are going to be moving towards the northwest as Laura does rotate around herself. So getting over towards Cameron, over towards Hackleberry, and looks like we just got a new one for Lake Arthur and Gaydon. So that's now a third extension off the original warning, again, from those two couplets that are rotating off these outer bands. So these are going to be moving into these areas as they do rotate around themselves.
So just to note that the drop zone of Laura, that I believe, was from the aircraft? I believe it has completely missed the eye. Or like it did not. Yeah, it completely missed the eye.
It did not miss the eye.
Or something. Or one of the ones. One of them missed the eye.
No, it didn't. I don't know why you would think that it did, but it absolutely 100% didn't.
Well, looking at one of these tweets, it looks as though one of them did.
How?
Or like it
clipped it.
It looks like it hit the edge of the eye, but didn't get the center of it.
Exactly.
Well, considering that the winds are 10 knots, that's an impossibility.
Yeah,
Tim Levi Cowan has just put out a post saying he's saying that it's peaked.
I would agree with that assessment.
And I agree as well.
Yeah, the problem is though is the peaking is happening at the worst possible time. It is like 55 miles away from an eventual landfall. It would have been great if the weakening phase would have started earlier. So what we're looking at potentially is a 150, maybe 145 mile an hour landfall in and around possibly the Cameron, Louisiana area, which is what it's looking like we're getting very close to.
I'm just hoping that, we get a recon pass that moves through there in short order, and it ends up finding that the storm is weaker still. We get a drop zone that suggests maybe it's in the low 940s. That would make me pretty happy.
Yeah, that would be some great news for this system and for those that are in the line of being impacted.
I wouldn't call it great news, and I wouldn't call it a sigh of relief, but it's
not at all.
A glimmer. I would call it a glimmer of hope. That's about it.
Yeah, that'd probably be about what you could call as a glimmer of hope. As this does continue to move, just taking another distance check off of the last frame off a radar scope here. And we're at about 56 miles. So we're looking at about another 3 hours before a potential landfall. And it almost looks like this is moving north, maybe a slight jog to the northeast, at least from what I'm seeing, Devin, unless I'm misreading that.
Maybe that might be happening on radar, but I'm not noticing any northeast movement, at least aggregate movement on satellite.
All right.
Power went out again on the camera. Now it's back on.
Well, F's in the chat to that camera.
Still operational, but the power keeps flickering a lot here.
The
it's not surprising given the storm surge that the camera is facing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what were you expecting to happen to that camera?
Well, it depends how far inland those power stations are, but I imagine saltwater plus electronics is not a really good combination. So up there, it just went out again. And there went the camera.
You would
oh no,
be
it's still back on. The power is still flickering off and on here, but wow, can't believe it. And again, keep in mind this is not where the worst of the storm surge is going to be. The worst of the storm surge is not in Texas; it's going to be in Louisiana here. So just keep that in looking at this live camera feed. from Sabine Pass, Texas.
Yeah, we got
Everything's bigger in Texas except the storm surge for this storm.
No, the storm surge is to the east of Texas, so definitely not everything bigger in Texas, at least not in terms of the storm surge there. So
Definitely still a very concerning time here with Laura's proceedings continuing to be slightly more than terrifying, to say the least.
and we'll take a look back over here at the Fort Charles camera just to see how conditions are looking over there.
I just hope that everyone that decided to stay wasn't ignorant and they took appropriate precautions, because this is just not going to be a good storm. This isn't your regular everyday hurricane. This is some next level stuff coming in.
No, this is, and I think we made it pretty clear, Devin, this is not like a Hannah, which was 90 miles per hour. This is not an Isaias, which was 85. This isn't even a Douglas, which grazed the Hawaiian Islands as a Category 3, which all that gave was just some outer bands. This is a Category 4, 150 miles an hour that's getting ready to slam into the parishes of Louisiana.
Yeah.
I mean, the greatest...
Any way that you slice it, that's going to be a very destructive system.
I mean, the closest thing that we can compare it to in terms of track, which I think we discussed, which was also a Stage 7, was Rita at 2005, and that made landfall at 115 miles per hour. This is 35 miles an hour higher than that, so a much bigger beast.
It should also be noted. It should be also noted that Laura is significantly smaller than Rita.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the saving grace. This is a much more compact system. Tropical storm force winds do go out about 150 miles on the eastern side, about 100 miles on the western side. Hurricane force winds going out anywhere between 50 and 60 miles, depending on which side you're looking at it on.
Yeah, the storm is below average for size in the Gulf of Mexico. Like it's not Michael or Camille small, but it's definitely smaller than you would expect for a major hurricane landfalling in the Gulf of Mexico. And that mainly has to do with the fact that Laura hasn't gone underneath any traditional eyewall replacement cycles yet, which typically expands wind fields. Laura has not undergone that. It's only undergone rapid intensification. So it hasn't had the opportunity to become a very large storm.
Now, here's an interesting question for you, Devin. And this is something I had been contemplating over the last 2 days with how the dynamics were setting up between both Marco and Laura. With Marco coming through first, did that help maybe stabilize the wind shear and everything before Laura came through to allow this kind of intensification phase that we're seeing?
No, Marco didn't really have much to do with that. Marco pretty much was just a filler storm that entered the Gulf of Mexico and set one of the saddest tropical cyclone records of all time, honestly. But yeah, I mean, Marco didn't really have much to do with cleaning out the surrounding environment. As interesting and as cool as that might sound for a headline, unfortunately, it's just not the case. There was an upper-level anticyclone that was located over the Bahamas, and it ended up moving over the Caribbean and then directly over Laura in the Gulf of Mexico. So that upper-level anticyclone completely shielded Laura from any sort of wind shear, and Marco didn't really do anything to bring that upper-level anticyclone over into the Gulf.
We have breaking news from the National Hurricane Center. They have issued their 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time advisory. They have kept Laura at 150 miles per hour, and they actually raised the pressure up to 939 millibars, stating extremely dangerous Hurricane Laura is closing in on the northwestern Gulf Coast. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding expected tonight and early Thursday.
Well, like I said, it's hope that things hopefully. This isn't the worst case scenario. Obviously, absolute worst case scenario, Laura rapidly intensifies all the way until landfall. We're lucky to say that that isn't going to be happening. This is still going to be a very significant tropical cyclone regardless of that happening or not. But at the same time, things could be far, far worse if this wasn't the case.
I'm now looking at the watches and warnings, which have not changed from the previous advisory. Still a storm surge warning in effect from Freeport, Texas to the mouth of the Mississippi River. A hurricane warning in effect from San Luis Pass, Texas to Intracoastal City, Louisiana. A tropical storm warning in effect from Sargent, Texas to San Luis Pass, Texas, as well as east of the Intracoastal City, Louisiana to the mouth of the Mississippi River. And a hurricane watch is in effect east of Intracoastal City to west of Morgan City, Louisiana.
And that's just a quick recap of all of the warnings as it was announced. National Hurricane Center for their 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time advisory, maintaining Laura at 150 miles per hour. Pressure is up, though, 939 millibars.
Which is pretty much exactly what I said when the recon passes came through. I said this thing's probably about 939 millibars, and that's literally exactly what the National Hurricane Center went with. So that also makes me.
It seems as though there's a new recon pass that just went through the eye again.
Oh.
The lowest pressure I saw is 934.4 with 40 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, you got to realize that this is. Yeah, that 934.4 is a weird rating here. The lowest that I'm seeing here is 936.1. That doesn't have a weirdly high wind estimate to it. So I would go ahead and go with that 936.1 as the lowest pressure in that pass. You add on the 1.6 to that, you get, 937.7. So that rounds up to 938. So that's still in the same ballpark as all of our other estimates.
Yeah, just
And with that pass, there is a SFMR non-flagged. The peak SFMR for that was 121 knots. Tim?
Yeah, I was just looking at the raw data, and just looking at the AF300, 121 SFMR on that, but the flight level is 89 knots, 934.4 with a 40 knot flight level, 57 SFMR on that one. Actually, that was NOAA 2. And the AF300, they are going to be...
They're still putting around.
Yeah, they're going to the east. They're going to probably come back up for another pass here very shortly.
Yeah, they're still having a Friday morning excursion in the southeastern part of the storm. They'll be back, though.
So while we're waiting on Recon to make their next rounds, if you guys do have any questions for the team this hour as we get ready to cross the 11 o'clock hour here on the U.S. East Coast, 10 p.m. for the Louisiana coastline, as we continue our coverage here of Hurricane Laura here on Force 13. Do have a question asking how long till landfall? It really depends on what you consider landfall and where you're considering it at. NHC does keep it moving at 15 miles per hour north-northwest. We'll actually see what the actual
right now we're pretty much looking at a landfall of about 1 a.m. Central.
Now that's just about when
that's
when Nathan should be coming on to take us home on that.
Yeah, that's at least what it's looking like to me, about 1 a.m. Central. I don't know if I'll be able to stick around for that long. It's going to be a long night, guys, and I appreciate everyone that's been able to come out here and enjoy getting informed with these storms, because it's a very scary time out there, and I do empathize with the people being affected by this storm. Obviously anxieties have got to be sky high, especially with the pandemic going on, only complicating things even further with evacuation orders. So, I just hope that everybody's playing it safe and everybody's taking their appropriate precautions with this storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting a bunch of questions in here all at once with that. One person asking, since Laura's already peaked, what do you think will be the total damage? I think we've already established that
$90 billion.
Yeah, $90 billion, which is a CDPS stage 7. Another one asking, will Laura be tropical as it enters Louisville, Kentucky? I believe the NHC count has it post-tropical by the time it does get up to that stage. Another one asking what webcams have we been using this hour. We've been going between two webcams, Port Sabine, which has been going in and out, and then we've been using Fort Charles for our other webcam. That's the two shots we've been using this hour. Another one asking, are we expecting
those shots for a while?
Yeah, another person asking, are we expecting a Cat 5 this season? Well, there's still a lot of the season left. We're still technically 15 days away from the official peak of the season if you go by the NHC dates of September 10th.
Yeah, there's a lot of hurricane season left, so I don't want to say no to a Cat 5 because anything can happen, but I don't want to speculate about a Cat 5, especially at this time.
No, and another person asking
not a good time to speculate about that.
No, another person asking for models off for the wave that's off the coast of Africa. That'll probably be something that will be looked at a little bit later once Laura has passed through the area. I know we also still have, I believe it's still Typhoon Bavi impacting North Korea, unless that's already been downgraded to a tropical storm. I actually have not kept track of that one most of today, so we'll have to see what we have with that as we go on.
Bavi is still a typhoon at this time, and that is with maximum winds of, it looks like, 65 knots, so barely a typhoon still, just about to make landfall in North Korea.
All right, so yeah, we got a tale of two intense cyclones. Bavi at minimal typhoon, getting ready to make landfall in North Korea. But the big focus is on the monster that we are seeing on our screen, this Category 4 monster named Laura, which is set to bear down on the Louisiana coastline here in about 2 or 3 hours.
So I'm still cycling through here to try to come up with other talking points, because there's really not much to really come up with here once we get the we've gotten all the warnings taken care of. We're just pretty much waiting for recon data to come in. I'm not going to get a recon refresh for another 2 or 3 minutes yet. Let's see here. Let's see if satellite presentation's changed at all. I wouldn't figure it's changed much.
No, it's still actually looking really good off the rapid scan.
Yeah, and indeed, the rapid scan imagery, it's virtually the same. So no changes there.
Yeah, and that's basically where we're at with our team. Is we're basically in a wait and see phase. I mean, we know we got 2 recons going in and out of this storm, and they'll be in there probably up until landfall. We do have NOAA 2 and AF300, both of them in there, getting as much data as they can before this gets to an eventual landfall.
Yeah, AF300 is going to be in the storm until the landfall. NOAA 2 is probably going to be done after this pass. I wouldn't imagine they're going to stay in the storm too much longer.
No, so that we'll have just about as much recon data as we're going to get right up to landfall, and we'll take another look at the distance here. It looks like we got another camera up here off of, looks like that's Isaac's screen. Maybe he can let us know where this camera's coming out of. It looks like he's muted, so we'll have to see where that's coming out of, but there's another live shot there where you can definitely see where the camera keeps cutting in and out due to the winds there, and a little bit of, looks like a little bit of rain coming in off of that live shot there.
So, let's see here. Nope, I still don't have the update here on the recon. I'm not seeing anything updated as far as watches or warnings wise. Anybody got any updates on the tornado warnings?
Still got two. Still looking at 2 tornado warnings going on right now. One of them for Cashew, Cameron, Jefferson, Davis, and Vermilion counties. The other for Cameron, Jefferson Davis, and Vermilion counties. Basically the same areas that we were looking at: Lake Arthur, Guiden, and just to the northeast of Cameron. Both of those set to expire at 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time, 10:15 Central Time at this time. So outside of the couple of tornado warnings, it's really just a wait and see now.
The good news is like we said, we ended up finding out this storm has peaked. Obviously, that doesn't mean that's not an excuse to take the storm lightly. There's never any excuse to take a Category 4 lightly. But it's, as I've already said, it's at least a sense of hope that maybe things are going to at least be somewhat okay once we're on the backside of this storm here. But we actually need things to actually be okay first. It's a concerning situation that we are currently in. Basically, what we're trying. Here's the thing that we've got going on is that we've got. I'm not seeing any update here on the rainfall. No, the rainfall graphic has slightly updated. It looks like the rainfall estimates have actually gone down a little bit. That's interesting.
Okay, well,
I wouldn't expect that. That was done at 9:44 p.m. valid 7 p.m.
Yeah, we'll bring that up because that is actually a stark contrast of what we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I was seeing
graphic earlier, so yeah, we'll bring that up.
In rainfall graphic of being around 18 inches. I mean, unless most of that stuff's already fallen, and that's the reason why the rainfall graphic's lower now.
I got that webcam that you were showing from Isaac. That webcam is from Westlake, Louisiana, just northwest of Lake Charles.
Okay, so we will get that back up now that we have an idea of where that is at.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, that is Westlake, and then I have another one from Lake Charles proper here that's loading right here. This is Lake Charles proper right now.
All right, we'll take a look at that. And this is the live shot there out of Lake Charles, where just no more than about 90 miles to the south of it is a Category 4 monster. Getting ready.
And good to see there's nobody on the roads below that too. I think I might see one car, but that appears to be parked. But other than that, absolutely no traffic at all.
Yeah, it's not like
at least good news.
Yeah, it's not like what we were saying with Isaias, where you had that one rogue person that in 85-mile-an-hour winds decided to go joyriding over in Cura Beach.
Cringe.
It did happen. It did happen, Devin.
Hard enough.
No, it happened, Devin.
Breaking news. There is a new tornado warning for eastern Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana. So that same area and that is until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:05, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles to the southeast of Rockefeller Wildlife Range, moving northwest at 85 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Rockefeller Wildlife Range around 10:15, Grand Chenier around 10:25, Creole around 10:30, Cameron around 10:35, and Hebert's Marina around 10:40. Other locations impacted include Rutherford Beach.
So that Cameron tornado is still going on, huh?
Yeah, it looks like they've actually added a new warning that does include Cameron again proper. It is to the south of the other two that we were looking at earlier.
This one is radar indicated.
That's mostly what we're going to see from out of these is some radar indicated ones. You may see an occasional radar confirmed spin up, and that's usually what we see with these as they're coming on shore. The biggest worry that I'm seeing, we saw this with Isaias, and we may see this with Laura, is once you start getting up past the Lake Charles area, up towards maybe the Shreveport, Natchitoches, up towards the Texarkana area, of where we're going to see, once this starts to unravel on itself and starts to slowly dissipate, of seeing more tornado activity in that area, and as this does go further north.
Yeah, that's something that would basically be the shear interacting with the storm, and it's not something that you'd want to see. But yeah, that is definitely a possibility, because it would be using its energy to spin up tornadoes rather than keeping itself alive at that point, because it would be over water. It's got no reason to try to keep itself alive. It used energy to spin up tornadoes rather than keeping itself alive at that point, because it would be over water. It's got no reason to. I believe I just got echoed over the mic by someone.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that came from, but yeah, you did.
That's okay. These things happen. Some technical errors going on here. So what we got here, it's now 11:11. I should have some sort of update here from Recon. I do not. AF300 has not updated in 22 minutes. NOAA 2 has actually updated. It's penetrated through the eastern eyewall. We've got flight level winds of around 140 knots, and the SFMR's around 120 knots again, so nothing to really sneeze at there. The pressure slowly going up, and it's definitely not intensifying anymore. If anything, maybe a slightly weakening trend is starting to be exposed from the storm. I'm going to want to see a pass to that northeastern eyewall to really see what the max intensity is, however. Come on, AF300. Please respond. Earth to AF300. You are my savior. To really see what the max intensity is, however.
It'd be nice at this point because that data would.
Come on, AF300. Please respond.
Okay, somehow we're getting
Earth to AF300. You are my savior. Really see what the max intensity is, however.
It'd be nice at this point.
Didn't hear it there that time around.
Question from the chat: what is the latest storm speed in terms of motion? I believe it's moving at around 15 miles per hour. I believe in terms of direction around 340 degrees towards the northwest. That's as of the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
All right, so northwest 15 miles an hour. So it's been slowing down a little bit as it's changed its velocity from west-northwest to north-northwest. All right, so, but that's pretty typical because it's pretty much only experiencing a force in the X direction and virtually none in the Y. So its net velocity is going to decrease, but the amount that how quickly it's gaining latitude is going to roughly remain constant.
And as we're listening to all the commentary. Jumping around to a few other cameras. This being a live shot out of Galveston at this hour. You can see a few little white caps there on the wave action. Really nothing really too terribly bad for the Galveston area off of this webcam here. So looks like
I wouldn't expect anything too horrible for Galveston.
And we do have questions coming in. Obviously, the question chances of Cat 5. Right now, Cat 5 is really getting pulled off the table at this hour.
Yeah, the Cat 5 chances are near nil. This storm has pretty much, if it hasn't peaked, I'd be very surprised. This thing has been going up in intensity through the last, up in pressure rather, over the last couple of recon passes. So I would not expect anything other than weakening from here until landfall.
Breaking news, there is another tornado warning for northeastern Cameron Parish, south central Jefferson Davis Parish, and southeastern Calshoshu Parish, all in southwestern Louisiana. I believe that might be an extension of those previous warnings, and that is until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:12, a band of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located near Lowry, or 8 miles southwest of Klondike, moving northwest at 55 miles per hour. And this dangerous storm will be near Lacassine National Wildlife Refuge around 10:25, Hayes around 10:30, and Holmrood around 10:40. Other locations impacted include Bell City.
All right, and basically what we're seeing with these, and we'll pull the radar back up, is a lot of these couplets and vortexes are spinning around on themselves. They're quickly spinning up, dying off, and then a secondary one's coming in back behind it off another one of the bands, and it's what's re-triggering these warnings. That's why some of these warnings have expired, but the second that they get ready to expire, another couplet has come right back into those same areas and has re-prompted some of those warnings to reignite. That's why we are seeing still 2 tornado warnings for these 2 areas that are highlighted there in those red polygons. And we have a really good question coming in, and be interesting to see who wants to take this one. Does the size or diameter of the eye correlate with the strength of a hurricane? That one coming off of
in principle, no. There's really no reason for eye diameter solely to describe the intensity of a storm. Now, usually when we're talking about super intense sub 900 millibar storms, they usually have small eyes. But that's not to say that storms with large eyes cannot be intense. And this is one example in particular because we've got a 25 nautical mile wide eye here, and this storm's pretty strong. I mean, we got Cap 4. That's nothing to laugh at. So there's really no relationship that, at least that I know of, that would say, hey, here's what the eye size is, here's what the storm strength is. It more or less has to do with the actual structure itself of the eye and how high the cloud tops are surrounding the eye and how clear the eye is, rather than how physically large the eye actually is. Tops are surrounding the eye and how clear the eye is, rather than how physically large the eye actually is. So basically just putting it in there that the eye of the storm and how clear the is not necessarily the greatest indicator of how strong it is. At least it's not a sole indicator. You do have to use other factors. If you want to go ahead and look further into that, you can go ahead and look up the landmark 1974 paper rather from Vernon Dvorak. You can find it very easily on a Google search. And I'll tell you all about modern tropical cyclone intensity estimates based off of. They're basically based off of that paper. Like all of our modern estimates are based off of that paper still, even though it's from the 1970s. We still use that imagery to this day to estimate intensity of tropical cyclones. So give that one a read if you want to know more about how to estimate how strong a storm is by just looking at it.
AF300 plane went through another iPass and they found so far pressure of 934.8 millibars.
That's beautiful. Why haven't they updated that for me?
We got a few questions coming in from the chat. First, how strong will the winds be when the storm comes to Washington, D.C.? That's from Follow Me.
Uncertain at this time. It depends on, because I know that there's an extra tropical storm that it's supposed to merge with over the United States. It depends on how well that goes. I think that's pretty much up in the air for right now.
And another one is, how can we monitor the current/tide on the right side of the storm?
Do we have? Well, there's storm surge. You know, there's ocean tide buoys out there that'll tell you how large the storm surge is, but they don't update. It's not a live update. They only update like every so often, like I think every hour or so. So it's not something that we would be able to display live.
And then one more that came in about the potential effects in Port Arthur, Texas, as well as some of the offshore oil rigs.
Well, offshore oil rigs are obviously in jeopardy of this. Anything that this storm passed over is obviously in significant jeopardy of this. You said Port Arthur, Texas?
Yes, that would be correct.
All right, let's go ahead and I apologize about this. This is going to be south of Beaumont. Oh, that's not
Also
a good
left area from looking at the storm surge inundation map from the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, that's
Recon,
not.
the
That's
recon
basically-
AF
You said you got a camera on Sabine Pass, right, Isaac?
Well, the camera off Sabine Pass has been down for about 20 minutes, give or take, but I have one from Westlake, which is just to the northwest of Lake Charles. But I wanted to say really quickly before you go on here, the AF300 plane is updated again, and one of the pressure that they found so far is 933.0 millibars with a peak non-suspect SFMR of 125 knots.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
Okay.
So, anyways, going on, we've got Port Arthur here, which is basically right on Sabine Pass, and we saw that area was already getting inundated. You're in an area that's going to get 15 feet of storm surge. That area is going to be that's not going to be a good area to be in.
Yeah, they're saying 15 to 20 feet storm surge, and that's going to be on top of how this area is going to be entering high tide soon. That's going to add another 1 to 3 feet of water onto that. So you're looking more at 17 to 23 feet of water coming in.
Not good.
Yeah.
That's basically the synopsis I would give for Port Arthur. That's pretty much right in the epicenter of the landfall.
And looking at rainfall totals, it looks like that area is going to get about 6 to 10 inches of rain, maybe getting up to 15 inches because that area is right next to it.
Yep. Yeah, so
about
that's
6 to 15 inches of rain. And
so
amounts
on
larger
top of a 15-foot storm surge, you're talking another half foot plus of rain, which is not what you want to hear at all.
Yeah. No, this is
Someone is
quite
wondering if
frankly the worst
sulfur,
case scenario.
Someone's wondering if Sulphur, Louisiana, is in big trouble.
Sulphur, Louisiana.
That looks also in Calcasieu County, more towards the
That's
west
right next,
area of
that's
it.
right
I
next to Lake
think.
Charles.
Yeah, Sulphur is looking on the peak storm surge graphic, looking around 6 to 9 feet in some areas of Sulphur. So definitely quite a bit of storm surge.
Yeah, I mean, this is
in that
again
area.
to note how far inland this storm surge is going to penetrate. Like it's going to go right past Cameron, right past Hackberry, into Carlos and Prian, and probably go past all that stuff too, and start knocking on the door of Lake Charles, Sulphur, and Mossville here, Westlake, Moss Bluff, all this stuff. That storm surge is going to be coming in. It's going to be coming in fierce once it maxes out. You guys are definitely not on the correct side of this storm, and I would anticipate storm surge to be almost as significant as it could possibly be in that area.
Yeah, somebody was wanting me to look at radar.
Yeah, we got radar
So,
up there,
yeah.
so we can take a look at what we've got going on right now. We'll stop it on the last frame here and get a quick center fix.
And then another person is concerned about their a friend in Hackberry. I'm not aware of where that is. I'm assuming it's in Louisiana.
That is in Cameron Parish.
Yeah, that is just to the northwest of Cameron, and I've got
that's going to be inundated.
Yeah, I've got the last frame stop there.
Yeah, over
Center
9 feet.
is 45 miles away from Cameron right now.
Yeah, that.
I'm looking at the recon, and the AF300 just passed and recorded a pressure of 933 millibars.
Yeah, I said that earlier there.
Pressure. Let's wait for the drop zone to come through, because that would conflict with what we just got from the previous passes.
Yeah, but two readings of 933, one 933.5 millibars with about 34 knots of flight level wind, then another reading of 933.0 millibars with about, I would estimate about 20 or 15 knots of flight level wind.
Breaking news.
Yep.
A tornado warning has been issued for southwestern Iberia Parish in south central Louisiana and the entire, or a lot of Vermilion Parish in southwestern Louisiana. That is until 11 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:25, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 13 miles south of Cypermort Point, moving northwest at about 55 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Intracoastal City around 10:50, Esther around 10:55, and Fork Island around 11. So this one seems a bit further to the east than some of these previous warnings that we've been tracking.
Yeah, and I imagine we're gonna see a lot more of that overnight here. And I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat concerned about friends and family in the path of this. If you're able to communicate with them still, make sure they're in a high elevation, they're away from the storm surge. If they're in a house or in a building, make sure, if storm surge is a threat, make sure to get onto the highest level of their house, just so the storm surge doesn't get up to them, and get into an innermost part of your house as well too. So stay away from windows.
Yep. Stay away from windows.
If storm surge is not an issue, if storm surge is not an issue, then pretty much act as if this is a tornado. If storm surge is not your issue, just get innermost part of a room away from windows, in a closet or bathroom preferably, because that's usually where the centermost part of houses are, and stay in there until the storm passes. You might get the eye, so you're gonna get a few minutes or maybe an hour or so of calm here, and then you're gonna get the winds rocking and rolling back again from the other side.
Yes,
so don't be led into a false sense of security. Go ahead,
that
Devin.
leads to another point. Do not exit your house until the storm has fully passed. So
exactly.
That's another point that we're going to have to emphasize once the storm gets closer to shore. Do not exit your home until the storm has passed. It's very dangerous because the eyewall, especially this storm's eyewall, is going to pack just as strong winds on the other side of the storm. So you better realize if you're going to venture out in the eye, which I would never recommend doing, you got yourself maybe 10-15 minutes before winds just as strong as the eye wall are going to be coming through on the other side. So yeah, I would never recommend going out during the eye of the storm and investigating damage. It's just
Yeah, and especially like unlike with before, before the eye, those winds were gradually increasing. I was approaching, as you get back into the eye wall, that wind's just going to rapidly increase.
Yep.
And so so a lot of people sadly do get go outside, venture outside of their homes, thinking that in the eye for whatever reason, and then end up getting trapped in some of the most intense winds, strongest part of the system.
And that's really sad. That should never have to happen to anyone, really, especially if they're just trying to do the thing that they think is best, which, they're thinking about protecting their property, which I can understand why you'd want to do that. But at the same time, you gotta wait until the storm's over, because the back end of that eye wall, it's going to hit you just as hard. This storm is very axisymmetric, which means that the wind speeds that you're going to find on the southwestern and on the southern side of this eye wall, I should say specifically, the southern part of it, is going to be just as strong as the northern part of this eye wall. We've seen virtually no degradation of winds depending on what eye wall the recon's going for. So it's absolutely not a safe haven, and it's not going to be safe to investigate any sort of damage at that time. You're going to have to stay in your house until it's over.
Going off of recon again, we got a vortex data message out of AF300 from 2:12 UTC, so about an hour ago. And as of that data, they say that the maximum observed surface wind is 116 knots, with maximum flight level wind being 145 knots. The eye, of course, being closed. It says it does note that the eye, circular in diameter, being 28 nautical miles. Temperature outside the eye 12 C. Temperature inside the eye 23 C.
So a very warm eye at 23 Celsius there from what Isaac was reading out. And we do have a live shot here up at Lake Charles where we can see the winds are really starting to kick up now in the Lake Charles area.
And
yes, they are. This shot is, sorry, Devin, just to point out, this shot is Interstate 10, looking westbound from Lake Charles to Westlake over the Calcasieu River. There was a nice flash on the screen there. Obviously, there is still power in the area. The quality of the image will go in and out as the rain lashes the camera. Nice flash on but as you can see, there is either some lightning going on there, or there's maybe some transformers going in the background.
Either which way, not exactly pleasant.
It's going to be a scary night for a lot of people that didn't decide to evacuate or heed the warnings here.
Not just a scary night, scary couple of weeks that are going to be coming up, because, their power is not going to be restored for a very long time.
Yeah, it's going to take them a while. Really low-lying spots in Louisiana here. I'm just looking at the camera from Westlake that I have on my screen, and the camera's just still shaking a little bit here, and you can see occasionally raindrops falling in front of the camera there, illuminated by, I'm assuming, the light behind the camera where it's stationed at. And of course, so far, this is probably going to change within the next coming hours here. There appears to be still power on in the city of Lake Charles here, but the camera is shaking a lot more now.
Yeah, looking at the live shot out there, looks like there was an on-the-field reporter that was trying to do a cover story down there, and looks like she's being a little bit more sensible there and is actually getting out of harm's way with those winds, as they are really starting to gust now in this shot.
I'm glad that that person is now deciding to do the right thing and get out of harm's way.
As Lake Charles is starting to really get hammered. We'll go back to the...
We got any viewer comments at this time?
Let me see here.
I imagine, I know that things are starting to slow down, especially since we're starting to approach August of the 27th here.
Yep.
But I just want to make sure that we're answering comments as well.
Yeah, we are, and there are some people saying something about us trying to, and we've been trying to get this on screen for about the last hour, but for some reason we seem to have some kind of technical issue where we get some echoing back through off of Nelson's feed. We are trying to get that worked out so we can get that shot out of Interstate 10. So we are working on that at this time, along with all of our other live shots that we do have going on. So if you guys do have any questions for us that are watching, I know a lot of you guys have been sticking it out with us through most of the day. We do appreciate your questions, your support, and your comments. You can tag us at Force13, all in text. It'll light up a nice bright red for us on our end, and we will take any questions and concerns that you guys do have, as we are now past the bottom of the hour, 11:30 Eastern Time, 10:30
looks like
Central Time. Go ahead, Isaac.
Just making an observation here. Looks like on my Lake Charles proper camera that I have up, power seems to be out there. Camera is still running, so I'm assuming it's either running off of generator power is off a different grid. But really eerie sight there. You can see power out. It appears to be in some parts of Lake Charles already on my live camera feed.
All right, we'll come over to that shot. I know we were using
Lake Charles. Not surprised.
I know we were using Ike's Lake Charles shot, so this is just on the other side of town in the Lake Charles area. And yeah, it is glaringly dark in this shot, so power's starting to fail in and around the Lake Charles area now, it looks like.
This next image that you've seen here is Westlake. So the power is still on there, but in parts it looks like of the city proper, there appears to be power outages already beginning, which is no surprise, of course, now, because, of course, this is a really strong, intense Category 4 making its presence known here.
We do have some comments coming in, some people asking if it's still strengthening. That is still a really good question. It is still a toss-up since we're seeing Recon still getting some different pressure readings that were lower than what the NHC reported off the last update.
I'm not seeing any indication in regards to I'm still waiting for the drop to come through. I only have drop number 5 right now, and imagine that the iPass is going to be drop number 7 or 8. So I'm still waiting for the drop to come through to firmly say whether this thing just went on a very brief weakening trend and it's back to strengthening, or if it has actually peaked and we're talking about a weakening system now. But at least from the recon's passes previous to this one, they indicated that Laura was weakening by a couple of millibars, which was noted by the NHC position update, which noted the couple of millibar increase in pressure.
Yeah, we'll see what the NHC does here in about 20 minutes when they do release their 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time position update. Somebody asking if Laura is going to hit Spring, Texas. I'm not entirely sure where Spring, Texas is at, so we'll have to do some research on that.
Well, I'm going to pull that up right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Spring.
Another question about a certain location came in, and that was for South Toledo Bend, which is in Texas. It's actually quite far north, much farther, well into the Texas inland, right along the Texas-Louisiana border, I'd expect probably hurricane force winds, potentially. Definitely not major hurricane force winds for that area, though.
Regarding Spring, Texas, Spring, Texas is just to the north of downtown Houston, if you guys are wondering.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna
Texas
see.
is pretty much right to the. It's right outside of Humble, Texas, and yeah, I
I would
wouldn't expect to.
probably like tropical storm force winds there.
Yeah, they're underneath a tropical storm warning.
Yeah, so probably tropical storm force winds, and let me check the rainfall. Yeah, maybe 1 to 2 inches of rain there as well. You're going to be well outside of the center of the storm, so the impacts aren't going to be as great.
I think that's...
If breaking news.
Go for it, and then we'll illustrate something here, because this is something I don't think we have really looked at in depth, and I do want to touch base on it here right quick once you finish up your thought there.
Yes. Another tornado warning has been issued for central Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana. That is until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:38, a band of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes was located 8 miles south of Creole, or 9 miles southwest of Grand Chenier, moving northwest at about 65 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Holly Beach at around 11 p.m. and Sabine National Wildlife Reserve around 11:10. Other locations impacted by these tornadic thunderstorms include Constance Beach and Rutherford Beach.
All right, and that's just some of the other warnings coming in. And this is the graphic I really wanted to touch base on, because we really have not touched on it. And I actually love using this when we're looking at these warnings outside of the NHC graphics, because this really gives a better illustration of the warnings versus the NHC warnings graphics that we see, and that is the National Weather Service Enhanced Data Display Radar, which we have the warnings overlaid on, and this is just very surprising. You can see the hurricane warnings extending almost to Shreveport, and then I believe Nelson had mentioned it earlier that for the first time on official records, we actually have tropical storm warnings extending all the way up into south central Arkansas, just a little south of the Little Rock area. So, and then,
well, we haven't issued inland tropical storm warnings for very long. So the fact that this is the first time that that's ever happened is not surprising.
Yeah, and it looks like that graphic just failed on me, so we'll go back over to the Lake Charles live shot there again. We'll see if we can get this back up here.
Yeah, it looks like Lake Charles, the power came back, it looks like, unless the camera's facing another way, which is possible. But at least the direction the camera's facing now, the power seems to be back on, at least temporarily, for parts of Lake Charles again.
It looks like that field reporter is back out to try to do another segment there off of that shot. And
that's like, around
and looks like our graphic is back up here, so we can come back over to this. And yeah, we got flash flood watches associated with Laura going all the way up into north central Arkansas. I wouldn't be surprised once this does get into a landfall stage and gets further north and does move across that cone up through Missouri, up through Illinois, western Kentucky, and western Tennessee, that we don't see those flash flood watches extend further north and east from this area. But Devin, you did touch on it that they didn't used to start issuing these warnings inland. So seeing how far these actually go inland is actually really nice and kind of gives a better illustration of the inland impacts versus just what we see off the graphics from the NHC when they issue them out. And you can see how that one looks, and then when we go over to the NHC and look at their warnings, it's a big stark contrast. You can see they have the warnings along the coastline versus seeing all that inland. So definitely a big contrast of what we actually see for the warnings.
Yeah, and I just want to say some of the cities that are in the two watches, the tropical storm warning and flash flood watch for for in Arkansas. In the tropical storm warning, cities include Texarkana, El Dorado, Camden, Monticello, and Arkadelphia. And then other cities in the flash flood watch include Mana, Hot Springs, Little Rock, Conway, Russellville, Searcy, Batesville, and Marshall.
And we got someone asking about impacts in Beaumont. Beaumont's about 30 miles to the northwest of Port Arthur. So we'll jump back over to the radar here shortly. Give you guys another look at how Laura is starting to look. As it looks like the eyes starting to just get a little more elliptical here in the last few frames from what we're seeing.
Yeah,
so,
the eye's not looking as great. Like I said, it continues to look like that the storm's weakening, which can only be good.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look back over here at the radar as we are starting to get a lot more tornado warnings in this area. Lake Charles all the way up here to the north of all this, as they're just taking outer bound after outer band. And we're going to get another distance check here just to see how close we're looking, as this does look like this is starting to get almost lined up with a near landfall near Cameron. Down to about 43 miles now, and it does look like that we're starting to see a little bit more of the ice starting to degrade here over the last maybe hour and 40 minutes. Just taking a look at it off the radar here.
Yeah, and that would be signaling of a weakening storm. So, yeah, I mean, we would hope that that would continue to be the case, that it would continue to weaken. However, I'm still waiting for the drops to come through here. I think I finally know I've got one drop in the southeastern eyewall and one drop in the northeastern eyewall. I don't have a drop in the eye. Did they not do a drop in the eye? Did they
This is maybe the data is slow to flow in, because I know they had communication issues in the past. I know last night they had communication issues with the one of the AF planes. So the only communication was from directly to the National Hurricane Center. So that's why they upgraded it to 105 last night without us even having recon data.
AF 300 did do a center fix of 938 millibars on their last pass.
I just saw here on Discord that someone posted that now in St. Charles they're now experiencing sustained winds of 79 knots or 90 miles an hour.
Oh! Lake Charles right now.
Somebody has bad audio interference going on right now.
Yeah, a little bit of technical issues there. We'll get that worked out here right quick.
There's some breaking news. Another tornado warning has been issued for northeastern Cameron Parish, southeastern Jefferson Davis Parish, and southeastern Calcasieu Parish, all in southwestern Louisiana. And that is until 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:44, a band of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes was located over Klondike, moving northwest at 50 miles per hour. These dangerous storms will be near Lowry around 10:50, Thornwell around 10:55, and then Welsh and Hayes around 11:05. Other locations impacted include Lacassian and Bell City. This includes Interstate 10 in Louisiana between mile markers 48 and 53.
All right, we're going to get back over to this live shot out of Lake Charles here, as it's starting to get a lot dicier now, it looks like, off of that shot. And just take a look at what Nelson had up on his screen. Now up to 9,400 people without power in and around the Louisiana area at this time.
That's a lot of people without power. And it's only going to get worse as the storm goes on. This is just the tip of the iceberg as we're talking about it right now. Ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, the eyewall has yet to make it on shore at this point, so
It's
I can only
not
imagine.
close to making it on shore at this point.
Yeah, I can only imagine what the images are going to be, if there is any, because it's, in the middle of nighttime here, what the winds would look like if there's any professional storm chasers chasing.
actually, I'll go ahead and take that back. That eye is actually pretty close to making it onshore. Wow. Yeah, the strongest winds are just not too far offshore of Louisiana right now. So I'd imagine the National Weather Service is going to be putting out an extreme wind warning soon for the landfall area.
And I'm estimating going off of radar scope here, going off of the eye itself, the center of the eye is about 40 miles away from Cameron, Louisiana, according to radar here. And this is just what I'm seeing here, not official.
Tornado warning.
I also have a camera from Jennings, Louisiana, and it's been shaking. Oh, in fact, actually, we just lost the feed to it. Never mind. Oh, now it's back now. But if we take a look at it, it's really rocking and rolling now in Jennings, Louisiana.
Now we'll see if we can get that going here and see what we can find on it there.
And this is about this is east of Lake Charles, Jennings, Louisiana is.
All right, we've got that up so the viewers can see just how rough it is looking there in Jennings, Louisiana now.
Nope, and I think it went out again. I'll just go over to the West Lake camera here, where it has a little bit more more chance of staying up and more. But yeah, Jennings, the camera on there is really rocking and rolling out there as the eyewall gets closer and closer to shore here.
Yep, that is the shot out of Westlake, and we'll go back to our rapid scan shot here as we are 10 minutes till the top of the hour here, midnight here on the east coast of the United States, 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where Hurricane Laura continues to hammer the Louisiana coastline and could be potentially making a run at the Cameron, Louisiana area here in the next 2 to 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and it should be noted that the eyewall of Laura is not very far offshore at all. We'll be seeing that eyewall, the radius and maximum winds of Laura, coming ashore in the next hour.
Yeah, we will be seeing that, and you can see the eyewall there, just how close it is off of the College of DuPage rapid scan radar. We'll go back to the radar scope radar here and get a better look at it. You can see the tornado warning still in effect for the parishes right along the coastline, Cameron, Lake Arthur, getting up towards Abbeville. And it's kind of hard to see, but right where Cameron is at, and we'll zoom in on this, Cameron is a couple miles inland off the coastline, so you can see just how close it is to its eventual landfall. We'll actually stop it on this last frame here, and we'll take a quick distance.
The entire land is underneath the tornado warning. Just literally the whole landfall area is under a tornado warning. I don't know if that's supposed to be the extreme wind warning, but I would imagine that would have to be issued considering the winds are going to be well in excess of 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'll check the National Weather Service and see if they've actually issued that, but quick distance check
They haven't yet.
5 minutes ago from Cameron, 38 miles now.
Yeah, and that tornado warning system that is over that landfall area is about 7 minutes away from Holly Beach at the moment.
And Holly Beach was an area that we had covered earlier where a couple storm chasers did get trapped out there in Holly Beach due to water covering the roads. And I believe they did rescue them out of that area a couple hours after the fact. So that is why it is a very dangerous job to go out into these storms. Half the time we don't even recommend you going into those areas if you can help it, primarily because the dangers are very real.
Yeah, every once in a while you end up hearing about these storm chaser accidents, and it's always awful to hear, but it just reinforces our warnings, just saying, hey, the danger of these storms are extremely real, and you gotta be taking them seriously.
Just looking at the Jennings live camera here in Louisiana, and the winds is progressively getting stronger and stronger here. The camera shaking around here. If I had to estimate, looking at the camera here, winds probably getting up to hurricane force, I'd imagine, about now, if they aren't already. Sustained probably maybe mid-moderate to maybe strong tropical storm force, if I had to guess, looking at this camera view.
And just taking a quick look back at what we've got on the page, and yeah, this is starting to get precariously close. We'll see what the NHC puts it at here in the next couple minutes. We'll see if that next center fix is out from the National Hurricane Center.
Extreme wind warning was just issued.
Yeah, we got an extreme wind warning
just got issued.
For Beaumont,
Yes, sir.
Texas, Lake Charles, Louisiana, Port Arthur, Texas, till 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. For extremely dangerous hurricane winds, treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado is approaching and move immediately to an interior room or shelter now. And it's affecting a population of 627,000 people.
All right, so
Wow.
extreme wind warning now in effect for the coastline, and that was our own Thomas Schwent chiming in there with that extreme wind warning. Welcome to the studio, Thomas, as we cross midnight here at Eastern on the East Coast, 11 o'clock there at your St. Louis studio. I know you, along with the rest of our team, have been monitoring this situation very closely. What is your thoughts? And then once we get that, we will get the NAC update, as it looks like it's just been released.
Yes, it's just been released.
All right, so I think that this is extraordinarily dangerous, regardless of how much stronger it gets, because it looks like, according to recon, that pressure is still falling, despite how close the air wall is coming onto shore. So that's not, this thing could be peaking.
The pressure's not falling. It's leveled off over the past few hours.
Okay.
It looks like the next update is falling in millibar.
Yes, it has fallen a millibar from an hour ago. The National Hurricane Center is now putting it at 938 millibars. Still 150 miles per hour.
But it was, what, 937 millibars 2 updates ago? So pressure's stalled.
Okay, but yeah, I mean,
Still a dangerous storm regardless here, and
Oh, yeah,
I
I
think,
mean,
as of the update statement here, I'm going to go ahead and read a little bit of here. They say, eyewall of Laura nearing the coast of Louisiana, catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding expected tonight and early Thursday. Water flow sites in Cameron, Louisiana, recently reported a sustained wind of 41 miles per hour, 66 kilometers an hour, with a gust of 67 miles per hour or 108 kilometers an hour. Caucasio Pass recently reported a sustained wind of 49 miles per hour, 80 kilometers an hour, with a gust of 70 miles per hour, 113 kilometers an hour. And as of this 11 p.m. update statement, it's currently located at 29.2 degrees north, 93.2 degrees west, about 60 miles or 95 kilometers south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, about 65 miles or 105 kilometers away from southeast of Port Arthur, Texas, with maximum sustained 1-minute winds at 105 miles per hour or 240 kilometers an hour. Present movement at the north-northwest or 340 degrees at 15 miles per hour or 24 kilometers an hour, with a minimum central pressure of 938 millibars or 27.70 inches.
Alrighty, so I see that the recon pass looks like AF300 just went through the center again. Got a pressure of 935. And flight level winds now exceeding 150 knots, it looks like, or if not exceeding, very close to exceeding 150 knots. I see the spike above 145 there. So very concerning there, to say the least. That's the first that we've seen that. But the SFMR associated with that reading is around 120 knots. So
no indication that this storm's any stronger than 150 miles an hour at this time.
And then one interesting thing to note with that pass is that, well, the data is kind of messed up a little bit, but the lowest reading I'm seeing without the messed up data is 932.6 millibars
That's
flight level
away from
with
the
about
center.
20 knots of wind.
Yeah, that's away from the center, so don't trust that.
Yeah, so it could be a little bit lower than that actually. Then
It wouldn't be. Don't trust that. It's 20 knots. It's not calibrated at the right altitude, I would imagine. I wouldn't trust that.
but there's a lot of like the data is like it's not necessarily flagged here. It's missing.
I know that it's not flagged. I'm just saying it's not going to be flagged. They're not going to flag those readings. They're only going to
No,
flag
meaning like in general. We got max SFMR I see is a single reading of 116 knots, which is flagged.
I've
And then
got
pressure.
a 117 knots that's unflagged.
Pressure is like I said. There's multiple areas in this pass where with no data in it.
Yeah, I see it too. Like I've got the same thing too. I'm just saying, like we've got 145, 147 knot flight level winds. It looks like pressure of around 935. I wouldn't trust that 932. And wind speeds of 120 knots as per SFMR.
Yeah, and the eyewall looks. It's not on the coast now. It's knocking on the doorstep of Cameron, Louisiana, right about now, looking at radar.
And that's what we're looking at as we have now crossed the top of the hour here. Midnight here on the east coast of the United States, 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where we are watching Hurricane Laura make an ever so merciless crawl towards an eventual landfall. And yeah, it is starting to look like that Cameron, Louisiana may be getting in line to take the brunt of this. And we'll actually stop the radar here right quick, and we're going to outline this eyewall here as it is getting very close to Cameron. And we'll actually do a distance check on this. I'm probably going to estimate that the eyewall is about 7.5, maybe 8 miles from Cameron. And that's where you're going to see the biggest bulk of those winds coming in. That whole eyewall being all of these oranges and everything right in through here. So that's where you're going to see the strongest concentration of the winds are. And that's where, as you're hearing our team call out the SFMRs and the flight levels, that's where we're seeing those highest concentrated higher numbers, your 120s, 130s that you're hearing coming in off of the recon passes.
Interesting.
Yeah, this
and
is
Devin,
looking...
are you? Oh, go ahead, Thomas.
I was just going to say, yeah, I mean, regardless of future changes in intensity, which I know is something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on, this thing's going to be making landfall as a catastrophic hurricane. It's looking really bad right now. Do we have any on-the-ground reports of storm surge or things like that yet?
Not that I have seen yet, but we will be looking into those here very shortly.
Assuming they're probably going to be hard to come by here. Assuming that it's night, since it's nighttime here. Still an extremely dangerous situation here, regardless if the storm is maintaining its intensity or weakening at this point. It looks like Cameron, Louisiana, is either on the outskirts of the eyewall at this point or right about to get the eyewall of the hurricane here really shortly here. And I'm assuming the conditions are rapidly deteriorating there, even more so than they are probably now.
And we're starting to see power outages starting to tick up now. As of 10 minutes ago, 17,900 people without power, primarily down in Cameron Parish of Louisiana, where we're seeing the worst of Hurricane Laura starting to hammer that area at this time.
Yeah, it's really starting to look nasty, and that eye wall is about to come ashore, if it's not starting to come ashore now. Radar's really showing a robust eyewall with this. I'm very concerned about even how long the storm could maintain itself inland a little bit, because we know that things are very marshy around Louisiana, so I'm not sure how far this can go before it weakens significantly. It obviously won't go too far, but
shear is going to increase markedly as the storm gets in, so rapid dissipation of hurricane force winds is expected. Like, I don't even think this is supposed to be a category 2 in 6 hours. Like, this is going to weaken pretty quickly. I just want to go ahead and elaborate on that extreme wind warning so I can go ahead and let everyone know. I mean, if you're in the extreme wind warning and tuned into this broadcast somehow, you should absolutely be taking shelter in some sort of interior room with some sort of mattress or some furniture on top of your head so you could get shielded from flying debris, or get a blanket over you or something, anything, to protect you from these life-threatening conditions. We're going to be talking about winds in excess of 115 miles per hour sustained for the following areas: Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana, Jefferson Davis Parish, southwestern Louisiana, Southern Beauregard Parish, southwestern Acadia Parish, Calcasso Parish, western Vermilion Parish, southwestern Allen Parish, all in southwestern Louisiana. And we got some in Texas: East Jefferson County, southwestern Newton County, southeastern Hardin County, Orange County, and southeastern Jasper County in southeastern Texas. National Weather Service Doppler radar has indicated extreme winds associated with the eyewall of Hurricane Laura. They're moving onshore along a line extending from 15 miles south of Sabine Pass to 6 miles southwest of Creole to 7 miles south of Freshwater City, and moving north at 25 miles an hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching, and move immediately to the safest room that you have in your shelter. The safest place to be during a landfalling major hurricane is in a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture. Use mattresses, blankets, pillows, or whatever you got to cover your head and body from flying debris. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. Do not venture out in the eye of the storm.
Absolutely, Devin. And we've got that graphic up. And just to call out some of the cities that are under this extreme wind warning, starting in Texas, if you're in places like Silsbee, Loeb, Beaumont, Port Arthur, Sabine Pass, Mauriceville, Orange, then getting into the parishes of Louisiana, if you're in cities like Starks, DeQuincy, Fenton, Jennings, Lake Arthur, Lake Charles, Huckleberry, and Cameron. Again, some of those cities that are in this extreme wind warning, you're going to be experiencing winds in excess of 115 miles per hour or more. That's usually when the National Weather Service issues these kind of warnings. These are extremely dangerous, life-threatening winds. Definitely do not be out in these under any circumstance if you can help it.
And we have some breaking news. A tornado warning has been issued for southeastern Acadia Parish and northwestern Vermilion Parish, both in Louisiana, and that is until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:04, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near, I'm gonna butcher this, Meaux, or near Kaplan, moving northwest at 55 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Indian Bayou and Wright around 11:15, Lions Point around 11:20, and Crowley around 11:25. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Estherwood, and this includes Interstate 10 in Louisiana between mile markers 77 and 86.
There's also been a new massive scale discussion issued for concerning tornado watch number 453, the most recent one issued, stating that multiple bands of strong convection have developed north and east of the center, and brief tornadoes will be possible with the stronger cells in these bands. The Lake Charles radar showed several impressive inbound velocities associated with fast-moving supercells in the northern band between 02 and 03Z. The several CC minimums noted. While several of these cells have weakened as they approach the latitude of the eye, other cells continue to regenerate to the east, with notable cells now over Vermilion Parish around 04Z. They're basically saying that currently the environment favors fast-moving storms with brief but potentially damaging tornadoes.
And that's going to be the trend as these bands do keep moving through the area, and the eventual eyewall does move through, and then we're going to start seeing all of the convection move further north into the northern parishes of Louisiana. And we may see something similar to what we saw with Isaias, with a lot of tornadic activity by the time it does make landfall and move its way north. Do see some people asking about Nathan. Nathan Foy will be joining us here in the next hour to take you guys through the landfall and a little past landfall. So he will be joining us in the next hour, so you guys will not want to miss that.
And Tim, if I could just add on to what Devin had said about taking shelter, there is a plea from Joe Rua on the National Weather Service chat site. He is begging people to get out the news that he has seen reports on Facebook that people have stayed behind in the Lake Charles area. Please, please stress that they must take shelter within their shelter to survive these winds. They will likely never have experienced anything like this. They must protect their head area. Most deaths from strong winds are from head trauma. It can be any sort of helmet, motorcycle, baseball, football, rollerblading, etc. Get under blankets or mattresses. So even the people at the National Weather Service are begging those who are behind to cover their heads and to cover themselves in the strongest room of their shelter.
And that's absolutely the case. So, I mean, we're talking about at least this has got to be one of the strongest landfalling hurricanes in this region, period. Nothing's really coming to mind right away when we're talking. Like Rita was 100 knots. This thing's going to be coming on shore at 130. So this storm, at least the wind portion of it, quite a bit stronger than Hurricane Rita. Anybody in the Beaumont, Lake Charles area, or anywhere in between, basically anywhere underneath that extreme wind warning that we just read out to you guys, you need to be in shelter. Protect your head at all costs. Protect yourself from flying debris at all costs, because that's the main cause of death. When we're talking about high winds, you're going to get knocked up by debris. Basically, just try to shield yourself from debris as the best that you can.
And that is
that's not the only thing, Devin. With winds like this, trees are going to fall, and I can promise you they're going to fall through the roofs of your house. Yeah, and those branches... Yeah, well, of course it can be, but you've got to think those branches from the trees are going to puncture the roof and the top of the attic, and even through lower levels of the house. I've experienced this in my own house, where trees come in through the roof, the branches do, out through 2 floors, and then out another window.
Absolutely. That's the kind of strong winds that we're talking about here. That will absolutely be enough to snap trees and send them flying, snap branches, snap trees, snap whatever, and send them flying through your wall of choice. Like, These winds aren't going to be strong enough for regular drywall to save you from these. This is some pretty advanced stuff here, where tree branches or any type of debris, even just a flying 2x4, will penetrate the side of your house as if that wall was just a regular glass window.
And
so that's why you have to be in an interior room.
And yeah, we saw that with Isaias about a month ago. Devin, we had some of the shots when we were covering on 413 US with some of the 2x4s literally impaling the side of houses, which that was a very sobering shot to see.
Yeah, and we have to remember this storm is significantly stronger than that.
This is and this storm's, well, you got to figure that those 2x4s were probably in effect with some of those stronger tornadoes from Isaias, so probably actually around the same wind speed.
And you saw it with the Hurricane Andrew. There's pictures of 2x4s that got impaled in palm trees. It was absolutely insane. I'm not saying necessarily that's going to 100% happen with here, but it's a really dangerous situation. Pretty much act as if this is a tornado, long duration tornado is pretty much how you're going to want to act, as if this is this situation is.
That's what you have to do. And like I was saying earlier, this storm is very axisymmetric when it comes to its wind field. The northern side, eastern side, western side, southern side of this eyewall, it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to be receiving major hurricane force winds no matter what. So extreme impacts are going to be felt on both sides of the eye no matter where you are on. So
exactly.
Even more important that you do, I know I've repeated myself several times, but it bears repeating time and time again. Do not go out while the eye is passing over. It's not safe. It's not cool. It's not anything. You gotta stay in your shelter.
Looking on the Storm Prediction Center website, I did get another report of a tornado from about 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 3 miles south-southwest of Lake Arthur in Louisiana. Said that a spotter reported a rain-wrapped tornado near Bell City. That's all the report said.
That does not surprise me with some of these bands having spin-up couplets in it. Good chance, we're going to see some spin-up tornadoes as these does come ashore. And just taking another quick look at how close this is, I actually can start to see a little bit of a break in the southern eyewall there. Not that it's really going to matter too terribly much at this stage. You can clearly see that northern eyewall there, very well defined, very well robust. And that is still moving north-northwest. So Cameron is looking like this is going to be near ground zero for this hurricane. As we take another quick look at the center fix, and we are at about 33 miles now from Cameron. So we're looking about maybe another 2 hours before we're going to get into the eye of this storm. And the very big concerning part that I'm seeing, gentlemen, just taking a look at this, that eye wall is about 11 to 12 miles across. If we're using the oranges as where the eye wall is, that means Cameron is going to get hammered for 45 minutes with these 140 mile an hour winds.
And Tim, we have some breaking news. A tornado warning. Tornado warning has been issued for West Central Lafayette Parish and Northeastern Vermilion Parish, both in Louisiana. And that's until 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:16, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Henry, or 7 miles northeast of Intracoastal City, moving northwest at about 50 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Esther at around 11:20, Aerith at around 11:25, at Ableville at around 11:30, Mukes at around 11:35, Kaplan at around 11:40, and Indian Bayou at around 11:45.
Alright, as you were reading that out, a little bit of a concerning dropsonde that just come in off of AF 300.
That's a gust. That's a gust.
Is it a
Don't.
gust?
It's a gust. Any wind reading coming off of a dropsonde is a gust.
All right, that's what I wanted to make sure. Just take a look at the SFMR data right quick.
Mainly right now we want to talk about the SFMR readings, which are still pretty consistently at 130 knots.
Yeah, just looking at AF 300, the last 2-3 good ones that have not been flagged, 125 and 126.
Yep. Combine that with the 145 knot flight level winds, and you still have a pretty consistently 130 knot system, even though the 130 knot SFMRs would be more indicative of a 125 knot system. Those flight level winds more than.
And like the great information that Devin was giving everybody earlier about this extreme wind warning, I just really want to hammer it down. If we're in this extreme wind warning, please, like, if you're not going to be affected by the storm surge, please act as if this is a tornado, a long duration tornado going over your area. Hunker down, put as many walls between you and the outside. Get on the lowest floor of your place, wherever you're staying at, lowest possible floor. If you have time to, put pillows, put a mattress over you to protect you from any falling debris that may fall down during this extreme eyewall here coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Just a really serious, dangerous situation here. And like Devin was saying, nothing to take seriously at all here. And like I said, pretty much just act as if this is a long duration tornado if you're under the extreme wind warning. It's going to be a really long, scary night for a lot of you, but as long as you follow this advice from the National Weather Service, you're going to be doing just fine.
You're going to be doing the best that you can. That's for sure. Yeah, I couldn't say anything better. It's just you got to really go out of your way to be able to protect yourself and or others in your house from lethal flying objects that are going to be lofted and thrown into your building over the next few hours. So, yeah, just get underneath a ton of heavy stuff, get in an interior room, and just hope for the best over the next couple of hours, because that's pretty much all you can do.
Well, and the particularly concerning part about all of this is that especially those on the eastern side of the eyewall, I mean, the Hurricane Center is forecasting up to 20 feet of surge along with that 115 plus mile per hour winds. So it's kind of like you're stuck because, if you go in an interior room and storm surge starts washing in, you're screwed, So
that's the reason why they're underneath the mandatory evacuation. I mean, I don't know what else to say. That's the reason why they're underneath the mandatory evacuation.
Yeah, I'm hoping everyone left.
Not
we're all
everyone
hoping
left,
for.
though. That's the issue.
Yeah.
There's always going to be those couple of people, and unfortunately, this isn't necessarily a survivable scenario if you're being affected by both the storm surge and the extreme winds at the same time. You are going to have to be a very, very lucky soul or have a very tall building in order to survive this.
It's going to be interesting to see what the damage is like after the storm passes here. The good thing about it, I must say, if there's a silver lining to it, is that this storm is moving at a decent rate of speed. This is not going to stay around like Florence did or Harvey did. It's going to be in and out in about a day here. It's not going to be sticking around for a while. If there's a silver lining to this.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's your classic, it's your classic cyclone moves in, bulldozes a bunch of stuff, moves out, and then everyone decides to sit at a panel 9 months later and decide whether we want to use Laura for a storm again. That's pretty much what's happening here. Like I said, there's really not much else to say. We've got the extreme wind warning out now. If you haven't taken shelter yet, absolutely take your best possible shelter right now, because that eyewall is coming ashore in a hurry.
and it's not going to care where you're located in your house. It's not going to slow down for you. You're going to have to catch up to this storm, especially if you're in the middle of it. So you just rush everything to completion, please.
And do you have? I know we were talking about if we get into the eye when the first eye wall comes through. I know Devin, you had good information to tell about that. What do you have to say for people that get into the eye?
Don't leave your house. Don't move. Don't do anything. Don't be stupid. I really don't know what else to say. A hurricane with catastrophic winds is coming ashore with its strongest possible winds. Like that eyewall is a couple miles offshore at best right now. Once that thing comes ashore, you're going to be experiencing 115 mile an hour winds. That's EF2 type winds. And you're going to be experiencing those winds for hours. And then if you're in a storm surge flood prone region, you're also going to have to deal with a 2-story high wall of water to add on to your misery of EF2 winds. It's a very grim scenario that I really wish I could paint a better picture. I really wish I could go ahead and say something that's going to make everyone feel good. Unfortunately, this isn't a feel-good story. This is a terrifying story that we could just all hope and pray has a good ending for more people than not.
Somebody is saying in the chat for people to open their windows to counteract the pressure. That is a foolish idea. Do not do that.
Do not
do that at all.
Besides, your windows are going to be blown out anyway, so
do
not
not
really going to matter.
Do not do that. Do not putz around with your windows. You immediately get to and this is the same thing for tornadoes too. It doesn't matter about tornadoes, hurricanes, whatever, don't matter. You get yourself into a shelter as fast as you can, because every second that you waste opening up those windows is a second closer that those extreme winds are coming up to your back doorstep. And those are seconds that you could be using to prepare while you're in your interior room from flying debris. So absolutely do not do that.
And something to note, just took a quick eye temperature check. It is still 20 degrees Celsius as it is less than 40 miles away from the eye wall reaching Cameron.
Yeah, that's not pretty. The eye's gonna reach it pretty soon. Not too far away.
Yeah,
I imagine I'll be there in probably an hour and a half. Not too much longer than that.
Yeah, unfortunately, at this point, it's near certain that the storm will make landfall as a 145 to 150 mile an hour storm. The storm
that's not up for debate. Especially with the latest recon data, it's not up to the strength of the storm's absolutely not up for debate. This is definitely a 150 mile an hour storm, and there's no reason for it to weaken any further. So that shear that came through, all that it did was halt further intensification. Thank God for that. But it's 150 miles an hour is still 150 miles. 150 miles an hour is going to knock down every single exterior wall of your house easily. So it's still extremely destructive.
And in terms of storms that have peaked out as a 150 mile an hour storm at landfall, the best one I could come up with is Hurricane Charlie. That made landfall as a 150 mile an hour Cat 4.
Yeah, that was a scary storm. That was a much smaller storm than this one, though.
Breaking news right now.
Yep.
The Shreveport radar is back up. The radar is back up and on.
Why was the Shreveport radar down?
And there's also some more breaking news. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for eastern Jefferson Davis Parish, southwestern Evangeline Parish, Acadia Parish, and north central Vermilion Parish, all in southwestern to south central Louisiana, and that is until midnight Central Daylight Time. At 11:28, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Egan or near Crowley, moving northwest at 55 miles per hour. So I believe this is actually an extension of a previous warning. This dangerous storm will be near Iota and Evangeline around 11:35, Basile around 11:50, and Elton around 11:55. Other locations impacted include Lacassine, Hathaway, Midland, Roanoke, and Esterwood. This also is Interstate 10 between mile markers 44 and 88.
Well, while you guys were calling that out, just a couple more mileage checks. The nightmare is about to begin for Cameron, Louisiana, as they are now 3 miles away from the eyewall of Laura, 30 miles away from the center, as we have now crossed the bottom half of the hour here on the U.S. East Coast, 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 11:30 Central Daylight Time for Cameron, Louisiana, where they are in line to take the worst that Hurricane Laura has to offer at this time.
There's been a spot of reports that was reported about 3 miles south of Westlake, Louisiana. They reported 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know if that's sustained or gusts. It doesn't say. But they're saying in Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles, there are power flashes.
Yeah, no kidding.
And then also another report, Calcio, I can never say that name right. Pass reported a sustained wind at 58 miles per hour with gusts to 82 miles per hour at 11:06 p.m. So about 25 minutes ago, and they're saying that the eyewall is just offshore now.
I just don't understand why there are tornado warnings when eyewall is going to be coming through with winds that are going to be way stronger than any of those tornadoes. I don't get that. I just don't.
Also, Isaac, I believe the pronunciation is Calcasieu.
That's about right.
Yeah, our team's been butchering that all day. So to the viewers that live down in Louisiana and to Nelson who lives in Louisiana, we're not well versed on our French pronunciation. So we apologize for that ahead of time.
And it's not just French pronunciation. It's Haitian French.
If we want to get technical, yes, Haitian French or Haitian Creole, depending on how you prefer to refer it to.
Looking at radar right now, I think it's safe to say that Cameron, Louisiana is getting the brunt of the eyewall right now. I think it's pretty safe to say Cameron's getting slammed right now.
Cameron's going to be the recipient of a slap here, courtesy of Major Hurricane Laura. I really don't. I really wish I could come up with something to say, but Cameron, Creole, and Grand Chenier. I mean, they're all under the gun for 150-mile-an-hour winds to be coming ashore right about now. Like, I'm not even joking on this. Like, Holly Beach, that's another area that's just... And then you're going to have Hackberry, that's just right upshore. That's going to be receiving 150-mile-an-hour winds as well. Like, all four of those regions, so Holly Beach, Cameron, Creole, Grand Chenier, and Hackberry, the conditions are going to be so extreme in those areas, considering storm surge on top of winds, that I don't even know if the conditions are going to be survivable in any of those towns. And that's just the state of things. Of course, we've seen miracles in life, and we'll see miracles going forward, but those areas, it's not looking good.
No,
It's not good at all.
No, and it looks like the recon is going to. I'm not sure if they're going to have enough time to get one last pass in there, but AF300 is still circling around. They just finished a northeast pass out of the eyewall, so they may get one more final pass before we may see this get close to an eventual landfall.
They got up to 150 knots flight level, but the SFMRs again are down around 120, 125 knots. So again, no real reason to change the intensity from 900 knots. That'd be interesting. No.
Let's hope not.
Talk about historic.
130 knots. Pressure from drop zone 940 millibars, 11 knots. So 938. That hasn't changed. So virtually, takeaway is the storm's intensity is not changing as it's coming ashore. 150 miles an hour is what it's going to be. It's not weakening. It's not strengthening. It just is.
Yeah, I can confirm Cameron is now on the eyewall according to radar. I have my radar streaming it here on a close-up view of what that eyewall's looking like, and it's coming ashore right now.
I'm watching it from the National Weather Service website, and let's see here. The last frame that I actually have is from 20 minutes ago, and it looked like that the eyewall is just skirting ashore. So, yeah, things definitely over that area now.
Yep. So now we're getting multiple views on this, and yeah, you can see it off of a WSV version 3 radar there. That eyewall now hammering the area of Cameron, Louisiana at this hour. That eye getting precariously close to an eventual landfall. We are now under 30 miles away from landfall, which was looking most likely to be in Cameron, Louisiana.
I'm gonna harbor a guess and say that the Lake Charles radar went down, which wouldn't surprise me. So I've just switched over to the Houston Galveston radar, which seems to be working just fine.
I'm looking at chat here, and now
Yeah, let me check on mine because we are seeing that off of
Recon does support 155 mile an hour winds.
Where? How?
Good question.
Wait, what?
What is your source? I'm not seeing it.
That
flight level winds went up, but I'm not seeing it. Pressure's only going up.
That would be a big move by the NHC if they were to make this 155 just before landfall.
I would disagree with that.
It would be a bold statement, that's for sure. But
it's unsubstantiated.
Someone in the chat was asking about Bridge City. I'm going to assume Bridge City, Texas, because that is closer to the landfall location just north of Port Arthur. You're probably going to experience about 2 to 4 feet of storm surge.
That's underneath the
biggest threat for you is that extreme wind warning that you're currently under.
Yep, that's underneath the extreme wind warning. So you can be expecting to see Category 3 winds inundating that area in rather short order. Anybody that you still have contacted with in Bridge City, tell them to get into an interior room and cover themselves with as much material as they possibly can, and tell them to rush that to completion because this storm ain't weakening and it's going to be packing a punch through that area in very short order.
And something to note, Devin, that this part of the country is not used to getting hit with winds of this magnitude.
No.
So the building codes are a lot more relaxed, say, if this were to hit like Miami, Florida, Miami-Dade area, where obviously when Andrew went through there in 1992, the Florida Building Commission really stepped up the building codes to withstand Category 2, Category 3 impacts, whereas places like Cameron, over towards Beaumont, Port Arthur, I don't think their building codes are nearly as strict. So if you're in this extreme wind warning that you've heard us talking about, going from Beaumont up to Lake Charles, over towards Lake Arthur, you will be getting some heavy damage on your homes and your businesses. You're probably going to have shingles, maybe roofs coming off, trees, power lines definitely are going to be coming down. So the roads are going to be very treacherous. You're going to have a lot of debris in and around these areas once this does blow through, and going into tomorrow morning and in the afternoon, you'll probably have a better idea of just how bad the damage is really going to look.
And guess what, Sunshine? That's only the effects from the wind. That's not counting the 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. Yeah.
We do have a new flash flood warning now in effect for the cities of Lafayette, New Iberia, and Crowell, Louisiana until 2:45 a.m.
Oh, a flash flood warning from a hurricane? Get out of here.
From a hurricane.
Oh yeah, several parishes in there as well. Evangeline, St. Landry, Iberia, Lafayette, St. Martin, St. Mary, Acadia, Allen, Jefferson, and Vermilion, all under that.
Yeah, and that flash flood warning is up here to the northeast of where the eye of Laura is at. It's primarily over the same areas that we've been seeing these tornadoes warnings rolling through. So that is just still another harbinger of what we're seeing. We're starting to see that heavy rain that we were anticipating. Your 8 to 10, some spots isolated 15 inches of rain falling in these areas, and that is what's prompting that flash flood warning at this time. And just looking off of my radar, Cameron has now officially entered the eyewall. They are now taking the worst that this storm has to offer. Those peak winds of 150 miles an hour now lashing the Cameron, Louisiana area at this time.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, the eyewall is absolutely overland, over Grand Chenier, Creole, Cameron, Holly Beach. All of those areas are now pretty much in the absolute worst of this storm, and the only thing that we can really do is just sit here and hope everyone comes out okay. That's all that we can do.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're just an hour or two away from a landfall of this storm.
Yeah, about an hour and a half, I would say.
And someone
asking
so what the latest storm speed is. NHC has it at 15 miles per hour as of the last update. We'll see if they update it with the 12 a.m. Central Daylight Time update, if they make any changes to that movement speed. I don't think they're going to make too many changes on the intensity or the pressure. I mean, I think 150 miles an hour, 938 is pretty well established.
Breaking news. There is a tornado warning. I believe that's an extension of the previous tornado warning from a little bit ago. And that this is for southern Lafayette, northwestern Iberia, west central St. Mary, and northeastern Vermilion parishes. Yep. That is until 12:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:41, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Erith or near Eyvallville, moving northwest at 60 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Youngsville, Maurice, and Meaux around 11:50, Lafayette Ridge and Indian Bayou around 11:55, and Deucin around midnight. Other locations include Milton and Weeks Island.
It is important to mention now that since it's dark out, we are entering this nighttime tornado threat. Even with the hurricane, this is going to really hamper if you're going to be able to see a tornado. So don't wait until you see a tornado. Don't wait until one's reported. Take cover now. Treat this as if there's a tornado on the ground right now.
Well, it should also be noted that those tornado warnings are within the extreme wind warning. So it's redundant.
It should absolutely be redundant in regards to, like, yeah, there's a tornado warning out. You should already be in interior shelter. Hope you're there already.
Yep, and we've got another live shot here out of Lake Charles here. This is 40 miles inland from where Cameron is at. And you can see that camera is just really getting rocked by those heavier winds at this time.
Yeah, they're getting the absolute front and bear of the storm. This is insanity.
We are looking now at that Calcasieu Pass, Louisiana, that the tide gauge has now hit 5 feet. Forecasts are expecting 15 to 20 foot speed storm surge there.
All right, and we are just about 15 minutes away from the top of the hour. Force 13's Nathan Foy will be taking the coverage then at that time. He will be taking you up to landfall. So we're going to do a quick recap as to what we have going on at this hour. And I will be honest with you folks, this is as real as it's going to get with what this recap is looking like. You have Hurricane Laura, 150 miles per hour and 938 millibars, bearing down on Cameron, Louisiana at this time. Storm surge in some spots as high as 20 feet. Storm surge inundation as far in as 40 miles. Now, to put that in perspective, you're talking from Cameron all the way up to Lake Charles that could be inundated. Rainfall as high as 15 inches in some places. This area is getting utterly hammered at this hour. CDPS from Devin's last calculation is a stage 7. The last time this area took a stage 7 was Hurricane Rita of 2005.
Yep.
We cannot make this up, guys. I mean, this is as real as it gets.
Absolutely.
Someone in the chat was asking about Fort Polk, Louisiana, which is very much well inland. It's near, just north of DeRiddler, which was under an evacuation order. Although I don't think you'd get major hurricane winds up in that area. There's definitely potential for hurricane force.
That area, last time I looked
wind.
off the National Weather Service at Hand State Display Radar, Fort Polk is under a hurricane warning still. So there's going to be a good chance they will get hurricane conditions, 75 miles an hour or greater. As good as this is looking, I'm going to say this kind of reminds me of Hannah earlier this year. Even once this does make landfall, there is a pretty good chance it's going to be able to maintain its structure for quite a while before we actually start seeing this starting to really degrade during the overnight and into the morning hours. I mean, this thing just looks incredible.
Well, shear is going to begin to absolutely, tear it apart. You are right, though, Tim. The structure is impeccable on this, and that will allow it to maintain itself for a longer period of time. But I think the NHC is going to forecast rapid weakening here soon, because shear is going to skyrocket like well over 40, 50 knots within the next few hours.
And that may be the saving grace once you get north of, say, Fort Polk, getting up towards Natchitoches, up towards Shreveport, Louisiana, getting up towards the Texarkana, the Arkadelphia, Pine Bluff area of northern Texas and northern into southern Arkansas.
Pretty much waiting for the update from the NHC at this point.
Another question from the chat from Terry Bay. How wide is the eyewall?
25 nautical miles is the eye width. Oh, how wide is the eye wall? The eye wall itself. Yeah, that's another 15 to 20 miles at least.
I can take a quick look here. It's about 10 miles from where it's going through Cameron right now. When you go to the northwestern side, it's about 17 miles, and it does look like the eye is starting to try to clear out just a little bit. It's actually shrunk a little bit. 18 miles one way. It's still about anywhere between 18 to 22 miles. It's not quite as circular. It's kind of gotten a little bit elliptical over the last few frames, and we were seeing that on the College of DuPage rapid scan earlier, and we can bring that back up. And you can see it is starting to get a little ragged. It's starting to get a little bit more of that elliptical look, not that really solid circular look that we were seeing with it earlier.
If you go ahead and pull up shortwave imagery, which I now have up on the screen, you can clearly see the eye starting to deform from its rather beautiful shape, and now pretty much looks like an upside down speech bubble as it's about to come on land.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're able to see my screen or not.
Nah, but we can put. I've got it pulled up on mine, so we should be able to see the same thing you were talking about there.
Okay, cool. I have no idea why my screen's just not working. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. It happens.
But yeah, I think it's safe to say the eyewall definitely impacting Cameron. It looks like Lake Charles.
To upgrade. No reason to change the CDPS. Viewer comments. What do we got?
Well, a lot of them were asked about CDPS. I think still maintaining stage 7. Someone asking, is the eyewall clear so you can see the sky? No, the eyewall is definitely not clear. The eye itself may be clear if you were crazy enough to go out in the eye once it passes through Cameron. You would probably see clear skies, calm winds. You probably see a few of the stars up in the sky, but I do not, and I repeat, I do not recommend going out into the eye after this has passed through. You may have an hour or two of complete calm, but then you still have the backside of the storm to deal with, and it's going to be just as intense as the front side that's blowing through at this time.
Yeah, please do not go out in the eye. That is not safe.
No. I think we've been repeating that time and time again, and it still holds true.
It's
Not
worth
seen much in the way of
time again.
Not seen much in the way of questions, but I did see one question earlier saying asking what is a stage 7, and I'm assuming they're asking Devin.
Yeah, so a stage 7 on the CDPS is basically an extremely catastrophic storm. We're talking on levels of Hurricanes Rita and Hurricane Ike. Two storms that were unanimously retired by the WMO. Ike, of course, producing one of the largest storm surges ever recorded in Houston. And you also have Rita, which was a very similar landfall to this that caused $18.5 billion in damages. Now, once you go ahead and adjust for everything, wealth, population, and inflation for Rita's landfall, and then you adjust that this storm's actually a little bit higher in the CDPS than Rita, you realize that this storm comes out to be a damage estimate of about $95 billion. Now, I think that's a little bit of an overestimate, but I don't think that's really that big of an overestimate. I was thinking more along the lines of 60 to 70, but you know what? 90 billion, if that's what my scale is going to say, that's what I'm going to go with, because this storm is absolutely impeccable. Like the winds that Cameron and surrounding areas must be experiencing right now must be utterly nightmarish. The calm's coming soon. You're about halfway through it right now, but it's coming. Just don't go out of your house during it.
Absolutely not. And this team will be wrapping up coverage here in about 7 minutes. So at the top of the hour, you will have the man, the legend himself, Nathan Foy, coming on board to take you through landfall, and the rest of this team will be there to support him. So if you have any questions for this team, you got a few more minutes to get those in. You can tag at Force13 all in text. It'll light up for a bright orange like Nose has done. saying 100-mile-per-hour gust has occurred in some of these areas. I would not be surprised if Cameron is not getting 100-mile-an-hour plus winds, if not higher. They are in that extreme wind warning at this time, along with a few other towns, Port Arthur, Hackberry, up towards Beaumont. So those areas are getting impacted.
Yeah, looking on the radar, it seems that the eye is getting pretty close to offshore. I'd say probably in like the next 5 to 15 minutes, the eye was going to come on shore.
Yeah, it's looking
100-mile-per-hour gust.
That's what we've seen. And yeah, we'll zoom in here right quick just so the viewers can kind of get an idea. You can see Cameron. We're going to put a dot here where Cameron is at. You can see the coastline here. We're going to outline that coastline for you.
Yep, we've got a wind gust of 101 miles an hour reported 2 miles west of Cameron.
Yep, that's pretty close to where the eyewall's coming through. So yeah, we've got it drawn out here. You can see where Cameron is at, the blue dot there. You can see the Louisiana coastline there, and you can just see where that eyewall is going through and hammering the area. We're still looking at about, let's see here, from the center of the eye to where Cameron is at, about 22 miles. And to the edge of the eyewall itself, about 9 miles. So you figure 15 miles an hour of movement. Cameron has about 40 minutes more of this nightmare that is 150 mile an hour winds hammering their town.
And I'm just looking at the Lake Charles webcam right now, and winds gradually getting more and more pronounced on the live camera here. Earlier I saw some power outages on the live camera, and I think either this camera panned around to the other side where there was power, or the power came back on. But needless to say, it still looks quite dangerous out there at this point, and it's only going to get even worse as the night progresses on here, if we couldn't believe that.
Yeah, well, things might start to get better here. Like I said, right now, Cameron is pretty much halfway through the eye wall right now. Soon the eye is going to be coming ashore, but don't go outside. Stay huddled. It's going to sound like the storm's all of a sudden calm and everything's all of a sudden okay, but don't do it. Don't do it.
No, absolutely not. I mean, if you were, like I said, if you were crazy enough to go out there, you might see some clear skies, a little bit of stars. You might hear a couple birds chirping, but you still have the back half of the storm.
Breaking news
update is now out.
Update.
Yeah, the 12 a.m. Central Daylight Time position update is now out.
No changes to intensity or pressure, which is, again, what we expected.
Yeah, and we will wrap it up with this headline. Of course, Nathan will be touching on this as well when he comes on here in a couple of minutes. 12 a.m. Central Daylight Time from the National Hurricane Center keeps it at 938 millibars, 150 miles per hour. They now note northern eyewall of Laura moving over Cameron Parish. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding occurring in the southwestern part of Louisiana. That is going to wrap it up for this team here on Force 13. Nathan Foy will be coming on here in the next hour to take you up through landfall. I have been your host, Timothy.
Right here, Tim.
All right, well, Nathan's on standby. Well, to get you through these 3 hours of coverage, Nathan is ready to take you guys up to landfall, so we will take a brief break, and Nathan will continue coverage here on Force 13. You do not want to miss it.
I don't think there will be a break. I cover the event at this point. In the room with me is Ike, Isaac, Amy, Devon, Dominic, Hayden, Ryan, Euxinada, and Thomas. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
and not a very good
morning.
dead of night in the along the Gulf Coast right now.
Oh yeah, it's been really really pounding Cameron, in like the storm surge right now is like a tsunami, like, just flowing in, and so like we've seen a ton of, we even have some extreme wind warnings, I believe, still around. If I'm correct.
Correct.
I mentioned, though the eyewall started to come ashore, 110-mile-an-hour winds are being observed.
Yep, 110 miles per hour winds at this point, already on land. The storm still has 150 mile an hour winds, unless the National Hurricane Center say different at the latest update, which should now be out. At midnight, the northern eyewall of Laura moving over Cameron Parish. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds and flash flooding occurring in southwestern Louisiana, 150 miles an hour. A weather flow site in Cameron recently reported a sustained wind of 84 with a gust to 110. A HERNET station in Cameron recently reported a sustained wind of 74 with a gust to 93. National Ocean Service site at Calcasieu Pass reported a wind gust of 89 miles an hour within the last hour. So a very dangerous situation, and Ike is showing us one of the webcams there as well. Where's this?
It's in Lake Charles.
This is Lake Charles. So I'm not, obviously I've just arrived at the scene, so I'm not sure how the stream's been playing out for a while, but Devon, tell us your take on it right now.
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and run this down pretty much the last couple of hours that I've been available, since I've been on here pretty much since 8 o'clock Eastern, with only slight breaks in between. So what I've seen so far is that Laura rapidly intensified all the way up to a peak of 937 millibars, and the pressure and wind speed has pretty much just remained constant since we got a little bit of shear right before landfall. The storm hasn't weakened any and doesn't show any indication of said weakening occurring. I'm still waiting for AF300 data to come through, whenever that's going to come through. So basically the storm's been at this intensity of 150 miles an hour, 938 millibars, and it's expected to maintain that intensity all the way to its landfall within the next hour or so.
KLCH radar inbound velocities in the eastern eyewall of Laura are up to 175 mile an hour, 900 meters above the surface. Reduction of those winds to the surface would result in a max surface wind of 160 mile an hour. This would make Laura a Category 5 hurricane. Impacts won't change regardless, though.
That's
too bad that's not how it works.
I'm just reading out. It's right.
Also, I do have an update. From the National Hurricane Center in Florida, the northern eyewall of Laura is moving over Cameron Parish. Catastrophic storm, extreme winds, and flash flooding occurring in southwestern Louisiana. The eyewall is moving onshore over southwestern Louisiana. Take cover now. Treat these extreme winds as a tornado is approaching, and move immediately to the if you're still there. Take action now to protect your life.
Yep. That is literally a reiteration of the extreme wind warning.
Yes, and a overflow site in Cameron has recently reported a sustained wind of 84 miles per hour or 135 kilometers per hour with a gust of 110 miles.
Yep.
And the her station in Cameron has reported 10 miles per hour with gusts of, and
your signal's breaking up a bit there, Yuxinator. We did already read this out a few minutes ago, though. No, it's still going. Alright, we got there in the end, but never hurts to repeat. In any case, if you've got any comments or questions for us during this major landfalling event, please send us a message. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up for us. We'll get comments on that, and we'll see well, what people are saying. If it is safe to do so, if you've got any reports from your location, wherever you are, then do send that in as well, as long as it's safe to do so. This storm is getting very near landfall. On the western side, it looks like there's a significant dry slot at this point, and I can't see it. It looks like it would have started weakening anyway here.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna start weakening here now. It's definitely not a Michael scenario where it's gonna intensify all the way until it makes landfall. You could see this dry slot here originating on the southeastern side of the storm where there's a break there. And you can pretty much see it wrap around the northern part of the storm with the break between the eyewall and the next rain band after it. And then you could see the break on the western side pretty clearly, and that infiltrating all the way into the eye.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see that feature really clearly on the radar imagery.
We've finally got the animation running as well here, so there you can see the very latest. Then the latest frame of this is at 5 past, so there's literally now, so the edge of the eye is just about to reach land, and that looks like Cameron's right in that, is it? Yep. Oh dear.
Yeah, Cameron's dead center.
Dead center on this.
Yeah, dead center. Like, landfall location is going to be Cameron.
Sure looks like it. There it is right now, looking in real close on the eye, and you can see how close it is to reaching land. Well, it looks like that should happen in the next... This is just a 15-minute loop, so another 15 minutes until the edge of the eye reaches land.
Pretty much nothing new out of drop number 14. Maybe the pressure's gone down a millibar with the latest drop zone saying 939 millibars with a 15-knot wind. Might be good enough for 937 millibars, but no indication to suggest that the wind has gotten any stronger. That's also interesting because a drop zone not too long ago, literally just a half an hour ago, suggested 940 millibars.
Thomas, I think you're here as well to provide your thoughts on the storm. What have you been seeing?
Well, it's looking like the storm is at the point where, and I think it's been done for a little while, past few hours, it's been done with its big strengthening phase. It's probably going to, as I think Devin already said, maintain its intensity all the way up until landfall. It'll probably make landfall at 145 or 150 miles an hour, probably 150, and then will begin to weaken relatively quickly as it does head inland and shear does increase pretty rapidly, as well as the speed at which the storm moves. It looks like the silver lining in all of this, despite the fact Cameron's going to get a direct hit, and despite the fact places like Lake Charles are probably going to get pretty hard, it does appear that the silver lining will be that this is going to be moving out pretty quick. Flooding is not going to be anywhere near as big of an issue as it's been with storms such as like Harvey or Florence or Joaquin, you know. Flash flooding. I should make that distinction very clear.
Because when we're talking about flooding, when you're talking about a 20-foot tall storm surge, yeah, there's going to be some pretty bad flooding resulting from that. Like Holly Beach, Cameron, Creole, and Grand Chenier, and they probably won't exist for a little while.
And that is not really hyperbole either.
No.
Yep.
I really wish that saying something like that would get me thrown off the air, but in this case, it really doesn't. This is that concerning. And then you've got a little bit upstream, up Calcasieu Lake at Hackberry. That town's not looking very good either.
Yeah, it's looking like a really bad situation all around, and I think we were also talking about this in the last hour a little bit. This is one of the strongest storms to make landfall in this region of the Gulf Coast. At this point,
Like Category
I mean-
4, it will be the strongest storm to reach Cameron.
Yep. Yeah, this is the strongest storm to reach this region, at least since we've been keeping records. I can't think of anything that made landfall in that area. I mean, you have the 2 Galveston hurricanes, but they made landfall significantly further to the
Those
west.
are the closest Category 4 landfalls to this right now.
Yeah. And you had Andrew, but that was significantly further east.
And this is right in the middle. So there's the Lake Charles webcam once again, and you can see how it's looking rather inclement to say the least. What do you reckon the winds are in Lake Charles right now?
Winds in Lake Charles right now should be just getting up to hurricane force if they haven't gotten there yet. From what I saw from earlier videos, they suggest that Lake Charles was, let's see here, gusting over 70 miles an hour, and that was 20 minutes ago at least. So I think you could pretty safely say that this storm is producing hurricane force winds sustained now in Lake Charles.
And there it is once again, the storm about to pile in to Cameron. Pretty much an exact landfall by the looks of things. A very slight, a very slight westward shift in the last few moments, but you know, it looks like landfall's going to be there. And thinking about the timing, that's probably going to be. We're still about probably an hour or so, maybe slightly more than an hour until landfall of the center of the eye, which, for purists like me, is what I would characterize as a landfall.
Yes, but the storm, obviously, the eye is going to be coming ashore probably within the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. And then the NHC is going to put out their landfall update, and yay. Well, not really yay, but that's what'll happen.
Yeah, so there we are, and you can see Lake Charles under some significant red shades there as well. How are we for tornadoes right now?
Tornadoes haven't been too significant. There's been tornado warnings all over the place. Interestingly enough, they decided to drop all the tornado warnings in the extreme wind warning, probably because they figured out that was redundant.
There's still 2 tornado warnings right now.
I would like to actually.
Yeah,
go
we
over
still got 2 tornado warnings.
There's
One of them is
three. There's 3 in effect right
There's
now.
3 of them.
And Lafayette is in one of them. So I'll read
Oh,
out.
so yeah, I
Lafayette
didn't realize.
To the north and east of one of them.
I'll read out the one for Lafayette real quick. There's a tornado warning for Lafayette Parish, northwestern Iberia Parish, northwestern St. Mary Parish, northeastern Vermilion Parish, and west central St. Martin Parish. This lasts until 2:45 a.m. At 2:11 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over ridge or near rain, moving northwest at 60. That one is moving in the general vicinity of the Lafayette area. And for the other ones, get this up. There are 7 parishes under this warning: Lafayette, Jefferson Davis, Evangeline, Beauregard, Acadia, Vermilion, St. Landry, and Allen Parish. And this one says a cluster of thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado were located over Iota, moving northwest at 30 miles an hour.
Looks like Cameron is absolutely pounded by strong winds right now on the velocities.
Yep. Yeah, the velocities are pretty much maxing out over Cameron right now. And of course, that's high up in the storm. That's not getting down to the surface level. But yeah, the radius of maximum winds is passing directly over Cameron and Creole right now. That's
not good.
No. that's pretty much all that you can say about that. Is that's not good. I'm going to presume that AF300 is done for the night. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for once again putting your lives on the line for flying these fragile machines into one of nature's deadliest objects. You guys did a phenomenal job with providing us information, and especially a phenomenal job putting data into the HWRF, because, man, this thing was absolutely spot on with this point.
And it's not very often you get to say that.
No, but, you know, I'm really happy that the HWRF was just perfect. Like, it nailed it. I don't know what else to say. Just nailed it. As soon as I figured out that it was going south of Cuba, I don't think that there was a single trash run.
Yeah, H-Warf's been doing really well with a lot of storms lately. I think it's one of the only models that forecasted Genevieve to only peak as a low-end Cat 4 later on, with many going to 145, 150. So, yeah, I feel like H-Warf has been performing very well as of late.
Yep. Well, as long as it gets fed the recon data, it's done a phenomenal job. And once again, their absolutely selfless acts have provided us a mountain of data that was absolutely useful in forecasting where this storm is going to go. And to that, we absolutely thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the aircraft reconnaissance team. I know it absolutely goes without saying that they deserve all the praise that they can possibly get.
Of course, looking back towards Lake Charles here on the webcam that Isaac's showing us, panning ground now by the looks of things, so I'm a bit confused as to which way the storm will be coming from now. But in any case, you can see the conditions there.
Earlier, the camera's facing towards this direction, and I don't know where it's facing towards, but right about where this camera was facing earlier, this entire area is without power. Wow. Now it looks like it came back on for the time being, but that's probably not going to last for a long time, I would imagine.
No.
That's going to be a great webcam to be looking at. So obviously right now we've got the extreme wind warning currently in effect for the landfalling area. That eyewall.
Oh, you saw that?
Power flash.
Yeah.
I thought,
Hope the camera stays on.
With the extreme wind warning in the
There's
area,
another one.
obviously.
another power flash.
Devon?
Yeah. Power
Go.
flash is done?
Yes, they are.
No. Okay, so with the extreme wind warning, I just want to say right now, because we're on the topic of Lake Charles, is that if you are in the Lake Charles area, obviously right now, the eyewall is just moving over Hackberry right now. But if you're in the Lake Charles area, like Iowa, Sulphur, Carlos, Priam, Moss Bluff, Gillis, Bell City, Woodlawn, Cassine, any of those areas, you need to be taking shelter immediately, as the radius of maximum winds is less than 1 hour out, and conditions are going to quickly deteriorate from here on in. Winds in excess of 115 miles per hour are expected to affect the Lake Charles area, along with a ridiculous amount of storm surge. So if you aren't in your safe room now, I suggest getting there as soon as possible. Cover yourself with as many pillows or blankets or anything that you have to shield yourself from flying debris or any potential trees that may be falling into your house or any debris that might be impaling your house. Because with winds of this strength, your house is basically just going to be as fragile as a window. Your drywall isn't going to save you here. 2x4s are going to go right through your house. No problem. It's just going to go through it like a javelin. It'll just right through the side of your house. I wish I was able to say something less grim than that, but that's the way that it is. When we're talking about the western edge of this extreme wind warning, I would also suggest making sure that you guys get your stuff
Full
rushed
power.
to your completion.
In and out, just there.
Yep.
Wow. Sorry, Devin, go ahead.
I suggest anybody over in the Sabine Liege region, Port Arthur, especially Groves, Netherland, Bridge City, and to a lesser extent Beaumont. You guys should be rushing your preparations to completion, as well as, once again, your maximum winds are less than an hour out, probably about a half hour out at most. So make sure that you get your preparations taken care of immediately.
We are now seeing the eye of Laura coming on shore. Looks like some places are now in the eye along the coastline.
Yep,
that seems to be about right.
Yeah, that looks about right. Cameron just on the very edge on the radar, but the eye does begin before the rain ends, doesn't it?
Yes. On infrared, I'm looking at it, and it is showing that there's clearing from the high cloud tops on some parts of the coastline.
Yeah,
Oh, there's the new frame.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
now it's clear.
The eye definitely begins before the rain ends on infrared. So give it a couple more minutes here. This radar image is about 9 minutes out of date now, so they can expect to have this eye coming ashore, if it isn't ashore now, in very short order.
Well, there it is. The edge of the eye is now over, Cameron. You can see that on the imagery, which just did a little update then, so I don't know how up to date it is now. But
my radar is still 9 minutes out of date.
Oh, yours is? I thought you were telling me that mine was, but
no, my radar is 9 minutes out of date.
Current movement is still north-northwest, it would appear. And landfall expected very shortly indeed now. At Category 4 intensity, National Hurricane Center are doing hourly updates. And at this point, there is, everything is done with, there's not much else that we can do to inform people. We've got to watch this storm move in now. And it's going to be a very long night for those areas. Lake Charles, Cameron, of course, Hackberry just there as well. Orange quite possibly will get some serious issues too. Port Arthur is sort of closer to the edge, but still will be within probably the main part of the storm for at least a short time.
Yeah, the extreme wind warning does extend as far west actually as Beaumont, as downtown Beaumont.
Wow. Looking at that radar, that eyewall's heading straight for that radar. And Lake Charles is right behind it.
Yeah, it's heading straight for the Lake Charles NWS, which was evacuated. And Lake Charles itself, it's going to be the eye is going to go directly over both of them.
There are some reports in Intracoastal City, Louisiana. A nearby gauge is already reporting 6+ feet of storm surge.
6+ feet of storm surge. Wow.
An Intracontinental City is actually quite a ways away from the center of the storm.
Yep, indeed. So we're back with the webcam here once again. You can see the very latest out of Lake Charles, and still the edge of the eye wall just about moving in there now.
That's actually still the northern, that's still a northern outer band. The eye wall's still south of the radar yet.
I would be shocked if that Lake Charles camera is still up within the next hour or hour and a half.
I'll be shocked if we still have Lake Charles radar within the next hour.
I think we can both agree
that radar is going to be collateral very shortly. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
that radar is probably going to be out of operation for weeks on end, I'm assuming.
Yeah, with
Gonna have to switch over to Houston radar once that gets close.
I think it's within the range of Fort Polk radar, which is pretty much due north of Lake Charles radar.
Yes, that is rather close. This is the infrared imagery of the storm prior to landfall, and it actually shows a lot more of the eye over land than the radar shows. So this is a loop that extends, I'm not sure how long this is, might say it's an hour or so, and it would appear at this point that half an hour to an hour would be landfall.
Yeah, half an hour tops at this point.
Half an hour
Less
tops?
than half hour. 20, 25 minutes maybe?
Yeah, I could pretty much say that 1 a.m. Centrals when the NHC puts out their update statement for 1 a.m. Centrals when they'll be calling the landfall. Well, I guess that won't be an update statement. That would be a full advisory at 11. Oh, half advisory.
A half advisory.
Yeah. They're intermediate advisory.
So, yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll be announcing landfall at that point.
Reports of transformers exploding with bright purple flashes all over the city of Lake Charles, and the smell of burning oil.
Oh, that's no good.
That's not good. What was expected.
Smell of
The
burning
last
oil
one.
is never good.
The last thing you want is gas and oil spillages.
Yeah, because that
This is probably
that will
coming-
ignite, and you'll get a fire right in the middle of a hurricane that the water can't douse, and the winds are just going to fan those flames.
This is probably coming from Westlake chemical site with Phillips 66. There is a bunch of chemical sites in Westlake, which is going to get the center.
In case you wanted another look at the National Hurricane Center's cone, well, there it was at the 10 p.m. advisory. And if you're looking inland, it could still stay a hurricane right the way through Louisiana and a tropical storm all the way through Arkansas. What's left of Laura will then be what looks like an extratropical storm along the coast of the Northeast and Atlantic Canada there.
Yeah, about that, actually. That storm is expected to merge with a storm with a extratropical low pressure as it's going to merge out into the Atlantic, and some models have it going back up to hurricane strength as it moves out to sea. So that's going to be an interesting development.
Whoa, what's that? Is that wind somewhere? That was a very strange noise.
That might have been from my microphone. I'm not quite sure.
Oh.
As of 15 minutes ago, storm surge flooding at I'm gonna butcher this name. Calcasieu Path.
That's why I'm here.
Shot up to 7 feet as of 15 minutes ago.
Only 7 feet at this point, and that's going to get a lot higher.
And we continue to pour over the radar imagery in the southern, a significant gap there in the southern side of the eyewall.
The winds aren't gapping there though. That's the issue. So although it looks like that there's a significant gap there, it's just shielding from the radar. That's it.
I think that southern eyewall is starting to look a little bit better.
An interesting development. It looks like about a third of the eye of Laura is over land on infrared right now, about a fourth to a third. So, Nathan, your criteria for landfall is about half of the eye, isn't it?
Wherever you perceive the center of the storm to be, really.
Yeah, so I think we could be calling landfall within the next 15 minutes.
It could well be.
Yep,
Certainly by the
10
top
to
of the
15
hour.
minutes, easily.
Yeah, definitely by the top of the hour. So there you go on that.
Apparently, according to Mark Suddos, a massive and sudden surge has hit their unmanned camera in Cameron, Louisiana.
I believe their camera was 9 foot above ground.
Yeah, that camera, I think that's the same camera that Isaac was showing earlier, where the power kept on
No.
cutting out to
Now
it.
that camera's
That was in Texas. He has one in that was Mark Seta.
Yeah, that
Okay, so
camera
that's
is
Mark
about 12
Suddett's
ground.
camera in
That was
Cameron.
in Cameron.
Yeah.
That was in Cameron, right ground zero.
Mine was in Sabine Pass, Texas, and his is in Cameron.
Okay.
It was
So the
9 foot
power's
above
out to that camera. Or that camera's lost.
That camera's in the Gulf
Yes.
of Mexico.
No, it's underwater,
There
but
are
it's still tied
also-
to the post, though.
Yikes.
There are also over 60,000 without power in Louisiana.
It's going to be a lot more than that.
It will be.
Yes, definitely. Into the hundreds of thousands.
Pressure is dropping in Lake Charles as the eyewall is approaching.
Yeah, that's typically what happens when eyewalls approach.
Yeah.
Well, in case anyone really needed some confirmation there, that is what's happening. But I suppose we might want to give a little mention to what happened earlier in the evening. I wasn't here, but apparently it made a run for Category 5 status.
No,
Yeah.
it didn't.
Oh, it didn't. Okay.
It didn't.
It might have actually
chat
gotten
rooms
there.
might have made it seem like it made a run for Category 5 status. Honestly, the storm was never really close to Cat 5.
Well, that's that
it
one there.
would've- Yeah, it would have needed to be in the 920s in order to get there, and it didn't get anywhere reasonably close to the 920s. It stayed well into the 930s. The lowest pressure that we got was 937. People got flipped out because, oh, hey, there's a 137 knot SFMR, which was flagged.
Ah.
I thought we got to 9.
And then they're like, oh, there's a 137 knot drop zone. That's a wind gust. It was honestly, it's not been close to Cat 5. 150 miles an hour, honestly, with the latest recon data, I think that was probably stretching it a little. But 150 miles an hour. Yeah, it wasn't any stronger than that.
We're very close to the landfall point here. On the satellite imagery, the rapid scan you can see on the infrared. About 35 to 40% of the eye is over land now, so we're getting very close to the center point of the storm moving over land, and it looks like the landfall area would be extremely close to Cameron, if not exactly there. And once we get to confirm the landfall, we'll let you know on that.
Yeah, it looks like that the landfall's literally going to be over Cameron. Like the center of the eye looks like it's pretty much over Cameron right now as of 5:29 Zulu, and that's 3 minutes ago.
Also, would like to point out that the center of the storm is probably going to go right over Lake Charles.
Yeah.
I don't know, it might drift a little bit further west, but it's going to be close.
It's definitely gonna be close, but yeah, I mean that eye is looking like it's gonna go right over that radar, which I kind of want to see what the storm relative velocities are going to look like on radar when that happens, because already the storm's messing with the relative velocities on the radar. It's insane.
It's actually in the last frame there. It's actually gotten quite round. So definitely maintained its integrity.
And that doesn't happen very often in this part of the Gulf as well. Usually storms are weakening substantially by this point.
Well, it would be weakening substantially if it didn't have 31 degrees C surface temperatures to feed off of. I can tell you that right now. That wind shear that came ashore, normally would have knocked the storm down a good 10 to 15 miles an hour before landfall. But this, all it did was stop the storm from getting to Cat 5.
And that's saying something. So even if it was moving just a couple mile an hour slower earlier on in its life, it probably would have got to Category 5.
Yep.
If you do have any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, we'll do our best. Tropical Depression 24 says, looks like it's landfalling near the Calcasieu Ship Channel.
A little bit further east than that.
Sorting a few things out here, but they're getting very, very close at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty much there, just waiting for it to officially come ashore. And what I can tell you is that right now Cameron should be starting to feel the rapid decrease of wind speed at this time. Don't go out in the eye, please.
In Cameron, you said?
Yeah, Cameron
what?
the wind should be rapidly decreasing there now.
Yeah, in the eye.
Over on the western side here, that is all in the Sabine National Wildlife Refuge. That's pretty unpopulated over there, so not much to speak of there. And it looks like that eyewall is pretty much contained to the east of Sabine Lake, so Port Arthur and points west seem like they're going to be, at least for now, spared from the absolute worst. They're still going to get major hurricane force winds. It's just unlikely they'll get Cat 4 winds. But that northwestern side of the eyewall looks particularly nasty on this radar.
Anything else of note, Isaac?
I can tell you...
Just that the winds have been increasing here and shaking the camera more and more with time here. And I'm assuming that at any minute or any second now, the power could easily go out for good here.
Yeah, this is that. What I can tell you right now is that we could probably kiss the Lake Charles radar goodbye in about 20 minutes.
Gee.
Currently looking at power outages. The last report about 20 minutes ago was about 69,000 customers without power in Louisiana. And that's probably risen substantially, knowing that that was 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I have a feeling that their priorities right now aren't counting the amount of people without power.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's true.
Looking at the storm reports so far, and in Cameron, the highest
Power.
sustained wind that I've seen is 93 miles an hour with a gust to 121. So really not too high.
Oh, that's high enough.
Yeah.
That's high enough to do damage, and you have to figure that's a report right on it. So let's go ahead and take a look at shortwave.
Looking at infrared, looks like we're close to landfall.
I'm seeing
We
pretty
certainly
much
are.
the center of it here at 534, being right over land. The center just coming ashore at 534. I mean, you can tell me how I'm wrong here, Nathan, but I'm seeing a landfall at 534.
I would just say that the radar doesn't really substantiate that just yet.
Well, the radar that I have is how far out of date? 1230. Okay, 1233. So literally a minute behind that.
I'd say
That's
we're
really interesting.
about
It
4 or
looks like
5
that actually that eye's significantly inland now.
Really?
So, yeah.
I mean, it's not in the perfect clear there, but if you go ahead and see the circle of yellows that go around the eye, it's pretty far inland. So, yeah, the
I'd
center of
say-
the eye is not too far offshore right now. It's
really
gotta be
close.
less than 5 miles if it hasn't come ashore yet.
Would also like
I've
to
got
point
data
out-
to 536 Zulu now, and yeah, at least infrared is making it very clear that a landfall has or is
Imminently occurring.
imminently occurring. Yeah.
There's a station that is in Cameron that got a pressure of 936 on the coast.
Ooh. So now we're getting some direct observations.
Yep.
Direct observation of 936. Well, that'll be the lowest pressure that we found.
Yep.
We are probably just a couple of minutes from declaring landfall here. It is effectively doing so as it is already. And the only good news about that is that it can't get any stronger from here on in. At least we don't think so.
No, well, it would take.
It better not.
It's not. I'm taking a look here at storm relative velocities to see if I could try to pinpoint a landfall here, and the 1233 velocities, right in where the shift is in the eye, looks like it's literally passing over land at 1233. So I would say to call landfall at 1240 central, or 540 Zulu. It's pretty much over land right now. See why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, looking at infrared, it looks like
IR
if not-
says land, and the storm velocity says that it's made land.
Of course, the landfall is just a symbolic part of the storm. It's the importance of it is massively over-exaggerated generally, but you know, the main winds have reached land quite a while ago,
which we've been talking about for the past 6 hours.
I'm noticing on the live camera more and more power outages here. In fact, as you guys were talking, I'm seeing really pronounced vivid blue power outages behind the camera now.
Oh,
I don't know if the person is the operator that operates this camera is gonna pan around to show them.
It's probably automated.
Every now and then you see really bright blue flashes illuminating behind the camera here. And a lot more power outages that I'm seeing here. It's a lot less bright than it used to be about 30 minutes ago. And this is again in Lake Charles, Louisiana, if anybody is wondering. Oh, power flash there.
I'm just
Again,
waiting
Lake
to
Charles,
see
Louisiana here.
I'm just waiting to see here
Yeah,
if they end up
they're-
puts out a special advisory for a landfall, or if they're just going to wait for the 1 a.m.
Well, we are. This storm has made landfall.
Yep.
No, it definitely has. I agree.
I agree that it's made landfall.
Hurricane Laura has made landfall with winds of 150 miles per hour near Cameron, Louisiana. That's breaking news from us. We are confirming at this point that the storm has made landfall with storm surge could be approaching 20 feet. So that is Hurricane Laura, which is now moving inland, and that landfall time that we're putting down as 40 minutes past. So that's where we're at. Hurricane Laura has made landfall. The National Hurricane Center are likely to confirm very shortly.
Yep, like I said, I don't know if they're going to confirm the landfall or if they're going to wait for the 1 a.m. advisory to put it out, but either which way. Category 4 landfall has occurred in an area that, as far as we can tell, since the 1850s has not seen a Category 4 landfall.
It's quite astonishing there. It's pretty much made landfall as far north as it really can.
Yeah, it pretty much has. Yeah, it really maximized its time it could have spent over water. There's no questioning that. When we talk about the CDPS rating, the final landfall CDPS rating is going to end up being 42.5, which is going to be a stage 7 on the CDPS. That puts it right in the middle of the category, actually, right a couple points above Rita, but a couple of points behind Hurricane Ike.
Now you say
so
it maximized its time over water, but actually this has occurred slightly earlier than anticipated, because I think the models and the mesoscale models in particular were expecting a bit more of a curve.
I mean, for the path that it took the longest path it could have taken over water, pretty much. Any other arc would have sent it into land either too early or too late, or would have caused it to weaken significantly more due to wind shear.
Oh, of course, of course. But yeah, it's obviously its timing has been impeccable, unfortunately.
And we're pretty much happy that it. I mean, nothing against the Lake Charles area, obviously, but we're also happy that it completely missed Houston, as that would have been a massive problem.
Certainly would have been. Looking again at the webcam from Isaac, anything else that you're seeing?
Just a lot more dark areas in the city now, as more and more power outages seem to be happening, as the eyewall starts to make its presence known over Lake Charles soon, if not now.
The eyewall as of 6 minutes ago was just to the south of the Lake Charles radar. So I expect that the Lake Charles radar is going to be out.
Yeah, before top of the hour, I think that radar will be down.
Would like to shift over to tornadoes for a second, because there was just one giant tornado warning issued.
Oh, there is.
Alright, so there's a
Tornado warning for everyone.
Everyone.
There's a tornado warning for Lafayette Parish, Northwestern Iberia Parish, Northwestern St. Mary Parish, Jefferson Davis Parish, Southeastern Beauregard Parish, Southern Evangeline Parish, Acadiana Parish, Vermilion Parish, West Central St. Martin, Southwestern St. Landry, and Allen parishes until 1:30. Several thunderstorms, each capable of producing tornadoes, was located over Doosan or near Rain, moving northwest at 55.
Gotta say, looking at the satellite imagery as it's made landfall, it looks like it's been at least holding intensity, but there's been a flare-up on the northern side as well with convection.
Let's pull up a live. Oh, now it's gone now. Oh, it's struggling here. I pulled up a live camera from Jennings, Louisiana, which is to the east by a little bit of Lake Charles, and there's a really close power outages by this camera to the left of your screen. The camera is struggling to maintain signal here by the looks of it, but a really bad condition starting to be felt here as the outer eyewall starts to makes its presence known here in the Jennings and Lake Charles area of Louisiana.
Yep, looks very treacherous there.
Yeah, the camera's really struggling here. I don't think it's going to make it within the next 20 minutes here. I expect it to go down soon. So to take your last look at the city with power, at Jennings City with power here. It's not going to last too long here. I pretty much almost 100% expect the power to go out here and in Lake Charles as the eyewall comes on in to those two areas soon here, if not now, and really make this night even more scary for a lot of people going through this that decided to stay for this hurricane.
Nathan.
Yeah, and we'll stick with that webcam just for a little while. And I'm just seeing a few comments in the chat there. If you do have any comments or questions, I don't suppose there'll be that many anymore because we're all just watching what's going on. But if you've got any reports on the ground, do tag us and send us a message, and we'll
I've got
convey it.
2 videos.
You have?
Well, Josh Morganman, Reedtimmer. Reedtimmer's out driving about, and Josh Morganman's about to go hunker down, filming it. It literally looks like the eye's about to come ashore.
Well, it has.
Well,
Yes,
for
he
Lake
said.
Charles, that is.
For Lake Charles.
Yes. He says 12:25 a.m. just outside the eyewall. Last drive before I'd hunker down in Sulphur, Louisiana.
So,
Timmer says intense hurricane conditions in Lake Charles, eyewall approaching, and just has a video of him driving around, and the water's also starting to flood as well.
absolutely.
The power's on, all the lights are on though. Still.
We'll have the update from the National Hurricane Center shortly. They haven't done a special update for landfall just yet, so they'll probably be hanging on for 1 a.m.
Probably so. Camera is going out off and on again.
Lake Charles just went out. The power has gone out.
This one is from this one's from Jennings, Louisiana, which is a little bit east of Lake Charles. But last I looked at the Lake Charles webcam, I think it did also go out too a little bit before this one. Let me see if I can try it again here. Yeah, the Lake Charles webcam went down, and I'm assuming the Jennings webcam also went down as well.
There are over 97,000 power outages in Louisiana now.
Yep, it just went down. Lake Charles and Jennings webcams are down now. I have another source here that I'm going to try to see if it's still working, and I'll get with you on that in a little bit here.
And whilst we're waiting on that, a question that just popped in my head right now. If considering that Lake Charles National Weather Service is evacuated, will the radar go down when power does?
Well, the radar itself has a built-in generator, so if the power does go out in downtown around the radar, as long as the radar doesn't suffer structural damage to its radome or the pedestal, it should be theoretically in operation.
Okay. And it still is at the moment as the storm makes landfall. We confirmed landfall about 10 minutes ago. Hurricane Laura made landfall pretty much right over Cameron, Louisiana, with winds of 150 miles per hour and a pressure, apparently a ground source getting 936 millibars, in the middle to upper 930s at any rate. So a very powerful storm landfall here. National Hurricane Center should update shortly, and we'll get that to you as soon as it comes out.
Yeah, this has been an extraordinary past couple of days when it comes to this storm, and right now Laura has pretty much done the worst case scenario, unfortunately, with its sheer amounts of strength.
I would agree.
Yeah, I think a near worst case scenario.
Laura.
Thank the Lord that someone's having an echo.
Yeah, we'll just fade that down for the moment.
Got a live camera back up from Lake Charles. This is a different location. This is the one where Ike was showing you earlier in the stream where that reporter was out there.
Yes.
There appears to be people walking out during this storm, which they shouldn't be doing right now.
Oh, you're crazy.
On the bottom right of your screen. They shouldn't be doing that at all, given that the eyewall is about to make its presence known if it hasn't already here. I did see some power flashes a little bit earlier when I was setting this camera up. But as you can see there, the palm tree right there, swaying in the wind there, holding on for dear life here as the eyewall starts to come on in soon.
Well, these lights were on earlier, so I don't know if they've lost power, but you can see some lights in the distance at least. So,
and I'm assuming that the area that they're streaming off of has generator power.
There's more flashes there.
Yeah. And I'm still
Charles
seeing people.
Has just gusted to 104 miles an hour.
What's that?
The Lake Charles Airport has just gusted to 104 miles an hour.
And that's going to continue to gust higher and higher as the storm moves inland.
I understand why I see people on this live camera sightseeing. Unless you're a trained weather spotter here, nobody should be outside right now.
Oh, absolutely not. Not
nobody.
No. Even if you're a trained weather spotter, you shouldn't be outside. I don't care who you are. Absolutely not.
Well, if you are a trained weather spotter, you probably already know you shouldn't be out in this.
If you're a trained weather spotter, you know better than to be out and about in conditions such as 150-mile-per-hour winds.
Unless you're Josh Morgerman, in which case anything's fine. But if you're not him, no.
Well, here's the thing: when you have a death wish, that's your own issue.
That's fair.
Let's see if we've got some more comments here. My friend is in Lake Charles and he's reported a gust of 102 miles per hour. That's one comment. Where is the shear? That's a good question.
It happened. It didn't become a Cat 5. Thank the shear.
And just to confirm once again that it has made landfall. We called landfall 15 minutes ago. It won't be reflected on our bottom graphics for a little while, but that has happened, and it's becoming quite clear on the satellite imagery that it's now moving inland.
Radar still suggests that the center's perhaps just off the coast of Cameron, Louisiana. Just barely, if anything. I'll send a screenshot in a little bit here to tell you what I mean.
A new extreme wind warning has come out, according to Tim. So if we can get more information on that.
They had only issued the last one until 1 p.m. or 1 a.m.
Oh God. Yeah, that was nowhere near long enough.
Yeah, apparently there's a new one.
Yep.
Let me see if I can get
Here
data
we go. Yep, new extreme wind warning for Cameron Parish, Jefferson Davis Parish, Southern Buger Parish, and Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana. Also southwestern Allen Parish. And then we have south central Newton County in Texas and eastern Orange County in Texas until 3 a.m. National Weather Service Doppler radar and surface observations indicated extreme winds in excess of 100 miles an hour associated with the eyewall of Hurricane Laura. They were moving onshore along a line extending from 6 miles northeast of Rockefeller Wildlife Ridge to Thornwell to Westlake to near Port Arthur, now over Port Arthur, moving north at 20 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching and move immediately to the safe room in your shelter. The safest place to be during a landfalling major hurricane is in a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture and use mattresses, blankets, or pillows to cover your head and body. Remain in place throughout the passage of these life-threatening conditions. Do not venture outside during passage of the eye.
So the storm's starting to move inland, and any webcams that are still remaining, you'll see the winds continuing to get stronger. Just remind everyone where this is again, Isaac.
This camera is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. As you can see, power is out to most of the city. I'm assuming the only reason why this site has been able to stay online is probably due to generator power, I'm assuming. but as you can see off in the distance, barely any lights, if any.
National Hurricane Center advisory is out.
And I imagine that they're saying that it's made landfall. Yes, they have. So 150 miles an hour, pressure 938. The hurricane warning from High Island westward to San Luis Pass has been replaced with a tropical storm warning, and the tropical storm warning southwest of San Luis Pass has been discontinued. That's the update at 1 a.m. and not much else to say at this point because everything else remains the same, making landfall now and starting to move inland.
Yep. They're pretty much on the money with the landfall time too. They were forecasting 1 a.m. I think. What was it? Maybe 24, 36 hours in advance here.
Yeah, we pretty much got this landfall time pretty much nailed down.
Yep. So big kudos to the National Hurricane Center for knocking this straight out of the water here in terms of accuracy for the landfall date. But I'm gonna read a little bit of this new.
Not to mention that we've had the landfall intensity pretty well knocked out for the last 12 hours as well, considering the rapidly intensifying nature of the storm. That's not bad at all either.
I want to go ahead and read the forecast header here for this new update. Extremely dangerous. Category 4 Hurricane Laura makes landfall near Cameron, Louisiana. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding occurring in portions of Louisiana. As of 1 a.m. Central Standard Time, 6 UTC information. It's currently located at 29.8 degrees north, 93.3 degrees west, about 30 miles or 45 kilometers south-southwest of Lake Charles, Louisiana, about 40 miles or 70 kilometers east of Port Arthur, Texas. Maximum sustained winds are at 150 miles per hour or 240 kilometers an hour. Present movement is north or at 350 degrees at 15 miles per hour, 24 kilometers an hour. Minimum central pressure is at 938 millibars or 27.70 inches.
We might have lost Lake Charles radar.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
It has not updated in the last 8 minutes.
That's not atypical. Usually it takes 6 to 8 minutes to get a radar scan. If the radar's out for like a half an hour, yeah, that's a radar outage.
Well, the radar has been updating for like 2 minutes, every 2 minutes for me.
Wow, well, you must pay for some nice software.
Yeah.
I don't. I get the National Weather Service site.
Yeah, I believe it's out.
It wouldn't surprise me. Like I said, the radar itself has a generator, but I'm assuming it may have taken a structural hit by maybe some debris, I'm assuming, or just simply the winds are too strong for the radar to communicate through, and thus it's out at this point in time.
Or the third option, the generator is not going to activate because there's nobody there to man the generator.
Well, it's usually an automatic process. But yeah, either that could have happened, or maybe worst case, maybe storm surge got to it. Worst case.
Obviously, we don't know the specifics about where it's located, but I believe it was in a storm surge area, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes. So that could be an option as well.
Not good. Certainly a bad sign when you see the authorities' equipment starting to go down. Is this like the only camera that we've got now in the Lake Charles area?
To my understanding, I believe so. There may be some others, but they're probably really struggling here. I would be assuming due to these winds, and you can see them actually now on the top right of your screen now. The winds, evidence of the rain curtains streaming on down there. Extremely dangerous winds here as the eyewall starts to be felt here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. If anybody's out and about, they should be getting indoors ASAP here. These are winds you don't want to mess around with. I still don't know why people out and about messing around with this type of wind speed here. I see a lady, can't tell if that's a reporter or not, but she seems to be trying to take video in these winds here. On the bottom right of your screen, you might not be able to see it due to your bar on the stream. but she was right there and looked like she was going to take a picture or two, and then she went back below the video frame.
I believe somebody has been reporting in front of this camera for a while now. In front of this camera.
So that could be it.
I've just seen.
She had a blue jacket.
The camera frame.
Yeah, she had a blue jacket. So yeah, really dangerous conditions here. You could see those winds just streaming
it's mesmerizing.
across. And wow, I'm assuming it's on generator power right now, but even that is iffy, depending on where they have the generator located at.
I just hope that camera's anchored well, otherwise it's going to just be another piece of flying debris soon.
Oh, lightning, I think.
You think
There
it
are
was?
now almost
May have been.
10,000.
Sorry, say that again?
There are now almost 110,000 power outages in Louisiana.
That number ever rising as well.
Recon is actually still in the storm.
Are they getting anything interesting?
Let me just check the last pass because it surprised me that they were still in the storm.
They got a pass of 935.3 millibars.
Yeah. That was earlier on, wasn't it?
No, that just happened not long ago.
Oh. I swear they got 934.8 earlier on or something like that. Maybe 2 hours ago.
Very strong winds at that location.
And if anybody's just joining us right now, this is live camera feed out off of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Probably one of the only ones, or maybe the only one, still running right now in Lake Charles due to, as you can see in the distance, there used to be lights in the distance there from the city, but now those are all gone now.
That might be visibility as well, don't forget.
True. But as you can see, the eyewall heading on into Lake Charles, Louisiana here. Really see those winds buffeting those palm trees and buffeting that roof in there.
Getting worse with time, that. I wonder how
I'm
long
pretty much at a loss for words here. This is just incredible.
How strong would you estimate those winds to be right now? 100 miles an hour?
Easy 100-mile-an-hour gusts, I'd say. They're easy. Lightning again. Sustained, probably, I'm assuming, maybe low-end, mid-range Cat 1 right now. I would estimate.
Where exactly is this camera?
Lake Charles, Louisiana. Don't know the exact location of Lake Charles, Louisiana, however. But yeah, this is a live camera off of that. And I've seen so far 2 lightning strikes in the eyewall here, so that's interesting to see that.
This storm has been producing lightning all the way through, really, when it first established its eyewall. Look at the winds really getting up now.
And I would believe there would be lightning because there's a quick flash. It wasn't like a dark blue, navy blue like a power flash would be. It was a white color to it.
Whoa!
I think part of the roof may be going down there.
What happened?
What happened there?
Did someone walk in front of the camera?
I'm assuming what happened is the roof behind them is starting to give in to the winds.
Oh yeah, there's debris flying now.
They better move the camera soon.
It's hard to tell what's debris and what's...
I saw palm tree leaves there.
Ah. There's plenty of
it. It's not the best view, of course, since this is at nighttime and only really lights are this camera here. So you're not going to be able to see much except this light pole here, the palm tree. You might be able to make out the building in the background there with the roof lifting up a little bit there.
I mean, the lighting is good at nighttime.
Yeah. I just really hope the people that are taking this live video for us are hunkering down right now. Or at least putting this camera in a safer location here, because as you saw, there's parts, I'm assuming parts of a roof behind them falling out So I would hope that they would position the camera in a better location so that we don't lose the camera here soon from debris. Another lightning strike. If anybody has any comments in the comment section, don't be afraid to ask us here. Go ahead, Nathan. I think you're going to speak there.
I mean, there's not a huge amount to say. The storm has made landfall. It's moving inland now. Winds of 150 miles per hour, sustained, gusting to probably 175. But that's just remarkable to see right now.
People are telling us that the people that we saw in the live feed a little bit earlier may have been the Weather Channel crew there. Then also somebody's asking you, Nathan, where you get your satellite imagery from.
It does appear that it was a Weather Channel. Oh, they just zoomed the camera.
Oh.
Look at, there we go.
Thank you, guys.
Looks like their camera is in a building, actually.
Yes.
And I suppose their building was getting the roof ripped off earlier?
I would assume so. Again, I don't know the exact location. I just know this is in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
With regards to satellite imagery, a lot of it was really slow last night, so we try and grab whatever you can. Every so often we switch to some RAM imagery, but most of the time it's College DuPage at the moment, which its satellite resources have been getting remarkably better in the last year or so. We used it probably for the first time during Dorian.
Oh.
Power is out.
I don't know if that's...
That may have been one of the lights that they had with generator power going out.
Yeah.
Oh, lightning again.
Wow.
Fourth one of the night. Incredible here. People in the chat are saying that Stephanie Abrams was out in this and nearly got hit by some of the roof debris, but they say that she's reportedly fine.
Not a wise thing to do.
So,
not a wise
according
thing
to
to
the
do
chat
when
here,
you've got all that. It's not necessarily the wind; it's the debris that's moving up.
Exactly.
Will slap you in the face at 100 miles an hour.
I'm guessing that's what we just watched.
And yeah, according to the chat,
Ripped off and then walked in front of the camera.
according to the chat, this is the people that you saw out and about there were the Weather Channel crew, because apparently the Weather Channel crew is also in this location where this cameraman is filming this live footage to us right now. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually part of the Weather Channel's live feed here that we're looking at.
I believe that generator is down.
Well, I could still see light in the scenery here, so at least, very least, they still have a flashlight out to be able to broadcast at least some of what's going on here.
Looks like more than a flashlight.
Yeah, I can confirm that was Stephanie Abrams of the Weather Channel that was out right there.
Oh, I think I see somebody with a flashlight trying to see what's going on here.
Yeah, the Weather Channel is actually using this camera that we're looking at right now.
Oh, well, there you have it.
Or actually, they're using one that's just to the left of this one. It's a different one, but.
So I'm assuming this one is like another TV crew here, and I'm assuming they're moving the camera to get it in a safer position here, or just adjusting it there. Remarkable footage here. And this is exactly a textbook example of why the National Weather Service have been stressing to everybody here in Lake Charles and surrounding areas in this extreme wind warning to stay in. Another lightning strike. Have been stressing the people to stay indoors here as this eyewall comes along here over land here. Textbook example of why you shouldn't be out and about right now in this eyewall.
Very dangerous conditions.
You could just see that rain coming down heavily there, just with a fierce, I imagine with a fierce piercing sound as well too. I have the sound turned off on here. I don't think there was sound on here anyway when I first put this camera on, and I imagine it would be deafening if I were to put it on. But incredible stuff there. Easily 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts you're seeing right there in front of your screen.
Yeah,
I
it's
think it
getting
kind of speaks
worse.
for itself there.
Ooh, what's that?
The roof debris fell.
Yep.
Falling debris.
Well, that's
It
not a
actually
good
looks
sign.
like glass.
Trying to come up with words to describe this, but it's just, I'm just speechless here.
We do have a wind measurement. I suppose it's a gust of 143.7 miles an hour in the northern eyewall.
Can you repeat that again for me? It glitched out on my end.
I suppose a gust of 143 miles an hour.
Interesting.
You'll probably see more of them.
Yeah. Just absolutely incredible footage here.
This is what a Category 4 impact looks like.
At night, nonetheless, too.
Hmm.
Worst possible time for it to make landfall, pretty much, is at night. Can't see anything when the power goes out.
Remarkable.
And if anybody is just joining us right now, this is the live feed from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Not too sure the exact location of Lake Charles, Louisiana, but can confirm this is in the city of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Live camera footage here showing what the eyewall of a near high-end Category 4 looks like here.
We'll come back to this in just
Yeah,
a moment.
power
Let's
outages
take a look at the
skyrocketing.
latest satellite imagery once again. The storm now moving inland there. You can see it there. And let's take a look at the enhanced infrared. That's when the storm made landfall. Oh. And moving inland now, continuing north-northwest by the looks of it.
Sorry, I was seeing if there's audio in there. There was their audio in there. I don't know if I want me to put it on there for a little bit or not. But yeah.
I don't know. Maybe a little bit.
Let's see.
But it's yeah, go ahead. It's how you would imagine it.
Hopefully that isn't too deafening here.
No, that's quite quiet actually.
Let me try to raise it up a little bit.
are
Oh, look at our live
broadcast.
stream.
Great.
Yeah, great to see that. All right, is it fine, the audio?
Yeah, sure, no problem at all.
All right, I'll keep it at that. But this is again for anybody that is joining us right now. Live camera feed from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Here you're seeing the eyewall of a Category 4 hurricane making its presence known in Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's exactly why people at the National Weather Service have been stressing to people. Ooh, I think that was another lightning strike there. Have been stressing the people to stay indoors here as this inner eyewall comes over land here over Lake Charles. Textbook example why you shouldn't be out and about during this. If anybody is listening and they're still able to get into contact with some people in Lake Charles, I would recommend if people haven't already hunkered down inside, if you have the chance to put any pillows, blankets on you, pretty much act as if this is a tornado here. Hunker down, get on the lowest floor possible as long as you're away from that storm surge. Get on the lowest floor possible. Put as many walls between you and the outside. Preferably that'll probably be a bathroom or a closet with no windows. Put a blanket, put a mattress on top of you as this eyewall goes over you. I can say it's going to be a really scary night for all of you guys, but as long as you follow the National Weather Service advice here that they've given you, and the National Hurricane Center advice, you'll be fine. You'll get through it. I promise you. It's going to be a really scary night here. These winds are going to last for a decent amount of time here. Thankfully, though, the hurricane itself is moving at a decent rate of speed at about 15 miles per hour. It's not going to be staying around like Hurricane Harvey did or Hurricane Florence did. It's not going to stay around for a few nights or a night or two. It's going to be in and out in about a day, less than a day here. Thankfully, if there is a silver lining here for this hurricane.
Very dangerous storm that's blowing through right now. Winds of 150 miles per hour sustained are possible. Gusts of maybe up to 175 miles per hour. We're still witnessing the early stages of it here on the webcam. But very, very bad conditions, and it looks like it's continuing to get worse with time.
Mm-hmm. Textbook example why nobody should be outside right now.
Still seeing roof debris come off the...
A lot of people saying it's glass.
Is it? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I can't tell either. I would say it's maybe roof debris or something there. I don't know about glass. If it was glass, it'd be flying at a lot faster rate.
I believe somebody has posted in chat the address of the place that they are at.
Interesting. If anybody is still in Lake Charles and able to get cell service or able to listen to us right now, please stay indoors here. It's going to be a really rough night. I know it's going to be a really scary, rough night for you guys. This is going to be probably the scariest winds you've ever seen in your life here. I can guarantee you that. But as long as you follow the National Weather Service advice here, I don't know if anybody has the warning pulled up right now to give them the information about that. But pretty much act as if you're in a tornado here. As long as you're away from the storm surge, what you're going to want to do is get on the lowest floor of your house here, put as many walls between you and the outside, get blankets, get a mattress, put it on top of you, get into a closet bathroom, because that's usually the innermost part of a house. Get into it, hunker down in it, and right through it, and you'll be fine. But it's going to be a really scary night for all of you guys here. I know that.
Basically,
but as long
a
as you follow the
long
national
tornado.
Yeah, and as long as you guys follow that information, you should make it through this storm all right. You were given many, many days and many hours to evacuate, and the storm is on you now.
So I have a general location on where they are, and they
Yeah,
are
it's southwest.
yeah, just a few miles out to the west-southwest of downtown Lake Charles.
Certainly no power there right now.
Yep. And I'm assuming we're getting this live feed here due to generator power at the place that these people are staying at. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, glass is falling apparently from the Weather Channel. I think it nearly hit someone. So yeah, it's very dangerous conditions already there. They're experiencing in Lake Charles, and the eyewall hasn't even got.
Scary situation indeed. And unfortunately, I regret to say this, but it looks like both the Fort Polk radar and the Lake Charles radar are out right now.
I'm really not sure how Fort Polk. I don't even think that has anything to do with the storm.
Yeah, both of them are out right now. The last transmissions from both of those radar sites was of about 25 minutes ago.
There's not much to do at this point apart from watch the spectacle as it occurs. There's no forecasting involved at this point, really. There's quite a lot of observing. There's very little that anyone can do to mitigate anything at this point. But if you do have any observations or anything you'd like to share with us on the stream right now, start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us on the stream here. Do we think that Lake Charles will get the eye?
Yes, well,
Looking at the Houston radar, it appears so.
all of Lake Charles will get the eye pretty much.
Mhm.
Maybe the very eastern edge will get the eastern eyewall.
Will this
And the
re-intensify after it goes off the east coast? Yes, whether it's tropical or not, looks like it won't be.
Looking at the Houston radar, which is the next closest radar that's still in operation here, it appears middle of downtown Lake Charles is about to get the worst of it. Southern Lake Charles is probably about to be in the worst of it if they're not in it right now.
I will say that that's worrying because the next closest radar is in Shreveport, and I have a pretty big data gap once it gets out of range of Houston's radar.
Yep. Other than those two radars, if Shreveport goes out, then it's gonna be even worse. And I know they just barely fixed that radar, not even probably 6 hours ago. So I really hope that one stays online here.
I believe they fixed it like an hour and a half ago or something.
Yeah, I know they had to bring in a guy from Oklahoma to quickly go down and fix it in preparation for this hurricane. And just incredible stuff here.
Very dangerous. Extreme winds occurring in Lake Charles and even worse further south. Oh, there's a bit more audio.
Tell me if that's too loud or not.
Well, we can cope with that.
Okay. Let me know if it gets too loud and I'll bring it back down.
But this is pretty much live here, and very strong winds which persist the whole time. Wow.
Yeah, they're probably entering the inner eyewall right now if they aren't in it now. And I can't keep repeating myself. This is a textbook example of why National Hurricane Center and National Weather Service were so adamant on people in places like Lake Charles get out of this storm in advance. You're seeing it right now in front of you.
And they said unsurvivable storm surge as it was going to make landfall. I'd never seen wording quite like that. Oh, we've got a loading thingy.
Yeah, it just went down.
It's down? Okay.
Yeah, here so.
So that was the camera, and it's going to be like that for a while. Pretty obvious. The storm moving inland and still looking rather good even after landfall, which was about nearly an hour ago now. But a really good appearance. Let's just get it back on the... in fact, let's see if we can just shift this up to a little bit further north now.
Got it back.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Lake Charles is now getting the eyewall. I'm currently watching someone on the ground on a live stream in a vehicle. And he's getting 128, 135 mile an hour winds.
Oh.
Is that a gust or sustained?
Well, it's sustaining, it's fluctuating like that. So it's somewhere between 125, 135 really. The sustained winds.
So it appears most, if not all, communications to Lake Charles right now has ceased from this hurricane here.
Not sure how this boy's still streaming then.
And as you saw at that live footage earlier before it went down, textbook example why nobody should be outside right now. Nobody. Like I said, National Weather Service and National Hurricane Center have been adamant here on saving your lives here and they've given you guys hours and days warning that this was heading you guys' way, and now it's right over you guys, and all you can do now is hope for the best and hunker down. And it's going to be a really scary night for a lot of you guys, I'm sure of it. But as long as you followed the National Hurricane Center, National Weather Service advice, you're going to get through it. It's going to be a really scary night, but you're going to get through it here. And the eye should be over you guys. I mean, is Devin still here?
No.
Well, I wish Devin was here because he'd probably give us an estimate here. But if I were to give my own estimate, it'll probably be over Lake Charles in maybe 10, 20 minutes from now, if I had to guess. I don't know if you guys think differently. Of course, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm not as good at radar stuff as Devin and other people are.
We've not got any radar either, so we're still struggling with that. The closest one is Houston.
Something that I just realized is that the tornadoes are going to be impossible to see now.
Oh my goodness.
Radars being down. On Houston radar, you can't even tell that there's an outer band there.
Yeah. That is a worry.
I'll check New Orleans radar real quick, see if it's a little bit better.
The worst wind is about to hit Lake Charles, northeast eyewall.
Yep, that's occurring right now.
And as soon as that, I said that, an air conditioner just fell right next to this boy's car.
I got a live feedback from Jennings, Louisiana somehow, if we want to turn it out really quick here.
Really?
Yeah, Jennings' camera is somehow back in operation. And this is again to the east of Lake Charles, Louisiana, Jennings.
Oh, God.
It's a little bit to the east of it by, if I had to guess, probably about 10, 15 miles to the east of Lake Charles here. So they're probably not going to get the eye here, but easily going to get the eyewall.
Yeah, it won't be so bad at Jennings in comparison to Lake Charles, but you'll still probably see hurricane force winds. Lake Charles, though, I mean, you're look once again at the radar just briefly. I mean, Lake Charles is right in the worst area of this storm. You can see Jennings on the right over there, that's where that webcam is. Still getting some pretty serious conditions as well. This radar isn't the best resolution because it's from Houston, because the two radars nearby are now down. Oh. And Isaac's still struggling with his webcam feed. There it is.
I was just trying to find another webcam nearby, but yep, this is Jennings' webcam right now. It doesn't have any audio, so this is just plainly video output here. And you can see the camera shaking a lot here. I'm really surprised it's still holding up well. It went out for, I'm assuming, for about 20-30 minutes here, and when I checked to see if it was back on, it went back on. As you can see there.
Yep. I would imagine conditions in Lake Charles are pretty bad at this point.
Yeah.
Would like to point out this is tied for the 10th strongest landfall in U.S. history, or in recorded U.S. history.
Wow.
In an area that's never had a Category 4 landfall before.
I want to say, and I could be wrong here because we don't have Devin here. Of course, he would have corrected me if I'm wrong here, but I think the strongest hurricane to hit this region was Audrey, I want to say. And that was only I think that was only a moderate Cat 3, if I'm not mistaken. And this is a 150 mile per hour Category 4 we're talking here.
So Laura made landfall nearly an hour ago now at 22 1. And it's already cleared a little bit of area there. Moving over Hackberry right now, looks like that's where the centre is according to radar. And Lake Charles is about to enter the eye.
This storm summed up in 4 words: welcome to peak season.
And there could be more on the way, honestly. Not for this particular area necessarily, but early September is not looking great on the storm front.
Indeed. I'm just still at a loss for words for just what's going on here. It just still hasn't processed into my mind yet that got a 150 mile per hour Category 4 that just made landfall not too long ago in Louisiana. In the dead of night, no less, too.
Lake Charles is about 5 minutes from getting into the eye.
Very close.
And yeah, I see someone was talking earlier about a guy in a car in a hurricane. That's Jeff Piotrowski. I don't know if we could put up his stream, or I don't know if it's not for use for other places here, but I could tell you, look at his camera, the winds are really fierce here, and he's an experienced storm chaser here, so he knows what he's doing, but the winds are really bad on his end here. In fact, actually, I was going to say maybe they might be calming there, but no, there's a big gust just then on his live camera feed. But yeah, he's a pretty tough spot here. But the camera that I have up on my screens here is from Jennings, Louisiana, which is a little bit to the east of where the inner eyewall is going to be. So it's not going to get the strongest winds Hurricane Laura has to offer. But still, as you can see there, the camera is rocking and rolling still, regardless if it's in the inner eyewall or not.
If you've any comments or questions for us, please send them in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Is the southern eye wall strong? Probably.
I would say so.
Yeah.
I would say so. Category 4 winds on all sides, you would think.
Radar doesn't suggest it, but I'm sure the winds in that side are just as strong as the other sides.
Mm-hmm. And as people start to get into the eye of this hurricane here, I must stress to them to not venture out during the eye, because depending on where you are in the eye, the calm can last maybe 1 minute to maybe as much as about 30 minutes or so, depending on where you are and relative to the center of the eye here. So those of you guys that are going to be in the eye, you're going to see a sharp decrease in winds here, and it's going to pretty much be like a normal summer day for however long you're going to be in the eye for, depending on where you are in relation to the actual center of the eye. And then just as fast, the wind's going to pick back up again with a vengeance here, and it's going to be another rough few minutes there as the secondary eye wall hits. Ooh, power flash there.
Oh.
A couple of them.
Oh, they're really bright power flashes. Really
They're
bright.
right there.
And again, this camera is situated in Jennings, Louisiana, which isn't going to get the full-on inner eye wall of this hurricane here, and you can still see, regardless, it's still shaking really bad there. And as you saw earlier, the power flashed earlier. Still surprised we got this camera here. Went down for about 10, 15, 20 minutes there, and came back on. So really interesting stuff there.
It is quite remarkable. I think some areas lost power there out of that as well.
It looks like it. And the camera's struggling a little bit here with Wi-Fi.
Really struggling.
Mm-hmm. And again, this is in Jennings, Louisiana, and this camera is not going to get, I repeat, not going to get those inner 150 mile per hour winds out of this storm. It's going to be just off to the west, those 150 mile per hour winds from this camera.
You think this is bad?
So,
this is the outer bands.
Yeah, the outer eyewall here, pretty much. So just imagine what it's like in Lake Charles right now.
And speaking of Lake Charles, I do have another camera from a person named Jeff
Piotrowski.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if we could use that footage because I know he's a storm chaser here, so I don't know if we could use that.
You can take a short look at what's going on over there, and you can see very much similar conditions from what we were looking at earlier, and you can see the rain hammering down, very strong winds. Everyone is hunkering down.
As they should.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, you were given days, hours in advance that this was heading for you, and I just only hope the people that decided to make the poor choice to stay in here in Lake Charles and places surrounding this inner eyewall here have hunkered down and are staying safe in this eyewall here of a category 4, 150 mile per hour storm here.
Yeah, I mean, it would not like the people who are out to record this incredible footage of the storm. These people are typically professionals who have had years of experience and training in knowing where to safest places to film these storms. But again, if you really want to take footage of storm like this, it's not a good idea unless you're professional. I'm trying to be honest about it. You really can't risk. You really can't you're really putting your life at risk if you're venturing outside in these conditions. Like this is basically a tornado that you're dealing with. Although it's not as extreme as that. Usually you're dealing with about EF3 equivalent tornado force winds here. So that's still pretty. Those are still really strong winds. You definitely need to take the same precautions as you would with a tornado. Basically, to be on the lowest floor of your home or sturdy building, away from windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as much as possible.
And if there is a silver lining to this, is that this storm is moving at a constant rate of speed. It's not going to stick around like Florence did or Harvey did. It's going to be in and out in less than a day here. So it's not going to stick around here. It's going to be a brutal 3 hours for you guys, but it's not going to stick around. Nathan?
Oh, I've lost my train of thought now. But anyway, we're still looking at the webcam there from Jennings. The storm moving inland. Yes, obviously if you are in a surge-prone area, and I doubt anyone in a surge-prone area is still watching at this point, but obviously you have to think about that as well when you're taking cover, because the first floor of a building may not be enough for some areas. You'll get completely overwhelmed by water in particularly in places like Cameron, obviously, but people should have got out of there.
Yeah. Like I said, you guys had many days and many hours in advance to prepare and evacuate for this storm, and now it's on your doorstep, and looks like we just lost the camera to Jennings again. Oh no, it's back now. You guys had many days and many hours to prepare and evacuate for this, and now it's on your doorstep here, and you got to deal with it here. For those of you guys that stayed, I'm sure once this hurricane passes, you're not going to stay for another hurricane after this.
I don't know.
I don't think you would want to be going through 150
people,
mile winds again.
There's some people that will never be convinced.
Yes, and unfortunately, that's where we can see that some loss of life.
And then sometimes it goes the other way when, and this is the problem when news hypes things up to oblivion, because you then get the camp of people who say, well, that last hurricane that was supposed to hit us didn't do anything bad at my place, so the next one won't either.
Yeah, I heard that a lot over here with Harvey. In fact, when I was evacuating to Seguin, Texas, to get away from it, my family was questioning whether or not it was the right choice to evacuate from the storm. Then when we went back down to go to Corpus Christi, we had to pass through Refugio, which got through high-end Category 3 force winds. And when we passed through that part of Refugio, we saw lots of considerable damage. And I believe once we passed that area of Texas, everybody changed their minds about whether or not it was a good decision or not to evacuate from Corpus, and we got really lucky. Got really lucky with that storm. But this storm here, Laura, has 150 mile per hour winds as of this latest update. We're gonna get a new one. We get a new one hourly, I believe, still.
That's stronger than Harvey, by the way.
Harvey was 130 at landfall. This is 150. So it's a 20 mile per hour difference here we're talking about in winds. But unlike Harvey, this storm is not going to be staying around. Like I said, it's moving at 15 miles per hour, so it's not going to be staying around. It's going to be a really scary few hours here, I know that, but it's going to be in and out here in less than a day, if there's a silver lining to that.
There are now over 188,000 people without power in Louisiana and 40,000 in Texas, bringing the total to over 200,000 people without power because of Laura.
Movement still north-northwest, looking at the latest satellite as well. And I gotta say, even as it's moving inland, it doesn't really appear to have weakened very much, or maybe just a little bit. I would still say quite confidently 140 mile an hour winds. National Hurricane Center are likely to stick with 150 for the time being, until their full advisory, maybe even that long, I'm not sure. Their next hourly bulletin will be in 15 minutes. I'm not sure how long we're going to go on for here, because usually we run live coverage until the storm makes landfall. Obviously it's already done that, but it is still an extremely powerful storm, so we'll probably stay for another hour after this. But it's been an incredible evening so far, and certainly not for any of the right reasons.
Definitely. And I heard a lot of people earlier debating, whether this was a Cat 5, Cat 4. At this point, it doesn't matter, honestly. It's still a dangerous storm regardless of intensity here, and should be taken as though it was a Category 5, because this is a dangerous storm with, I believe National Hurricane Center said it had, they forecasted 20 feet of storm surge, right, if I'm not mistaken, Nathan, right? For
the landfall zone, yeah.
So still a storm to take seriously here, regardless of intensity. No matter if it's a Cat 4, Cat 5, Cat 3, it doesn't matter. Still a really dangerous situation here unfolding in Louisiana here, as the storm moves inland.
Speaking of that storm surge, Isaac, we did get a storm report out of Cameron of 9.19 feet of storm surge officially observed at Calcasieu Pass in Louisiana.
And you've just joined us as well, Tim. What are your thoughts? You were streaming with us earlier. How have things changed?
I think conditions are still just as bad as they were before you came in for the landfall. We knew this was going to be bad. All the signs were pointing to it. The recon was clearly indicating that this was going to be a beast of a storm. You could argue if it was a Category 4, Category 5, that's something that they'll look at postseason analysis, and you can argue the semantics over that all you want to. But for those that are in Cameron, Hackberry, and Lake Charles, to them it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a Cat 4 or Cat 5. They're feeling the brunt of this, and some of the damage that we're seeing from off these other storm chaser feeds is pretty harrowing. I mean, it's getting bad down there, just from what we've seen off of some of these webcams and storm chaser feeds.
Devon was quite convinced that it wasn't anywhere near a Category 5, but as you say, you know, this, if it's 20 feet, that's a Category 5 storm surge.
All things that I've seen point to being at least 160 at some point shortly before landfall.
You really think
At
so?
least 2 yards, yeah. Both from recon data, but it's upper flight level winds, but with doing the maths of taking down, it's, you know, 155 to 160, 157 at least, bang on.
I think from all the recon data that I had sifted through, because I was watching the NOAA 2 and the AF 300 when they were going in that, when I was covering earlier, the highest SFMR that I had seen that was not flagged was 142 knots, and that was at flight level. But the SFMR at the surface was probably no more than maybe 126. So 145, 150, in my opinion, I think is about just right. You could maybe try to argue 155, but anything beyond that, I think you're trying to reach a little bit there.
I mean, this so-called peak happened whilst I was resting up for this stream, so I didn't see any of that. So I'll have to look back at that one as well, but I'll take Devon's word for it for the time being. But people suggesting that it was getting close to Category 5 status, and Devon said that people were just going really crazy over faulty data on the recon, flagged data.
Well, the pressures were dropping down 935, 933 in a couple instances, but the winds weren't really catching up to it in regards to the pressure. So that may have been part of the reason why neither myself nor Devon were really conclusively saying, oh yeah, this is Cat 5.
A deepening pressure doesn't necessarily correlate with higher winds. Usually, if the winds aren't getting higher, that usually means that the storm's getting bigger.
But just on the eye temperature, because I was keeping an eye on that during the coverage earlier, Laura had a solid 20 degrees Celsius eye all the way right up to landfall, and normally for a storm of that magnitude, normally 20 degrees Celsius, that's usually indicative of almost a borderline Cat 5, if not a little bit higher than that.
Easily.
So, yeah, you got a good argument for it, but if everything else doesn't line up for it, pressure, winds, and all that, then it's not a Cat 5. That simple.
It goes to show how storms... Oh dear. I heard myself very loudly just then. It sounded louder than me. It goes to show how storms are all different, because you've got Dorian, which had an eye temperature of about 18 or 19, wasn't it? Or was it more than that? I can't remember now. But cloud tops of barely minus 70, and yet Recon found 185 mile an hour winds. And with this one, it had cloud tops around the same, an eye temperature of 20, and yet it wasn't a Category 5 at all.
Yeah, there's been many storms that are really low. Go ahead.
I can confirm that Lake Charles is about to enter the eye. Storm chaser Josh Morgan, who is in Sulphur, Louisiana, is just about to get into the eye. So Lake Charles is about to go into the eye, and hopefully the worst of the winds will be over by then.
Most of Lake Charles should be in the eye by this point, and Cameron is about to get the second half of the storm now, as if the first half wasn't bad enough. So that's now in progress.
Indeed. When I was out to get a drink, of course, I had to refresh the page. But when I came back, I guess there appears to have been a power flash, and most of where this camera is situated at was without power. But now, of course, most of the lights are back on now. But I imagine that's going to be an off and on thing throughout the night here, where the power's going to go off and maybe come back on, or maybe not come back on. And again, this camera is situated in Jennings here. As you can see on that radar shot, Jennings is not going to be getting into that core winds of 150 miles per hour like Lake Charles is in right now, and about to get into the ice soon, if not right now. Jennings is not going to be in those 150 mile an hour winds, so keep that in mind when you're looking at the Jennings webcam footage, is that they're not going to be getting those 150 mile per hour winds. They're just barely probably going to scrape the outer eyewall here, if anything.
Yeah, Cameron's going to have about another 3 more hours before this nightmare is done, going from the southern eyewall to the extreme edge of the rainfall is 50 miles, so at 15 miles an hour. Cameron's got about 3.5 hours, and then the nightmare for them is completely over.
And like I said earlier, if there is a silver lining to this, is that the storm is moving at a decent rate of speed at 15 miles per hour as of the last update. And of course, the National Hurricane Center will update pretty much any minute now with an hourly update to see if the intensity and wind speeds have changed here in a few seconds. And of course, Nathan will let us all know.
And they have. It's down to 140 miles per hour and a pressure of 941 millibars. Eyewall of Laura pushing inland across southwestern Louisiana. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds and flash flooding ongoing. The eyewall of Laura will continue to move inland across southwestern Louisiana during the next several hours. Take cover now. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado is approaching and move immediately to the safe room in your shelter. Take action now to protect your life. The safest place to be during a major landfalling hurricane is in a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture. Use mattresses, blankets or pillows to cover your head and body. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. A National Ocean Service tide station at Calcasieu Pass, Louisiana, observed a water level rise of 9.19 feet at 1 a.m. The Lake Charles, Louisiana airport recently reported a sustained wind of 85 miles an hour and a gust of 128 miles per hour. University of Florida Observing Tower near Lake Charles recently reported a sustained wind of 86, gusting to 112. A Texas Coastal Ocean Observing Network site at Sabine Pass recently reported a sustained winds of 74 with a gust to 90. And now they have it moving due north, pretty much. So, Lake Charles looks like it's in the eye, and this thing's moving north. And it will probably curve north-northeast soon.
Yeah, we just got a new gust out of Lake Charles. Nathan, Lake Charles Municipal Airport reporting a gust of 133.5 miles per hour, reported in 15 minutes ago.
Wow. Just incredible winds we're seeing.
133 miles an hour. Gust. So, 140 mile an hour winds, a pressure of 941 millibars. That's the latest from the National Hurricane Center, so it's gone down slightly. And the warnings that are in place remain the same.
And thankfully, again, like I said earlier, the storm is moving at a decent rate of speed, 15 miles per hour. Not going to be sticking around like some of the past storms we've had, like Florence and Harvey. It's going to be in and out in less than a day here, thankfully. However, that being said, I believe the National West, I forgot it was the National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center was saying some parts of Louisiana may not be able to be looked into for at least a week. I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it's going to be chaos down there for several days and weeks in some areas. Another part of the Gulf Coast takes a hit. In the last few years, we've had Harvey, of course, Michael, and now Laura.
And to think, Nathan, this is the third confirmed landfall on U.S. soil this year.
Indeed it is, and that's quite an amazing stat already. We're not even at the end of August, and there's been 3 landfalls. Is that hurricane landfalls?
Yeah, you got Hannah at 90 miles per hour, Isaias at 85, and now Laura at 150. So
You
we've had
also
2 Gulf Coast landfalls and 1 Mid-Atlantic landfall, which is not something we normally see this time of year.
Yeah, that's only counting hurricane landfalls. You also had two, I believe, 2 other tropical storm landfalls, which were Bertha in the Carolinas and I believe Cristobal in the Atlantic. In the Gulf.
And then wasn't there Faye, I believe, too?
There was also Faye in the Northeast as well.
So still an active season here.
And speaking of Jennings, Isaac, because I know that's where that webcam you have is out of.
And it just went down.
Yeah, and I expect it will because they just took a gust of 71 miles an hour just about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, we just lost the camera again. Hopefully not for the final time.
Satellite imagery showing that the eye is getting much shallower as time goes on. This is expected. Eventually the eye will continue to shrivel up and collapse. We're hoping that will happen sooner rather than later, but it could be a couple of hours till that happens. The southern side of the eye wall there is a little bit fractured. Northern side still blowing up convection on the northern and eastern sides. So it's still a very powerful storm, 140 mile an hour winds, and it definitely could be like that at Lake Charles. So major storm conditions, and well, I think the best thing we can say right now is that for Cameron, the worst is probably over. It's now on the other side of the storm. They're still going through it, and will be for some time yet. We might hold on to hope that the highest winds have now been reported, considering that the storm's now moving inland and is starting to weaken. So Lake Charles may have had its strongest winds, but you've still got the second half of the eyewall coming in, which will still have winds almost as high, you would think. Still over 100 miles an hour and going the other way. So it's remarkable.
I've got data that in Cameron Parish, all but 13 customers are without power.
Those are lucky 13 then.
Oh,
13 people still have power. That's some kind of achievement.
I'm sure they're counting their luck right now.
Talk about a Force 13.
Just want to
No,
watch the building
no,
get
don't say
completely
things
gutted
like
on a video there.
Sorry, what was that?
Just watch the building get gutted in Lake Charles on video.
What do you mean by
Is that off
gutted?
of
Retimmer.
Oh.
Just driving around, so.
And the wind reports
pull
still
winds.
continue to come in, Nathan. National Weather Service observation that Lake Charles, 132 mile per hour wind gusts sustaining to 98 at Lake Charles Regional Airport, reported 9 minutes ago.
Isaac's starting to struggle for webcam content. What's this?
This is webcam off of Grand Isle, Louisiana.
Ah.
Which is way to the east of where this hurricane is at. But I'm not really able to find any working cameras that are testing the tail of time here in this hurricane.
And you
so
know
this is the best I got for now.
You know it's bad if the technology's all failed. The 2 radars are down. Most of the live webcams are down. Certainly, I think all of the static ones are. So, really terrible conditions in southwestern Louisiana. Cameron, which appears to have been somewhat obliterated, if not massively. And now Lake Charles, which appears to be quite squarely in the eye at this point. So the eye is now moving over Lake Charles, and the storm continues to move inland. We're going to stay on the air here until past now, because we're really exhausting all of the things that we can say at this point. The storm's starting to move inland. Usually our coverage ends around the landfall. The landfall was nearly an hour and a half ago. And after the stream finishes at past, you can still keep track of Laura on the satellite imagery feed, which is ongoing on the Force 13 US channel. Search Force 13 US. And also our 24/7 storm tracker on the main channel, which is always running, unless stated otherwise. But this is the latest right now. Still some very severe bands. The eyewall, northern eyewall, very severe by the looks of it. The southern one, not quite so much according to this radar, but that might not be fully the truth. So certainly be vigilant and hunker down again for the other side of this storm, because you'll still get wind speeds of possibly major hurricane force.
Exactly. Is there still extreme wind warnings in effect? I would imagine so.
They we said earlier it was till 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
I
there's
see.
still extreme wind warning in effect for at least another hour for places like Orange to Quincy, getting up towards Kinder and Jennings. So those areas will be under that extreme wind warning for another hour.
And remember to take those extreme wind warnings seriously. Go ahead.
There was a data that came in from Lake Charles International Airport. Apparently it has sustained winds of 85 knots and gusts up to Cat 4 strength of 115 knots as of 6:53 Zulu.
I can confirm the latest observations coming in. Peak sustained winds at 98 miles per hour with 2 gusts of 132 miles per hour.
Yep, so that's category 2 sustained confirmed in that area.
And a minimum pressure of 28.25. I don't know what that would be in millibars, because the millibars conversion thing is broke
inches.
on it. Yeah, in inches. 28.25 inches. I don't know what that would be in millibars, because the conversion is broken on that rating for millibars.
28.85.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pressure of 977.
Okay. And that appears to be the lowest so far recorded at the Lake Charles airport. And again, 98 mile an hour sustained winds with gusts up to 132 miles per hour according to the last update from the Lake Charles Regional Airport.
So this is a storm that will be remembered for some time, I think it's safe to say. It is a serious storm impact. Category 4 landfall, struck at 150 miles per hour. Now moving inland, 140 miles per hour. And more weakening will take place soon.
Looks like third time's a charm when we got the Jennings webcam back up again.
Blimey, well there it is again, still standing its ground, but you can see how terribly inclement it looks out there, and as an emergency vehicle as well there by the looks of it.
Yeah, it appears so. The camera's shaking a lot, so I can't tell, but it does appear to be because I see the lights on it.
Either a fire truck or an ambulance.
And of course, you're gonna get scared by that watermark
Yeah.
they have on the thing there, but
That's definitely fire department.
yeah, and I'm assuming there's probably gonna be a lot more coming out because as we get into this eye here, the trained emergency management officials are probably gonna start to do some looks and surveys around the area before the secondary eye hits, while they have this area of relative calm to survey the damage. And again, this webcam is from I already forgot the name of it. From
Jennings. This is one of the places though that won't get the eye, so you'll actually, in some ways, it's worse because there's no break for the eye, and you're getting those strong winds all the way through, doubling the amount of time of sustained winds.
Exactly, and I'm just looking at Houston radar, and it looks like they're just scraping the outer eye wall from of this hurricane here, by the looks of it here. So they're not going to get the eye wall by any means. If anything, Lake Charles is going to be in the eye wall if it isn't right now. So interesting to note.
And we are starting to get some of those emergency management damage reports coming in. Capital One Tower in Lake Charles, Louisiana, confirmed structural damage coming in off of the storm reports.
I'm sure we'll get a lot more like that.
There's footage from Lake Charles of an RV being knocked over by gusts of wind.
Again, that's the kind of thing you would be expecting from this storm. If you weren't expecting that, then well, might be a bit of a surprise for you, but that is what has been on the cards for some time. Made landfall at we called landfall at what time now? At 20 minutes to 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And now it's just about moving over Lake Charles, part of the eye inland. Let's see if there's any more. Are there any more updates on power outages?
Just checking that now. 190,000 without power, primarily down and around the Cameron parishes and areas to the north and east of it. That's your Hackleberry, Lake Charles, getting over towards the Lake Arthur area.
And keep in mind, those are not individual people without power. Those are customers. So what a customer could mean to the power company could mean an entire apartment complex.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it could mean a household, an apartment complex, a business. So we could be talking about a lot more individual people without power here because they just go off customers in the areas where they serve power to in some of these regions throughout the United States. So a customer can mean a lot of things here.
Dawson also says that we're amazing at this stuff. Well, thank you very much for that message, and we've had a lot of nice messages throughout the evening, which really ought to be acknowledged. We are always here for every storm impact. It's not the first storm that we've gone live for. It's not the first one we've done updates for. I think we've done updates on well over 600 storms now in the last 8 years. And that's going to continue for the foreseeable, and we'll always be here whenever the next storm impact is, and we're here right now.
That's very true, Nathan. It doesn't matter. Tropical system, severe weather, winter storms in the U.S. If it's trackable and we can get a team on it, we'll cover it.
And it pretty much is always trackable. Not a huge amount left to say about this. Dominic, go ahead.
There are now over 60% without power in Calcasieu Parish. I think there are 105,000 tracked and there are 89,000 without power. There's some pretty big proportions, and the ratio of customers without power.
Calcasieu Parish is part of the Lake Charles area, so that's a pretty good indicator that they got hammered really hard with those stronger winds that have gone through, and that northern eyewall starting to push now into the DeQuincy area, so they are going to be the next ones to feel the brunt of this storm.
Yeah, definitely. You saw that on the radar not so long ago. We are going to run for just another 15 more minutes on this landfall stream, so if you've got any questions or comments for us, tag us. Do begin with Force 13 when you send your message in the chat section, and it will light up for us. But obviously, even after we go off the air, we will still have our 24/7 automated streams on the main channel and on the Force 13 US channel. And also don't forget that the threat of this storm will not be over for some time after it moves through central and western Louisiana. You look at the National Hurricane Center cone, it will remain a hurricane for some time yet. By afternoon on Thursday, it will be moving over Arkansas as a tropical storm, and then by Friday morning, it will be leaving towards either Tennessee or Kentucky as a tropical depression, and then turning into a remnant low as it gets towards the mid-Atlantic coast there, and then re-strengthening off the northeast of the United States and Atlantic Canada there into a storm strength cyclone, but they think it will be post-tropical, extratropical by that point, as it shoots off towards the open Atlantic. Is the eye temperature recorded at flight level or at the surface? Well,
I think the eye temp that I had earlier was a satellite probe off of real Earth, so that was where I was getting the 20 from earlier. I'm pretty sure Recon goes in and they collect eye temperature data when they actually penetrate through the eye.
Now, those satellite probes where you're getting the temperature of the eye, that temperature is not at the ground, most likely. If there's any cloud cover at all, then that's what the satellite is detecting. So the lowest clouds, the temperature of that will be the actual temperature. When you get 20 degrees on satellite, that's usually really good, but the actual temperature on the ground, or at sea as it might be, would be much warmer than that. The warmest eyes can go well into the 30s in Celsius. The warmest one's been around 34 degrees. But generally, especially when you're detecting it from satellite, the warmer the eye temperature that the satellite sees, it generally correlates to a stronger intensity. You can see here the darker greys are really starting to fade away now from the center of the storm on the infrared. So that's a sure sign of weakening. Of course, we wouldn't expect anything other than weakening. Down to 140 miles per hour from the National Hurricane Center and a pressure of 941 millibars. This is one of the main events of the season. We would hope that it's the last one of the season, but realistically, we are expecting more significant tropical cyclones. Maybe not for the United States, but elsewhere in the Atlantic in early September, there are more large storms on the cards by the looks of things. Until it actually happens, we don't know for sure, but the climatology and already this record active season that we've had so far certainly favors that kind of activity in September. Long range models are suggesting that it's going to be a mess all the way through the month for the Western Atlantic and the Western Caribbean, but we'll take one thing at a time. Looking back at that wide shot of the radar imagery, you can see just the whole perspective there. Lake Charles mostly in the eye by now. The center of the eye should be passing just over the west very shortly, in about 15 minutes, and then it will continue on northwards.
Somebody was asking if we could give them a quick rundown of what just happened the past, I'm assuming, 5 hours. We've been tracking the storm for the past day here, pretty much.
Well, at the start of our coverage last night, we were, well, tonight, I suppose. You could call it last night now. You could say that the storm, we were expecting a little bit more of a curve, and we were expecting landfall maybe right on the border of Louisiana and Texas, but the storm then tracked further towards the northwest towards the later part of the evening. And then people started saying, yeah, Lake Charles is making a beeline for it. And that's continued. That motion has continued. It made landfall. Now it's moving pretty much due north. And so it really is copping the highest winds of this storm right now in the northeastern quadrant, no less.
And I must give a big congratulations to the National Hurricane Center for nailing down the forecast, the landfall time, and the forecast in general for this storm. Is a really challenging forecast, but National Hurricane Center really did a good job with the information that they were provided with by the models and by the reconnaissance aircraft that were flying into the storm nearly nonstop to get life-saving data out to people.
Definitely. I think that the difficulty of their job is really underestimated. And sometimes it's really easy to get angry with them if you think their forecast is wrong or something.
You look at the comment sections on Twitter when the National Hurricane Center put out their updates. You can tell the maturity levels of some people.
Yes, definitely. I mean, they are an official body, and they've got meteorologists on the job who have been doing this for decades. So the National Hurricane Center really know what they're doing, and they try to bring the best forecast.
And we do disagree with them sometimes. Make no mistake of that. We do disagree with National Hurricane Center on some occasions. Most notably when the baffling intensity when they didn't up it to a Category 5 initially with Dorian last year. So I think it's right that we can have opinions on the storm. We regular intervals we read out the official information from National Hurricane Center along with our thoughts, and not everyone is right all of the time. So I think it's healthy to have different viewpoints on the subject, but we've been in pretty good agreement during this storm.
Absolutely, Nathan. And even the hurricane hunters were staying right up on the eyewall right until the very end. The final pass before landfall was declared, AF300 was doing pass after pass right to the very end. They did get a 9:41 center fix about 8 or 9 minutes before official landfall was declared. So the hurricane
and that's what they went with.
The hurricane hunters did a fantastic job. Even when their instruments and planes were getting scrubbed out, they had another one ready to sortie and kept the coverage in this storm very well covered.
They do life-saving work to help the lives of many people in past hurricanes, and I really feel that they're the unsung heroes of the day here when it comes to getting readings in the cores of these strong and very much so deadly hurricanes. Unfortunately, here they are heroes in getting the data that they get and collect to help save lives later down the line here. And I believe they need to be properly known for their hard work here, especially in this hurricane.
Absolutely, can't ever overstate that. And the local authorities and officials, their work is just beginning here. With the cleanup from this storm and the analysis and the damage assessments, and then you've got to deal with the economic losses, huge impacts from this storm.
A long road of recovery ahead.
I don't really want to see what Cameron looks like right now.
Yeah, I honestly can't fathom what it's going to look like at daybreak when they're able to get probably the first helicopters over the area and survey some of the damage over there. It's just incredible to fathom this happening. I still personally can't process that this just happened. We just had a 150 mile per hour Cat 4 make landfall in Louisiana here overnight, no less, in a relatively populated part of Louisiana, Lake Charles. Well, not. I mean, it did make landfall around Cameron, but I mean, later on, it eventually hit Lake Charles, and that's a relatively populated area of Louisiana we're talking about here. And I'm sure it's going to be a rough night for them, and they're about to be in eyewall, or if not in it already at this point. So they're going to get a few minutes of calm here before the backside hits again, and they're going to have to go through the same rodeo again and hunker down until the storm eventually dies down and able to assess the damage later on, probably by the time it turns daybreak.
And again here at Jennings, they won't get the passage of the ice, so you'll see these strong winds all the way through the storm.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the backside, coastal station actually recorded winds of offshore actually 74 knots, sustained 93 knots of gust.
So that's offshore still right now?
Yeah, that's for this second pass of the eyewall.
So 110 mile an hour sustained gusts, recorded there offshore.
I think the Lake Charles airport anemometer stopped working because I'm getting no more wind readings off of that on a newest update from the airport.
Blimey. Well, we'll be finishing up shortly here in just 5 minutes' time, but if you are interested in helping our coverage in the future, we are always looking out for people to help with all of the aspects of our broadcasts and beyond. We do a lot of things aside from live events as well. Plenty of animations and videos pertaining to tropical cyclones. So do check it out. In the meantime, if you do get some spare moments, and if you are interested in helping us produce even better coverage in the future, you can drop a line, contact@force13.com. Those who have sent me emails in the last 12 hours, I'll be picking them up shortly. And you can join the live chat on our Discord server, discord.gg/force13. The link's down there in that little white box, and of course on all of our social platforms. So closing statements from the team then at this point.
Well,
who've worked very hard, by the way, for nearly 12 hours. 5 different teams.
You. I appreciate that. A lot of people on the chat are also applauding us for our work here, and want to thank you guys as well too for sticking with us through this hurricane here as we've covered it past 2 hours here. Still a dangerous storm as it even heads inland still. But my closing thoughts would be to, just keep the people in Lake Charles and surrounding areas that got, especially in this eyewall, this inner eyewall here, in your thoughts here. It's going to be a really long road to recovery here, unfortunately, and some areas may not be the same afterwards. I hate to say it here from this hurricane. Keep in mind the storm surge was forecast to be up to 20 feet by the National Hurricane Center, and I could only imagine what the storm surge damage is like along the coast here, and really hope we have very, very little, if any, loss of life in this storm. And there you go, you see a power flickering off and on again on the camera again, Jennings. So hope everybody stays safe. If we're in the path of this, I think we lost the camera actually. If we're good again.
Looks like the power might have gone.
So hope everybody has a safe night here. Stay safe. Listen to your local officials and National Weather Service over the next coming hours here, and you'll stay safe. You'll get through this. Pay attention to them, and you'll stay safe and get through this. And it's gonna be a rough night for many people in Louisiana and tonight.
Tim, your thoughts?
Honestly, have no words. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's definitely an honor to anchor coverage here on the main channel. I know I'm only on the U.S. channel for those viewers that do pay attention to our coverage. But yeah, it's been an honor to cover this historic storm. Definitely a storm that I don't think many of us were thinking we're going to be on the radar a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, but we've seen the impacts firsthand. And we still have a lot more impacts to go through the overnight hours. I know Cameron is now getting the southern eyewall So about another 5 or 6 hours, and they will be in the clear. And everybody north of that, you're gonna have to probably just ride this out for just a day and a half, and then you'll be able to get out with your insurance company, emergency management officials, and assess the damage. But rest assured, this isn't the first time the U.S. has been hit. This probably won't be the last. We still have a lot of the season left, so use this as a lesson on what to do and what not to do in terms of hurricane preparation and evacuation. And hopefully everybody stays safe. And again, like Isaac said, hopefully property damage and loss of life is a minimal after this historic landfall.
Thanks also to Ike, Dominic, Ryan Knack as well with us just towards the end there, and Samuel for joining us tonight on this marathon coverage. We're finishing up here because we feel that our purpose has really been served. We mainly cover up until the storm's landfall. But of course, the risk and the threats still remain there as the power continues to flash away over at Jennings. So this storm is far from over, but we're finishing up here. Stay tuned on all of our social platforms and our other automated streams, which are running on the main channel and on the US channel. Good night and stay safe.